Jiang Xin had never experienced such excruciating pain. In front of him were the massive, sharp teeth of a strange beast with bits of flesh still hanging from them. He couldn't tell whether they were his own or someone else's. His right leg had been forcibly torn off, and the stench of blood and rot filled his nostrils. The beast's roars relentlessly assaulted his eardrums. His chest had been ripped open by sharp claws, and his throat had long been torn through, rendering him completely unable to make a sound. He stared in despair at the rescue truck moving farther and farther away. At the back of the truck, four people huddled tightly together, grateful to have narrowly survived. They were his second uncle's family of 3, along with his girlfriend Chen Tian. He couldn't understand. He protected them in the apocalypse for a full 8 years. For their sake, he risked his life countless times, narrowly escaping death. It can be said that without him, these 4 would have died countless times. Just moments ago, he was still fighting desperately among the beasts to protect them, sending them onto the carriage. But they actually pushed him out of the car at such a critical moment. Jiang Xin stared intently at the rescue vehicle moving farther and farther away, seeing Chen Tian and his good cousin Zhang Heng tightly embracing each other. He recalled hearing more than once that the relationship between Zhang Heng and Chen Tian was not simple, but he had always been unwilling to believe it. Zhang Heng looked at him, revealing a mocking smile. At this moment, he seemed to truly understand what family affection and love were. On his face, half of the flesh torn apart, Jiang Xin barely managed to force a self-deprecating smile. As his consciousness gradually blurred, a flash of white light appeared, and he finally closed his eyes powerlessly. Ding! Super space activated. Binding in progress. A voice suddenly echoed in his mind, and Jiang Xin woke up in shock. The fear of being besieged by alien beasts still lingered in his heart. However, the scene before him was unbelievable. This was actually the bedroom from before the apocalypse. Wasn't this place already destroyed? Jiang Xin froze for a few seconds, then suddenly realized something. He picked up the phone on the bedside table and glanced at the time. May 18, 2043, 6 o'clock in the morning. He was reborn. After surviving for 8 years in the apocalypse, he actually returned to 7 days before the end of the world. Space binding successful. The mechanical-like voice in his mind continued to echo. Space? A flash of white light passed, and his consciousness entered an unfamiliar space, a vast expanse of whiteness. Is this spatial ability? This space is way too big. He recalled his past life. In the second year of the apocalypse, humanity began to evolve. A small portion of survivors awakened supernatural abilities, among which some gained spatial abilities. Compared to other abilities, spatial abilities were the most useless. Even if one wants to stockpile supplies, there's no way to do so, as the apocalypse has been ongoing for several years. Unless you're not afraid of dying to steal from others, the food earned through hard work is barely enough to eat. So where would you get extra to stockpile? Spatial abilities are neither useful on the battlefield nor sufficient for self-defense. At most, they can serve as support. Most of those with spatial abilities have spaces that are less than 1 cubic meter in volume, at best helping other ability users carry some equipment or medicine. Just like the current bag-carrying assistant. Of course, these were just his thoughts at the moment. After all, with the abilities and knowledge from his previous life, he could only perceive situations where spatial abilities were simply used as storage space. But the boundless space before him suddenly made Jiang Xin feel that the apocalypse might not be so terrifying. He controlled his consciousness to wander through the space and discovered a dense white mist floating at the edges. The white mist outside seemed to be blocked by an unknown force, and he did not forcibly break through that white mist. With his current strength, he probably couldn't do it anyway. However, he faintly felt that behind the area obscured by the white mist, there must be an even greater surprise hidden. Over the next hour, he began using his mind to place the items in the room into the space one by one. First, it was small items like cups, phones, and tablets, followed by larger items like sofas, beds, wardrobes, TVs, and refrigerators. The space accepted everything without exception, and all movable items in the house were absorbed into the space. Just as he was about to take everything out, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Golden item detected. Would you like to use it for space upgrade? Jiang Xin was startled, his gaze falling on the deep red box on the coffee table. It was the gift he had bought for Chen Tiantian's mother's 50th birthday, a gold bracelet weighing 48 grams. So, gold can be used to upgrade the space? Jiang Xin exclaimed with joy. Upgrade. As soon as the words fell, the gold bracelet instantly turned into a faint golden light and rushed into the depths of the white mist. He carefully observed the space, and there seemed to be no significant changes around him. However, the white mist appeared to retreat slightly, and its color seemed to lighten a bit, but the things hidden behind it were still invisible. Although the upgrade effect was mediocre, Jiang Xin was not discouraged by it. Got it, as long as we know the method to upgrade. After all, in the apocalypse, gold is even less valuable than sausages, and it's not hard to obtain. He used his mind to return all the items in the space to their original positions. The process was incredibly smooth. Jiang Xin's heart leapt with joy. Although awakening a spatial ability in the apocalypse seemed regrettable, it now appeared to be quite the opposite. With such a vast space to stockpile supplies, he could undoubtedly family lived more comfortably than anyone else in the apocalypse. What's more, time within the space was frozen. Anything placed inside would remain exactly the same when taken out as it was when put in. After thoroughly figuring out how to use the space, he was ready to start stockpiling supplies. He opened his account balance, which still had 2.3 million in it. 6 years ago, his parents passed away in a car accident, leaving behind this house, a factory, and a total of 6 million in savings and compensation. At that time, he was still young, so the factory was managed by his second uncle, Zhang Jianjun. In less than 2 years, the factory declared bankruptcy. 3 years ago, Zhang Jianjun borrowed money from him to buy a house. At that time, he was still thinking about living closer to his family and generously lent them 3 million. He helped them buy a house on the 10th floor of the same building. This money has not been repaid even a single cent to this day. In his previous life, during a heavy rainstorm, his family had no food and he went to borrow from them, but he didn't even get a single grain of rice. They said they had nothing at home, and he foolishly believed them at the time. Every time he went out to gather supplies, he gave most of it to them. Now that I think about it, he was so hungry at the time that his face was sallow and emaciated. Yet before their family left for the survivor base, every one of them looked rosy and healthy, nothing like people lacking supplies. Maybe he was just too naive, always believing they were his only family in the world. So he gave them his all, only to end up with such a fate in the end. But it doesn't matter, since he was reborn. What they owe him, he will definitely take back one by one. Not just them, but also Chen Tiantian, and those neighbors who betrayed him in his previous life. Those beasts, he won't let a single one of them go. Recently, many regions across the country have frequently issued high-temperature red alerts, reminding citizens to take measures to prevent heatstroke and stay cool. Some commercial areas have implemented electricity restrictions, prioritizing residential power supply. The news anchor's voice on the TV was calm and formal as Zhang Xin casually listened while eating his takeout. Suddenly, his phone rang, reminding him it was time for the interview. His memory was pulled back to this day in his previous life. At 9 o'clock sharp, he left home, ready for the interview. When going downstairs, I remembered the high-temperature warning and decided to stop by Zhang Jianjun's house to specifically remind him to stay cool when going out. Unexpectedly, I saw Chen Tiantian in her pajamas, sitting and eating with their family of 3. At that moment, I vaguely felt something was off, but Li Yin explained that they were just about to call me down for breakfast and had invited Chen Tiantian along as well. After all, Chen Tiantian also lives in the same neighborhood. Actually, Zhang Xin originally planned to let her move directly into his home, but Chen Tiantian said her mother opposed cohabitation before marriage and wouldn't allow her to give herself to him before marriage, hinting that he should rent her a place. This made Zhang Xin, the big fool, both marvel at his wife's purity and readily shell out money to rent her a 2-bedroom apartment in Building 5 across the street. It was precisely because he trusted Zhang Jianjun's family and Chen Tiantian too much that he was repeatedly deceived and misled by them. In his previous life, faced with such flaws, he never paid attention to them, merely reminding everyone to take precautions against the heat before rushing off to an interview. But now, it's the perfect opportunity for him to press for repayment and take the chance to extort some extra money. He quickly stuffed the last 2 steamed buns into his mouth, picked up his phone and fruit knife, and headed to the 11th floor. Zhang Jianjun lives in Unit 1002, with a layout identical to his own 160 square meters with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. The door of Zhang Jianjun's home is equipped with a password lock. Some time ago, their family went on a summer vacation and wanted to replace their air conditioner. They entrusted him to oversee the installation, so he naturally knew the password and entered without any hindrance. It was just past 7 in the morning, and Li Yun should have gone out to buy groceries. Zhang Jianjun and Zhang Hong were still not up. As soon as he entered, he saw Chen Tiantian's high heels neatly placed at the entrance. Zhang Xin let out a cold laugh. It was just as he had expected. He took out his phone, turned on the video recording function, and walked straight to Zhang Heng's room door. The door was locked from the inside. Without much thought, he kicked it open, entered the room, and turned on the light with swift and decisive movements. What met his eyes was a shameless pair of naked lovers. His girlfriend of 3 years and his cousin, whom he had doted on for over 20 years. It was evident that Zhang Heng and Chen Tiantian had just experienced a night of passion, their bodies covered with traces of debauchery. Seeing Zhang Xin suddenly burst in with his phone, the two were stunned for quite a while. After coming to their senses, they frantically pulled the blanket to cover their bodies. Zhang Xin glared at them coldly. Zhang Heng, you even dare to sleep with your sister-in-law? Are you even human? Brother, it's not what you think. Honey, let me explain. The two hurriedly tried to defend themselves. At this moment, Zhang Jianjun from the master bedroom heard the commotion and came over. Upon seeing his son caught in the act, his nephew's wife, and his nephew recording with a phone, he was instantly furious. He angrily pointed at Zhang Heng and cursed, "You beast! Why is your sister-in-law here?" Zhang Xin glanced at Zhang Jianjun without turning his head, his gaze cold and merciless. In such hot weather, an inexplicable chill rose in Zhang Jianjun's heart. This silly nephew was always smiling, but today he stared at him with such an expression. Zhang Xin said no more, returned to the living room, and quietly sat on the sofa. He saved the video and sent it to another WeChat account, then deleted the record from his phone. On the coffee table lay Zhang Jianjun's cigarettes. In his previous life, Zhang Sin hadn't yet developed a smoking habit. After the apocalypse arrived, he joined the survivor base and once had the good fortune to find a batch of well-preserved cigarettes while searching for supplies. The captain was a heavy smoker. Seeing cigarettes was like seeing his own father. Not only did he smoke them himself, but he also generously shared them with the team members. Although Zhang Sin wasn't addicted to smoking, seeing everyone instantly relax after smoking, he started smoking along with them. Later, as cigarettes became increasingly scarce, he would occasionally take a few puffs to numb his tense nerves. Not having cigarettes, he didn't insist. At this moment, seeing a cigarette, he inexplicably felt a trace of nostalgia. He lit a cigarette and held it in his mouth. Zhang Jianjun quickly walked out of the house. Seeing Zhang Sin with a cigarette in his mouth, he paused for a moment, then assumed the posture of an elder. Xiao Sin, when did you start smoking? That's not a good habit. Put it down immediately. Zhang Sin ignored it and took another puff. Seeing this, Zhang Jianjun no longer dwelled on the smoking issue, as there were more important matters at hand. Xiao Sin, don't overthink it. I asked your brother. Last night, he was out drinking and happened to run into your sister-in-law. They came back together, both drunk. Purely a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Don't worry, your second uncle will definitely teach your brother a good lesson. Later, I'll make him kneel and apologize to you. Zhang Sin didn't even glance at Zhang Jianjun, flicking the ash off his cigarette. Second uncle, the 3 million you owe me, isn't it time to pay it back? Zhang Jianjun was stunned for a moment, then awkwardly smiled and said, Xiao Sin, it's not that your second uncle doesn't want to pay, it's just that things have been tight lately. Can you wait a little longer, okay? And you also know, second uncle has always treated you like his own son. Don't let the trouble your younger brother caused create distance between you and second uncle. Just then, Zhang Hong and Chen Tiantian walked out, with Chen Tiantian's eyes red and swollen. You beast, kneel down to your brother immediately. Zhang Jianjun roared, pointing at Zhang Hong. Although Zhang Hong was unwilling, he still knelt down. Zhang Sin gave him a cold glance, then looked at Chen Tiantian. Chen Tiantian seemed encouraged and ran to Zhang Sen's side, kneeling down and holding his legs with both hands. Honey, I don't even know what happened. I only remember being forced to drink last night. The corner of Zhang Sen's mouth curled into a cold sneer. This was clearly a cliched excuse for drunken misconduct. It seemed Zhang Jianjun had already prepared a scapegoat for them after he left. Sure enough, cunning and shrewd. Tears instantly rolled down Chen Tiantian's face, making her look pitiful. It's true, husband. Otherwise, why would I betray you? Last night, Ahang and I weren't together at all. We only ran into each other later. He overheard someone at my table bad-mouthing you, got upset, and drank too much out of defiance. I know how good you are to Ahang, but I couldn't just ignore him. I thought I was going to your house. Who would have thought it would end in such a tragedy? Zhang Sin looked at her sobbing uncontrollably and secretly praised her acting skills, thinking she deserved an Oscar for Best Actress. He said indifferently, I remember, you don't touch alcohol at all. Chen Tiantian defended herself. It's true I don't like drinking, but they said such things about you, and I felt so upset that I couldn't hold back. You have no idea how awful the things they said were. Zhang Sin looked at the indignant expression on her face and sneered inwardly. Was this supposed to make him ask what had been said? He refused to follow her script and simply stared at her coldly. Chen Tiantian was locked in by this icy gaze, as if all her lies and pretenses had been pierced through. In her memory, Zhang Sin had never looked at her like this before. There wasn't a trace of affection, only deep resentment. Honey, she wanted to say more, but Zhang Jianjun interrupted her. Xiao Sin, this is partly my and your second aunt's fault. We went to bed too early last night. If we had seen them come back together, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Zhang Sin chuckled lightly, his gaze fixed directly on Zhang Jianjun. Second uncle, there's no need for you to put on an act. Everyone's busy. I'm here today to collect a debt. I just want the 3 million you owe me. He forcefully extinguished the cigarette butt, his face icy cold. And besides, the money must be obtained today. Zhang Jianjun's expression slightly changed, feeling deeply displeased. Over the years, he had always doted on this nephew, but he hadn't expected him to suddenly become so sharp and direct, which was simply hard for him to accept. Yet he was even less willing to fork out 3 million for this kid without any reason. Over the years, he had cared for Zhang Sin attentively, providing him with warmth and a sense of family. Wasn't that worth 3 million? However, he still needed Zhang Sin's help to do business. The most pressing matter now was to first calm Zhang Sin down. Thinking of this, he quickly walked up to Zhang Hong and gave him a heavy slap. Beast, look at how angry you've made your brother. This scene happened to be witnessed by Li Yun, who had just returned home after buying groceries. Li Yun, furious, stepped forward to block in front of Zhang Hong. Zhang Jianjun, how can you hit my son? Zhang Jianjun was even more exasperated. You're still defending him? Ask your son what kind of outrageous things he did while drunk. Clearly determined to blame it all on drunken misconduct, Zhang Sin remained silent, coldly watching this farce unfold. Li Yun felt sorry for her son and lost control for a moment when she saw him being beaten just now. Looking at the expressions of everyone in the room, she suddenly realized what had happened. She deliberately patted Zhang Hang's back twice. "You scoundrel, hurry up and explain what exactly you did." After the performance, Li Yun looked at Zhang Sen with reddened eyes. "Xiao Sen, your younger brother is still young. No matter what mistake he made, your second aunt apologizes to you on his behalf, alright?" Zhang Sen ignored her and just stared at Zhang Jianjun, saying, "Second uncle, regardless of today's incident, repaying debts is a matter of course. I'll say it again, I'm here to collect the debt today. As for how you discipline your brother, that's your business. There's no need to put on a show in front of me." Li Yun, seeing Zhang Sen's stubborn attitude, was so angry that her heart pounded. This little brat. Over the years, their family had treated him so well, and now he dared to act so presumptuously in their home. However, she always wore a facade of a smiling tiger, her face still adorned with a smile. "Xiao Sen, how can you talk to your second uncle like that? Won't you hurt his feelings this way? Your second uncle treats you even better than he treats our Ahang." Zhang Sen let out a cold laugh, but inwardly mocked. "Yes, treats me well, deliberately causing his parents' factory to go bankrupt, tolerating his son sleeping with his girlfriend. After the apocalypse arrived, he was deceived time and time again, abandoned, and ultimately caused to die a tragic death. What kind of good is this?" Li Yin continued. "Besides, we're all family. What's this talk about owing you or owing me? How can family calculate things so clearly? Over the years, your second uncle and I haven't treated you badly, have we?" Zhang Sen raised an eyebrow. "So what you mean is, I lent your family 3 million, and now that money is considered yours, and there's no need to pay it back, is that right?" Li Yin smiled and sat down beside him. "Xiao Sen, you've just graduated and don't have a job yet, so how would you know how hard it is to make money? How could we possibly come up with 3 million now? Besides, if it weren't for you saying you wanted to live closer to us, we wouldn't have bought this house. If we hadn't bought this house, your second uncle's company wouldn't have faced cash flow issues, lost several projects, and suffered losses far exceeding 3 million. Your second uncle was afraid you'd feel guilty, so he never mentioned any of this to you." As she spoke, she even wiped away a tear, pretending to look aggrieved. Zhang Heng chimed in. "Exactly, brother. Back then, you insisted on giving us 3 million to buy this house, so how can you now say we owe you?" Zhang Sen laughed angrily, stood up, and walked over to Zhang Heng, giving him a fierce kick to the chest. Although his physical strength was far inferior to his previous life, he still used all his strength for this kick. Zhang Heng clutched his chest, unable to catch his breath for a moment. "Zhang Sen, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Do you want to kill someone?" Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun hurriedly stood up, ready to step forward. Zhang Sen kicked each of them, knocking them to the ground. The two grimaced in pain. Zhang Sen looked mockingly at the three people lying on the ground, as well as Chen Tiantian, who was kneeling by the sofa with a pale face. "To say something so shameless, I really have to hand it to your family of 3. Zhang Jianjun clutched his stomach and slowly stood up. "Zhang Sen, are you crazy? I'm your second uncle. How dare you hit me? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution?" Zhang Sen snorted coldly and grabbed Zhang Heng from the ground like picking up a chick. He pulled a fruit knife from his lower back and pressed it against Zhang Heng's neck. Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun screamed instantly. Zhang Heng trembled in fear. "B brother, what are you doing?" Zhang Sen gritted his teeth. "Cut the nonsense, Zhang Jianjun. I must get my 3 million today, or you won't have a son anymore." Zhang Jianjun roared in anger. "Are you crazy, Zhang Sen? Even if you disregard family ties, you can't break the law. Let go of your brother. I promise you, I'll immediately gather the money to repay you." Zhang Sen tightened his grip, and a faint blood mark instantly appeared on Zhang Heng's neck. Li Yun screamed, "No, Xiao Sen, calm down, don't hurt your brother." "Brother? Is there a brother like him?" Zhang Sen shouted angrily. "Zhang Heng, tell me, how many times have you slept with Chen Tiantian?" Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun finally understood why Zhang Sen had gone mad. Zhang Heng trembled. "Brother, you misunderstood. It was just that one time last night. I drank too much." "Brother, I know I was wrong. How many times?" Zhang Sen's voice grew louder, like someone provoked, his grip tightening even more. "You think I just happened to catch you today? I've heard about your dirty little secrets countless times already." Zhang Sen had indeed heard from a friend in his previous life about Zhang Heng and Chen Tiantian's improper relationship, and that was before the apocalypse. A college classmate once told him that they had seen the two coming out of a hotel before the apocalypse. Clearly, Zhang Sen, the big fool, believed his actress girlfriend Chen Tiantian's excuses and even cut ties with that college friend. F4 times. Zhang Heng confessed obediently, his face pale with fear. "Do your parents know?" Zhang Sen continued to ask. "Be honest. If you lie, I'll kill you right now." They know." Zhang Heng answered tremblingly. "Did you hear that?" Zhang Sen's face revealed a perfectly timed tragic smile. "This is my good little brother, sneaking around with my girlfriend behind my back. And my dear uncle and aunt, knowing everything yet still putting on an act." Zhang Jianjun, I'll say it again, either I kill your whole family and turn myself in, or either give me back the money and we'll never have anything to do with each other again. Xiao Sun, where would I get that much money? Give me some time, I'll try to raise the money, okay? No way, if I don't see the money today, we'll die together. There's nothing in this world worth holding on to for me. Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun had only this one son. Seeing Zhang Sin lose his mind and fearing he might spiral out of control, they had no choice but to transfer 3 million. As soon as Zhang Sin received the money, he let go of Zhang Hang. After all, it wasn't the end of the world yet, so he wouldn't kill easily. Zhang Jianjun felt relieved seeing that Zhang Hong was unharmed. Although he wished he could kill Zhang Sin, he could only suppress his anger. Xiao Sun, your brother indeed acted foolishly, but the money has been returned to you. Could you, for the sake of our family, delete the video and stop making a fuss? Rest assured, your brother will absolutely cut ties with your girlfriend. Zhang Sin raised an eyebrow. Want to keep it quiet? Just take it as your second uncle begging you. Zhang Sin thought for a moment and said coldly, hush money, 5 million. 5 million? Are you crazy? Where would I get that much money for you right now? Zhang Jianjun completely lost control and roared. Zhang Sin smiled faintly. The hush money for Zhang Heng's matter is 1 million, and for deliberately ruining the factory my dad left behind, the hush money is 4 million. Second uncle, you don't really think I know nothing, do you? Back then, my dad handed the factory over to you, and within 2 years, you drove it to bankruptcy, leaving me with nothing. Then you turned around and opened a new factory. The employees, supply chain, clients, and network were all left to you by my dad. It wasn't until a year later that you told me this factory existed. You just didn't want me working for you, did you? 4 million. Back when I sold the factory, it was worth far more than that. Tell me, am I crazy or are you? Zhang Jianjun's face turned deathly pale, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Zhang Sin said coldly, I'm only asking for the small amount now because you're my father's own brother. I'm already being lenient with you. Otherwise, the moment I walk out the door today, I'll go straight to the police. Zhang Jianjun didn't believe it. Don't try to scare me. If you had evidence, you would have reported it to the police already. Zhang Sin sneered. Whatever, believe it or not, it's up to you. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Then I'll start by exposing how your family bullied your elder brother's orphan, using this 3 million to hire internet trolls. By then, the entire city of Nanyang will know about your scandal. With public outrage, the police will naturally speed up their investigation. By the way, let me remind you, those people working with you now, I believe they still remember my dad, and they remember me. After all, they've been my dad's close friends for many years. They're willing to work with you only out of respect for my dad. Otherwise, you wouldn't occasionally take me to dine with them, would you? Before leaving, Zhang Sin took one last look at the house. Second uncle, second aunt, enjoy your final days of prosperity. I will make sure to reclaim everything you took from me. Oh, by the way, second aunt, the house in the village is still there, right? Remember to clean it up in advance. After all, your family will need a place to stay. Zhang Jianjun's family looked livid, and Zhang Hong was trembling with rage. He wished he could rush forward and beat Zhang Sin to death, but he didn't dare. He could feel that Zhang Sin had truly wanted to kill him just now. Xiao Sin, do you not care at all about the bond between us as uncle and nephew? Zhang Jianjun didn't dare to gamble anymore. Even if Zhang Sin had no evidence in his hands, just based on what his family had done to him, if it got out, they would surely be ruined and disgraced. The factory he worked so hard to seize will also collapse in an instant. All he can do now is use so-called family ties to manipulate Zhang Sin. Unexpectedly, Zhang Sin laughed and said, Zhang Jianjun, after all the things you've done to me, do you still expect us to have any uncle-nephew bond? Helpless, Zhang Jianjun had no choice but to agree to transfer the remaining 5 million to Zhang Sin by noon tomorrow. Leaving Zhang Jianjun's house, Zhang Sin immediately returned to room 1602. Time was running out, with only 7 days left until the apocalypse. There were too many supplies to stockpile, and not a second could be wasted. He turned on the computer and began drafting a list of supplies. In his previous life, the extreme heat was followed by super typhoons, then acid rain, torrential rain, extreme cold, natural disasters came one after another. The medicine list spans a full 3 pages, with high prices and difficult availability. Lacking the time to visit each pharmacy one by one, he directly contacted a high school classmate working in a pharmaceutical company and sent over the list. A friend wants to buy this batch of medicine. Can it be delivered within 3 days at the latest? Can you manage it? 5 minutes later, the high school classmate called, Brotherson, this batch of medicine is quite large. Why are you buying so much? Are you sure this isn't a joke? Of course not, my friend wants to do charity. The only condition is to see the goods within 3 days, and the deposit must be paid first. How much do you think is appropriate? No need, I called to confirm the purpose of the medicine. I still have a batch with a short shelf life, less than half a year. If you're doing charity, just forget about it. Zhang Sen's heart stirred. Short shelf life? He has space, it will never expire. Send this batch to me together tomorrow. Without saying much, he hung up the phone and transferred 200,000 as a deposit. The remaining balance will be settled upon receipt of the goods. With the 3 million repaid by Zhang Jianjun, the bank account now has 5.1 million. Adding the upcoming 5 million hush money, he has a total of 10 1.1 million. This amount is far from enough to stockpile supplies. As for only asking Zhang Jianjun for 5 million hush money, it's because he knows this is an amount Zhang Jianjun can quickly come up with anymore, and Zhang Jianjun might be driven to desperate measures. With his cautious and prideful personality, this money can still be obtained. Spending 5 million to buy a factory that earns several million annually, he even feels like he's gotten a bargain. If it weren't for the apocalypse, he could have chosen to call the police, letting them investigate slowly and force them to return everything they had taken. But time is tight, and there's no time for that. After a simple inventory, he found that he needed more money, preferably gathered today. Otherwise, stockpiling supplies while raising funds would be too time-consuming. After submitting loan applications to various lending apps, he set his sights on his own house. Friendly reminder: online loans are purely for plot purposes. Readers should not imitate, as it may affect a happy life. He took the property deed and went out, casually ate something at a restaurant near the door, and then drove his small BMW to the bank. The Royal Garden is located in the center of Nanyang City and has been built for 8 years. His 160 square meter apartment is currently valued at over 50,000 per square meter. If sold, it could fetch at least over 8 million. But he urgently needed money, and the bank only approved a loan of 6.5 million. Really? No time to argue, he left with 6.5 million. Adding the 1.3 million from the app loan, his account already had 17.9 million. This money was all scraped together. When the apocalypse arrives, no one will be able to find him. Even those explicit photos will completely disappear along with the collapse of the internet. So, he wasn't afraid. At 3 in the afternoon, the temperature outside soared to 48 degrees. Standing outside felt like being in a steamer, stifling and unbearable. Zhang Sen's t-shirt was soaked with sweat and clung to his body, but he couldn't care less, racing against time. He drove and sold his small BMW at a low price of 150,000 yuan, then immediately rented a cargo van. Just as he got into the van, his phone rang. It was a call from an old acquaintance, Lu Hao, whom he had run into at the neighborhood gate during lunch. Lu Hao is a retired soldier, 21 years old this year, and works at a renovation company. Their company is not far from Yuyuan, so he rented a room here. Zhang Sen knew him in his previous life. Lu Hao was responsible for renovating many residents' homes in the community, including apartment 1603 next to Zhang Sen's. Although the two were not familiar with each other before the apocalypse, they became closer later when they went out together to search for supplies. The two are of similar age, have simple personalities, and get along well. Lu Hao is an honest person. Knowing that Zhang Sen bears the heavy burden of supporting his family, he always gave him extra supplies. Once, during a conflict between their supply searching team and other survivors, Lu Hao even took a blow for him. Zhang Sen has always been grateful. Although he swore never to trust people easily in this life, he dislikes owing favors. This time, he is determined to find an opportunity to repay him. Over the phone, Lu Hao told Zhang Sen that he had already gathered the workers and materials and could help him with the renovation anytime. In fact, Zhang Sen had also contacted several renovation companies while at home today, but his requirements were special replacing windows, security bars, and the front door, as well as installing several fireplaces. The materials were unique, and the profit margin was slim. With the weather being so hot, renovation companies were all busy, and their schedules were long. He was extremely anxious, but fortunately, he came across Lu Hao and decided to entrust the job to him. Zhang Sen also promised that as long as it was completed on time, he would pay him a reward of 20,000 yuan. How long is the construction period? Zhang Sen was very surprised by Lu Hao's efficiency. He originally thought it would take 2 or 3 days, but Lu Hao said it could be done in a few hours. 1 day is enough. Replace the bulletproof glass, the security door, and install 4 fireplaces. Quick work. Zhang Sen greatly admired Lu Hao's ability and also felt that he indeed needed a helper, as working alone was too inefficient. He remembered Lu Hao mentioning that the business district was experiencing power restrictions recently, and with the hot weather, he was working from home more often. Lu Hao, are you interested in finding a part-time job? Zhang Sen asked. Lu Hao was taken aback. Part-time job? Yes, just be my assistant for half a month, and I'll pay you 50,000. 50,000? Lu Hao was overjoyed. Even at its highest, a renovation company's salary was just over 10,000, and at its lowest, it was 5 or 6,000. Earning so much for just half a month's work was simply hitting the jackpot. However, Lu Hao also understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch. After confirming that the job only involved running errands and that he could refuse unethical tasks, he readily accepted. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Sen immediately transferred 20,000 as an advance payment, with a 20,000 tip for the renovation and the remaining 30,000 to be settled in half a month. Lu Hao was an honest person and didn't dare to take more. Since he was an assistant, he didn't ask for much of a tip. Zhang Sen didn't say much and sent him the home address and door lock password, asking him to quickly bring people over to measure the dimensions. Before it got dark, Zhang Sen drove straight to the largest comprehensive wholesale market in Nanyang. He walked around and found the biggest grain and oil store, spending over $1 million to buy out all the goods in the store. He purchased 5 tons of salt alone. Salt is crucial for the human body. A long-term lack of salt is unsustainable. In the 3rd year of the apocalypse, he personally witnessed someone trade 10 kilograms of grain for a single packet of salt. The weather was stifling, and the shop owner didn't want to stay in the store. He decided to clear out the inventory, treating Jiang Sun almost like a close brother, voluntarily offering a 5% discount and even calling people to help load the goods. Jiang Sun thought it would take several hours to load the goods, so he asked the boss, "Is there a warehouse for rent nearby? I want to buy more things." The boss ran off to inquire and came back shortly, sweating profusely. "Young man, there is indeed a warehouse in a nearby village, over 5,000 square meters. When do you need it?" "Right now." Jiang Sun handed a cigarette to the boss. The boss took the cigarette. "Come on, I'll take you there." The person renting the warehouse is the owner of a nearby mineral water shop. Jiang Sun bought all the mineral water from him, including small bottles and large barrels, totaling about 100 tons. Water is extremely scarce in the apocalypse. In addition to these supplies, he also purchased 105-ton water storage barrels and water purification tablets, planning to store water day and night and keep it in his space. With the space, why bother laboriously boiling snow water? Afterward, he went to the wholesale areas for vegetables, meat, condiments, grain seeds, instant food, appliances, tissues, and more, spending over $3 million in one go. Rent another warehouse and have people deliver all the goods there. At this time, Lu Hao has finished measuring the dimensions, and work will start directly tomorrow. Jiang Sun asked Lu Hao to come over to receive the goods and notify him when everything is ready. By the time they left the wholesale market, it was already late. He rushed to the city's largest outdoor goods store, just in time for a clearance sale. All items were heavily discounted, with some as low as 30% of the original price, offering great value for money. Jiang Sun exclaimed that he had scored a great deal. Disaster emergency kits, tents, fire axes, climbing ropes, binoculars, radios, waterproof flashlights, high-capacity solar chargers, diving suits, oxygen tanks, everything imaginable was available, and he chose the best quality items, as they were life-saving supplies. He also bought 10 assault boats and 10 inflatable rafts. Originally, he wanted to buy polar cold-resistant clothing, but unfortunately, this store didn't have models that could withstand temperatures of -60 to 70 degrees. Fortunately, the owner helped him contact a colleague from another region. Jiang Sun ordered 10 sets of extreme cold gear from head to toe, using express delivery, which would arrive tomorrow. The owner rarely encountered such a big customer, so everyone in the store worked overtime to help Jiang Sun load the goods onto the vehicle. With combined efforts, it took less than 10 minutes to pack the vehicle completely full. Jiang Sun drove away, found a secluded open space to park, and stored all the supplies into the space one by one. Just then, Lu Hao called to inform him that all the goods in the warehouse had arrived, and the quantities were correct. Without pausing, Jiang Sun immediately headed to the warehouse. Seeing the supplies piled up like a mountain, a strong sense of security surged in his heart. These supplies are enough for him to eat for 30 years in the apocalypse. "Mr. Zhang, what are you planning to do with so much food and drink?" Lu Hao looked at the mountain of supplies, full of confusion. "Open a supermarket, of course." Jiang Sun casually made up an excuse and sent Lu Hao home after work. As soon as Lu Hao left, Jiang Sun locked the warehouse door and placed his hands over the supplies. The once packed large warehouse instantly became empty. He looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. The account balance was less than 7 million. The WeChat message from Zhang Jianjun reminded him that he needed to go home tomorrow to sign the confidentiality agreement before the remaining money would be transferred. Jiang Sun agreed readily without any complaints. At this moment, he only wanted money and had no interest in the factory in Zhang Jianjun's hands. After all, once the apocalypse arrives, that factory will be the first to be submerged. It was already close to 10 p.m., and Jiang Sun decided to get hold of a batch of weapons. Driving to the western suburbs, after searching for a long time, he finally found the target in an area of single-story houses. This shop appeared to be an ordinary small supermarket. A woman in her 30s, wearing a floral spaghetti strap dress and holding a slim cigarette in her mouth, sat behind the counter playing mahjong on her phone. When Jiang Sun entered, she merely glanced at him before continuing to play on her phone. This shop was something Jiang Sun learned about during the first year of the apocalypse from a big shot. Ordinary on the surface, but actually full of hidden mysteries. Jiang Sun walked up to the counter and said, "A pack of huazi, please." The woman didn't even look up. "Hard or soft?" "The hardest kind." The woman paused her finger on the card, looked up, and took out a pack of hard huazi, casually tossing it onto the counter. $45. Jiang Sun stared into her eyes. "That cheap? Outside, it's 174 a pack. Is this cigarette not hard enough? Got anything harder?" The woman squinted warily. "Who referred you?" "Brother Cannon." Big Cannon Bro was a big shot Jiang Sun met during the apocalypse. They once traveled to a base together and were ambushed by hostile forces on the way. Although Big Cannon Bro had firearms, they were outnumbered. In a critical moment, Jiang Sun rushed into the crowd to save him. After that, the relationship between the two grew even closer. On the way, Brother Cannon often talked about the past glories of the martial world and also revealed the shop's secrets in code words. When the woman heard Brother Cannon's name, her expression relaxed. She got up, closed the shop door, and led Zhang Xin into the inner room. At the corner of the wall, she pulled open a metal plate, revealing a staircase. The woman said nothing and went straight downstairs. The basement was filled with various goods. She walked to the iron door and knocked in a 3-2-3 rhythm. 5 seconds later, the iron door opened, and a middle-aged man with a big beard appeared. This man was the owner behind the shop. The woman said, "Introduced by Cannon." The owner nodded, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Xin, immediately sensing that this person was no ordinary character. Under the fair complexion lies cruelty and a murderous aura, with eyes revealing a blood-stained calmness. "Come in with me." The bearded man turned and entered the room. Zhang Xin followed, and the woman stayed outside, closing the door. "What do you need?" the boss asked. Zhang Xin looked around and saw the walls covered with bows and crossbows, but even the legendary all-beings equalizer was nowhere to be seen. His gaze fixed on a pitch-black compound crossbow in the corner. Its lines were smooth, exuding an imposing aura. He had seen someone use this crossbow in the apocalypse, shooting an arrow that pierced through the head of a mutated tiger. It was reputedly called the domestic lighthouse brand. Its power surpasses that of a handgun, precise and easy to operate, and can be assembled and disassembled at will. The sound is much quieter than a handgun, making it especially suitable for covert operations. The arrows can also be recovered and reused, offering excellent cost-effectiveness. "How many of these compound crossbows are there?" he asked, pointing at it. 10. The bearded man curled his lips into a smile, clearly recognizing that Zhang Xin knew his stuff. "I'll take them all." "How many matching arrows are there?" "About 300. Zhang Xin nodded and accepted everything. He asked again, "I want to take a trip to the lighthouse country. It's too free there, need to get some tools for equality among all." The bearded man smiled and led him into another secret room, which was filled with firearms. Zhang Xin's heart leaped with joy. He hadn't misheard Brother Cannon. This person indeed had real skills. He bought another 20 grenades, 3 Type 54 pistols, and 3 AK-47s, the king of guns. The bullet stock was completely cleared out. He didn't take any other heavy weapons or precision equipment, as they were expensive and not practical in the apocalypse. A few months later, an extreme cold wave hit Blue Star, and cold weapons became the ultimate choice. In the end, he also bought 10 cookery knives, 10 daggers, 10 straight knives, 5 sets of top-tier military-grade cold-resistant combat suits, 5 sets of stab-proof vests, and 5 sets of bulletproof vests. This trip cost over 3 million. There was less than 4 million left on hand, but it didn't matter. It could be replenished tomorrow. After finishing loading the goods with Big Beard, it was already past 2 in the morning. Before leaving, Zhang Xin asked, "Can you get diesel and gasoline?" Big Beard was stunned for a moment. "How much do you need?" "I can't get too much. 50 tons of each." The bearded man pondered. 3 million. Zhang Xin couldn't help but laugh. This was clearly treating him like a fat sheep to be slaughtered. When buying weapons earlier, the price had already been outrageously high. If he weren't familiar with the prices, he would have likely been scammed badly. "Here comes another trick. Diesel is less than 10,000 per ton, gasoline is over 10,000 per ton, and the bearded guy directly tripled the price." Zhang Xin laughed and said, "At most, 1.5 million. If it really can't be done, then forget it." When he said this, on one hand, he didn't want to pressure the bearded guy to lower the price, and on the other hand, he truly felt the price was ridiculously high and needed to save money for other things. To be honest, the supplies he stockpiled today were mostly just in case. It wouldn't matter if he couldn't buy a certain item, as there were always other channels. He didn't want to be taken advantage of, but if the bearded man was straightforward enough, it wouldn't hurt to let him earn some money. The bearded man was silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Zhang Xin gave the address, instructed him to deliver the goods the next day, and then drove away. The car drove onto a secluded path. He stopped, stored all the weapons in the space, and then continued forward. By the time he got home, it was nearly 4 in the morning. He opened the space to check. Despite the large amount of supplies inside, it was just the tip of the iceberg. He shook his head helplessly, sighing that he was still poor. At 8 in the morning, Zhang Xin was woken up by Lu Hao's phone call. After washing up, Lu Hao arrived at the door on time with the workers. After giving a few brief instructions, Zhang Xin went downstairs, ready to collect money. Li Yun, as always, wore a kindly smile, her face full of pretense. "Xiao Sen, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Second aunt will make your favorite lean meat noodles, okay?" Looking at her masterful performance, Zhang Xin felt a wave of disgust rise in his heart. In his previous life, he had been deceived by her affection, naively believing they were his closest family members, and had risked everything for them multiple times. Thinking back, now, this family had done nothing practical for him beyond their superficial concern. Moreover, their so-called care was entirely based on the inheritance left by his parents, his extensive network of connections, and his foolish willingness to lend them money unconditionally. With this thought, his gaze grew colder. "No need, just finish the matter quickly, I have other things to do," Zhang Xin responded coldly. Li Yun's eyes reddened, her face full of reluctance, Xiao Sen, we are your last family in this world. Do you really want to end up like this with us? Your brother knows he was wrong. If you brothers turn against each other, the ones who will be most heartbroken are your second uncle and me. Zhang Sen lit a cigarette and smiled indifferently. Alright, Ms. Li, stop acting. No matter what you say today, don't even think about reducing the 5 million by a single cent. Zhang Jianjun's family finally dropped their masks, their faces no longer showing the former amicable expressions. But Zhang Sen didn't care at all. In his eyes, these people were already doomed, destined to die in torment. Zhang Sen, have you really thought it through? Once this matter is over today, the bond between us as uncle and nephew will be severed. Zhang Jianjun said furiously. Zhang Sen exhaled a puff of smoke and said coldly, thank heavens. Hurry up and transfer the money. Zhang Jianjun's face turned pale with anger, almost unable to breathe, as he threw the confidentiality agreement in front of Zhang Sen. Zhang Sen casually flipped through it with a chuckle. The contents were just as he had expected. It's nothing more than Zhang Hong and his sister-in-law's improper relationship, and Zhang Jianjun's factory dispute coming to an end. From now on, it is forbidden to mention it. After the transfer was completed, Zhang Sen signed with flair and deleted the video in public. With 5 million added to his account, he drove contentedly to his favorite breakfast shop and enjoyed a hearty meal. 2 baskets of steamed dumplings, 1 basket of soup dumplings, 2 fried dough sticks, and a bowl of soy milk. Only then did he feel full. Before leaving, he suddenly thought that since time doesn't pass in the space, it would be better to stock up on cooked food for convenience when he doesn't feel like cooking. He then negotiated with the shop owner to order 200 portions each of various items like buns, fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and wontons, to be delivered daily for 5 consecutive days. Afterward, he placed orders at his regular restaurants for his favorite dishes, 100 portions each, also to be delivered daily for 5 consecutive days. Everything was sent to the warehouse under the pretense of being factory employee meals or welfare meals to avoid suspicion. After making arrangements, Zhang Sen drove to the fresh market. He ordered nearly a ton of various live fish, requesting all to be gutted and scaled. He also bought 2 tons each of chicken, duck, pork, beef, lamb, chicken eggs, duck eggs, along with a batch of fertilized eggs, and fresh shrimp and crabs were also prepared. This trip cost approximately over 1 million. Since the fish needed to be freshly killed, the processing fee was high, and it required 3 days for batch delivery. Zhang Sen was not in a hurry. After all, he had to go to the warehouse these days to receive the ingredients delivered by various restaurants. Clearly, Lu Hao alone was already insufficient. Not wanting Lu Hao to know too much, Zhang Sen hired a few more people specifically to oversee the warehouse and unload goods. After handling everything, he went to the timber market. Shortly after the heavy rain, the Great Xia faced a power outage, extreme cold struck, and natural gas pipelines in various countries froze and leaked. Fire sources became scarce, and the pressure to survive multiplied. Without fire, cooked food was unattainable, and large numbers of survivors were forced to eat raw meat and blood. Countless people lost their lives due to hypothermia. Therefore, firewood and coal became the most important survival materials in the apocalypse. Zhang Sen bought 700 tons of firewood in one go, clearing out the firewood factory. He also purchased 1,000 cans of gas and 1,000 tons of coal. These 3 materials cost over 1 million. Adding the funds from various hotels, Zhang Sen still had 6 million left on hand. When the procurement trip was completed, Lu Hao called with news the glass and doors at home had been replaced, and the fireplaces in the living room and bedroom had been installed. Zhang Sen went home to check and found the renovation quality to be quite good, especially the 2 new doors. He struck them with a hammer. The doors were exceptionally sturdy. Although the surface had some slight paint peeling, with his current strength, his hand was already numb from the hammering. The door lock is reinforced in 3 places, all securely fixed with 10 cm thick steel bar latches. Unless the wall is smashed, no one can get in. If it really comes to smashing the wall, he isn't afraid. The stockpile of thermal weapons inside the space is enough to annihilate everyone in the entire building. There are still small holes at the top of the door, which serve as his point of counterattack. Before leaving, Zhang Sen paid the renovation fee to Lu Hao, including triple the labor cost. The weather is hot, and the work needs to be completed urgently. Without offering more, no one would take the job. As soon as Lu Hao left, Zhang Sen received a call from a high school classmate, saying that all the medicine had arrived. Half an hour later, the classmate brought his colleague and moved over a dozen boxes of medicine into the living room. All set, check the goods, the classmate said. Zhang Sen carefully inspected them: medical bandages, disinfectant alcohol, cold medicine, fever reducers, antibiotics, tetanus vaccines, various anti-inflammatory drugs. Everything was complete. After paying the remaining 1 million balance, the classmate cheerfully returned a 5,000 commission, thanking Zhang Sen for helping secure a big order. Zhang Sen said with a smile, the climate is unusual this year. After extreme heat, there are often natural disasters. You'd better stock up on some long-lasting food and supplies. The classmate was slightly stunned. Seeing Zhang Sen's serious expression, he nodded in thanks. Zhang Sen wasn't sure if he truly took it to heart, but he had done all he could. It wasn't like he could grab him by the ear and say, "The apocalypse apocalypse is coming. If you don't stock up on food, you'll starve to death. Seeing off his classmates, Jung Sun closed the door and stored all the medicines in the space. He then called Lu Hao, asking him to find a vegetable and fruit farm to order a large batch of fresh and inexpensive produce. With everything arranged, Jang Sun drove to the warehouse. The fresh goods were delivered one after another. Just about to go out, the courier delivered 2 large boxes. After signing for them, Jang Sun carried them into the house and opened them. They were the winter clothes he bought yesterday, with good quality, and he immediately stored them in the space. By the time he arrived at the warehouse, it was already dark. After checking the goods and confirming there were no issues, he let the workers leave for the day. After locking the door, Jang Sun rubbed his hands over the mountain of supplies. In just a moment, the warehouse returned to being empty, leaving only scattered water stains on the floor as proof that something had been there. After dinner, Jang Sun sat in the warehouse and smoked 2 cigarettes. Staff from various restaurants delivered the prepared meals one after another. 200 portions per household. The unloading process is quick and can be completed in just over 10 minutes. As soon as the people left, Jang Sun immediately stored the food in the space. Unloading the meals from 7 or 8 restaurants took no more than 2 hours. Night fell, and it was already 8 p.m. Half an hour later, firewood, gas, and coal arrived one after another. The firewood arrived first, 30 semi-trailers carrying 700 tons of firewood. Just unloading it took several hours. On the way, the gas trucks also arrived. Once all the goods were unloaded, Jang Sun closed the door and stored all the supplies in the space. The coal delivery has been postponed to tomorrow due to a manpower shortage at the supplier. Jang Sun arranged for them to continue delivering goods tomorrow. Just then, the bearded man delivering gasoline and diesel appeared. After confirming the goods were correct, Jang Sun settled the remaining payment. After unloading the gasoline and diesel, Jang Sun did not immediately store them in the space. The bearded man had roamed the world for many years and was deeply shrewd. Jang Sun waited for over an hour, confirmed that the other party had left, and then stored the gasoline and diesel in the space. On his way home, he received another call from Chen Tiantian. He hung up directly. Since being caught cheating on the spot yesterday, Chen Tiantian has been calling him non-stop, but he hasn't answered even once. After something like this, Zhang Heng probably wouldn't dare to mess around with her anymore. Right now, she's probably eager to coax him back and can't wait to come and admit her mistake, right? Zhang Sun sneered inwardly. Don't rush. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to admit your mistakes in the future. After getting out of bed, Zhang Sun glanced at the temperature outside and found it had already reached 50 degrees. Tomorrow is expected to soar to around 54 degrees, while the highest temperature before the apocalypse was 57 degrees. After taking a shower, he went out for breakfast and then prepared to look for Lu Hao. Yesterday, Lu Hao had already helped him find the cheapest and most well-stocked wholesale supplier of fruits and vegetables. To be honest, Lu Hao's abilities are indeed impressive. He even managed to find such a remote yet large warehouse. Because the weather was too hot, the boss, in order to prevent the fruits and vegetables from spoiling, proactively offered Zhang Sun an extremely low price. Zhang Sun generously spent 1.5 million and almost bought out the entire batch. As a result, he now has almost all kinds of fruits and vegetables stocked up, enough to last him a lifetime. Now he only has a little over 3 million left. He called about the snowmobiles he had ordered earlier and learned that the goods had arrived, so he excitedly went to pick them up. 10 snowmobiles cost him nearly $500,000. There was no other way. He always wanted the top configuration for everything, and this price was after the seller had given him a discount. The snowmobiles didn't require delivery. They were directly loaded into his box truck. After driving to a remote place, he stored the car in his space. Then, he drove to the largest mall in Nanyang and bought an iced Americano. Suddenly, he remembered that after the apocalypse, he would never be able to drink this again. So, he went to several coffee shops he used to frequent, ordered 200 cups of iced coffee and 100 bags of coffee beans in one go, and bought 5 coffee machines, spending a total of 100,000. This is when the real procurement of other supplies began. This year marks the hottest summer in history. Down jacket stores are all running promotions, and quilts are hardly selling. Zhang Sun made a decisive move, purchasing 100 thick down quilts, 200 air conditioning quilts, and 500 sets of bed sheets and covers, directly clearing out the inventory of several stores. Additionally, 100 sets of thermal underwear, 100 wool sweaters, 1,000 pairs of underwear, and 2,000 pairs of socks. Everything he wore was tailored to his exclusive size. This trip cost him over 500,000. He only had a little over 1 million left in his hands. Zhang Sun decided to stop. The remaining money was enough to settle the restaurant bills daily. The essential supplies have been almost fully stocked. These items are enough for him to live comfortably and freely in the apocalypse. He sat in the box truck, watching batch after batch of supplies being loaded onto the vehicle. Every time a group of delivery people boarded the truck, the cargo hold was empty. After receiving the goods, Zhang Sun went to the warehouse. Both the coal and the fruits had already been delivered. Lu Hao saw Zhang Sun, checked the goods, said nothing, put down the keys directly, and was ready to leave. Zhang Sun transferred 50,000 20,000 yuan to Lu Hao, settled his assistant's salary, and reminded him that the weather had been unusual lately, suggesting he stock up on some supplies as well. Lu Hao didn't say much, nodded in agreement, and was about to leave. After just a few minutes, he transferred 20,000 yuan back to Zhang Sen. Boss, handling the renovation is something I should do as an assistant. A salary of 50,000 in half a month is already very high. I can't take advantage of you too much. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything in the future. Zhang Sen admired Lu Hao even more. Although his face showed that he couldn't understand Lu Hao's actions, he restrained his curiosity and didn't ask a single inappropriate question, just focused on his work. Not greedy, making money is so hard, yet still knows how to be grateful, not taking what shouldn't be taken. He must take it down. Lu Hao is the same age as him this year, but after 8 years of honing in the post-apocalyptic world, Zhang Sen is already 30 years old and naturally feels that Lu Hao is a very promising young man. After collecting the supplies, Zhang Sen waited a while longer until all the meals delivered by the restaurants were stored in the space before heading back. Finished work early today. When he got home, it was just after 9 in the evening. He took a bath to wash away his fatigue and started downloading various study materials, movies, and TV shows from the large-capacity hard drive he had taken out from JD.com. The study materials were meant to help him survive better in the apocalypse, such as various mechanical knowledge. As for the movies and TV shows, they were purely to pass the time, since being alone in the apocalypse was incredibly boring. In this lifetime, with the space available, he naturally doesn't plan to enter the base. His plan is to deal with the neighbors in the building first, then head to a place with an official base, find a secluded mountain, and survive until the end of his life. A few decades of time is just a lifetime, after all. He has already purchased various resources on PDD and now just needs to keep downloading. When downloading Japanese learning materials from the island nation, he couldn't help but release twice. Spending money on happiness was something he couldn't bother with for now. Anyway, with the apocalypse here, as long as he wanted, even those top-tier female celebrities who were once untouchable could line up and wait for him. The next morning, he was too lazy to go out, so he casually took out a breakfast from his space to make do. Then stay at home and train your physical strength with peace of mind. Train until you're so exhausted that you can't even crawl, then stop. This body is too weak right now. Defending against enemies can only rely on tools. After finishing lunch, I finally regained a bit of energy. One person was downloading materials too slowly, and Zhang Sen was worried that the network might disconnect before the download was complete, so he called Lu Hao over and gave him a few hard drives. He divided some study materials and asked him to help with the download. With this, the only task for today was to pick up the meals. He decided not to have them delivered to the warehouse anymore. Instead, he found a spot that was roughly equidistant from various restaurants and drove the cargo van there. Let them come at staggered times, finishing the meal collection just in time for dinner. With quite a bit of money in hand, Zhang Sen simply invited Lu Hao to the most expensive seafood buffet in Nanyang, priced at $16.99 per person. Lu Hao's family is ordinary, and he had never eaten something so expensive before, so he excitedly rushed over. As soon as the two met, Lu Hao hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Boss, you are truly so generous." Zhang Sen smiled. "Stop saying useless things. Just eat to your heart's content today. Who knows, this might be the last time in our lives we get to eat something this good." Lu Hao grinned so widely that his eyes almost turned into slits. The two didn't waste any more words and went straight back to the main point. In the end, they ate so much that they had to lean on the wall to walk out. The seat they chose was a blind spot in the surveillance that Zhang Sen had deliberately picked. While Lu Hao went to the restroom, he threw some of the food items he had taken into the space. For the next 2 days, Zhang Sen's life was simple yet fulfilling. In the morning, he exercised at home, in the afternoon, he collected meals, and in the evening, he took Lu Hao to Michelin 3-star restaurants they previously couldn't afford to indulge in, eating to their heart's content. He managed to make Lu Hao gain 3 pounds. He also conveniently ordered some delicious dishes and stored them in his space for later. In the blink of an eye, it was the last day before the apocalypse. As the two drove home, they passed by a supermarket. Zhang Sen suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to buy toiletries, so he signaled Lu Hao to stop the car. The two walked into the supermarket, and Zhang Sen headed straight to the toiletries section. Towels, bath towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, shampoo, shower gel, hand soap. He didn't bother choosing brands, grabbing whatever he saw and sweeping an entire shelf clean. Lu Hao was completely stunned. After buying this pile, Zhang Sen had too much in his hands, so he immediately found a staff member to help him check out first. Passing by the food section, Zhang Sen asked, "Did you stock up on supplies like I told you before?" Lu Hao shook his head blankly. "I've been busy downloading materials for you these past 2 days and haven't had the chance. I plan to start stocking up tomorrow." Since he was already there, Zhang Sen called over the staff and had them pack all the long shelf life foods from the shelves: bread, self-heating hot pots, self-heating rice, sausages, instant noodles, and the like within a budget of 20,000. He also had Lu Hao fetch a few bags of rice and flour, along with over a dozen buckets of dried noodles. Lu Hao looked bewildered. "Boss, is it really necessary to buy so much?" much? We're already here, and I'm using the 20,000 you returned to me earlier. Just buy something casually. You're living alone, so these things won't expire easily. Lu Hao sighed silently. If he had known the 20,000 would come back to him in this way, he might as well have accepted it in the first place. The two left the supermarket and continued driving in the direction of home. As they were nearing home, both of their phones simultaneously received a news notification. Emergency notice: our city will face a super typhoon tonight at 10 p.m., with wind speeds expected to reach levels 16 to 17. All classes and work are to be suspended citywide, except for special positions ensuring public welfare. On-duty personnel should leave their posts as soon as possible. Citizens are advised to avoid going out unless absolutely necessary. Lu Hao saw the news and turned to Zhang Sen. Damn, boss, you're incredible. You actually predicted a natural disaster. Zhang Sen had no time to respond. His mind was in shock. The super typhoon arrived earlier than expected? What exactly happened? Why did the situation change? There was no time to think further. He had other things to do. Stepping on the gas pedal to accelerate, 5 minutes later, the van stopped below Lu Hao's apartment building. Fortunately, the supermarket helped pack the items into large boxes. Zhang Sen helped Lu Hao carry the boxes into the house. On the way, they ran into two unfamiliar neighbors, but neither of them greeted each other. The three-bedroom apartment Lu Hao rented had one man and a couple living in the other two rooms, but none of them had returned yet. Lu Hao felt a bit embarrassed. Boss, just leave them in the living room. Zhang Sen insisted on helping him carry the items into the room. Fortunately, Lu Hao was staying in the master bedroom with a private bathroom. The space was spacious enough to fit several large boxes. After putting everything in place, Zhang Sen suddenly recalled how Lu Hao hadn't survived the natural disaster in his previous life. He turned around, looking at Lu Hao with a serious expression. Lu Hao, I feel like this typhoon isn't as simple as it seems. If my guess is correct, the things we bought today might save your life, but they could also harm you. So remember, no matter how much money others offer, don't sell these things. It's best not to let anyone know you still have food. After saying this, Zhang Sen turned and left, regardless of Lu Hao's reaction. He had done all he could. The favor from the previous life had now been repaid. If Lu Hao doesn't believe it, he can only blame himself. Zhang Sen drove the van to a hidden corner and stored it in the space. Then he retrieved another black Hummer rented from the taxi company, which was sufficient for him to drive in a typhoon. The license plate had already been removed. He changed into a black tactical jacket, put on a baseball cap and a black mask, and then got into the car. Taking out the Nanyang map from the space, several points were circled in red on it. These were his targets for tonight, as well as the homework he had done at home over the past few days. The black Hummer roared through the night like a fierce beast. The prelude to a strong typhoon had arrived, with howling winds sweeping through the streets. Half an hour later, the Hummer came to a steady stop outside a warehouse complex. This is the largest warehouse area in Nanyang, where the warehouses of Tianneo Supermarket and Jingwang Supermarket are located. More importantly, there is also a cold storage here, which belongs to a large meat company. The terrain here is relatively low, and on the first day after a typhoon, heavy rain will flood the area, making it impossible for most people to find supplies. It benefits him, and that's fine. He agilely leaped into the park, his figure vanishing like a phantom into the darkness. With swift steps, he arrived at the Tianneo Supermarket warehouse 2 minutes later. The warehouse door was equipped with a sensor lock, requiring a password or card swipe, but this posed no challenge for Zhang Sen. He took out a large hammer from his space and smashed the lock with one strike. Rushing into the warehouse, he was delighted by the scene before him. Fortunately, the supplies had not been removed. The tens of thousands of square meters of the warehouse were filled with various supplies. Just walking around would take quite some time. Zhang Sen was not idling. He took out a balance scooter from his space and rode it quickly through the outermost rows, with the supplies he touched disappearing instantly. In less than 3 minutes, the massive warehouse was left with only a few supplies in the corners that he hadn't had time to deal with. Recently, he had been stockpiling supplies non-stop, fearing that someone might come to clear them out early. In his previous life, he had also visited this warehouse, only to find it had already been emptied, clearly by official operations. Although he didn't know when the authorities would clear it, he was worried that the natural disaster warning had already been known in advance by the officials, so he emptied it. To be on the safe side, he first stocked up on enough supplies for his own needs. If there were still some here, that would naturally be better. If not, he wouldn't panic either, as he had a double safeguard. Then he looted the Jingwang warehouse using the same method. Next were over a dozen small warehouses, which he swept into the space without even checking their contents. Finally, he arrived at the cold storage. As soon as he entered, the rush of cold air made him shiver, but the scene before him filled him with ecstatic joy. Tens of thousands of square meters of cold storage are filled with pork, beef, lamb, and various types of poultry. This amount of meat is probably thousands of tons, enough for him to eat for 100 lifetimes. If this meat isn't taken away, it will spoil within 3 days at most after heavy rain and power outages. To ensure they don't go to waste, he has no choice but to work hard and store them all in the space. The entire park was was looted for free in less than an hour. To prevent anyone from coming during the typhoon to move the supplies, he also went to the park's surveillance room. A grenade was thrown, completely destroying the surveillance room. This way, no one would know how these supplies disappeared. After finishing everything, he swaggered out of the park's main gate. The powerful typhoon had arrived. Amidst the howling wind, a black Hummer drove steadily toward the port. That was the port where all kinds of goods from Nanyang were distributed. Unlike the warehouse park, this place is guarded. When Jang Sin arrived, he saw thousands of containers neatly stacked. He parked the Hummer in a surveillance blind spot, preparing for the next move. Jang Sin got out of the car and quietly entered the port on a balance scooter. In less than 20 minutes, thousands of containers at the port vanished without a trace. He gently waved his hand, hiding his achievements and reputation, and quietly left. Next, he headed to a newly opened large warehouse-style supermarket on his way home. Sam's Club. This supermarket is known for its cost-effectiveness, and shopping there requires a membership card. Jang Sin didn't bring his membership card, but he had a hammer. With one swing, he smashed the glass door. Wow, this was the largest supermarket he had ever seen, practically like a massive shopping mall. The store's lights were off. Jang Sin, wearing a headlamp, stepped onto his balance scooter and began his zero-cost shopping spree. The first floor was filled with daily necessities. Adhering to the principle of not leaving any item behind, he swept them all into his bag. After finishing the first floor, he went down to the basement level. This floor was the food section, and Jang Sen's eyes lit up. Damn, if I had known it would be this easy, why did I exhaust myself stockpiling supplies these past few days? I could have just come here for a free shopping spree. This thing, you couldn't finish it in 8 lifetimes, right? Forget it, no need to dwell on it. Let's act quickly. Procrastination will only lead to trouble. Roast chicken, durian cake, red wine, cigars, all kinds of unsold cooked food. They're all mine, Jang Sin muttered, and the items nearby disappeared on the spot. Then he went down to the second basement floor, where the supplies were even more astonishing, neatly stacked almost to the ceiling. After spending more than 40 minutes, Jang Sin finally returned fully loaded, walking out of the empty Sam's Club supermarket. With the task completed and in high spirits, he prepared to go home. On the way home, he had to cross a section of railway, which was a necessary route for Nanyang freight trains. As the black Hummer approached, Jang Sin saw a freight train in the distance, winding like a giant snake in the darkness. Freight train. His heart trembled. He took out a telescope from his space and took a look. The carriages were filled with black cargo, and raindrops kept falling, blurring his vision. Hesitating for a moment, the Hummer quickly drove toward the train. Upon closer inspection, the carriages were loaded with coal. There was no one around, clearly indicating an emergency evacuation. Jang Sin roughly counted and found that the train had at least 70 or 80 carriages, all filled with coal, amounting to at least several thousand tons. Although he is not short of coal now, since he is here, he must take it with him. In his previous life, he had also searched for supplies on freight trains, and the carriages were still connected using Jenny couplers, which could be unhooked by hand. He really wanted to store the entire train in his space, but due to limited space, he had to hold back. After unhooking 2 couplers, he began storing the carriages in his space. On average, it took less than a minute to uncouple a train car, and in less than an hour, only a solitary locomotive remained on the tracks. After thinking for a moment, he decided to store the locomotive in the space as well. Leaving it there alone seemed pointless, and it might come in handy someday. After storing the locomotive, he continued on his way, secretly hoping for more surprises along the route. Sure enough, as he passed by a large gas station, he saw 6 massive tanker trucks parked inside. He drove closer and found that the tankers were all fully loaded. Each one could hold about 40 tons of oil, so it seemed there wasn't enough time to unload. Lucky for him. After storing the tankers in his space, Jang Sin initially wanted to check how much oil was left in the storage tanks. However, time was tight, and the typhoon was growing more intense. He didn't dare take the risk and decided to try his luck again later. His diesel and gasoline reserves have reached nearly 200 tons, enough to last for many years. Even if he can't succeed here next time, there will definitely be opportunities elsewhere. Thinking of this, he decisively gave up and drove away in his black Hummer. Entering the city, the number of vehicles on the road was noticeably fewer, clearly indicating that everyone had rushed home in an emergency. The fierce wind raged, sweeping scraps of paper into the sky, while the metal sheets of billboards clanged loudly. Trees by the roadside were uprooted, and the tragic scene was laid bare. Passing by a luxury car club, Jang Sen's gaze was drawn to an RV. He thought to himself that he truly needed an RV, and this little adventure was worth a try. He drove the car over, smashed the glass of the dealership, and entered to take a closer look at the RV. The car logo immediately revealed it to be a top-tier luxury vehicle worth tens of millions. The body and glass were bulletproof. The tires were explosion-proof and wear-resistant. It was dual-powered by fuel and electricity, and the roof was equipped with foldable solar panels. An RV is essentially a mobile home, a must-have for traveling and living on the road. This vehicle seemed tailor-made for him. Without hesitation, he stored it away. With the RV, he finally had the mind to take a closer look at this luxury luxury car club. Sure enough, it was the backyard of the wealthy, completely devoid of humanity. Covering over 3,000 square meters, the decor was extravagantly luxurious. Zhang Xin took a lap around, sweeping everything he saw into his space Bentleys, Ferraris, Maseratis, Rolls-Royces, and more than a dozen luxury cars in total. Although opportunities to drive in a post-apocalyptic environment are limited, it's still good enough to smash someone with. This was an attack move he came up with a few days ago. If anyone dared to provoke him, he would take a heavy object from his space and throw it over, ensuring the other party screamed in agony. The shop also had a large number of low-temperature resistant tires, a dozen or so barrels of oil, about 500 to 600 liters of fuel, as well as dozens of barrels of engine oil and lubricants. He gladly accepted all the spare parts as well. After clearing everything out, he went up to the second-floor office, only to be dazzled by the lavish and opulent decor. Red wine, cigars, luxurious decorations piled up like a mountain, along with 2 safes, all taken into his space. Suddenly, ding, gold detected. Would you like to use it for an upgrade? Ha, there's gold too? This is an unexpected surprise. Upgrade, upgrade. Zhang Xin responded hastily. A strong golden light flashed, and he clearly saw the white mist in the space retreat significantly, becoming much thinner, even faintly revealing what seemed to be rippling water. Could the space come with its own water source? Zhang Xin didn't have time to investigate further. After staying in the club for just over 30 minutes, he decided to leave. As he was leaving, he caught a glimpse of 3 giant shipping containers in the corner, with waterproof seals on the doors. Containers of this size were either freshly shipped from overseas or specifically used to protect the club's valuable vehicles. Excited, he smashed open one of the containers and discovered inside a world-class luxury off-road vehicle, the $12 million Paramount Marauder, known as the Land Beast. This vehicle is the most unstoppable on Earth, impervious to extreme heat or cold. Zhang Xin gasped sharply, stored it in his space, and then opened another container. Holy crap, he couldn't help but exclaim. Having experienced 8 years of the apocalypse and witnessed grand scenes, even he couldn't stop his heart from racing at this moment. That was a Kaibai riot shield, far surpassing most off-road vehicles worldwide, valued at over 25 million. A bulletproof SUV straight from the factory. He suddenly felt that the luxury cars he had just acquired were all trash compared to these 2 beasts. No man doesn't love cars. Zhang Xin felt his heart pounding wildly, his excitement evident. With great enthusiasm, he stored the 2 super war vehicles in the space. He silently recited in his heart, I, Xan Nan, vow to abstain for 3 months to repay heaven's mercy. There was still one last container. Zhang Xin rubbed his hands together, muttering, baby, here I come. He swung the sledgehammer and struck it with a follow-through. Perhaps he was too excited, as the strike was slightly off. He comforted himself, good things take time, good things take time, follow me. Then, he stood the sledgehammer upright on the ground, clasped his hands together, and blew into his palms. Once again, he gripped the sledgehammer. The chain fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Zhang Xin pulled open the container door, and the beam of the flashlight shone inside, revealing an empty space with scattered tattered cloth and weeds on the ground. The air was filled with the pungent smell of animal feces. He frowned and said, what on earth is inside? Before he could finish, a dark shadow suddenly lunged at him. Zhang Xin was so startled that he took 2 steps back, a dagger instantly appearing in his hand. He immediately raised the dagger and looked down, only to see a pair of heterochromatic eyes staring at him. A soft sound, like the chirping of a chick, came to his ears. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a black cat. The black cat meowed twice more and, surprisingly, boldly stuck out its tongue to lick his cheek. Zhang Xin couldn't help but laugh. Although he preferred dogs, the cat in front of him made him feel an urge to pet it. He put away the dagger and gently stroked its head. The black cat seemed even happier, rubbing its head against his neck. Zhang Xin noticed that although the cat was quite large, it was so thin that its skin clung to its bones, clearly having been in this container for a long time. But there was no oxygen in the container, so how could it have survived for so long? He carefully observed with a flashlight and discovered a specially designed ventilation opening at the top of the container. Looks like you're quite a valuable little fellow, Zhang Xin remarked with a smile. He put the black cat down from his arms, squatted, and took out a sausage and a raw fish from his space. Eat up. Judging by your state, you must be starving. The black cat meowed twice and began devouring the food happily. In the blink of an eye, the sausage and raw fish were gone. In the apocalypse, he thought raising a dog with combat abilities might be reasonable, but raising a pampered cat was something he simply didn't have the patience for. Alright, I have to go now. Take care. Zhang Xin threw a few more fish and a box of sausages onto the ground, patted the cat's head, and prepared to leave. The black cat froze for a moment and meowed twice. Zhang Xin did not look back and strode out, but the black cat seemed to understand he was leaving, dropped the fish from its mouth, and darted forward like lightning. Just as Zhang Xin stepped out the door, his foot was tightly grabbed by a paw. He looked down and met the black cat's yellow eyes, filled with grievance. He was stunned. You want to come with me? The black cat climbed up along the pant leg, leaped up, wrapped its front paws around his neck, and rubbed its head against his neck incessantly. Zhang Xin gave a helpless, bitter smile, smile. It's already the apocalypse, how am I supposed to take care of you? Besides, I've never had a pet before. Aren't you afraid I'll end up killing you by accident? The black cat meowed softly, still persistently rubbing against his neck. Zhang Sen's heart softened. Oh well, might as well take it along. A cat doesn't eat much, and he has plenty of supplies in his space, so raising a cat isn't a big deal. If it dies, it's no big deal either. The chances of it dying if left there are even lower. Following him, at least it can have a meal to eat. Looking at the little black cat being so clingy, he thought to himself, if he raises it well, it might accompany him through the long years of the apocalypse. After all, being alone is just too lonely. Thinking of this, Zhang Sen made up his mind. He picked up the black cat from his arms, pointed at it, and said seriously, alright, from now on, you're coming with me. But let me tell you, I hate betrayal the most. If you dare betray me, I'll skin you without hesitation. And also, I have a bad temper. You have to be obedient. If you're not, I'll beat you 9 times in 3 days. Do you understand? The black cat looked at him pitifully, meowing softly twice. It grabbed his fingers with its 2 paws and licked them. Zhang Sen laughed. Alright, let's put away your food first. He held the black cat with one hand, gathered the ham sausages and fish he had just thrown on the ground into the space, and then stored the container into the space as well. At this moment, the typhoon's wind force had reached its peak, even causing the Hummer to sway precariously. Zhang Sen didn't dare to lose focus, carefully driving the car. What was originally a 20-minute journey took him nearly an hour. Fortunately, he finally arrived at the underground parking lot without any mishaps. He parked the car in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, looked around to confirm no one was there, and then stored the Hummer in the space. The black cat stared at the massive object that had suddenly disappeared, its eyes wide open. It glanced at Zhang Sen from time to time, then at the spot where the car had been parked, completely flustered. Zhang Sen was struck by its adorable and silly expression and couldn't help but pat its head. Although the jacket is waterproof, there were still a few water droplets hanging on it. Afraid the black cat might catch a cold, he unzipped his jacket, tucked it inside, wrapped it tightly, and carried it all the way home. Back home, Zhang Sen put the black cat down and began to play with his consciousness, checking the space. There were still many items from tonight's zero-cost shopping spree that he hadn't had time to examine, especially the supplies in those containers at the port. Zhang Sen carefully used his consciousness to take a closer look and found that, apart from the meat products and the cold storage and items from Tianmiao and Jingwang, most of the warehouses were filled with snacks, clothing, and daily necessities. After examining these, he began to open the blind boxes at the port. Most of these blind boxes had packing lists attached. Instead of opening them immediately, he first glanced at the lists and discovered that many of the boxes contained daily necessities, with each box holding only one type of item. For example, one box was filled entirely with cashmere clothing, including coats, sweaters, and trousers in various styles, colors, and qualities. Cashmere clothing is both warm and lightweight, making it quite comfortable to wear. It coats, while stylish, are less practical in strong winds as they let the wind through. After a quick browse, he also noticed bedding, daily necessities, clothing, beverages, tobacco, alcohol, and other assorted goods. After opening several hundred boxes, Zhang Sen started to feel a bit fatigued. Then, he noticed 4 oversized containers, with the packing lists indicating they were filled with off-road vehicles. Excited, he opened the container doors and found 8 off-road vehicles inside. Although they were far from the 2 beast luxury cars he had acquired earlier that day, these 8 off-road vehicles were still considered luxury cars, comparable to the black Hummer he had rented. They would be more than adequate for use in the post-apocalyptic world. As he continued further in, the large containers were filled with ores, fertilizers, coal, toys, handicrafts, and various luxury goods, which he found somewhat uninteresting. Only a few containers of pet supplies and a box of fitness equipment caught his attention. The little black cat's future was now secured, and he could also use the professional fitness equipment to train and improve his physical fitness. After another hour of effort, Zhang Sen arrived in front of a pile of green containers. Upon checking the inventory list, he became excited again. These 20 to 30 containers were all refrigerated units, typically used to store fresh fruits and vegetables, meat, seafood, specialized medicines, and premium beverages. With trembling hands, he opened them one by one. The medicines included expensive and rare vaccines, as well as the type of drugs he had stockpiled before. Although he couldn't use them all by himself, they could be kept for emergencies or perhaps exchanged for valuable resources with someone in need in the future. What delighted him even more was the presence of numerous animal vaccines and medicines, giving the little black cat yet another reason to survive. Next came the main event: imported food. Imported lamb chops, beef, and dozens of tons of supplies. There was also seafood, neatly arranged in boxes, Australian lobsters, king crabs, tuna, wild yellow croaker, oysters, everything imaginable. Zhang Sen's mouth almost broke into a wide grin. These were delicacies he could rarely afford before the apocalypse, but now they were readily available. He was left speechless, feeling only gratitude for the gifts of fate. The next few containers held industrial supplies, including mechanical parts, tires, machinery, and factory materials. Seeing dozens of low-energy, silent generators brought him some joy. These were far better than the ones he had stockpiled. He continued opening dozens of containers and found several filled with appliances, all from international top brands, air conditioners, televisions, rice cookers, ovens, and more. There was also a container of electronic products, including computers, tablets, phones, and watches, all the latest models. Unfortunately, these had limited use. In the post-apocalyptic world, at most serving as tools for learning when connected to his hard drive. Another container held kitchenware, pots, bowls, and plates, everything one could need. Feeling a bit bored, he opened a container filled with drones, with the inventory list showing a total of 3,000 units. These were excellent items and would definitely come in handy in the future. Having seen many good items, Zhang Sen's mood gradually calmed down. Using spatial abilities consumes a great deal of mental energy, and, after using them for so long today, his mental strength was already exhausted. However, this was also part of his intentional training. He glanced roughly at the inventory list of the remaining boxes, lost interest, and decided to look at it again when bored in the future. Taking out a pile of pet supplies from the space, he examined the little black cat and found that it was just thin from hunger, with no major health issues otherwise, which made him feel relieved. After giving the black cat a bath and drying its fur, he poured a large bowl of cat food. However, the black cat merely sniffed at it, disdainfully pushed the food aside, jumped to Zhang Sen's side, licked the back of his hand, and nestled into his stomach. He raised his hand, gently stroking the black cat's fur while wondering, not eating this brand of cat food? He switched to another brand, but the black cat still pushed it away. Thinking it wasn't hungry, he left it alone. Unexpectedly, the black cat started meowing ing. Zhang Sen stared at it and suddenly sensed something unusual. Previously, the club was dimly lit, and he was busy taking a shower, so he hadn't noticed the black cat's expression. Now that he had some free time to stare at it, he realized it was quite different from the cats he had seen before. Although he had never raised a cat, he knew that this cat's meow sounded unusual. He took a photo, but Baidu couldn't identify it. He searched everywhere and finally found a video where the creature looked somewhat similar to the black cat. But the creature in the video was a black jaguar. Zhang Sen was shocked and continued searching, finally confirming what he had brought back was not a cat, but a jaguar. No wonder it was shipped from overseas in such a large container. Damn it! His heart tightened. The jaguar is a carnivorous predator, with a body length of up to 1.8 meters, weighing over 300 pounds, and an astonishing bite force. Could it one day take advantage of him sleeping and bite him to death? Zhang Sen broke out in a cold sweat, but looking at the little guy in his arms, clinging to him like a spoiled child, the tension in his heart gradually dissipated. What's there to be afraid of? This thing can also be artificially bred. The tycoon who brought it over must be planning to raise it. If others can raise it, why can't he? Besides, it's still small. As long as it's well taken care of, it should only recognize him when it grows up and only listen to him. In case one day it mutates and becomes stronger in combat, with just one command, it could rush out and kill all the enemies. Just thinking about it is so cool. Thinking of this, Zhang Sen couldn't help but burst into laughter. This time, he really struck gold. The more he looked at the little black panther, the more he liked it. He couldn't help but keep stroking its head. Little panther, how about I give you a name? The little panther stopped eating, clung to his arm, and let out an excited cry, sounding even more cheerful than before. It looked adorably silly. So silly, Zhang Sen laughed. How about I call you Dummy? How's it going, Dummy? He called out twice, but the little leopard didn't react at all, and it even seemed a bit aggrieved. Damn, you're still picky? It's so affectionate and cute. Zhang Sen thought about it and felt that when it grew up and he took it out to meet people, calling it Dummy wouldn't be very appropriate. It would instantly lose all its intimidation. He discussed with the little leopard, how about this, when no one is around, I'll call you Dummy, but when I take you out where there are others around, I'll call you Satan. Is the demon from your country cool or not? Zhang Sen recalled the video he had just seen, showing what the jaguar would look like when it grew up. Just looking at it was enough to inspire fear, perfectly fitting the name Satan for a demon. The little leopard was clearly very pleased with this name, excitedly letting out a few cries and licking Zhang Sen's hand. Since he had decided to raise Satan properly, Zhang Sen knew he had to start with the basics. Thinking about the smell emanating from the container, he decided to begin by teaching it to use the toilet. He took out a litter box from his storage space, filled it with cat litter, and patiently started teaching Satan how to use it. At first, Satan always had a blank look on its face, almost making Zhang Sen feel like he needed to demonstrate personally. Fortunately, after more than a dozen attempts, Satan finally got the hang of it and left its first urine mark in the litter box. Zhang Sen quickly took out a sausage as a reward. It was late, and he took out a large doghouse from his space to prepare a sleeping spot for Satan. After taking a shower, Zhang Sen lay on the bed and scrolled through his phone. He understood that he needed to cherish these final moments of internet access, as soon his phone would no longer be able to connect to the web. While watching videos, most of them were reports about extreme weather. A few pessimists online were posting doomsday theories, but their comments were quickly countered countered by a flood of brain-dead replies. Some people were worried about how long the typhoon would last, while more were happily celebrating the fact that they wouldn't have to go to work or school tomorrow. Jang Sun looked at these repetitive remarks, reminiscent of a past life, and felt a calmness in his heart as he quietly waited. He knew that the moment the typhoon stopped would mark the true arrival of the apocalypse. He closed the video app and opened WeChat, where he found his chat box flooded with messages. Zhang Heng's unread messages had already exceeded 99 plus. Zhang Sen clicked on them and skimmed through. They were all insults. It seemed Zhang Han was trying to vent his frustration because Zhang Sen hadn't left any evidence. Zhang Heng kept cursing him, saying he was useless, claiming that Chen Tiantian had willingly climbed into his bed, and boasting about Chen Tiantian's skills. In bed, Zhang Sen couldn't be bothered to respond, knowing that the apocalypse had arrived and that all Zhang Heng could look forward to was hellish torment. Then he looked at Chen Tiantian's WeChat, which also had 99 plus messages. She probably guessed he had blocked her calls and could only contact him via WeChat. The messages were all apologies, saying that sleeping with Zhang Heng was forced and expressing a desire to marry him immediately. Zhang Sen felt disgusted and exited directly. Afterward, he checked the neighborhood owner's group chat. As soon as he opened his phone, it froze for half a minute before returning to normal. He scrolled through the messages. Wow, this is the strongest wind I've ever seen in my life. Look, the billboard at the mall across the street has been blown down. Property, can I park my car in the underground garage? I saw some cars got damaged. Has your family stocked up on food? We don't have anything at home. Should we stock up a bit? I want to stock up too. I saw online that the end of the world is coming soon. Don't spread rumors in the group and cause panic. The neighborhood committee will report it to the police. The speaker was Lu Shua, the deputy director of the neighborhood committee, a sharp-tongued and petty old lady. No one in the building wanted to argue with her, not because they were afraid, but because they didn't want to waste their time. Most of the group members were young people, and none of them wanted to bicker with her every day. Zhang Sun watched for a few minutes, found it boring, and turned off his phone. It was no different from his previous life. The only difference was that in his previous life he had stepped forward to advise everyone to stock up on food. Even if the typhoon was about to end, items with a long shelf life wouldn't spoil, and buying them would bring peace of mind. As a result, Lu Shua had scolded him harshly in the group, accusing him of spreading nonsense and threatening to be the first to report him after the disaster. Although some young people listened to him and stocked up on instant food, most of them later betrayed him. This time, he only wanted to watch coldly as they struggled in the merciless disaster. Once the show was over, he would send them all on their way. Putting down his phone, Zhang Sun looked out the window. Outside, the rain had started to drizzle, but it wasn't heavy yet. If he was determined to stock up on supplies, he could still go out and gather some. However, in this building, it seemed unlikely that anyone would venture out. It's different from the previous life, Zhang Sun murmured to himself. The typhoon not only arrived a day earlier, but the rain also came 2 days ahead of the previous life. He couldn't understand why, but he didn't feel panicked. With the supplies in his space, as long as Blue Star didn't explode, he could live alone until the end of time. He stared blankly out the window, memories of his previous life surfacing bit by bit. Countless people slaughtered each other, tortured to death by natural disasters. He had struggled alone in this building, sustaining half of its residents. In the end, he was betrayed during the evacuation, wandering between bases and fighting to survive. Time and again, he escaped death, only to ultimately die at the hands of the person closest to him. Everything felt like a boulder pressing on his heart. From the moment he was reborn, he swore this life he would never help anyone again. Those who hurt him in his previous life, he wouldn't spare a single one. Perhaps due to mental exhaustion, he slept all the way until 10 o'clock the next morning. It wasn't until Satan scratched at the door outside that he woke up. Zhang Sun got out of bed to open the door and saw Satan's pitiful little face. Realizing it was hungry, he blamed himself for oversleeping. He didn't give Satan any sausages but instead took out a few pieces of dried fish and a bowl of cat food, pouring a bowl of milk. He didn't like drinking milk himself, so rather than letting it go to waste, he gave it to Satan. The little leopard needed to grow. At first, Satan still refused to eat the cat food or drink the milk. In the apocalypse, Zhang Sun wouldn't spoil it and forced it to finish the snacks. Satan whimpered pitifully but obediently ate everything. Zhang Sun didn't take food from the space. Instead, he cooked himself a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. After eating, he played with Satan for a while, cleared out the larger guest bedroom, took out fitness equipment from the space, and began physical training. After practicing for a few days, his physical fitness improved. Although it wasn't as good as in his previous life, he could handle hand-to-hand combat with 2 or 3 ordinary men without much trouble. After 2 hours of working out, he rested for a while and then started practicing with a knife. In his previous life, he mainly used straight knives or cookery knives. While practicing with his blade, he suddenly thought of something. Since he possessed spatial abilities, why couldn't he apply them in combat? The space couldn't hold living beings, so locking someone inside was definitely out of the question. However, However, Jiang Xin was well aware that he could retrieve weapons from the space at any time and place. For instance, if he fought an enemy with a cookery knife, the enemy might calculate the attack range and evade his moves. But what if he suddenly switched to a straight blade? The opponent, confident they had dodged the cookery knife, would have no idea that the weapon in his hand had already changed to a straight blade. Although this tactic might seem a bit underhanded, just imagining the enemy's shock, disbelief, and existential crisis in their final moments, wasn't that expression even more satisfying than defeating them? Jiang Xin candidly admitted that he was a man of lowly tastes. In such a boring post-apocalyptic world, finding a bit of amusement wasn't easy. He considered this move both a finishing technique and a guilty pleasure. Thinking of this, a progressively lewd smile spread across his face. Even Satan, who had always admired him, silently took a step back, retreating into a corner and staying on guard against his perverse master. Jiang Xin was immersed in his own twisted sense of humor, completely oblivious to the wariness and disdain in the little leopard cub's eyes. He happily pretended to switch knives, while the room remained silent. Satan watched for a while and found it boring, thinking it might be better to enjoy the rain for entertainment. After practicing for a bit, Jiang Xin took a bottle of water from the fridge, drank it in one gulp, then turned on the TV and switched to the official channel. Haven't watched TV for years. Even with the TV in front of him, he often forgets to turn it on. From the TV, the voice of the news anchor comes through. The sudden appearance of figures in the little black box of Satan piques its curiosity, staring intently at the screen. The news anchor, as in a previous life, informs the public the typhoon is expected to end in 2 days, urging citizens to stay home, secure doors and windows, and avoid going out unnecessarily. This piece of news serves as a reassurance for the public. The group became lively again, but this time no one was promoting doomsday theories. Instead, they were all cheering about not having to go to work or school tomorrow. But Jiang Xin knew deep down that the world wouldn't get better because of this. 3 days later, although the typhoon stopped, it was followed by 5 days of acid rain. After the acid rain came the largest storm in history, and then a month-long flood. Various natural disasters emerged one after another, like the scythe of death, harvesting countless lives. He was too lazy to watch the video again. Exhausted from training, he took out 2 top-grade steaks from his space, fried a few eggs, and enjoyed a hearty meal. Satan's lunch was the 2 fish he had thrown on the ground yesterday. Refusing to eat cat food, the leopard was thrilled. After the meal, Jiang Xin began practicing other hidden skills of the space. He was now training on how to store objects in the space without touching them and how to designate specific locations for items to appear from the space, rather than only having them emerge from the entrance. Practicing the whole afternoon, he finally made some progress. He could now retrieve items within a 1-meter range, but it was still far from enough. He had to keep working hard. Time passed slowly, and Jiang Xin's life became simple and orderly. During this period, Zhang Heng scolded him a few times, and Chen Tiantian sent countless messages, even video invitations, claiming she was willing to come to his house, and even sent some selfies she feared might get her summoned by the cyber police. Jiang Xin neither answered nor replied. He simply saved the photos. It's not impulsive, just felt that it would be a pity if only he saw this kind of thing. He should find an opportunity to let everyone take a look. After all, she worked so hard to take the photos, wouldn't it be a waste if no one saw them? Chen Tiantian's apartment is in Building 5, which he rented. He had already joined the Building 5 owners group with a secondary account for convenience. He casually threw Chen Tiantian's selfie into the Building 5 group and added a comment. Chen Tiantian, stop bothering me. There are plenty of men in Building 5. Someone will surely not mind your filth. Good luck. This message instantly caused an uproar, with women cursing and men quickly saving the photo. Jiang Xin didn't realize that this good deed would ensure Chen Tiantian wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for a long time, but it also left her with a bizarre reputation. Of course, that's a story for later. The next afternoon, the wind had noticeably calmed down. When the sky darkened, the typhoon had completely ended, but the rain was still falling. Jiang Xin looked outside, his brows furrowed, and a sense of foreboding arose in his heart. It's ahead of schedule again. In his previous life, the typhoon ended in the middle of the 3rd night, followed by acid rain. The authorities issued acid rain warnings continuously the next morning. Now, everything has happened earlier. He couldn't understand why things had changed. Could it really be the butterfly effect caused by his rebirth? But how could he be so important? At that moment, the phone rang. It was a call from Lu Hao. He answered, and Lu Hao's cheerful voice came through the receiver. Boss, the typhoon has stopped, and the rain is about to stop too. How about I treat you to dinner tomorrow? Lu Hao was someone who knew how to be grateful. Jiang Xin had treated him to many meals, and he always felt like he owed him, so he wanted to return the favor with a meal. No need, I don't plan to go out anytime soon. Jiang Xin wasn't sure if the acid rain would come early, but to be safe, he decided not to go out for at least half a month. Lu Hao didn't insist. Alright then, boss. I'm heading out in a bit to buy some food. I've grown tired of convenience foods these past few days and want to change things up. Do you need anything? I can buy it for you and leave it at your doorstep. Jiang Xin looked at the people downstairs heading out with umbrellas or raincoats, and suddenly the rain intensified visibly. visibly. His heart raced, and he immediately heard someone outside screaming and running back. He hurriedly shouted, "Lu Hao, this rain isn't normal, don't go outside." As soon as he finished speaking, an emergency broadcast came from the TV. "Attention citizens, urgent notice, the rainfall in our city has suddenly increased and is now acid rain, capable of corroding human skin. Please exercise extreme caution and avoid going outside. If you are already outside, immediately seek shelter. If exposed to the rain, rinse thoroughly with plenty of clean water." Immediately, all news apps and text messages began pushing this news. The screams outside still hadn't stopped. Lu Hao's voice trembled through the phone. "Boss, damn, there's even acid rain. I can hear that guy downstairs screaming like he got splashed with sulfuric acid." Zhang Xin didn't respond, though his heart was as hard as stone. Watching this scene inevitably weighed heavily on him. Lu Hao said again, "Boss, you're amazing. You spotted something wrong with the rain at a glance. If you hadn't said anything, I would have gone downstairs with an umbrella." Zhang Xin sighed softly. "I only dared to make this judgment after hearing someone screaming miserably downstairs. Can acid rain really fall from the sky? Help! My child just got caught in the acid rain. We've rinsed with water for a long time, but it hasn't helped. Is there a doctor in the group? This is so scary. The typhoon just passed, and now there's acid rain. How are we supposed to live? We're almost out of food at home, so I'm planning to go buy some. Same here, my food supplies are all gone. Can some kind soul help me out? Yuan Liping, we're out of food at home too. If anyone has extra supplies, please help us out. I'm willing to pay for it. Huang Wei, I still have a box of instant noodles here. No need to buy, just come over and take some, half a box per person. May good people have a lifetime of peace. May good people have a lifetime of peace. Lu Xiui, my family has nothing to eat either. Could you give me a few packs? Alright, then let's split one box among 3 families. Zhang Xin couldn't help but laugh. This Lu Xiui is truly insatiable. She usually loves hoarding cheap food at the supermarket, and their community often distributes rice, flour, grains, and oil. It's only been 3 days, and she's already out of food? Who would believe that? Sure enough, Yuan Liping, who was supposed to get half a box of instant noodles, couldn't sit still anymore. Her family of 5, 2 adults and 3 children, usually managed to scrape by, but now with no end in sight for the acid rain, how long could half a box of instant noodles last? They only had a third of a bucket left at home, so naturally, she was upset. Yuan Liping, Lu Xiui, you're really something. Everyone in the group knows you love hoarding food the most. When no one offers supplies, you stay quiet, but the moment someone kind steps up, you jump in to take advantage. Have you no shame? Yuan Liping, furious, tore into her directly. Lu Xiui, who was always flattered by others, was publicly humiliated in the group for the first time and immediately fired back. Shameless, my family really has no food left, so what? Others can help you, but they can't help me? Should my husband and I starve to death? You've got some nerve. Just wait until the acid rain is over and see how I deal with you. Yuan Liping, you old hag, do you think I'm afraid of you? So what if you're the deputy director of the neighborhood committee? I'd like to see how you deal with me. You love taking advantage of others. Even if a manure truck passed by, you'd want a taste. Yuan Liping, Huang Wei, young lady, stop giving things away for free. You paid for all this, so charge for it. I'll come by later, 500 yuan for half a box, and I'll transfer the money in person. Lu Xiui, if you're really willing to spend 500 yuan for half a box of noodles, then I'll believe you're truly out of food. Someone who originally could have gotten half a box was now furious. She lives alone and could have taken half a bucket of noodles for free, but now she has to pay a steep price of 500 yuan. How could she not be upset? Fortunately, she's reasonable and quickly sought support. In private chats, someone offered to help pay and even agreed to give her 2/3 of the share. Both parties were satisfied, and the group fell silent. Lu Xiui was furious. She wanted to take advantage but failed, and was even scolded directly. The group chat erupted into another argument. Yuan Liping completely ignored her and only replied with one sentence. Yuan Liping, if you want to buy it, then buy it. 500 yuan isn't much. Is 500 yuan worth more than your life? Lu Xiui was so angry she could hardly breathe. She had hoarded so much food. How could she spend 500 yuan on a few packs of instant noodles? She could only send a voice message in a fit of rage. Who's stupid enough to spend 500 yuan on a few packs of instant noodles? If you want to buy them, go ahead. I'd rather starve than waste money like that. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the group understood that Lu Xiui was not lacking food at all. If she were truly in need, she would be willing to spend 500 yuan, let alone 5,000. Zhang Xin sipped his ice-cold beer, puffed on his cigar, stroked his leopard, and watched the drama unfold in the group with a smile, occasionally teasing Satan. Look at this young girl, she'll definitely regret it in the future. This big sister is really fierce. She immediately put that old lady in her place. The people in the group are all silent, probably just like us, watching the drama unfold. Acid rain poured down all night. Zhang Xin went to bed early last night and woke up very early today. He knew that maintaining a healthy body was crucial. Only in this way could he face danger in the best possible condition. After getting up, he first prepared the same breakfast as yesterday for Satan. Then he walked to the balcony and looked outside. The neighborhood he lived in was considered upscale in Nanyang, and the drainage system was decent, but water had already accumulated outside. Although it wasn't deep, it reached about ankle height. News on his phone showed that many older neighborhoods in low-lying areas had their first floors flooded. The thought of being soaked in acid rainwater was something Zhang Xin didn't even dare to imagine. At this rate, the strong acid rain would flood the first floor by today. Sure enough, first-floor residents kept the property management in the group, expressing their concerns. But the property management was powerless to help. Even if they wanted to assist, they didn't dare venture out into the acid rain. After venting their frustrations for a while, the first-floor residents could only rely on themselves to figure out ways to save themselves. They didn't explicitly discuss self-rescue methods in the group, but Zhang Xin could guess it was nothing more than asking higher-floor residents for temporary shelter. According to the trajectory of his previous life, someone should soon come to him. In his past life, he had indeed taken in Zhao Hongwei's family of 3 from the first floor, but they turned out to be a bunch of ingrates. After moving in, they not only ate up all the food but Zhao Hongwei's 150-pound, 12-year-old son, Zhao Yu, complained daily about the meals being unappetizing. When going out to search for supplies, this family contributed no effort at all. Zhao Hongwei claimed to have underlying health issues and said he couldn't swim. In dangerous situations, they hid behind him, and Zhao Yu even pushed him toward the enemy to die. After that incident, Zhang Sen's heart turned completely cold. He ignored them from then on, enduring their secret insults along the way, calling him heartless and ungrateful. A typical case of a favor of a pound of rice turns into a grudge over a bushel. Later, when he entered the base, he never saw them again, too busy trying to survive to care about them. In the building, the people he hated most, apart from Zhang Jianjun's family of 3, were Zhao Hongwei's family. Today, Zhang Sen didn't rush to eat breakfast. Instead, he ran 8 kilometers on the treadmill, practiced boxing for a while, and lay on the floor drenched in sweat for half an hour before going to eat. After eating, he spread out the map of Nanyang and marked several red circles on it, places he planned to visit after the acid rain stopped. Not to seize supplies, as he already had enough, but to search for gold. In the apocalypse, gold was useless to others, but he could collect it all to upgrade his space. He was curious about what lay behind that layer of white mist. While the internet was still available, he scoured all the information he could find and formed a rough plan in his mind. After putting away the map, he began practicing his life-saving dark humor. After more than 3 hours, he finally made some progress. He made Satan sit in front of the sofa, wielding a machete and performing a set of knife techniques. Satan watched intently, his face full of admiration. Suddenly, the machete disappeared and turned into a straight blade thrusting toward him. Startled, Satan jumped back, leaping behind the sofa, pressing himself against the wall, standing upright with wide eyes, utterly terrified. Zhang Sen clutched his stomach, laughing heartily. Satan, being clever, realized he had been tricked and sulked in the corner, ignoring him out of anger. Finding it amusing, Zhang Sen would take out a small ball from his space when bored and tease him by playing fetch. Satan played with excitement. Whenever Zhang Sen grew impatient and didn't want to play, Satan would carry the ball in his mouth and nudge his hand. Zhang Sen tried throwing the ball halfway, then retrieving it into his space before taking it out again. Satan often chased the ball excitedly, only to find it had disappeared, and then the ball would suddenly hit him on the head. This made him even more thrilled, his face clearly saying, "This is fun, let's do it again." This boring game of fetch lasted until 2 in the afternoon. Zhang Sen's skill in retrieving objects remotely also improved significantly, and the ball was replaced with a larger one. Just as the two of them were having a great time, another argument broke out in the group. Outside the window, the rainwater had already reached the steps of the building's entrance. At this rate, in no more than 2 hours, the first floor would be flooded. Ordinary rainwater might be tolerable, but this was highly acidic rain, so evacuation had to happen before the water poured in. The first-floor residents started making a fuss, demanding an explanation from the property management. The management, helpless, said the only solution was to move to higher floors, which required the consent of other residents. At this point, Lu Shua, in her capacity as the deputy director of the neighborhood committee, self-appointed herself as the building leader and posted a short essay in the group titled "Disasters Are Ruthless, but People Are Compassionate." She also shared screenshots of official communications, whose authenticity was questionable, to reassure everyone that the acid rain would soon stop and urge them not to panic. Zhang Sen, watching the situation unfold like a replay of a past life, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Immediately afterward, Lu Shua began to take action and sent a message in the group. "Everyone, the first floor is about to flood. We're all neighbors here. If anyone has a vacant room, please make it available to shelter the neighbors from the first floor." As soon as the message was sent, the group fell completely silent. After waiting for half an hour, Lu Shua saw no response and got angry. "Everyone, I know you all saw the message. Don't stay silent. Today it's the first floor that's affected. Tomorrow it could be you. If you don't help others, don't expect others to help you. We're all neighbors, so I advise certain people not to be too selfish, or the whole building will criticize you. After waiting a few more minutes, still no one responded to her. Lu Shua couldn't sit still any longer and started calling people out. Li Ting, your home is 160 square meters, and you live alone. At least 2 rooms are empty. Take in the first floor residence. Zhang Xin, you also live alone in a 160 square meter place, so you should take in a family. Lu Qi, your home is 100 square meters, but since you're the only one living there, you can also make some space. Let's arrange it this way. The 3 households on the first floor should quickly pack up and move upstairs. Zhao Hongwei, thanks to Director Lu for the arrangements. Li Ting, Zhang Xin, Lu Qi, hello neighbors, may I ask whose home I should go to? The owners who were mentioned were furious but didn't want to be labeled as selfish. Li Ting, being a girl with a thin skin, had no choice but to muster up the courage to respond. Sorry, I just fell asleep and only now saw the messages in the group. Here's the thing, I'm the only girl living in my home, so it's really inconvenient for me to have men over. If there are any women among the owners on the first floor, I can take them in, but food at my place is limited, so anyone coming would need to bring their own. Someone quickly replied. Li Ting, that's great. It's just me and my friend, both girls, at my place. We still have some food, so we can share when the time comes. Just like that, one household was dealt with. Afterward, the group fell completely silent. Lu Qi chose to play dead, thinking that Zhang Sen's house was bigger than his, so he'd wait and see for now. Little did he know, Zhang Sen was filled with regret at that moment. How the hell did I forget about those girls on the first floor? Zhang Sen remembers clearly that the two were a couple, as beautiful as lilies. In their past lives, they had gone to the shelter with Zhang Sen, and one night he witnessed the unforgettable scene of the two kissing passionately. Later, they left the shelter, built their own base, and resolutely refused to accept men. Judging by their appearance and figures, it was evident that something had happened in the shelter. Although Zhang Sen hadn't planned to let anyone live in his home, if it were the two of them, as long as they could pass his test, it wouldn't be impossible. He let out a long sigh, realizing he had missed his chance. He put down his phone, unwilling to care about the progress any further. Zhao Hongwei, seeing no response for a long time, anxiously sent a private message to Lu Shua. Director Lu, what should I do if they all ignore me? Lu Shua had just put down her phone to watch a TV drama when she saw the message and frowned deeply. These young people were really bold, daring to ignore her orders. Lu Qi, Zhang Sen, stop playing dead. If you keep pretending, I'll come to your door. Compared to Lu Qi, Zhao Hongwei was more inclined to go to Zhang Sen's house. Zhang Sen's house was spacious, comfortable to live in, and he was a recent college graduate, simple and easy to manipulate. Zhao Hongwei, Zhang Sen, hello, neighbor. I am Zhao Hongwei, the owner of Unit 101. Could we stay at your place for a few days to get through this tough time? We are willing to pay compensation. Zhang Sen read the message, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile, and quickly replied in the group. Get lost, stop bothering me. Lu Shua, old hag, who acknowledged you as the building leader. How dare you boss people around? Are you really so selfless? Your house is also 100 square meters, and only 2 people live there. Why not use the extra rooms to take people in? Lu Shua was so angry that she jumped up. Zhang Sen, do you have any manners? I could be your grandmother, and this is your attitude? In the face of disaster, you show no humanity at all? Zhang Jianjun, Mr. Zhang, your nephew is acting like this, aren't you? As his uncle, going to do something about it? At Zhang Jianjun's home, the 3 family members sat on the sofa holding their phones, watching the drama unfold. This Zhang Sen, is he really crazy? Zhang Jianjun said disdainfully, such an ill-mannered person. Zhang Hong sneered, probably got provoked, useless. Once the acid rain stops, watch how others scold him. And you still have the nerve to talk? You good for nothing. Zhang Jianjun glared at him. If it weren't for you being unable to control yourself, even sleeping with your sister-in-law and driving him mad, how could our family have been extorted for over 8 million? Zhang Hong pursed his lips in defiance, but his hatred for Zhang Sen grew deeper. Li Yun, seeing her son being scolded, said discontentedly, who hasn't had affairs between men and women? Chen Tiantian thought your son was good and climbed into his bed on her own. Who's to blame? Blame Zhang Sen for not being able to keep people. I heard Chen Tiantian said that she hadn't had that thing with Zhang Sen for years. Zhang Hong seized the opportunity and said excitedly, Dad, don't you always say I'm better than Uncle? Look, my business is better than Uncle's. I'm your son, so it's normal for me to be better than Zhang Sen, right? So isn't it normal that Chen Tiantian is willing to give herself to me and not to Zhang Sen? Zhang Jianjun, who had always been unwilling to accept his elder brother, felt much less angry after hearing this. Zhang Hong followed up, I think we shouldn't be afraid of Zhang Senator, let's teach him a lesson. Anyway, he has no evidence now. Li Yun, fuming with anger, asked, what are you planning to do? Zhang Hong sneered coldly. After Zhang Sen made harsh remarks in the group, Lu Shua complained to Zhang Jianjun, but no one paid attention. The group fell silent for a while. WeChat suddenly received 2 friend requests, Zhao Hongwei and Lu Qi. Zhang Sen directly rejected Zhao Hongwei but accepted Lu Qi. Lu Qi is a few years older than Zhang Sen, and the house was bought by his family. He quickly sent a WeChat message. Brother Sin, you're really brave. You're absolutely right to scold her. It's our own house. Why should we listen to that old lady? Zhang Sin knew Lu Qi was counting on him to take the lead, and he didn't mind. In the apocalypse, there are many people, and in peaceful times, there are plenty as well. After all, there's a saying in Daxia, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Early the next morning, he doesn't mind either. Sometimes he plays the role of a turtle, letting others charge ahead. This is quite normal. Zhang Sin and Lu Qi had no grudges. In their past lives, they hardly crossed paths. That person was probably long dead. The two exchanged a few casual words, and then he put down his phone to focus on playing catch with Satan. After a while, someone him in the group chat. He clicked on it, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. Zhang Heng, Zhang Sin big brother, don't talk like that. We're neighbors. You're living alone. The house is empty. Let the first floor neighbor stay for a while. Don't have food at home? I'll bring you some. The rain is about to stop. Zhang Sin, what? Your house is stocked with a lot of food? Zhang Heng, not much, just enough to eat. We're neighbors, Aunt Lu meant well. Don't take it out on her. I'll ask Brother Zhao to come find you and bring you some food while he's at it. Zhang Sin, get lost. I don't have a brother who sleeps with his sister-in-law in front of his parents. I gave you face, but you don't want it, so don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Sin casually shared a screenshot of the video he recorded at Zhang Heng's house that day in the group chat. In the screenshot, Zhang Heng and Chen Tian were disheveled, clutching a blanket, looking panicked. Zhang Heng was furious when he saw the screenshot. This idiot, didn't he say he deleted it? How are there still photos? He hurriedly called Zhang Sin, but was blocked, then sent a WeChat message. You said you deleted everything? Zhang Sin, F you. You even took the money, and you're still making a fuss about this. Shameless. Delete it immediately, or I'll come over and kill you. Zhang Sin sneered, tossed the phone aside, and stopped checking the group messages. Thanks to Zhang Sin, everyone in Building 9 got to enjoy another juicy scandal with evidence to back it up. Trapped at home and bored, the emergence of this salacious news complete with chat screenshots between Zhang Sin and Zhang Heng, as well as explicit photos of Zhang Heng and Chen Tian caused an uproar in the neighborhood group chat, leaving countless people exclaiming in satisfaction. A scream erupted from Building 7. Chen Tian had seen the photos too. In that moment, she wished she could kill Zhang Senator the last time Zhang Sin had thrown her photos into the group chat. She was furious and spent hours bombarding him with angry messages on WeChat. But Zhang Sin didn't reply, nor did he delete the photos. She suspected he was doing it on purpose to disgust her. Fortunately, those photos had been carefully staged with good lighting and poses, so they turned out beautifully, and she grudgingly accepted it. But this time was different. These were photos of her caught in the act of adultery. It was utterly humiliating. When Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun saw the photos, they were equally shocked. Zhang Sin's words hit the mark. I don't have a brother who sleeps with his sister-in-law in front of his parents at home. Wasn't this a direct accusation of Zhang Heng and Chen Tian? They had known about it, and tacitly allowed it. Let's not forget, they were known in the neighborhood as paragons of virtue, kind-hearted and deeply caring for the orphan child of their deceased relatives. Now, everything had fallen apart. Enraged, Zhang Jianjun stormed into Zhang Heng's room and slapped him hard across the face. Idiot! I spent 8 million to settle this matter, and you just had to provoke him. Zhang Heng, clutching his face in fury, stormed into the kitchen, grabbed a cleaver, and prepared to charge up to the 16th floor. Li Yun was terrified. She thought natural disasters would eventually pass, but if her son went up there with a knife and ended up being killed by Zhang Sin in self-defense, it would still be a murder case, and he'd go to prison. She and Zhang Jianjun joined forces to restrain Zhang Heng and began discussing how to defuse the situation. They planned to contact Chen Tian and stage a performance, claiming that Zhang Sin was abusive and unfaithful, and that Chen Tian, unable to tolerate it any longer, had fallen in love with Zhang Heng and wanted to break up. Zhang Jianjun even prepared a countermeasure in case Zhang Sin retaliated. He would play the victim, saying Zhang Sin even hit his own family, calling him a beast. However, to their surprise, Zhang Sin remained silent. They thought he was powerless to turn the situation around and felt overjoyed. On the other side, Chen Tian was looking at the chat records on her phone, filled with messages comforting her and insulting Zhang Sin, her eyes gleaming with pride. She had initially wanted to win Zhang Sin back, knowing that Zhang Han was only playing around, but Zhang Sin's release of the photos unexpectedly helped her. At least she now had leverage against Zhang Jianjun's family, allowing her to marry Zhang Heng and gain his factory. Although Zhang Heng's family wasn't considered wealthy, her reputation was already ruined, and she couldn't find a better option. She had no choice but to settle. As for Zhang Sin, she had originally planned to coax him. Over the past 3 years, Zhang Sin had been obedient to her every word, a dutiful lapdog. Every time they argued, no matter how unreasonable she acted or how angry he got, he would always lower his head and comfort her. Before the incident, Zhang Sin had even wanted to meet her family, propose, and had proactively mentioned adding her name to the house after marriage. How did things turn out like this? She was puzzled. Could the shock really be that overwhelming? She had only slept with others a few few times. If he cared, couldn't he just make up for it? Why make such a fuss? She had initially planned to wait for the rain to stop and then go to comfort him, but now it seemed unnecessary. A petty man like him deserves to be single for life. The corners of her mouth curled into a smug smile. Jang-sin, don't blame me, you went too far. Everyone thought they had avenged themselves this time, venting their anger, and were overjoyed. Little did they know that at this moment, Jang-sin was holding Satan, nestled in a lazy chair on the balcony, gently stroking its head, feeling quite content. He paid no attention to the insults in the group chat. He was well aware of the four people's scheme. It was merely a preemptive strike. He had no interest in entangling himself with them. After all, these people were all destined to die, and arguing with the dead was meaningless. He had already devised a new plan in his mind, intending to make the four of them turn on each other. Once the acid rain stopped, Chen Tian would definitely go looking for Zhang Heng, and he was just waiting to watch the drama unfold. Jiang-sin smiled as he gazed at the continuous acid rain outside the window. Soon, it's about to level up. Satan looked at him in confusion and licked the back of his hand. Although it was only a little past 3 in the afternoon, the days of heavy acid rain had made the sky gloomy. Suddenly, the lights inside the house abruptly went out, plunging everything into darkness. Not just his home, but everywhere visible outside the window was shrouded in darkness. It's starting, Jiang-sin murmured to himself. Days of heavy acid rain had already corroded the cables outside beyond recognition. A power outage was only a matter of time. After the power outage, what's worse is that the network would also be disrupted, leaving countless people completely cut off from the outside world. The technological civilization painstakingly built by humanity was largely destroyed by this acid rain. The homeowners group became lively again. Is it a power outage? It should be. I see the whole neighborhood is dark. What should we do? Trapped at home with no electricity. When will this damn acid rain stop? I can't live like this. Oh no, my phone is about to die. Does anyone have a power bank to lend me? At this moment, no one was paying attention to the feud between Jiang-sin and Zhang Heng. Everyone was focused on survival. Who even remembers the two families on the first floor still waiting for someone to take them in? Helpless, the two households had no choice but to knock on Lu Xiao's door. Lu Xiao was also at a loss and could only sarcastically mock Jiang-sin in the group chat. Jiang-sin didn't even bother to look. In the end, the first floor residents could only rely on their impressions and knock on doors one by one for help. But the people in the building either didn't open their doors or had the men of the house come out to refuse. Left with no other option, they finally knocked on Jiang-sin's door. This time, Jiang-sin did open the door. Leaning casually against it, he asked upon hearing Zhao Hongwei's voice, "What's up?" Zhao Hongwei smiled broadly, "Brother Zhang, help us out. Let us stay for a few days, will you? Name your price, and our two families will pool together. Get lost, don't bother me." Jiang-sin slammed the door shut. Zhao Hongwei and another homeowner's faces turned ashen. This young man has such a cruel heart. Zhao Hongwei was furious and kicked the door, but ended up injuring his big toe as the nail was lifted. He hopped around clutching his foot, wailing like a banshee. His son Zhao Yu banged on the door and roared, "Damn it, come out. Your door injured my dad. Get out here." But Jiang-sin was busy in the kitchen preparing dinner and completely ignored them. The two families had no choice but to leave in embarrassment, finding an empty house with no occupants and violently breaking in to settle there. At this moment, Lu Hao was immensely grateful for Jiang-sin's extravagant gesture of spending 20,000 yuan on food that time, otherwise, he might have starved to death. Looking at the dire situation before him, he increasingly felt that Jiang-sin might know something. After all, wealthy people have broader information channels far beyond what someone like Lu Hao, an ordinary citizen, could access. Lu Hao lived with two female roommates in a shared apartment. They usually stocked up on snacks, and the room was never short of food. However, with the power outage and the continuous acid rain, the situation was getting worse, and he was starting to feel uneasy. Jiang-sin's warnings made him extra cautious. For the past couple of days, he kept the door tightly shut while eating and tried to go out as little as possible. Yesterday, Yi Xiaoting from the small second bedroom came knocking to borrow some food. He only gave her a pack of instant noodles. At noon, she knocked again, and Lu Hao realized this might turn into a bottomless pit, so he firmly insisted that he had no food left. Now, alone in his room, he stuffed the door cracks tightly with old clothes and happily enjoyed a self-heating hot pot, even indulging in the luxury of adding a bowl of instant noodles. Poor Yi Xiaoting, starving to the point of dazed eyes, was trapped in her small room. After eating, Lu Hao had nothing to do. He didn't dare to use his phone and went to bed early, praying that the acid rain would stop tomorrow. He hadn't expected to be woken up past 2 in the middle of the night by the sound of intense arguing and things being smashed outside. Startled, he quickly got dressed and crouched by the door to eavesdrop, only then understanding what had happened. It turned out that Yi Xiaoting was starving and went to the guest room to ask the couple there for food. The woman said there was none left. After returning to her room, her boyfriend Zhou Bai secretly approached her, promising that if she agreed to sleep with him, he would give her a bowl of instant noodles, 2 sausages, and an egg. Feeling cheerful and wanting to get back at the the woman who refused to lend her food, Yi Xiaoting agreed. In the middle of the night, Zhou Bai sneaked out to find Yi Xiaoting while his girlfriend was asleep but ended up being caught red-handed by her. A fierce argument broke out among the three. Zhou Bai explained that it was Yi Xiaoting who had seduced him, but afterward he cowered like a quail, not daring to say a word. His girlfriend, furious, got into a physical fight with Yi Xiaoting. The commotion lasted for an hour before finally subsiding. Lu Hao couldn't sleep at all, silently regretting that he should have given Yi Xiaoting more food, maybe even a big radish. His right hand was already covered in calluses, and he really didn't want to use it anymore. Although the power was out outside, Zhang Xin took a silent diesel generator from his storage space and used it. The interior of the house was no different from before, as the curtains had long been replaced with blackout ones. Even if all the lights in the house were on, no one would notice he still had electricity. However, since daylight had already broken, there was no need to turn on the lights. Although there was plenty of diesel, there was no need to waste it. After several days of continuous acid rain, Zhang Xin hadn't opened the windows, yet the house still felt a bit damp, the air stuffy and unpleasant to breathe. The temperature had dropped significantly, now only in the 20s. He lit the fireplaces in the bedroom and living room, added smokeless coal, and took out several air purifiers from his storage space, turning them all on. An hour later, the humidity in the house dissipated, and the air finally became much fresher. The group chat had quieted down a bit, probably because many people's phones had long since run out of battery. After finishing breakfast with Satan, Zhang Xin began his daily training. With his physical fitness greatly improved, he started doing weight training. On the treadmill, he ran with all his might, while Satan lounged lazily nearby, watching him. Zhang Xin suddenly wondered what other jaguars were doing when they were young. Looking at Satan in this state, he grew increasingly alarmed. He stepped forward to touch Satan's body, which had grown significantly since he first found it, now about the size of a medium-sized dog. But why did its body feel so soft? Could it be that he had really turned this fierce beast into a cat that only acted cute, begged for attention, and ate excessively? That wouldn't do. This was supposed to be one of his most important future assets in battle. He quickly took out a treadmill from his storage space and forced Satan onto it to run. Satan was reluctant to move, unable to understand why life couldn't just be about eating, sleeping, and playing fetch. But Zhang Xin was ruthless and refused to indulge it. He pulled out a tablet and played a video of a black panther hunting wild boars for Satan. Look at them, then look at yourself. Don't you feel ashamed? He then played a video of a panther being surrounded by several lions. As if sensing danger, Satan arched its back, let out a low growl, and suddenly leapt onto the treadmill. Zhang Xin was extremely pleased and helped turn on the machine. After all, Satan was still young and had been indulged for too long. After 5 kilometers, it was so exhausted that it fell off the treadmill, unable to keep up with him. Zhang Xin made up his mind that he could no longer spoil this silly creature and needed to train it properly. From then on, Satan was no longer the carefree fool it used to be. The man and the jaguar established a daily routine of exercise, eating, and resting, living in an orderly manner. To maintain Satan's wild instincts, Zhang Xin added some raw meat from the freezer to its meals. After a few days, Satan became noticeably more agile and could run for a long time at the treadmill's highest speed. Su Fan didn't know what to do with the supplies from Zhang Jianjun's family. Although he really wanted to keep them, he was afraid Zhang Xin might hold him accountable later. After all, without supplies, he could only last a few days. If he angered Zhang Xin, he might have to say goodbye to this world immediately. The next morning, Su Fan went to knock on Zhang Xin's door. He originally planned to drop off the supplies and leave quickly, but he was worried they might get stolen, and then it would be his fault. After knocking on the door, he hid behind the wall, afraid Zhang Xin might shoot an arrow at him, only daring to stick his head out. Zhang Xin watched him through the surveillance and asked, "What's the matter?" "Brother Xin, I've brought the supplies over for you. I'm leaving now," Su Fan shouted and ran off. Zhang Xin was very satisfied with this outcome. It was best if everyone feared him. He called Satan over, and only after sensing there was no danger outside did he open the door. Seeing the scattered supplies on the ground, he knew they had done a great job. Zhang Jianjun's house should now have nothing left. He hadn't originally wanted these supplies anyway. The high-quality supplies in his space were more than enough for him, and he had no interest in this junk. The previous idea was that after Su Fan and the others snatched it, they would just split it. But since Su Fan delivered it, there's no reason not to take it. Anyway, there's still plenty of empty space in his storage. At worst, he can take it out later to trade for something he needs. After having breakfast with Satan, Zhang Xin sat on the balcony with a cup of hot coffee, looking out the window. Today's rain has lessened a bit. In a few days, the rain will completely stop. By then, Building 9 will become a true hell. Since Zhang Xin went out last time, others have already gone out to search for supplies. In just a short while, Zhang Xin saw dozens of groups of people paddling various watercraft coming out from different buildings. Some were using bedboards tied with many plastic bottles underneath, some had several oil jugs strapped to their bodies, and others simply came out wearing a swimming ring. Those without boats were probably completely helpless, to the point of being able to turn a blind blind eye to the various corpses floating on the water. On the other side, Zhang Jianjun and his family of 4 hadn't had anything to eat since last night. Hungry until noon, the 4 of them couldn't take it anymore. The 3 healthy people could still hold on, but Zhang Hong, the injured one, couldn't endure it at all. His body grew increasingly weak and he started to run a fever again. Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun had no choice but to go out and borrow some food. However, by this point in time, most households didn't have any food left. Even if there is, I wouldn't dare to lend it out. They've tried borrowing from everywhere except the 18th floor, but they got nothing. Li Yun returned home and saw Chen Tiantian snoring loudly on the sofa, which made him even angrier. He stepped forward and grabbed her greasy long hair. Chen Tiantian screamed in pain. Li Yun angrily scolded, "At least Zhang Heng's dad and I know to go out and borrow food, but you just sit at home doing nothing." Chen Tiantian was furious too. "I don't know a single person in your building. Who do you expect me to borrow from? Go find Zhang Sen. It was you and Zhang Sen who caused my son to end up like this. Let me tell you, Chen Tiantian, if you don't go out and find Zhang Sen to get some food today, I'll break your legs and send you to the beds of those old men in the building to trade for food for my son. You dare. If you dare to do that, I'll tell everyone that it was Zhang Hong who seduced me, and that you forced me to throw dirt on Zhang Senator. Let's see if you still have any shame left. Go and tell everyone that you're a bed-hopping bitch." Li Yun was no longer afraid of anything. She didn't even know if her family could survive, so why would she care about her reputation? "My son is about to die. Didn't you say you'd take care of him? He needs something to eat right now." Li Yun spoke as he took a knife from the kitchen and pointed it at Chen Tiantian. "I don't care what method you use, whether you beg or sell. I just want to see food, or I won't let you off." Chen Tiantian knew Li Yun was serious and was utterly terrified. She looked at Zhang Hong with grievance, hoping he would speak up for her. Who would have thought Zhang Hong would actually say, "Tiantian, I'm really hungry. Please go and beg Zhang Sen, or I might really die. Don't worry, once I recover and this disaster is over, I will definitely marry you." "Alright, don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. I'll go and beg Zhang Sen right away." Chen Tiantian's eyes reddened, looking deeply moved. Out the door, the face changes at lightning speed. "How dare your whole family treat me like this? Even if I have to knock on Zhang Sen's door, I won't give you a single grain of rice." 10 minutes later, while cooking hot pot, Zhang Sen saw Chen Tiantian on the surveillance footage, thanks to Satan's reminder. Chen Tiantian originally had a baby face, very fair skin, and long, straight black hair. Her usual style of dressing was that of the girl next door, just like the first love in the memories of countless men. But at this moment, Chen Tiantian no longer had any trace of a first love. Her once slightly cute face hadn't slimmed down much, but it was pale and sallow, and her long hair was so greasy it had become tangled. The clothes she wore had also turned filthy. The whole person looked as if they had aged 20 years. Even more disheveled than in her previous life at the base. After all, he wasn't there to protect her now. Zhang Sen smiled. The woman who always prided herself on having a cleanliness obsession had now fallen to such a state. However, this is also normal. She used to claim that she couldn't accept premarital sex and refused to live with him, insisting he rent her an apartment in the neighborhood. In the end, didn't she still end up in Zhang Heng's bed? Looking at her holding on until now, she hasn't lost much weight. Zhang Sen reasonably suspects that in Building 5, she might have long exchanged countless sausages for just one sausage. He has no evidence, but he still strongly suspects it, because this woman simply has no boundaries. In his previous life, he fought on the battlefield outside to earn some food for her, while she stayed at the base, using her own methods to earn food. These things, in his previous life, he had occasionally heard a few times, but he only thought it was the apocalypse, and people were just bored and gossiping. Moreover, since there was never any extra food at home, he didn't take these rumors to heart. Thinking about it now, damn it, the reason there was no food at home was because the food he earned was shared by everyone. This wretch either eats the food he earns all by himself or shares it with Zhang Heng's family. But there's none for him, how could he not hate it? Zhang Sen quietly watched Chen Tiantian on the surveillance footage. She occasionally tidied her hair, sometimes pulled down the collar of her top to reveal more, with a mischievous smile on her lips. After a moment, Chen Tiantian finally finished her preparations. She walked to the door, leaned in, and raised her hand to knock, her voice slightly raised. Sen, are you home? Could you open the door, please?" Zhang Sen, with a cigar in his mouth, opened the door. When he saw her, his face showed just the right amount of surprise and disdain. "Why are you here?" After speaking, he took the cigar down, held it in his hand, and frowned. "What's that smell? Why is it so awful?" Chen Tiantian looked embarrassed. She knew she hadn't bathed in many days, and on top of that, she had used that disgusting water to clean herself yesterday. The smell was definitely unpleasant. But what could she do? Under this damned natural disaster, she wanted to stay beautiful, but that required the right conditions. However, Zhang Sen didn't seem to be affected by the disaster at all. In fact, he looked even more handsome than before. The figure is even better than before. Although wearing pajamas, the 3 unbuttoned buttons on the chest reveal such prominent chest muscles. And this guy is actually smoking a cigar? So natural disasters don't affect him? him, huh? The most crucial thing is, what is that smell in this room? Hot pot? At a time like this, how can this person still be eating hot pot? She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. That scumbag, how is he living so well? She immediately made up her mind. No matter what, she had to coax Zhang Xin back and move into his house first. Putting everything else aside for now, at least during this period, only with Zhang Xin could she return to being the goddess she once was. Are you here looking for Zhang Xin from across the door? Grandpa E asked. Chen Tian pretended to nod with grievance. You should leave quickly. Zhang Xin is very bold. He even dares to kill. Building number 9 had always been very peaceful. Apart from Zhang Xin, no one dared to kill. At most, they would just get into a fight. So in Grandpa Yi's eyes, killing was an earth-shattering matter. Little did she know, Chen Tian had already witnessed several murder scenes in person over the past few days. However, Chen Tian was somewhat surprised that Zhang Xin's courage had grown so much. This further strengthened her determination to win Zhang Xin over again. As long as she could win over Zhang Xin, once the natural disaster passed, Zhang Xin would definitely end up in prison, or might even face a firing squad. By then, as long as she beckons with her finger, Zhang Xin's house and savings will all be hers. Sir, it's okay. He's my boyfriend. He won't hurt me. Boyfriend, huh? Grandpa Yi looked a bit disappointed. I thought you were a survivor from another floor and wanted to ask if you'd like something to eat. Chen Tian's eyes immediately lit up. Grandpa, I do. I haven't eaten in days. Isn't he your boyfriend? Doesn't he feed you? Chen Tian's eyes immediately turned red. We had a fight and he won't let me in. Grandpa Yi chuckled, his gaze falling on the snowy white expanse of Chen Tian's chest. Then do you want to come over to Grandpa's house for a bit? Chen Tian instantly understood his meaning and cursed angrily in her heart. Old geezer, still daring to lust after this fairy? Does that thing of yours even work? She apologized with a smile. Sir, I won't go in. I got splashed by water outside earlier and it doesn't smell good. It's fine, I've had rhinitis for many years and can't smell anything. Besides, just looking at you, I feel like you must smell fragrant. My house has plenty of food, not just instant noodles but also my treasured big sausages. Chen Tian was really too hungry to bear it any longer. She hesitated for a second, turned to glance at Zhang Sen's room door, and steeled herself. You absolutely can't tell my boyfriend. I have no choice, I'm just too hungry. Of course, I'm afraid of him too. Just this once. Grandpa E nodded vigorously and opened the door a bit wider. Chen Tian squeezed in. Originally, she planned to have just one meal at Grandpa E's, but unexpectedly, she ended up having 9 meals over 3 days. Later on, every mealtime, she would knock on Grandpa E's heart. Although Grandpa E was old, he had been drinking antler wine and treated Chen Tian very well. Chen Tian was tired of eating instant noodles and sausages. She still wanted to go to Zhang Sen's house to eat hot pot and pickled fish. So every time she finished eating, she would return to Zhang Sen's doorstep and sleep on the ground. She took 2 quilts from Grandpa Yi's house, and these past few days had been quite comfortable. During this time, Zhang Jianjun noticed that Chen Tian hadn't brought any food back and sneaked up once, only to find her sleeping at Zhang Sen's doorstep. Under Chen Tian's narration, he thought she was genuinely pleading with Zhang Sen for the sake of their family, and he felt somewhat moved. He waited another day after returning, but when he saw that Chen Tian still hadn't brought back any food, he decided not to rely solely on her anymore. After all, his son was nearly starving. He mustered up the courage and knocked on Zhang Sen's door. From the moment he arrived on the 16th floor, Zhang Sen was already aware of his presence. He opened the door and looked at Zhang Jianjun indifferently. Zhang Jianjun wore a flattering expression. Shaosen, could you lend your second uncle some food? Your little brother is barely holding on. Zhang Sen laughed. Zhang Jianjun, have you forgotten? We've already severed ties. Shaosen, don't be like this. The past was all your second uncle's fault. I'm begging you, okay? Just for the sake of your father, give your second uncle. Zhang Sen's face suddenly turned cold. Zhang Jianjun, you have no right to mention my dad. If my dad knew that over the years, this is how you've treated his only son, guess if he would agree to let me feed you? Zhang Jianjun was filled with despair, yet he refused to give up. At his age, he was crying with tears and snot streaming down his face. Shaosen, second uncle was wrong. Second uncle truly knows he was wrong. Second uncle is begging you. With a thud, Zhang Jianjun knelt down. Second uncle is kneeling before you. Please give second uncle something to eat. Second uncle is willing to return the factory to you. I beg you. Chen Tian chimed in from the side. Sen, second uncle, as an elder, is already kneeling before you. Don't be angry anymore. Give us something to eat. I can kneel for you too. After speaking, Chen Tian also knelt down, choking with sobs. Sen, were really about to starve to death. If it weren't for being killed by their family in his previous life, Zhang Sen might have truly forgiven them upon seeing this kneeling. But now, Zhang Sen felt no emotion in his heart. Everything before him was the retribution he had deliberately brought upon them. So how could he possibly soften? Chen Tian, have you had enough of your act? Zhang Sen sneered with a contemptuous smile. In 1301, you open your legs every day and get to eat 9 meals in 3 days, and every meal leaves you glowing with satisfaction. And you still have the nerve to say you're starving here? Zhang Sin looked at Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Jianjun, instead of begging me, why don't you beg your future good daughter-in-law? She's been eating well and plenty every day lately. After speaking, Zhang Sin closed the door and no longer cared about what would happen to the two people outside. At this moment, Zhang Jianjun, understanding the meaning behind Zhang Sin's words, grabbed Chen Tiantian's hair and slapped her hard twice, knocking her to the ground, then stomped on her repeatedly. You wretch, you have so much food every day, yet you don't give my son any. If it weren't for you, my son wouldn't be like this. You bitch, where is your conscience? Was my son bad to you? Chen Tiantian was beaten black and blue, completely breaking down inside, and she kept cursing. Your son is about to die. Why should I give him the food I earned myself? After finishing the beating, Zhang Jianjun sat on the ground, gasping for breath, and burst into tears. Chen Tiantian, afraid he might go crazy again, knocked on the door of 1601, hoping to hide inside. Unexpectedly, Zhang Jianjun suddenly got up, grabbed the door of 1601, and kicked Chen Tiantian away. Chen Tiantian's head hit the wall, and she instantly passed out. When she woke up again, she found Grandpa Yi covered in blood, lying on the ground, and all the food in the house had been looted. Chen Tiantian was completely desperate. On the 14th day of the torrential rain, the rain finally stopped, and the water outside had already reached the 8th floor. That day, more and more people ventured outside. Building 9 also welcomed a group of uninvited guests. It was Wang Hu from Building 12 and his underlings. Before the apocalypse, Wang Hu was already involved in the underworld and had just moved into the royal garden not long ago. On the day of the typhoon, he happened to invite over a dozen of his underlings to his home for a housewarming party. His dozen or so brothers were all trapped in his house and couldn't leave. At first, they were fairly well behaved and stayed at home without going out. Later, as the situation worsened, Wang Hu's house ran out of food. Coincidentally, the power went out as well. Wang Hu was left with no choice, with so many mouths to feed. He completely tore off his disguise and, along with a group of underlings, did whatever he pleased in Building 12. How could a group of law-abiding citizens possibly compare to those who had been in the underworld for years? Before the apocalypse, they were called the Tiger Gang, and they directly carried over this name in Building 12. Supplies, women, anything the Tiger Gang set their sights on became theirs. At first, some people tried to resist, but unfortunately, they were directly killed by the Fierce Tiger Gang. The Fierce Tiger Gang relied on such brutal and ruthless methods to become the tyrants of Building 12. In the past few days, they have also taken over Building 11 and Building 10. Today, they have finally arrived at Building 9. The Fierce Tiger Gang entered Building 9 and started knocking on doors one by one. If the door wasn't opened, they would smash it. The screams were incessant. Zhang Sen's home had good soundproofing, so he didn't hear anything, but Satan sensed danger and kept growling at the door, crouching and assuming an attack posture. Zhang Sen knew something must have happened and immediately went on alert. Prepare the handgun in the space, keeping it ready for immediate use. Set up the stool, take out several crossbows, load all the arrows, and ensure that a new arrow can be loaded immediately after shooting one. Although he knew that with the speed of the crossbow, it wouldn't kill many people at most, taking down a few more might still be somewhat useful. His plan was that as long as Wang Hu showed up, there was no way he would leave alive. In a previous life, the Fierce Tiger Gang also wanted to seize Building 9, just like now. Building 9 suffered heavy losses, with over a dozen people killed, and their supplies were almost completely looted. Zhang Sin didn't want to sit idly by, so he gathered the remaining able-bodied young men, each armed with a knife or an iron rod. After several life and death struggles, although they lost half their people, the Fierce Tiger Gang also suffered heavy casualties. Wang Hu had been in the underworld for many years, but he was also afraid of death. He knew very well that those who didn't fear death were the most terrifying, so the two sides agreed to stay out of each other's way. In this lifetime, Zhang Sin no longer stepped forward to organize resistance, and he didn't know if anyone from Building 9 would step up again. Probably not. If the people in Building 9 were really this spirited, his days wouldn't have been so comfortable lately. But these are not things he should be worrying about. He now has only one goal: to get more gold, upgrade the space, and lay low properly. When the time is right, he will take Satan to a secluded place to live in seclusion. Wang Hu came this time with the purpose of clearing out the supplies and women from Building 9. They entered the building through the window on the 8th floor. Of the 3 households originally on the 9th floor, one didn't survive the hunger and starved to death, and the house has long been empty. Another 2 households, one had already moved into the hallway out of concern that their house might be flooded. The last household was home to 3 girls, Li Ting and the lesbian couple she had taken in from the 1st floor. When the Tiger Gang arrived, only Li Ting was left at home to guard the place, while the other 2 had gone out to search for supplies. Li Ting had a fiery personality and refused to suffer losses even at the cost of her life, so she raised a knife and perished together with one of the Tiger Gang members. In the end, all the supplies in their home were looted. Immediately after, Wang Hu and his group went to the 10th floor, knocking first on Zhang Jianjun's door. Zhang Jianjun had already heard the commotion and hid inside, not daring to make a sound or open the door. Wang Hu directly ordered his men to break down the door and barged in. Wang Hu's subordinates found found Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun, dragged them out of the room, and then pulled Zhang Heng, who was recovering in the secondary bedroom, out and threw him on the ground. Although Zhang Heng had temporarily pulled through, his body was still very weak. He suffered from recurring high fevers every night, and his wounds showed signs of festering. Wang Hu noticed that the family looked pale and haggard, but Li Yun, having lived a life of comfort and luxury over the years, had maintained herself quite well. Even now, she appeared more charming than most women. Wang Hu placed the machete in his hand against Zhang Jianjun's neck. "Big brother, please don't kill me. I have money. I can give you a lot of money." Zhang Jianjun knew these people had blood on their hands and were not as easy to deal with as old Master Yi. He was so scared that he wet his pants on the spot. A foul stench lingered in the air. "Damn, boss, this old guy is way too easily scared, isn't he? Nothing has even happened yet, and you already wet yourself." Wang Jun tapped Zhang Jianjun's face with the knife. "I won't kill you, but hand over all the supplies." "Alright, I'll go get them right now." Zhang Jianjun obediently took out half of the supplies he had stolen from Grandpa Yi. Wang Hu scrutinized him. "Is this all? If my men find more later, your whole family of 3 will die." Zhang Jianjun broke out in a cold sweat. There's a bit more. I didn't grab it all at once earlier. I'll go get it for you." A moment later, Zhang Jianjun piled all the supplies together. "Big brother, this time there's really nothing left. Everything edible in my house is here." Wang Hu nodded in satisfaction. "Alright, then I'll take it. Also, your wife will have to stay with us for a few days." "Don't worry, we'll return her to you in a few days. But if your wife gets addicted to playing with us and doesn't want to come back, you can't blame us." Li Yun turned pale with fright. "No, please, big brother, I'm so old and useless. I beg you, please let me go." Wang Hu's expression immediately changed, glaring at Li Yun. Zhang Jianjun, worried about being implicated, slapped Li Yun hard. "You wretch! It's your blessing that big brother takes a liking to you. Don't be ungrateful. Do you want to kill me and our son?" Li Yun never expected that the husband she had shared a bed with for so many years would show such an ugly side. She angrily scolded, "Zhang Jianjun, are you even human? To save your own life, you're pushing your wife out." She then glanced at Zhang Heng. "Zhang Heng, say something. Are you just going to stand by and watch your dad treat me like this?" Zhang Heng, already in pain from his wounds and afraid of dying, silently averted his gaze. "Mom, just listen to Dad. Otherwise, we'll all die." Li Yun was stunned when she heard this. The son she carried for 10 months and raised with so much effort would actually treat her like this. She could no longer hold back and burst into loud sobs. "Why is my life so bitter?" Wang Hu loved watching this kind of drama and was beside himself with joy as he watched. Li Yun propped himself up and knelt in front of Wang Hu. "Big brother, I'm really old now, and full of illnesses. I can't do that kind of thing. But I can find you someone young. My nephew's wife, she's very beautiful. I can take you to find her." Wang Hu became interested. "Oh, where is she? How old is she?" 22 years old, just graduated from university, and from a prestigious one too. "Very young. She's so flirtatious. She even tried to seduce my son before. By the way, have you seen that photo before? My nephew posted it. She was caught in bed with my son." Wang Hu remembered, before the power outage, the gossip about 2 brothers fighting over one woman was already spreading wildly in the group. He recalled that the woman in the photo was indeed beautiful. He was instantly intrigued. Seeing this, Li Yun's mind turned, and he mustered up the courage to say, "Big brother, I have another piece of information that can help you get more supplies. Just leave a little of my family's stuff for me, enough for one person to eat. I've figured it out. These 2, father and son, are both beasts. I might as well take care of myself." Wang Hu thought for a moment and then laughed. "You're quite interesting. Alright, if you can help us find better women and more supplies, I'll leave you some food." Li Yun repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother." Wang Hu's men packed up the supplies, leaving only a small portion for Li Yun. Fearing that these people would leave and Zhang Jianjun would come to snatch his supplies, Li Yun hurriedly stuffed all the supplies into his clothing pockets. Wang Hu pointed a knife at Li Yun. "Speak, where is your niece-in-law? Where are more supplies?" "The 16th floor, all on the 16th floor. My niece-in-law is currently living in 1601, and my nephew lives in 1602. My nephew's house has a lot of supplies. He even went out looking for supplies a few days ago. His house also has a boat, and it's really fast." The Royal Garden community is very large, with a total of 15 buildings. Building 9 is in the 2nd row, and Building 12 is in the 3rd row. The last time Zhang Xin went out, Wang Hu neither saw him nor heard the sound of the engine. Naturally, he had no idea there was even a speedboat in this neighborhood, otherwise, he would have come to seize it long ago. Now, after hearing Li Yun's words, he was overjoyed. Fearing that Zhang Xin might catch wind of this and flee, he immediately asked Li Yun to take them to find Zhang Xin. Li Yun knew that Zhang Xin was ruthless and harbored deep hatred for their family, so he dared not take on this task. "Big brother, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but my nephew hates our entire family to the core because of the disgraceful thing my son did. If I go, he definitely won't open the door." Wang Hu ignored her explanation and grabbed her forcefully. "Cut the nonsense. If you want to live, come with us now. No matter how bad their relationship is, they are still family. family. Besides, from what she said, that kid and his girlfriend lived separately. By then, with 2 hostages in his hands, he wouldn't dare not open the door. Moreover, even if what Li Yun said was true, and Zhang Xin couldn't get in because she wouldn't open the door, he still wouldn't be afraid. With so many brothers under his command, there wasn't a door they couldn't open. The most important thing was, what if Li Yun was lying? What if they left and she ran away? What then? The young female college student would be gone, and so would the young married woman. Then they'll suffer a huge loss. Li Yun knew these people were determined to have her lead the way. She didn't dare resist and had no choice but to agree. However, before leaving, she made a request. Big brother, could you wait for me? I want to kill this scumbag first. Wang Hu became intrigued. Oh, you want to kill your man? Li Yun's gaze was resolute. Yes, I want to kill him. Our family already lacks resources, and now we have to support this ungrateful dog of a man. Once you all leave, I won't be able to beat him. It's better to deal with him now. Wang Hu laughed heartily. Alright, I'll give you this chance. He tossed down a dagger. Hurry up, don't delay the important matters. Li Yun stared at the dagger on the ground, her heart constantly struggling. She had never killed anyone before, let alone the person she now wanted to kill, her husband. But at this point, she had completely lost hope in Zhang Jianjun and his son. After painstakingly serving the father and son for so many years, this was the result she got in return. How could she not hate them? She knew that once Wang Hu and the others left, Zhang Jianjun most likely wouldn't spare her for the little food she had. She might as well strike first. After all, it was Zhang Jianjun who betrayed her first. With that thought, she picked up the dagger without hesitation, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhang Jianjun's eyes were filled with fear, and he cried out, "No, wife, don't kill me. I know I was wrong. Wife, I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me this time. I promise to treat you well from now on." Li Yun remained unmoved, holding the dagger as she stepped closer to Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Heng never expected his usually gentle and loving mother to show such a ruthless side, and he panicked. Mom, calm down, don't act impulsively. Li Yun blared fiercely at her once beloved son and cursed angrily, "Shut up. When your dad wanted to sacrifice me, you played dead. And now that your dad is about to die, you can't bear it? If you dare say another word, I'll kill you too." Zhang Heng immediately dared not say a word and shrank into the corner. At that moment, an unexpected incident occurred. Zhang Jianjun knew that Li Yun was determined to kill him, so he suddenly stood up, trying to seize her dagger. Fortunately, Wang Hu was well prepared and sent a subordinate to block Zhang Jianjun. Whether the men stay or not doesn't matter, but the women can be kept. The subordinate saw Zhang Jianjun move and immediately slashed him with a knife. Zhang Jianjun fell to the ground wailing, while Li Yun, having narrowly escaped being counterattacked, completely lost his composure. The sharp dagger plunged into Zhang Jianjun's chest again and again. Blood splattered on her face, which was filled with hatred. Zhang Jianjun quickly collapsed to the ground like a heap of mud. Zhang Heng trembled nearby, not even daring to breathe loudly. He realized that the mother who had loved him dearly and indulged his every whim since childhood was gone. Li Yun stabbed Zhang Jianjun over a dozen times before stopping. She stood up, her gaze numb, and handed the dagger back to Wang Hu. "Let's go." When Wang Hu and the others reached the 16th floor, Chen Tiantian was leaning weakly against the door of 1603. She didn't expect the people on the 16th floor to be so poor. She even did a split, yet no one could offer her any food. "Sen, I'm about to starve to death. Even if you won't let me in, could you at least give me something to eat? We've had so many years of feelings, how can you be so heartless?" "Big brother, this is my niece-in-law." Li Yun pointed at Chen Tiantian, and after saying that, he stepped back. Wang Hu's eyes immediately lit up when he saw Chen Tiantian. Although she looked much more disheveled now compared to the charming and lovely appearance in her previous photos, still, among the women he had been with recently, she was considered one of the better ones. Chen Tiantian felt a bit nervous when she saw Wang Hu standing together with Li Yun. "Hey auntie, what's going on here?" Wang Hu leered at Chen Tiantian. "Little girl, did your boyfriend kick you out?" Chen Tiantian saw the blood on the knives in their hands and hurriedly knocked on Zhang Sen's door. "Zhang Sen, help me, Zhang Sen." Wang Hu laughed heartily. Shout louder, it'd be best if you could call your boyfriend out." Chen Tiantian trembled and shrank back. This big brother, what do you want to do? What do you think I want to do?" Wang Hu touched Chen Tiantian's face. The younger brothers behind Wang Hu also looked at Chen Tiantian, itching with desire. "Big brother, this woman really looks quite good. After you're done, can you let us have a turn?" "Yes, big brother," the brothers wanted too. "Big brother, I'll line up first." Wang Hu laughed heartily. "Alright, capture her first, let's handle the big matter." Upon hearing this, Wang Hu's subordinates immediately stepped forward to seize Chen Tiantian. Chen Tiantian struggled frantically in fear, shouting, "Zhang Sen, save me, please save me, Zhang Sen." No, let me go. My boyfriend is very powerful, he has killed many people." Wang Hu and the others burst into laughter upon hearing this. Killed many people? Can they kill more people than them? Really? "I love dealing with troublemakers the most," Wang Hu said. "I'd like to see if your boyfriend can outkill my men." Chen Tiantian immediately realized upon hearing this that Wang Hu was a ruthless person, definitely definitely more ruthless than Jiang Sen. Moreover, Jiang Sen, that scumbag, actually stood by and did nothing. She hated him to death. She knew she couldn't afford to provoke Wang Hu, and she also knew what men liked. She immediately threw herself at Wang Hu. Big brother, it's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Actually, I've already broken up with the man inside. Since Big Brother has taken a liking to me, why don't I follow you from now on, okay? My useless ex-boyfriend's family has plenty of food. Let's take it all. Only Big Brother deserves to enjoy those good things. Afterward, she leaned close to Wang Hu's ear and whispered something. At this moment, Wang Hu's male vanity was greatly satisfied. This woman is truly interesting. She really knows a lot. He lifted Chen Tiantian's chin. You, not bad. Chen Tiantian acted as if she had received the highest praise, rubbing against Wang Hu's arm. Tell me, what good food does your ex-boyfriend's family have? Wang Hu asked. Chen Tiantian snorted lightly. Plenty. Just 2 days ago, he had hot pot and pickled fish. She stared at the gate of Jiang Sen's house, her gaze filled with resentment and malice. Since Jiang Sen refused to let her in or give her food, then he shouldn't eat either. Once he's killed and his supplies are stolen, she will surely use the knowledge she has learned through years of practice to completely control Wang Hu. In that case, all the food will be hers. Wang Hu is so capable, he will definitely ensure she lives a good life. From now on, she will be the woman of a big boss. Thinking of this, she showed her loyalty even more fervently. By the way, Big Brother, his family also has a dog, and the dog eats steak. This kind of life is only worthy of a brave man like you, Big Brother. For someone useless like him, it's truly a waste. Hot pot? Sour fish with pickled vegetables? Steak? It seems this kid's family really has plenty of supplies. Although Wang Hu and the others have never lacked food, it's just been enough to fill their stomachs. The best thing he's eaten in the past few days is a self-heating hot pot. But soon, he'll be able to enjoy steaming hot sauerkraut fish hot pot and steak. Go open the door. Wang Hu waved his large hand and stepped back, holding Chen Tiantian. Wang Hu had no idea that he was already being targeted. Open the door. Open the door. Listen up, people inside. We are the Fierce Tiger Gang. Open the door now, and we'll just take some supplies. If you make us use force, your little life won't be spared. After waiting for a while, there was no response at all. Wang Hu was annoyed. This was simply delaying him from handling serious business. Break the door open for me, he shouted. His men swung the steel pipes and hammers in their hands and started smashing. Loud bangs echoed through the hallway, but the outermost door of Jiang Sen's house only had some paint chipped off. Someone was shocked. Damn, what kind of door is this? Why is it so sturdy? Keep smashing. Damn it, I don't believe it. With so many of us, we still can't break down a door. Inside the room, Jiang Sen stood on a chair and saw Li Yun was also outside the door, but she was clever, hiding behind the wall. Jiang Sen had no intention of paying attention to her. His gaze fell on Wang Hu. Wang Hu was sticking close to Chen Tiantian, like conjoined twins. Seeing Chen Tiantian's face full of enjoyment, Jiang Sen thought of how, just a few days ago, this woman would come out of the opposite door 3 times a day for meals, her face glowing with radiance. He also thought about how he had been deceived by this woman's pure and innocent facade for so many years, so angry that he wanted to slap himself hard several times. He aimed the crossbow at Wang Hu's hand. All of you, die. Whoosh! A short arrow shot through the air, piercing Wang Hu's palm and then deeply embedding itself in Chen Tiantian's chest. The woman's scream and the man's painful roar sounded together. Wang Hu's subordinates turned around and shouted in unison, Big Brother. Jiang Sen did not hesitate, dropped the hand crossbow, switched to another, and shot an arrow straight into Wang Hu's heart. Wang Hu died instantly. Run! He has a weapon. Wang Hu's subordinates only then realized something was wrong and fled in panic without knowing where to go. But in the narrow hallway, there were more than a dozen strong men crowded together, making it difficult to break through. Jiang Sen continued to reload his crossbow, shooting arrow after arrow, shot 4 more people, but none of the hits were fatal. Outside, it was crowded, and time was tight, so he couldn't aim properly. But it didn't matter, hitting them was enough. Anyway, those who were hit by the arrows wouldn't live long even if they escaped. These arrows have all been specially treated by him, left on the windowsill and soaked in the damp air, now covered in rust. Today, those who were hit by the arrows will all be equally visited by tetanus. None of them should think about escaping. The brothers of the Fierce Tiger Gang arrived with an imposing presence but fled in utter disgrace. In the end, the boss instructed them to head to the 16th floor, and 4 brothers left with arrows still stuck in their bodies. They no longer had the heart to continue looting Building 9. The people in Building 9 managed to escape a disaster. Some even sighed, thank goodness for Jiang Sen, otherwise we wouldn't even have our food secured. At this moment, on the 16th floor, in the hallway, the bodies of Wang Hu and Chen Tiantian lay together. Wang Hu's hand was still on Chen Tiantian, inseparable. The two had truly become conjoined twins. Chen Tiantian was merely still breathing. The arrow had not hit her vital points. She wanted to pull out the arrow, but as soon as she moved, a sharp pain surged through her chest. Inside the house, Jiang Sen put away all the crossbows. Seeing that there was no one left outside but Chen Tiantian was still alive, he decided to go out and send her on her way. To be on the safe side, He patted Satan's head. Silly Satan, is there any danger outside? Satan shook his head. Only then did Jang Sun open the door and take Satan out. Silly Satan, stay here and alert me if there's anything unusual. After saying that, Jang Sun walked toward Chen Tiantian. He squatted down, looking mockingly at the hand on Chen Tiantian's body. Does it feel good? Chen Tiantian cried in pain. Help me, I beg you, husband, help me. Jang Sun stood up, lifted his foot, and stepped on the arrow lodged in Wang Hu's hand. Chen Tiantian, did you ever think about this day when you betrayed me again and again? Chen Tiantian could feel the arrow gradually piercing through her thick layer of fat, truly entering her body. She was in so much pain that she was drenched in sweat. Don't kill me, Jang Sun, I beg you, don't kill me. You were going to marry me, have you forgotten? Jang Sun looked down at Chen Tiantian as if a god gazing at an ant. The scene of Chen Tiantian hiding in Zhang Heng's arms before her death and their previous life flashed before his eyes. He pressed down harder and harder with his foot. Chen Tiantian, go to hell. Jang Sun watched helplessly as Chen Tiantian took her last breath, then pulled the short arrow from Wang Hu's heart, as it could be reused. As for the one in Wang Hu's hand, he kept it. Didn't Chen Tiantian like men? Then let her have one. Back home, Jang Sun took out the 3 dishes and 1 soup he had packed earlier from the space, and also gave Satan 3 pounds of pork. 1 man and 1 leopard simply finished their lunch like this. After the meal, Jang Sun drank 2 cups of spring water from the space. Satan drank an entire basin. It still wanted to drink, but Jang Sun didn't give it anymore, fearing it would grow too big all at once and be mistaken for a mutated monster. Just after finishing his meal, Jang Sun originally planned to take a nap, but unexpectedly, the door was knocked again. Satan squatted at the gatehouse, baring its teeth. Jang Sun walked to the door and only then heard the voice of the person outside. Boss, are you there? Jang Sun looked outside through the surveillance camera. It was Lu Hao, carrying a backpack, and he wasn't very wet. He turned on the intercom and asked, what are you here for? Hearing Jang Sun's voice, Lu Hao let out a sigh of relief. He just saw it earlier. Although the lock showed signs of being smashed, the door was still securely closed. I heard that the people from the Fierce Tiger Gang won't kill you as long as you open the door and don't resist. Now, hearing Brother Zhang's voice, Lu Hao knew his life was not in danger, and the heavy weight in his heart finally lifted. Still, he wanted to confirm again, boss, are you okay? Jang Sun was a bit confused about what he really wanted to do, but to be safe, he decided not to open the door. It's fine, that's good. Lu Hao let out a sigh of relief. I saw the Fierce Tiger Gang from Building 12 coming over and was worried something might happen to you, so I came to check on you. Came to check on him? Jang Sun was stunned for a moment. What was there to look at? Lu Hao continued, big brother, don't be too upset. That group of beasts led by Wang Hu is just like that. Every time they go to a building, the residents inside suffer. Having their supplies stolen is a minor issue. Many lives have been lost. As long as we can keep our lives, it's fine. If the supplies are stolen, so be it. I still have some left here, all of which you bought for me before. I kept a portion for myself, and the rest is in the bag. I left it at the door, so come out and get it yourself later. Jang Sun was completely stunned this time. I'm fine. These days, supplies are life itself. This kid was actually willing to give them to him, and that bag looked quite full, so there should be quite a lot inside. He could hardly believe it. In this world, there were still people so kind. You gave me all the supplies. What about you? Lu Hao chuckled foolishly. It's fine. The rain has stopped now. Tomorrow, I'm going to join the people in our building to look for supplies. I'll bring you some more then. Boss, just stay at home and wait until the water recedes before going out. Jang Sun was truly shocked this time. This kid, what on earth is he up to? After experiencing so much betrayal in his past life, he had completely lost faith in humanity. But now, all of a sudden, someone was so sincere toward him, not only willing to hand over life-saving supplies but also casually mentioning that they would bring more supplies later. Could it be that this person knew he had a large stockpile of supplies and was deliberately trying to curry favor? Impossible. In front of Lu Hao, the supplies he had hoarded would definitely seem spoiled and inedible to a normal person. If Lu Hao wanted to cling to someone powerful, he would have come long ago. Forget it, he couldn't be bothered to think about it anymore. He wouldn't take Lu Hao's supplies either. Lu Hao, take your supplies back. I still have some here. You don't need to worry about me. Lu Hao was stunned. Could someone actually escape from the hands of the Fierce Tiger Gang? Impossible. The boss is thin and frail. How could he possibly fight against those brutes from the Fierce Tiger Gang? The boss must be saying this on purpose to comfort him, not wanting him to worry or get dragged into trouble. The boss treats him so well, gives him so little work, and pays him so much money. Took him to eat so much delicious food. Seeing the situation wasn't right, also bought him so much to eat. If it weren't for the boss, he would have starved to death long ago. His life was given by the boss. The boss is like his second parent. Thinking this way, Lu Hao became even more determined to act as the boss's guardian in the future. Otherwise, with the boss's frail and helpless appearance, who knows how he might be bullied later. Boss, you don't need to pretend to be strong, and you don't need to worry about me. I've left the stuff at your door. When there's no one around, come out and take it yourself. Lu Hao understood clearly that in the current situation, no one dared to open their door casually, so he didn't mind at all that Jang Sun kept talking to him through the door. In fact, he was quite happy. At least Jang Sun knew how to protect himself. Lu Hao finished speaking and was about to leave after putting down the backpack, but Jang Sun stopped him. Take the supplies back, I really have enough. If the supplies were sent by someone else, he would have just accepted them. But Lu Hao, this person had already been kind to him in his previous life and now seemed to genuinely care about him. He really didn't want to take such a big advantage of someone. Moreover, he didn't want to get too entangled with anyone. But Lu Hao was adamant in believing he was just putting on a brave front. Boss, do you look down on me? Do you think I'm poor and don't consider me a friend? Zhang Sun, Lu Hao continued, although I'm poor and not very capable, I have a conscience. Whoever treats me well, I always remember it in my heart. Boss, no need to say anything, and you don't have to pretend with me. This damn natural disaster has made everyone's life worse than a dog's. If the supplies were stolen, so be it. It's not a big deal. Don't worry, bro will take care of you from now on. Zhang Sun was completely speechless. So this silly boy has been thinking he's just holding on all along. Lu Hao, Zhang Sun sighed, why don't you turn around and take a look first? Lu Hao was stunned. Turn around and take a look? Look at what? The moment he turned his head, Lu Hao was so startled that he blurted out a curse. Why are there two dead bodies? And in this damn position? He walked over, took a closer look, then ran back to Zhang Sun's door. Boss, is this Wang Hu? Lu Farron was stunned. You did this? Yes. My supplies really weren't stolen. Lu Hao muttered to himself. I was wondering why the people from the Fierce Tiger Gang came out of your building so quickly. I even thought everyone in your building were cowards, not resisting at all, and letting them succeed directly. I didn't expect you to take down their boss. Lu Hao laughed. Boss, you're really awesome. When Zhang Sun was renovating, Lu Hao oversaw the entire process, so he naturally knew there was a shooting port left on Zhang Sun's door. Alright, Lu Hao, you can go back now. Take your supplies back. You don't need to worry about me in the future. I can take care of myself. Lu Hao thought for a moment. How about this? I'll leave you half of the supplies. Anyway, I brought them all out today. If the people in my building see that I have supplies, they'll definitely start scheming. If I can't hold on, it'll all be for nothing. If I find more supplies tomorrow, I'll bring some over to you. Who knows how long these days will last? If you have the chance, stock up on some more. Yes, Lu Hao spoke while pulling out a pile of food from his bag. He didn't take out bread or biscuits, the usual dry rations, but instead instant noodles, sausages, self-heating hot pots, and self-heating rice, things he found tastier. Although he said half, Lu Hao actually took out more than half from his bag. He arranged them neatly on the ground. Zhang Sun couldn't be bothered to say more to him. If he really had extra supplies and wanted to give him some, he might as well take them for now, treating it as storing them for him. If one day he was about to starve to death, he could return them to him. After Lu Hao finished, he felt someone behind him staring at him the whole time. He suddenly turned around and met the four eyes of the conjoined twins. Damn, that's so creepy. Lu Hao got goosebumps all over. But leaving the corpse here like this isn't good. Not to mention the smell. If there's a virus and it affects his boss, that would be bad. Thinking of this, he put down his backpack, stepped forward to take the machete from Wang Hu's hand, searched him, found a dagger, took everything, and prepared to use them as self-defense tools. His building was also in chaos, and whenever he went out, there were always people eyeing him menacingly. Lu Hao dragged the conjoined twins away and threw them out of the window in the elevator shaft. After that, he saw the door of 1601 open, and the old man inside was completely dead. He was also thrown down. The door of 1602 was closed, and he didn't bother with it anymore. Lu Hao shouldered his backpack, patted the door, and said, Boss, I'm leaving. Remember to come out and get the supplies. After saying that, Lu Hao strode away. Entering the stairwell, he closed the fire door and hid behind it, in case someone tried to steal the supplies before Zhang Sun came out. 5 minutes later, Lu Hao saw Zhang Sun come out, waved at him, and signaled that he was leaving. However, he did not leave but instead moved to a spot where he couldn't be seen, continuing to keep watch in case someone tried to ambush Zhang Sun. After waiting a while longer, he peeked over and saw that Zhang Sun's door was already closed, and the supplies at the door were gone. Only then did he leave satisfied. 1002. Zhang Jianjun's body lay alone on the ground. Blood stained the floor beneath him red, but no one cared. Zhang Hong weakly leaned against the sofa. He wanted to sit on it, but he had no strength. Li Yun was holding a bowl of instant noodles, eating, with a sausage added inside. The spicy aroma filled the entire room, making Zhang Hong, who hadn't eaten, feel utterly miserable. Although Li Yun had been ignoring him all along, he was so hungry that he couldn't stand it anymore. He looked at Li Yun with pleading eyes. Mom, I'm begging you, can you give me a bite to eat? I am your son, how can you bear to watch me starve to death? Li Yun swallowed the instant noodles in her mouth and took a sip of soup. When your dad wanted to sacrifice me before, weren't you quite heartless too? What? Now you remember I'm your mom? Zhang Hong wept bitterly. Mom, I really know I was wrong. You know, I've been timid since I was a child. Faced with something like that, how could I not be scared? I was just momentarily scared stiff. Don't worry, once I recover, I will definitely really protect you well. Li Yun sneered, you're timid? When you slept with that bitch Chen Tian, why weren't you timid then? It's all your fault. Li Yun suddenly went crazy and started yelling. If it weren't for you offending Zhang Sun, would our family have ended up like this? Do you know what kind of life Zhang Sun is living now? How capable he is? He's at home enjoying the best food and drink, even his dog eats steak. Even Wang Hu's life was lost at his hands. If you hadn't been unable to control yourself with Zhang Sun's foolish nature, this life should have been ours. With his protection, we wouldn't be living so miserably. But you, this useless thing, ruined everything and even got yourself crippled by him. You can't even get onto a sofa. What's the point of you being alive? You might as well die. Zhang Heng hated it most in his life when someone said he couldn't compare to Zhang Senator. Upon hearing this, he forgot that his only reliance and hope now lay with Li Yun, and angrily retorted, yes, I'm useless. But even if I'm useless, it was you who gave birth to me and raised me to this age. If Zhang Xin is so capable, why don't you go be his mother? Now you say I shouldn't have slept with Chen Tian? Didn't you fail to stop me back then? Wasn't it you who kept teaching me every day, telling me I had to surpass Zhang Xin? Wasn't it you who said that I would always be the most important and that I should think more about myself and everything? What? Now you're blaming me for not taking care of you? Do you even have the right? Shut up! Li Yun roared as she lunged at Zhang Heng, hitting him. I'm your mother, and you dare to lecture me? Zhang Heng, furious and overwhelmed, could no longer feel the pain. He pushed Li Yun away and continued, stop deceiving yourself. Is Zhang Xin really treating us this way just because I slept with Chen Tian? You egged my dad on to take over my uncle's factory, but did you ever think this day would come? Zhang Xin did it on purpose. He deliberately made me like this and then wouldn't let me die. He just wants to take revenge on our whole family, to make us suffer and die in torment. Well, now it's all over. Dad's dead, I become a cripple, and you've turned into a lunatic. He's achieved his goal. We all deserve this. Li Yun, you deserve this. Do you think that after I die, a woman as weak as you can survive in this building? Zhang Heng used all his strength to grab Li Yun's hand. Kill me, isn't that what you want? Li Yun stared at Zhang Heng's face, twisted with madness, and was so frightened that she froze. Kill me! Zhang Heng shouted. Li Yun stepped back 2 paces in fear, then turned around, staggering forward as if he had lost his mind. It's all my fault. We all deserve this. It was me who made your dad take Zhang Sen's factory. That kid was originally very filial. It was me who broke his heart. If it weren't for me, that child definitely wouldn't be ignoring us now. Her face was streaked with tears, immersed in her own regret. She didn't notice that her son had already walked up behind her, the baseball bat in his hand raised high. With a dull thud, Li Yun fell heavily to the ground, her eyes wide open. When Lu Hao got home, he first went to return the inflatable boat he had borrowed. This was the only waterborne means of transportation in Building 5. To borrow this inflatable boat, he had talked until his lips were dry and finally spent 5 packs of instant noodles to get it. Just as he entered the house, he heard an excited shout coming from his room. I knew this guy definitely still had food. Still has food now and doesn't take it out. When he went out earlier, he was carrying a big bag and it must have been full of food. He's so selfish. We've been roommates for so long, and look at us starving like this. He'd rather give supplies to others than share with us. Lu Hao felt something was wrong and rushed to the door in one swift step. The lock on the wooden door had already been smashed, and the room was in complete disarray. Yi Xiaoting stood by his bed, holding 2 bags of instant noodles and a bag of bread. The couple Zhou Bai each held bread and biscuits in their hands. This was the last bit of supplies he had originally saved for himself. What are you doing? Lu Hao shouted angrily. Yi Xiaoting hid the items in her hand behind her back. Lu Hao, you're so selfish. You clearly have food, yet you don't share any of it. I had no choice but to go out and sell my body just to get something to eat. Exactly. I was wondering why you stay holed up in your room every day and never come out. Turns out you have so much food. Lu Hao, what's in your bag? Is it all food? You're really not being fair. We're almost starving, and you're giving food to others without helping us. Lu Hao's face grew colder. Put my things down. Why should I? You eat so well every day and haven't lost any weight after all these days. What's wrong with helping us out? Found it. Exactly. At worst, consider it a loan. When we have food, we'll definitely share it with you. Lu Hao, are you even a man? Can't you see these 2 women are starving like this? Lu Hao's veins bulged in anger. I'll say it one last time. Put the stuff down. I'm not putting it down today. So what? Zhou Bai hadn't eaten for 2 days, and now that he finally saw food, he naturally wouldn't let go. As he spoke, he tore open the bag in his hand and stuffed the biscuits into his mouth. As long as he ate it, even if Lu Hao got angry, there would be nothing he could do. At worst, they'd have a fight. The other 2 women followed suit. Lu Hao was completely furious. He unzipped his backpack, pulled out a machete, and charged forward. F your mother! How dare you eat my stuff? I'll kill you all. The 3 of them never expected Lu Hao to have such a machete, let alone that he would actually try to attack them. Suddenly screamed in fright and threw the things away haphazardly. Ah, murder! Take it, we don't want it, I know I was wrong. Lu Hao, don't kill me. Lu Hao saw that they they had all put their things down, so he stopped as well. Fighting and brawling, he wasn't afraid of that, but killing someone, after all, he was from the military, and deep down, he was ingrained with the doctrine of not harming the people. He coldly stared at the three of them. "Get the hell out of here. If any of you dare to come back, I'll cut you down." The three turned pale with fright and trembled as they edged their way out along the wall. As soon as he stepped out the door, he rushed back to his room and locked the door. Lu Hao closed the door and looked at the supplies that had been opened, feeling extremely distressed. Fortunately, they didn't eat too much. Jobai took a few bites of his cookies, while the other two women each took a bite of the bread and instant noodles. Although he felt uncomfortable about it, at this point, there was no way to mind other people's saliva anymore. He first finished the cookies, then took 2 bites of the bread and put the rest aside, planning to have it as dinner for the day. After putting away all the supplies, he went to check the door, which was completely beyond repair. After today's incident, he was well aware that he had already been targeted by them. These people were very likely to break in and deal with him while he was asleep at night. He now completely understood why his boss had specifically warned him not to let others know he had food. There was nothing he could do since it had already happened. Thinking about it further was useless. He pushed the room's cabinet and desk over to block the door. He decided that from now on, he would sleep with the knife in his hand every night. Outside the house, Yi Xiaotong heard no sound outside and quietly stepped out the door. After the rain stopped, the temperature rose again, and now it was over 30 degrees outside. The water level had also receded a bit, and it had now dropped to the 7th floor. If it weren't for the trouble caused by the fierce tiger gang, Zhang Xin would have gone out yesterday. Satan remembered that he had promised earlier to take it out to play once the rain stopped, so it had been making a fuss since yesterday afternoon and even resorted to a hunger strike. Zhang Xin didn't indulge it at all. He gave it a hard slap, pointed at it, and asked, "Ungrateful brat, do you even know how to swim? The water outside is so deep. If you drown, all my effort raising you to this age would be wasted." Satan lowered his head in grievance. "Stay home and guard the house." Zhang Xin gave a slap followed by a sweet promise. "I assure you, in no more than 20 days, all the water outside will be gone. By then, I'll take you out to play every day." Hope ignited in Satan's eyes as he lowered his head and nudged his head into Zhang Xin's palm. Seeing how obedient it was, Zhang Xin knew it had been stifled these past days, so he said, "All right, that's it. When I get back, I'll take you to the rooftop for a walk." Hearing this, Satan immediately became happy and whimpered for quite a while. Zhang Xin left it food for 2 meals and generously provided it with a large basin of spring water before heading out. Before leaving, Zhang Xin checked the situation outside through the surveillance and happened to see Lu Hao running up, drenched in sweat. He frowned. What is this kid up to again? Zhang Xin didn't rush to open the door. He looked through the peephole as Lu Hao took off his backpack, dumped out all the supplies in one go, and neatly arranged them on the ground. Only then did he knock on the door. "Boss, are you up?" Zhang Xin waited for a moment before asking, "What's the matter?" "I went out to find a lot of supplies and will give you half. There are still people waiting for me below. I have to go. Hurry up and come out to take them, or someone might steal them later." After Lu Hao finished speaking, he didn't wait for Zhang Xin's reply and quickly hid behind the fire door. Zhang Xin sighed, waited for a while, and then opened the door. Lu Hao quickly left. Zhang Xin glanced at the food on the ground. It was obvious they were the ones he had bought at the supermarket before the typhoon. This kid, so dumb. Lying without even preparing a draft, who goes out to gather supplies and comes back so early in the morning? Zhang Xin didn't want to meddle in others' business. He tossed the food into the house, walked to the balcony, and looked outside. Sure enough, he saw Lu Hao sitting on a kayak with a backpack on. There were 5 people in total on the kayak, 4 men and 1 woman. Lu Hao and another man were responsible for rowing, and the direction they were heading was outside the residential area. Zhang Xin glanced at the food on the ground. In addition to the same items delivered yesterday, there were also some biscuits and bread. Zhang Xin pondered for a moment, guessing that Lu Hao had encountered something. The most likely scenario was that someone discovered he still had supplies when he delivered things to him yesterday and started targeting him. He was afraid that if he went out to search for supplies, he wouldn't be able to keep these things, so he simply gave them all to him. Zhang Xin sighed, stopped thinking about these troublesome matters, collected all the supplies on the ground into his space, and went out. Yesterday, the news of him killing the leader of the fierce tiger gang spread like wildfire. Even though no one witnessed it firsthand, seeing the other members of the gang fleeing in panic, some with arrows still stuck in them, was enough to prove Zhang Xin's prowess. Some people were eager to curry favor, hoping to gain Zhang Xin's protection. One approached him obsequiously and said, "Brother Xin, heading out to look for supplies? Need a helper? I can assist, all the supplies will go to you, I just need a bite." Zhang Xin swung his blade horizontally. "Get lost." The man quickly backed away. Afterward, no one dared to strike up a conversation along the way. One by one, upon seeing him, they immediately made way, not even daring to make eye contact. Just like that, Zhang Xin reached the 7th floor without any obstacles. In the past few days, some people in the building had gone out to look for supplies, so the glass of several apartments on the 7th floor had already been smashed. Casually choosing a room, Zhang Sin took an inflatable boat out of his backpack and pumped it up. Just stepping out of Building 9, Sin felt the long-lost sunlight. He looked up and saw the sun obscured by clouds, no longer as scorching as before. The entire sky appeared gray and hazy. But even such a sun will become a luxury after some time. He sighed inwardly and started the engine. The speedboat sped away, drawing the attention of a group of rowers. Lu Hao was rowing his boat. Hearing the sound of the engine, he turned his head and saw that speedboat big shot again. Truly impressive. You actually have this thing. Hey, Lu Hao, what are you doing? Yi Xiaoting suddenly screamed. Do you even know how to row a boat? Water splashed all over my face. Lu Jia shot her a glance. Why don't you do it then? Yi Xiaoting rolled her eyes dramatically at Lu Hao. I'm a woman. How could I have the strength to do something like this? This kayak belongs to old Chow. Originally, they had agreed yesterday that the 4 strong men would go out to look for supplies. But when they were about to leave today, Yi Xiaoting suddenly said that she had already talked to old Chow and decided she was going to. Also brought Zhou Bai along, and even replaced someone for this. Originally, Lu Hao didn't understand why they suddenly had to bring along someone like Yi Xiaoting, who was so pretentious and incapable of doing any heavy lifting, along with that pale and skinny pretty boy roommate. But after seeing old Chow's hand almost reaching into Yi Xiaoting's clothes, what was there not to understand? Old Chow was subdued. He is extremely grateful now that when Yi Xiaoting knocked on their door in her pajamas back then, he righteously and firmly refused her in order not to expose the supplies he had. Otherwise, seeing her sleep all the way until now would have been unbearably irritating. His first time absolutely cannot be given to a woman like her. On the other side, Sin was driving the speedboat swiftly toward the largest commercial district in the southern part of the city. There are several malls in that area, and a few gold shops as well. With the experience from last time, he now prefers malls the most when looking for gold. After all, gold shops and malls are concentrated, and the doors are easy to open. When Sin arrived at the first mall, he found that some people had already gathered there. It was estimated that they were all original residents of the nearby neighborhoods. With so many people around, Sin was worried someone might target his motorboat, so he removed the engine not far from the ground and stored it in his space. The motorboat turned into an ordinary kayak, and he paddled alone toward the mall. Taking advantage of the wind direction, Sin entered the mall after about 10 minutes. The southern part of the city was at a higher elevation, and the mall's floor height was also higher than that of residential buildings. The water level in this mall just submerged the second floor. Sin swam to an empty corner, directly stored the kayak in his space to avoid having to inflate it again later. Most of the people who come out to look for supplies are primarily after food. The 5th floor of this mall is a food court, featuring a variety of trendy snack shops and eateries, and even a small supermarket. So, the 3rd floor is rarely crowded and is usually just a place where people come ashore. Sin quickly found an empty corner and changed into his diving suit. To avoid suspicion, he deliberately carried a bag with him, so others wouldn't think he was just out for a recreational dive. After gearing up, he walked out and swiftly jumped into the water. Several groups of people who had just come ashore were startled when they saw Zhang Sen. Whoa, a wetsuit? This guy's gear is insane. Is he crazy? The food is all on the surface. What's he looking for underwater? Fishing? Or collecting clothes? I think there's a Walmart on the basement level. Damn, then he's hit the jackpot. If only we had diving suits too. The people above were enthusiastically discussing. Zhang Sen in the water had already arrived at the entrance of a gold shop. The gold shop's main door here was entirely locked with chains, but for Zhang Sen, this was a piece of cake. He took out large iron pliers from his space and easily snapped the chains. During this period, continuous weight training, combined with drinking the space spring water every day, he felt that his physical fitness had improved significantly, and his strength had increased a lot. According to his perception, his current stamina and speed should be comparable to those first-tier physical ability users from his previous life. After opening the jewelry store's door, Zhang Sen swam inside. To save time, he put all the counters directly into his storage. He no longer needs to touch things to store them in the space. As long as the items are within the same space and within 1 meter, he can collect them as long as he can see them. In just a moment, this gold shop was left with nothing but water. After finishing, he quickly went to the next shop, collecting items from 3 shops in a row before taking a 10-minute break, then continued diving again. An hour later, he surfaced only after the mall was completely devoid of a single gram of gold. After changing out of his diving suit, he dragged the kayak ashore, only to see a group of people rushing toward him with various iron rods in hand. Zhang Sen's eyes sharpened, realizing these people were here to cause trouble. Perfect, it was a chance to test his current strength. This group of 6 people each carried a backpack, but none of them were fully packed. The man leading the group was burly, with a buzz cut, wearing a tank top and shorts, and his arms and one calf were covered in tattoos. There was also a knife scar on his shoulder. He was probably a small-time thug before the apocalypse. Brother, can we borrow a wetsuit? The thug asked. No. Zhang Sen refused decisively. The thug was a well-known figure in his neighborhood, and no one had ever dared to talk to him like that. He immediately immediately burst into laughter. Brother, while I'm still talking to you nicely, you'd better listen. Right now, we just want your diving suit. In a little while, it'll be your life we're after. Jungsun hurried to the next mall, too lazy to say much to them. If you want my stuff, come and get it yourself. The thug glanced at his underlings. Since this kid doesn't know what's good for him, let's teach him a lesson. All together. As soon as he finished speaking, 6 people raised their weapons and charged forward together. Jungsun watched the movements of the people in front of him, feeling as if they were moving at 0.5x speed. He knew that the training over the past few days had not been in vain. He shook his head and sighed lightly. Too slow. It seemed that his wish to test his skills today would not be fulfilled. Seeing the thugs about to charge, Jungsun reached behind him and pulled out 2 kukri knives from his space. When the steel pipe in the thug's hand reached his face, he turned around and stabbed the lackey's knife into his chest with a backhand motion. The thug's body froze, his eyes filled with disbelief. You, how, so fast? Zhang Sen's eyes burned with even greater killing intent. Fast, my ass. I'm very slow. At the moment the knife was drawn, the machete in Zhang Sen's other hand also pierced through another person's chest. Zhang Sen withdrew the knife, and blood spurted from the 2 men as they collapsed to the ground. The other 4 finally realized something was wrong. This is not some weak pretty boy. Such cruel methods are not something they can afford to provoke. They wanted to run, but Zhang Sen only wanted to annihilate them completely. He rushed over at lightning speed, 1 person, 1 knife, quickly finishing them off. Many people upstairs witnessed this scene and were stunned by Zhang Sen's skills. Just now, someone saw Zhang Sen alone and wanted to snatch something from him. It was either a kayak, a wetsuit, or the supplies he salvaged. However, they thought they couldn't match that buzzcut thug, so they didn't make a move. Now they are extremely glad they chickened out and avoided disaster. Zhang Sen turned around and walked back. As he passed the thug, he bent down and yanked the gold necklace off his neck, stuffing it into his pocket. Although this bit of gold was a mere drop in the ocean compared to what he had just thrown into the space, but even ants are meat, so he naturally couldn't let it go. He held the gold in his hand and tossed it into the space. Logically speaking, the space should have issued a reminder, but there was no response for a long time. Zhang Sen had a bad feeling. He took out the gold necklace and examined it carefully. Damn, brass. Could the space have misunderstood and thought he was trying to deceive it with a fake? Bad luck. He threw the gold necklace far away. After leaving this mall, Zhang Sen went straight to the next one. The malls in this area are all close to each other. Zhang Sen didn't take out the engine, he just rode the boat directly across. After collecting gold shops from 5 malls in a row, Zhang Sen was utterly exhausted. He casually found a corner in the mall and took out the spatial spring water he had prepared earlier, drinking 2 cups in a row. Only then did he regain his strength. Taking out a few sandwiches collected from the supermarket from the space, after eating to fullness, he continued on his way. Gold shops are all located along the street, and now survivors mainly search for supplies in various malls, with almost no one venturing into the street of gold shops. He no longer hesitated and directly started the engine, roaring all the way to the street of gold shops. This street has a total of 7 gold shops, and even the smallest one is several times larger than the gold shops inside malls. When the assault boat arrived, Zhang Sen first landed on a low building closer to the water's surface. He changed into a wetsuit and went into the water. The jewelry store here was large, and after clearing one, he had to surface for a break. To quickly replenish his physical and mental strength, he would drink a cup of spring water from the space every time he rested. He kept going until there was only one left, and he felt his mental strength was clearly starting to wane. But the last one was the largest gold shop in Nanyang. If he gave up today, he would have to come back again tomorrow, which would be a huge hassle. He had everything scheduled for the past few days and didn't want it disrupted. After drinking 2 more cups of spring water, he felt better and continued diving. This time it was obviously not as easy as before. The door of this gold shop was also sturdier than the others, and it took several more hits just to break it down. After entering, Zhang Sen didn't dare to delay and stored all the counters into the space. The large gold ornaments at the entrance were not spared either. This shop took a full 10 minutes to completely clear out. Who would have thought that just as he stepped out of the gold shop and was about to head upstream, his left leg suddenly cramped. The intense pain instantly threw Zhang Sen into a panic. He struggled for a while, but the more he struggled, the more he sank. The air conditioner almost fell off as well. Fortunately, he covered it in time and adjusted it, otherwise, he would have had to drink some of this disgusting sewage. Damn it, is this where it ends for me? Zhang Sen was unwilling to accept it. His life in the apocalypse hadn't truly begun yet. He quickly calmed himself down. Fortunately, there was a tree not far from him. Enduring the pain of the cramp, he went over, grabbed the tree, and kept climbing upward until he finally emerged from the water. Zhang Sen sat on a branch, took off his oxygen mask, and breathed in the fresh air in big gulps. That was close. He almost wasted his second chance at life. Zhang Sen sat on the branch, stretching himself for half an hour before the cramping sensation finally subsided. When his strength recovered a bit, the sky was beginning to darken. He didn't dare to delay and directly stood on the tree branch to change out of the diving suit. The smell on his body was too unpleasant, so he he took out some water from his space, gave himself a quick rinse, changed into the clothes he had worn before leaving, and brought out the inflatable boat. Finally, he could go home. Maybe it was because he almost saw his great-grandmother just now. His eagerness to return home this time was much greater than the last. Half an hour later, he could already see the buildings of the Imperial Garden. On the water's surface, there were many oddly shaped boats floating around, all out searching for supplies. Some people saw him, their eyes filled with envy. Some people see him with envy, but none of this affects him. Even if these people want to make a move against him, they can't catch up to him. When he was only 500 meters away from the Imperial Garden, he turned off the engine to avoid attracting attention and prevent anyone from ambushing him. At that moment, he heard an angry roar. "Damn it, I'll fight you to the death." The voice sounded somewhat familiar, and Zhang Sun looked over in that direction. He saw Lu Hao protecting his backpack with one hand and wildly swinging a knife with the other. "Zhou Bai, why are you still standing there?" Yi Xiaoting screamed sharply. Zhou Bai swung the paddle wildly. The paddle was longer than the knife and was about to hit Lu Hao. Lu Hao abandoned his backpack, grabbed the paddle with one hand, and tried to pull Zhou Bai over to slash him. But he didn't see a middle-aged man behind him quietly pick up another paddle and push him off the boat. Lu Hao floundered in the water for a moment, steadied himself, and raised his knife to slash at the kayak. "Fing hell, if we're going to die, we'll all die together." Yi Xiaoting panicked and hurriedly grabbed the oar, frantically smashing it onto Lu Hao's head without any technique. Lu Hao took a hit on the head, and blood immediately appeared. After a while, the knife in his hand was also knocked away. Lu Hao searched for supplies all day and kept rowing, but finally, he was exhausted and on the verge of sinking. Zhang Sun watched everything happening not far away and finally understood how Lu Hao had died in his previous life. He recalled in his mind how Lu Hao had taken a blow for him in his previous life and thought about how he had been delivering supplies to him these past 2 days. He sighed. "Damn it, I told myself not to owe anyone favors." He started the engine of the speedboat again, and the speedboat rushed swiftly toward Lu Hao. Yi Xiaotong stared blankly at the speedboat speeding toward them. Zhou Bai reacted quickly, fearing the speedboat might capsize them. "Hurry, move, move." Seeing Lu Hao's head submerged several times, Zhang Sun finally arrived. He grabbed Lu Hao, lifted him up, and threw him into the speedboat. Zhang Sun turned off the engine again. Lu Hao gasped for air, taking a long time to recover. He then saw Zhang Sun sitting at the stern, leisurely chewing gum. It was only then that he realized the speedboat expert he admired was actually his boss. "Boss, what are you doing here?" "Just passing by." Zhang Sun gestured toward Yi Xiaoting. "What's going on?" Lu Hao glanced over there. "Damn it, those bastards. I worked so hard to lead them in finding supplies all day, and not only do they want to steal my supplies, but they also want to kill me. When I get back tonight, I'll definitely kill them." "You want to kill them?" "Of course. I shouldn't have gone easy on them when I caught them stealing my food last night." Zhang Sun thought for a moment. Since he was already involved, he might as well see it through. "How about killing them now?" "Now!" Lu Hao was startled, then a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. "All right, now it is. Boss, lend me a knife." Zhang Sun chuckled lightly, reached into his backpack, and pulled out a hand crossbow from the space, aiming at Lao Chao's speedboat. Yi Xiaoting noticed the situation here and screamed in fright. What are you doing?" Zhang Sun expressionlessly pulled the trigger, and the arrow piercing through the air instantly punctured the kayak. The kayak visibly deflated, and the 4 people left on the boat were all shouting for help. But half a minute later, they all ended up falling into the water. Although all 4 could swim, they were now terrified, desperately swimming forward in the filthy water, fearing that Lu Hao would catch up. "Who is this person?" At this moment, their hearts were filled with regret, especially the 3 men on the boat. "Damn it, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have slept with that troublemaker Yi Xiaoting." That's right, last night Yi Xiaoting managed to subdue all 3 of them. Zhang Sun started the motor of the speedboat and gave chase. When he reached the 4 of them, Zhang Sun tossed the straight blade at his feet to Lu Hao. "Go ahead." Lu Hao looked at the straight blade by his feet, hesitating for a moment. Zhang Sun could tell he probably hadn't killed anyone before. But in this apocalyptic world, if you don't kill, you simply can't survive. He didn't rush him, quietly waiting for Lu Hao to make a decision. If Lu Hao ultimately said forget it, he wouldn't think much of it, it's just a personal choice. However, Lu Hao was still afraid he couldn't escape the fate of dying young in his previous life. But what he didn't expect was that. Lu Hao hesitated for only a few seconds before picking up the knife. "Damn it, I'm going to kill every single one of them today." Lu Hao first went to find Yi Xiaoting. He pointed at Yi Xiaoting and said, "Boss, step aside a bit. I want to kill this bitch first." The group was all very close to the speedboat. Zhang Sun adjusted the direction slightly and soon reached Yi Xiaoting's side. Yi Xiaoting's eyes were filled with fear. "No, Lu Hao, please don't kill me." Lu Hao's eyes were full of anger. This wretch, now she knows to beg him, but why didn't she think about how she just wanted him dead? "Go to hell." Lu Hao swung a knife at Yi Xiaoting. Yi Xiaoting didn't have time to dive, let out a scream, and the water surface was instantly stained red with blood. Lu Hao stabbed Yi Xiaoting in the chest once again, and she died instantly. Lu Hao looked up and found Zhou Bai. "Boss, the next one is him." Zhou Bai and the other 2 were in rough roughly the same position, and Zhang Sin steered the speedboat over. The three kept begging for mercy. Hao, please don't kill me, I'm begging you. Haozi, it was all that bitch Yi Xiaoting who bewitched me. She's the one who asked me to help her. Hao, I'm begging you to spare me. I promise I'll repay you like a slave in the future. Lu Hao looked at them coldly. The setting sun was as red as blood, spilling over him. He stood in the assault boat, like the Grim Reaper, raising the straight blade in his hand. Lu Hao had already gained experience in killing and knew how to take a life with a single strike. Although several people kept diving and surfacing, they still couldn't escape his pursuit. In the blink of an eye, blood stained the nearby water surface. Lu Hao expressionlessly picked up the 4 backpacks floating on the water and placed them on the speedboat, then handed the knife back to Zhang Sin. Thank you, boss. Could I trouble you to help me chase that boat again? The supplies I found today are still on it. Zhang Sin did not refuse. Soon, Lu Hao received his share of supplies. Still got strength? Zhang Sin asked. Lu Hao nodded. Zhang Sin turned off the engine and tossed the paddle to him. Row the boat. I'll take you back first. Lu Hao didn't ask why they were no longer using the engine. He silently took the oar and began rowing. His mind was in turmoil. After all, this was his first time killing someone, but he knew he hadn't done anything wrong. These people all deserved to die. He should have killed them last night. Otherwise, he wouldn't have almost been in danger today. If it weren't for the boss, he would have been doomed. Now he owes the boss another life. This time, even if he worked like a horse or an ox, he wouldn't be able to repay it. In Lu Hao's wild thoughts, the assault boat arrived at the entrance of Building 5. Lu Hao carried his own backpack, leaving the remaining 4 backpacks on the assault boat. Boss, you saved my life again today. These supplies are all yours. Consider them a token of my gratitude. Zhang Sin nodded and did not refuse. If he didn't accept them, Lu Hao might not be able to keep them. Moreover, he preferred this kind of pure profit-driven relationship over helping others selflessly without expecting anything in return. After all, he understood better than anyone the principle of a small favor breeds gratitude, a great favor breeds resentment. After disembarking, Lu Hao looked at Zhang Sin, who seemed hesitant to speak. Zhang Sin, unwilling to ask, turned to leave but was stopped by Lu Hao. Boss, Lu Hao looked at Zhang Sin awkwardly. Can I move in with you? Zhang Sin frowned and instinctively wanted to refuse. Lu Hao continued. Boss, don't misunderstand, I'm not trying to take advantage of you. I can stay at 1601, right across from you. Don't worry, I'll handle my own supplies and won't bother you usually. If you ever need anything, feel free to ask me. When the water recedes and society returns to normal, I will move out immediately. If anyone gives you trouble, I will help you deal with it. Zhang Sin was silent for a moment. The 1601 apartment wasn't his. In fact, if Lu Hao wanted to move in, it wasn't his place to interfere. People in Building 9 are all afraid of him and dare not approach. But once the extreme cold arrives, those people, faced with life and death decisions, will resolutely move up. If it were those people, it would be better to have Lu Hao. However, he doesn't fully trust Lu Hao either. It's just that, for now, Lu Hao seems to be slightly better than those people. Sigh. The most important thing is that today's incident of cramping in the water and almost drowning served as a wake-up call for him. Diving alone is still too dangerous. He really needs a partner now. He needs someone above the water who can immediately pull him up if something happens to him underwater. However, he doesn't plan to get too closely tied to Lu Hao, so he just casually said, 1601 isn't my house. If you want to live there, suit yourself. Lu Hao saw Zhang Sin remain silent for a long time and thought he was going to be rejected. He was already planning to find an excuse to back out, but unexpectedly, Zhang Sin agreed. Lu Hao was overjoyed and hurriedly expressed his thanks. Zhang Sin waved his hand and left in the speedboat. Lu Hao quickly went up to pack his luggage. The moment he stepped into the house, he saw Zhou Bai's girlfriend rushing out of the room. She was startled when she saw Lu Hao. Why is it you? Lu Hao immediately understood that she must also know about Zhou Bai and Yi Xiaoting's plan to kill him. Lu Hao sneered. Why can't it be me? Are you disappointed that I'm not dead? What are you talking about? I don't understand a word you're saying. The woman forced a smile. Where's Zhou Bai? Is he in the back? Did you guys have a smooth time gathering supplies today? He's not coming back. Not just him, Yi Xiaoting isn't coming back either. The woman's face changed drastically. What do you mean? You killed them? They all wanted to kill me. Isn't it only natural that I killed them? Lu Hao threw the backpack to the ground and then walked toward the woman. The woman sensed the impending danger and retreated step by step in fear. What are you trying to do? Lu Hao, I beg you, please don't hurt me. Lu Hao's eyes were full of determination. If he had learned anything from Yi Xiaoting and Zhou Bai, it was that one must never be soft-hearted. It was because of his softness that he almost lost his life. Lu Hao pulled a dagger from behind him and thrust it fiercely into the woman's abdomen, withdrew it, and stabbed again. After several repetitions, the woman fell to the ground, dead beyond any doubt. As soon as Zhang Sin opened the door to his house, Satan pounced on him. Exhausted from a day's work, he was startled to see that Satan had grown even bigger. Reacting quickly, he slapped it hard and said, "Get lost. Don't you have any idea of your own weight and size?" Satan was stunned by the hit, lying on the ground, looking at him pitifully. Its body trembled as if it were a child crying. Dad, don't you love me anymore? Do you have another leopard outside? Zhang Xin felt a surge of guilt in his heart, squatted down, and patted its head. It's not that I dislike you. I've been running outside all day and soaked in the water for so long. I smell bad. Let me take a shower, finish my tasks, and then I'll take you out to play. Satan immediately stood up upon hearing this and wagged his tail to see Zhang Xin off. At this moment, Zhang Xin once again realized that in an apocalyptic environment like this, raising such a creature still had its advantages. At least he wouldn't go mad from loneliness. It's just that he had looked it up before, and a jaguar's lifespan was only about 22 years. Now I only hope that after Satan, there can be a mutation, and live a little longer. Hopefully, live long enough to see him off. After taking a bath, Zhang Xin focused his consciousness into the space and began upgrading it with gold. This time, instead of testing how much gold was needed to upgrade the space like before, he let the space absorb all the gold in one go. Ding, gold detected. Would you like to use it for an upgrade? Zhang Xin couldn't wait. Upgrade. A pile of gold instantly transformed into a golden beam, striking the white mist. The mist became slightly thinner and retreated a bit. The sound of flowing water grew louder, and Zhang Xin saw the water flow had more than doubled compared to before. The appearance of the mountain behind also became clearer, a patch of verdant green faintly appearing before his eyes. In just a few minutes, the spring water, which was originally only half full, had already been filled to the brim. Ding, congratulations, Master, for unlocking the never-drying spatial spring water. Spatial spring water helps enhance the physical fitness and mental strength of the human body. Zhang Xin had long tested the effects of the spatial spring through himself and Satan, but the fact that it never dries up still surprised him a bit. After all, the spatial spring's effects are so significant. If it were non-renewable, it would be such a pity to use it up. Zhang Xin shifted his attention away from the spatial spring and focused on the small patch of open ground beside it. The open ground was not large, entirely covered with green grass, with a few small wildflowers scattered among the greenery. Zhang Xin touched them with his consciousness. They were real flowers and real grass. He could feel the vibrant life force emanating from these plants. The possibility of the space being able to hold living creatures has increased a bit. He looked at Satan. How about letting Satan give it a try? He looked at Satan. How about letting Satan give it a try? Satan was too important to him. If he accidentally played him to death, it wouldn't be worth it. Forget it. Maybe he could try his luck later and pick up a living creature, or find someone who deserved to die. Suddenly, a person came to his mind. A few minutes later, Zhang Xin walked through the door of room 1001. At this moment, a pile of firewood was burning in the living room of 1001, with another pile of unburned wood next to it, clearly dismantled from various pieces of furniture. Zhang Heng lay on the sofa, his gaze vacant, completely unaware of when Zhang Xin had entered. Zhang Xin looked at his faintly rising and falling chest, the corners of his lips slightly curved. Life is quite tough. Such severe injuries, yet still alive until now. The room reeked of a foul stench, the smell of rotting corpses. Zhang Xin looked around and found two corpses in the dining room, covered in flies. One of the bodies had only a skull left, with some scraps of flesh still clinging to the skeleton. It was Li Yun. As for Zhang Jianjun's corpse, although it had already started to decay, the flesh and blood remained. It seems this is the reason Zhang Heng managed to hold on until now. In order to survive, he could even eat the flesh and blood of his parents. A ruthless person. Zhang Xin poked Zhang Heng with the long knife in his hand. Wake up. Zhang Heng finally opened his eyes. When he saw Zhang Xin, he thought he was hallucinating. Brother? Looking at Zhang Heng, who was neither human nor ghost, Zhang Xin recalled what he had done to him in his previous life. Apart from hatred, there was not a trace of pity or sympathy in his heart. He sneered and said, "You sure have a tough life, still alive, huh?" Zhang Heng finally came to his senses, immediately struggling to get up and kneeling in front of Zhang's senior brother. "Please give me something to eat. I'm so hungry. I'm sorry, everything in the past was my fault. I apologize. Please, I beg you, save me, give me something to eat. Don't you already have food?" Zhang Xin pointed at the corpses of Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun. "No. Is your mom's meat tasty?" Zhang Heng burst into tears. "No, brother, it's not tasty at all. Brother, I didn't mean to betray you. It was my parents who corrupted me. They were jealous of uncle and aunt and taught me to surpass you at all costs, which is why I made mistakes." Zhang Xin sneered at this explanation and instead pointed to the two corpses in the restaurant, asking, "Did you kill both of them?" Zhang Heng shook his head. "No, I only killed my mom. My dad was killed by my mom." Zhang Xin laughed. This family, without his protection, truly hadn't disappointed him. They had wiped each other out cleanly. Zhang Heng saw his smile and thought he was secretly pleased as well. He quickly said, "Brother, I avenged you. It was all my mom who instigated my dad, deliberately causing uncle's company to go bankrupt. It was all her fault. I've already avenged you." Zhang Heng spoke as he kneeled and crawled to Zhang Sen's feet. "Brother, I beg you, for the sake of us growing up together, have mercy on me and give me some food." Zhang Sen kicked Zhang Heng away and looked at him coldly. "Zhang Heng, I told you a long time ago, I don't have a brother like you." After speaking, Zhang Sen said no more and, with a thought, placed Zhang Heng into the space. 1 second earlier, Zhang Han was still in a dark, cold, and foul-smelling room. The next second, he was on a grassy field filled with the fragrance of fresh grass. He was completely stunned, looked around, and discovered a spring behind him. He quickly got up, intending to drink from the spring. Zhang Xin naturally wouldn't let him contaminate his spatial spring water, so he used his mind to trap him in place, unable to move. Brother! Zhang Heng panicked, continuously patting the air wall in front of him. Brother, where is this? Brother, is it you? Did you bring me here? Zhang Xin watched Zhang Heng breathing freely inside, moving as if he were outside, and his heart was filled with joy. Sure enough, just as he had expected, the space could hold living things. After enough experiments, Zhang Xin no longer let Zhang Heng continue polluting his space. Zhang Heng returned home once again and saw Zhang Sen's beaming face, feeling a chill in his heart. He trembled. Why am I back again? Were you the one who sent me to that place just now? What is that place? How is it? Is the scenery good? Isn't it much more comfortable than your home? Zhang Heng looked terrified. You're not my brother. You're not human. Who exactly are you? Go to hell. Zhang Xin smiled faintly, raised the straight blade in his hand, and chopped off Zhang Heng's head with one stroke. Afterward, his gaze swept over the 3 corpses on the ground one by one, but his heart felt no joy from avenging them, only endless sorrow and sighs. This was the person he was closest to in this world, and also the one he hated the most. They and Chen Tian have all disappeared from this world. If they could know after their deaths why they ended up in this situation today, would they regret it? Zhang Xin didn't know, nor did he care anymore. The past is past, and today marks the end of it. After finishing the most important task, Zhang Xin returned home, ready to fulfill his promise to Satan. Silly Satan, let's go, I'll take you out to have fun. Satan had been impatient for a long time. Upon hearing this, he immediately dashed over, stood up, and rubbed his head against Zhang Sen's face. Stop! Zhang Xin pushed it away. In fact, he could put Satan into the space and take it to the rooftop before letting it out, but the space's activity range was too small for now. Besides, he would have to take Satan out sooner or later, so it was better to let it get used to it in advance. Zhang Xin began explaining the rules for going out to Satan. First, when outside, no barking. Second, you absolutely must listen to me. Follow my instructions for any actions. Third, before I give the word, you're not allowed to approach others, and definitely not allowed to bite anyone. Satan had been waiting impatiently to go out. He walked to the door, turned back to look at Zhang Xin, and called out softly, Satan, hurry up, stop nagging. You're about to suffocate the leopard. The building where Zhang Xin lives has a total of 18 floors. The hallways of the 17th and 18th floors are both occupied. Zhang Xin didn't care, holding a straight knife in one hand and leading Satan toward the stairs with the other. Before leaving, despite Satan's strong reluctance, Zhang Xin still tied a leash to Satan and promised to untie it once they reached the rooftop. The leash was only to keep Satan as far away from the crowd as possible, to avoid people realizing Satan was a leopard, causing panic and affecting Satan. If Satan were provoked and unleashed the ferocity of a wild beast, it would be difficult for him to handle. Although he didn't care about the lives of others, he wasn't twisted enough to enjoy the deaths of strangers. After all, he wasn't a pervert. Satan has now grown to over 80 centimeters tall, appearing completely pitch black, but if you look closely, it seems you can spot golden patterns hidden within its black fur. However, with the sky so dark outside now, as long as Satan doesn't speak, anyone who sees it would simply think it's a big dog. Sure enough, the first glance from the few households living in the hallway fell on Zhang Sen and the straight blade in his hand, and only then on Satan. When they saw Satan, there was very little fear in their eyes, more of envy and longing. Damn, comparing oneself to others can really drive you mad. They can barely stay warm or have enough to eat every day, and this person actually keeps a dog. The key point is, this damn dog is fat and strong, clearly eating extremely well. They hadn't eaten meat for a long time and kept swallowing their saliva. At this moment, Satan in their eyes was like a pot of dog meat hot pot. Zhang Xin wore a cold expression, his eyes filled with murderous intent, so no one dared to provoke him. The crowd huddled together, afraid of blocking his way. Zhang Xin led Satan to the rooftop without any obstacles, took a steel pipe from his space, and inserted it into the door, locking it completely. Afterward, he reminded Satan not to get too wild or make a racket. Satan nodded repeatedly, got it, got it. Zhang Xin then untied the rope around Satan's neck, letting it play on its own. The rooftop was quite spacious, and Satan started running around freely. Zhang Xin took out a deck chair from his space, lying on it alone while gazing at the moon in the sky. The moon hanging high in the night sky was no longer yellow as before but exuded a strange, bewitching red. Satan didn't run for long before feeling bored, idly fiddling with the small stones on the ground. Zhang Xin looked on and felt pity. Forget it, since we're out, might as well play with it. Zhang Xin took a frisbee out of his space and threw it. Satan, fetch it back. Satan's ears twitched slightly. Seeing a frisbee suddenly appear in the air, he leaped up, caught it, and ran back. Zhang Xin stood up and continued throwing. Satan clearly looked much happier. After playing for a while, Zhang Xin started increasing the difficulty, often throwing the frisbee out and then retrieving it into the space just as Satan jumped up to bite it. Release it when Satan is still confused. This way, it can train explains Satan's sharpness as well as his control over spatial abilities. One person and one leopard played like this for over 2 hours. When he returned to the door of 1602, Jiang Sin heard some noise coming from the opposite door, 1601. Lu Hao has moved in. This guy moves pretty fast. Jiang Sin didn't go over to say hello and opened his own door. Just as he opened the first door, he heard the sound of the door across opening, followed by a loud roar echoing in his ears. Who are you? Get out of here right now. Jiang Sin turned around and saw someone standing in the darkness, holding a machete. With a slight thought, a pistol appeared in his hand, and then he heard Lu Hao's questioning tone. Boss? Jiang Sin let out a long breath. This kid, why is he so jumpy? He threw the pistol into the space and illuminated Lu Hao's face with a flashlight. Moved over? Lu Hao squinted his eyes and raised his hand to block the flashlight's beam. Boss, it's you. You scared me. I thought someone was breaking into your door in the middle of the night. Jiang Sin nodded. This kid was quite alert, but he didn't need to be. Lu Hao, there are some things I think I need to clarify with you in advance. Boss, go ahead. Jiang Sin thought for a moment. Satan was still by his feet. He opened the second door. Satan, you go in first. Lu Hao then noticed Satan and exclaimed, Whoa, boss, you have a dog too? Satan silently entered the room. Jiang Sin didn't want to continue the topic with him, leaving the door slightly ajar to ensure he could retreat and hide immediately if something unexpected happened. At the same time, he directed the flashlight's beam at Lu Hao's feet, staying on guard. As long as Lu Hao made any move, he would act immediately. Lu Hao, let me make it clear first. I agreed to let you move into 1601 only because this apartment isn't mine. If you or anyone else wants to move in, it's none of my business. I understand, boss, don't worry, I won't. Let me finish first. Jiang Sin interrupted him and continued, I'm not a good person. Don't expect that just because you've moved across from me, we can look out for each other. I don't need anyone to look out for me, and I won't look out for anyone else. Lu Hao actually had no intention of asking Jiang Sin to do anything for him. He simply doesn't want to live in Building 5 anymore. Moreover, Jiang Sin has helped him so much that he already regards him as a close friend in his heart and wants to do something for him. Even if it's just staying across the door from his house and helping him with some trivial matters, it would make him feel a bit better. But hearing such cold and heartless words from Jiang Sin still made him feel somewhat upset. But on second thought, in this world, living is already so difficult. If he had the ability, he wouldn't want to bring along a burden either. What Jiang Sin said is understandable. Besides, without Jiang Sin, he might have already died long ago. Thinking this way, he instantly felt relieved. However, he didn't say anything, because he felt that Jiang Sin hadn't finished speaking. Sure enough, Jiang Sin spoke again. Lu Hao, we are not friends, and I don't need friends. I stepped in to save you today purely because of the favor you did by delivering supplies to me twice. I'm not someone who likes to owe people favors. From now on, you don't need to send me supplies anymore. Just take care of yourself. If I need you in the future, I will reach out to you and pay you accordingly, just like before the apocalypse. Similarly, whatever I do for you, I will also charge the corresponding fee. The last point, and the most important one, I am someone who enjoys peace and quiet. If there's nothing important, don't disturb me. After speaking, Jiang Sin pushed the door open and entered the room. Boss, Lu Hao suddenly called out. Jiang Sin paused his action of closing the door and looked back at Lu Hao. Lu Hao struggled for a moment and said, I remember everything you said, and I will also comply with your demands. I just have a question I'd like to ask you. Don't worry, it's just one question. In this situation now, is it really the end of the world? Will things never get better again? Jiang Sin thought for a moment and decided not to hide the truth. Anyway, in a while, when the extreme cold arrives, the vast majority of people will realize the collapse of social order. He nodded. At least for a long time, it won't get better. So you'd better improve your abilities as soon as possible, or next time, you might still die. After Jiang Sin finished speaking, he turned and went inside. Lu Hao closed the door in a daze, his mind in chaos. This world will never get better again. On the other side, Jiang Sin lay on the bed, his consciousness sinking into the space as he casually organized things, consuming his mental energy. Mental energy is just like weight training. As long as you keep practicing, continuously overdrawing and then recovering, the mental energy stored in the brain will increase more and more. He thought, since he could use his mind to do whatever he wanted in the space, a steel bar as thick as a finger could be bent with just a thought, and the spring water in the space could take any shape with just a thought. Does that mean as long as his mental strength is strong enough, he can take this ability out of the space and use it in reality? In his previous life, he did not awaken any abilities, so he had an immense longing for them. If his idea could be realized, then his spatial ability could play a role in combat and no longer just be a storage space. He practiced continuously until midnight, exhausting all his mental energy. After drinking a cup of spatial spring water, he fell into a deep sleep. At 6 o'clock the next morning, he got up, had breakfast with Satan, and after preparing a day's worth of food and water for Satan, he was ready to head out. Today, there were still a few malls and jewelry stores to loot. Nanyang City was too large, and the locations of the jewelry stores were scattered all over the city. According to the timeline of the previous life, there is only a little over over half a month left until the extreme cold. However, the timeline for typhoons, acid rain, and heavy rain in this life has slightly changed compared to the previous one, so he isn't sure if the extreme cold will arrive earlier. Based on the locations of the gold shops he has gathered, he cannot afford to waste even a single day now. Recalling the danger he encountered yesterday, he knocked on Lu Hao's door without the slightest hesitation. "Do you have any plans for today?" Lu Hao was a bit surprised. Based on last night's conversation, did this mean he needed his help? But according to his analysis of Zhang Sen, this person was extremely rational and probably didn't like idle chatter. "You speak," he said directly. "I plan to find out if there's a supply team in this building. I want to join them. I need to go out and need a helper. The task isn't complicated, but I spend at most 2 hours a day looking for supplies. The rest of the time, I have other plans." Willing. Only a fool wouldn't be willing. An assault boat is way better than a kayak. Even if it's just 2 hours, he could at least visit 2 malls. With Lu Hao joining, Zhang Sen immediately carried a huge mountaineering backpack when heading out today. Went out earlier than yesterday. After all, some time had to be reserved for Lu Hao to find supplies. The temperature rose a bit again, and the water level continued to drop. It had now fallen to the 5th floor, but the water surface was still relatively close to the 6th floor, so they still started from the 6th floor. Lu Hao's eyes lit up as he watched Zhang Sen take a speedboat out of his backpack. He knew that being able to go out with Zhang Sen was a benefit for him no matter what, so he wanted to contribute more effort. "Boss, let me steer the boat later. You can just sit and rest." "No need." Zhang Sen decisively refused. His speedboat was very small, accommodating at most 4 people, with the engine and rudder located at the rear. It was safest for him to sit there. Living another life, he trusts no one and will not entrust his back to anyone. Bringing Lu Hao along to help him as a precaution was a last resort. He was truly frightened by the unexpected situation yesterday, and right now, the only person he could somewhat trust was Lu Hao. Last night, he had already gone over every possible scenario that could happen in the water in his mind. As long as Lu Hao doesn't have a gun in his hand, betraying him is useless. It won't hurt him at all. Lu Hao was rejected by Zhang Sen but didn't say much. He might as well focus on fulfilling his assistant duties. The nearby gold shops and malls have already been cleared out by Zhang Senator. The place he's going to today is a bit far and requires crossing districts. The motorboat ran at full power for a full hour before the two finally reached the first shopping mall. Zhang Sen removed the engine and took a folding paddle out of his backpack, tossing it to Lu Hao. Fortunately, the distance wasn't far, and Lu Hao rode into the mall in just over 10 minutes. The water level in this mall was stuck at an awkward spot, right between the 2nd and 3rd floors. The two of them could only take the escalator to search for supplies. Unfortunately, that area was crowded with people, and some were arguing heatedly over which team should go up first, likely to escalate into a physical fight soon. Having experienced yesterday's events and influenced by Zhang Sen's cautious and rational approach, Lu Hao suggested, "Boss, let's switch to another mall. There are too many people over there, and since we came all the way here on a speedboat, we're bound to attract attention. Besides, there are only 2 of us. If a conflict breaks out, we'll be at a disadvantage." Zhang Sen didn't want to squeeze in to begin with, so he nodded upon hearing this. "I'll go take care of my business first." Relying on his memory of the store layout in this mall, he directed Lu Hao to row the inflatable boat to the area with jewelry stores. He took off his outer clothes, revealing the wetsuit underneath. Then he took an oxygen tank, various diving equipment, and a rope out of the bag. "Boss, are you going diving?" Lu Hao was completely stunned. Zhang Sen nodded, fastened the buckle of the rope around his waist, and handed the other end to Lu Hao. "Tie it to yourself, and make sure the rope doesn't come loose. If I tug the rope 3 times while underwater, pull me up immediately. Take out the knife for self-defense. If someone comes to cause trouble and you can't handle it, tug the rope 3 times as well." Lu Hao nodded seriously. "Okay, boss, I understand." The water surface was very murky. He had just taken a look from above and couldn't make out the situation below at all. Taking out a hammer from the space, he directly smashed the glass of the jewelry store and went in to loot it completely. To conserve his strength, he pulled the rope 3 times. No longer struggling to swim upstream, he just waited for Lu Hao to pull him up. Lu Hao moved quickly, pulling him out of the water in less than half a minute. After resting for a while, Zhang Sen went back into the water. With Lu Hao's help, he emptied the gold shop in this mall in less than half an hour. The two went to another mall, but the second mall was also not suitable for finding supplies. Zhang Sen also went into the water to collect gold. The water level in the third mall was relatively suitable, almost reaching the top of the 2nd floor, and with a push of both hands, one could get to the 3rd floor. Zhang Sen didn't go ashore to avoid wasting time moving so many things back and forth. He gave his large bag to Lu Hao, letting him collect the supplies, while he stayed to watch the boat. When the supplies are collected, the two of them will split them evenly. After all, Zhang Sen's bag has more than twice the capacity of his own. If he fills up one bag, it would be more than the supplies he found yesterday. Lu Hao also felt this was convenient, so he ran off carrying the big bag. Only Zhang Sen was left on the boat. He took took out some spring water from his space and drank a cup to replenish his energy. Then he lay on the boat, watching people running around in the mall, occasionally seeing some infighting and fights over supplies, feeling extremely content. More than an hour later, Lu Hao boarded the boat, fully satisfied. He opened the bag. "Boss, look, I found a lot of food, and even 5 kilograms of rice." Zhang Xin noticed bloodstains on his face, as if splattered, and asked, "Did you get into a fight just now?" Lu Hao nodded, looking proud. "Ran into 2 idiots before leaving. They saw I was alone and thought I was easy to bully. They had a lousy dagger and tried to rob me of my supplies. I hacked at them wildly and scared them off." "Not bad," Zhang Xin said while changing into diving gear. "In this world, only those with strong fists can survive." After speaking, Zhang Xin threw the rope to Lu Hao and plunged into the water. Lu Hao pondered Zhang Xin's words, recalling his experiences over the past 2 days, and felt more and more that these words were simply the truth. This mall was larger than the previous 2. Zhang Xin went up and down, spending over an hour collecting all the gold. By the time he came up, it was already mealtime. Zhang Xin felt a bit tired from diving for so long, and his stomach was growling with hunger. Ever since his physical strength improved, he had been eating much more than before at every meal. The 2 of them went up to the 3rd floor, dragged the entire speedboat up, and found a corner to start eating lunch. Lu Hao had deliberately left with an empty bag to carry more supplies. Right now, finding so much food was just enough to solve lunch. He took out 2 boxes of self-heating rice and some bread. Zhang Xin didn't mind either, and the 2 quickly finished their lunch. Just as they finished packing up and were about to head to the next mall, a group of people blocked their way. "Big brother, it's him. Big brother, it's him." A young man with bandages wrapped around his body pointed at Lu Hao and spoke to the middle-aged man beside him. "Kid, was it you who hurt my brother?" The middle-aged man, with a body full of fat, stood in the center holding a watermelon knife. He appeared to be the strongest fighter among the group. 2 of the others held steel pipes, 1 had an axe, and the rest were armed with kitchen knives. Lu Hao looked at this group of people, feeling uneasy. But at this moment, what he felt most guilty about was causing trouble for Zhang's senator. If he hadn't messed with that guy on the other side, they wouldn't have called people over to make trouble for them. He forced himself to hold on, shielding Zhang Xin, and asked in a low voice, "Boss, did you bring that crossbow from yesterday?" Zhang Xin was stunned. Was he counting on him now? "I brought it." "That's good." Lu Hao let out a sigh of relief, threw the dragged assault boat onto the water, then tossed his backpack onto it and gave Zhang Xin a push. "Boss, install the engine and leave quickly. The faster you run, the better. If someone chases you, use your crossbow to shoot them." Zhang Xin was stunned, not expecting such an arrangement. Lu Hao hurriedly pushed him. "You go quickly, don't worry about me. I can handle this group of punks. Besides, this is my own mess. There's no reason to drag you into it." The middle-aged man saw the 2 seemed to be discussing something. "What are you 2 whispering about over there? I'm telling you, neither of you is getting away today." Lu Hao turned his head and arrogantly said to the middle-aged man, "So what if I did it? Your brother tried to steal my stuff. It's already good enough I didn't kill him." The middle-aged man laughed angrily. "Alright, kid, you've got guts. Brothers, get him." The middle-aged man led a group of people and charged forward. "Boss, run!" Lu Hao shouted, raising a machete and charging ahead. He was quite clever, knowing he couldn't win in a fight, so he focused solely on taking down the leader, heading straight for the middle-aged man. Whoever stood in his way, he would cut them down. This group, after the apocalypse, had committed countless acts of murder and arson. Killing someone was as simple for them as swatting a fly. But it was their first time seeing someone as bold as Lu Hao, daring to fight a group of people all by himself. They didn't dare to underestimate him either, each of them ready and on high alert. As Lu Hao charged forward, the middle-aged man's machete was already swinging down. He slightly turned his body to dodge, then kicked the man's stomach, sending him to the ground instantly. He swung his blade with all his might, striking 2 more people. Zhang Xin stood in place, watching Lu Hao fighting fiercely, and raised an eyebrow. This kid's skills aren't bad. Those 2 years in the army weren't wasted. But after all, he had never truly been on the battlefield. In just a moment, he was kicked to the ground, and his machete was knocked away. "F your mother! How dare you fight me? I'll kill you today." The middle-aged man spat, grabbed the watermelon knife, walked over, and raised it to slash Lu Hao. Lu Hao knew there was no turning back, knew that today would be the end for him. He didn't bother to struggle anymore. He turned to look at Zhang Xin and saw that he hadn't left yet, which made him anxious. "Hurry up!" Zhang Xin quietly looked at him, silently sighing in his heart. With just this little ability, he still dared to stand in front of him and fight desperately with a group of people. He couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration, and his recognition of Lu Hao increased slightly. He placed his hands behind his back, and with a thought, a black hand crossbow appeared out of thin air in his hand. He raised it and quickly took aim. The middle-aged man's blade was about to strike Lu Hao. Zhang Xin pulled the trigger. Whoosh! "What about you?" The short arrow shot through the air and pierced the middle-aged man's neck. The middle-aged man froze, turned his head incredulously to look at Zhang Xin, and fell to the ground before he could speak. Lu Hao waited for a long time, realizing no blade had struck him, but instead heard the sound of metal hitting the ground. Opening his eyes, the middle-aged man lay before him, an arrow embedded in his neck, staining the once yellowed white t-shirt red with blood. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Sen in shock. Zhang Sen raised an eyebrow at him, and Lu Hao suddenly burst into laughter. The incident happened so suddenly that the few underlings on the other side were momentarily stunned. By the time they came to their senses, they realized what had happened. The boss was killed, so naturally, they wanted revenge. Moreover, Zhang Sen's crossbow could only shoot one arrow at a time. Without a weapon, they naturally wouldn't be afraid anymore. Everyone raised their weapons and charged toward Zhang Sen. "Boss, run!" Lu Hao panicked, picked up the watermelon knife at his feet, and stood up, courting death. Zhang Sen sneered coldly, tossed the hand crossbow aside, placed his hands behind his back, and retrieved 2 machetes from his space. He dashed forward like lightning, raised one hand to block an axe swung down by an opponent, and with the other machete, directly severed the opponent's head. Lu Hao froze in place, terrified at the sight of the head rolling to the ground. With another strike, he pierced through another person's heart. Blood spurted out, and a warm sensation was felt on his cheek. Zhang Sen felt a faint excitement rising in his heart, and the machete in his hand was almost leaving after images as he swung it. In the blink of an eye, bodies were sprawled across the ground, and blood had stained the earth red. Now, only the man who had fallen to the ground in fear earlier remained. Coincidentally, he was also the one injured by Lu Hao before, seeking revenge. Zhang Sen, his face and hands covered in blood, approached him step by step. He was so scared that he kept retreating, and the color of his gray pants suddenly darkened. He was so terrified by the murderous Zhang Sen that he wet himself. It wasn't just him, even Lu Hao and the other onlookers were all frightened. At this moment, Lu Hao's mind was filled with one thought: his boss is just too incredible. But Zhang Sen suddenly put away the knife and glanced at Lu Hao indifferently. "I'll leave him to you." Lu Hao was stunned for a moment and suddenly realized that Zhang Sen was reminding him that all of this happened because he had shown mercy. If he had killed this person earlier, none of this would have happened. "Boss, I understand." He stepped forward to the man. The man cried out in fear, "Don't kill me, big brother, please don't kill me, I was wrong." At this moment, Lu Hao felt no emotion in his heart and stabbed the man in the heart. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and instantly died. Lu Hao pulled out a knife, felt that the watermelon knife wasn't very handy, and directly threw it on the ground. He took a few steps, picked up his machete, and walked over to Zhang Sen. Zhang Sen had already tidied up the items on the ground, tossing the hand crossbow into the space through his backpack. He boarded the speedboat first and installed the engine. Lu Hao also got on the boat, silently watching Zhang Sen. Zhang Sen took out a wet wipe, randomly wiped his face, then cleaned the blood off his hands. After throwing away the wet wipe, he pulled out a cigarette from his bag, lit one for himself, and handed another to Lu Hao. He then half lay at the stern of the boat, smoking lazily without saying a word. Lu Hao didn't really have much of a smoking habit, but his mind was too chaotic right now, and he needed to calm down. He couldn't understand his boss, who seemed so frail and incapable of taking care of himself, only good at building fortresses and shooting arrows from the shadows, could be so fierce when it came to killing. After taking 2 deep puffs of his cigarette, Lu Hao's thoughts became clearer. Forget it, whatever. The boss is awesome, that's the boss's skill. It's already the damn apocalypse. Any cruelty is just for self-preservation. He wants to be just like the boss in the future. Whoever messes with him, he'll kill them. Boss. Zhang Sen looked up at him. Today, I was wrong. I shouldn't have let those 2 go. From now on, I will make sure to eliminate them completely. Zhang Sen remained silent for a moment. After finishing his cigarette, he finally spoke. Only the dead won't cause trouble. Lu Hao nodded earnestly. I understand. Zhang Sen suddenly burst into laughter, flicked away the cigarette butt, and said, and damn it, can you even use the right words? What annihilation? This is called leaving no future troubles. Lu Hao was stunned for a moment, then started laughing along with him. The engine roared to life, and the speedboat sped away. In the afternoon, Zhang Sen cleared out 2 more malls and 3 street-side gold shops. By the time he got home, it was already dark. When going upstairs, Lu Hao carried a large bag on his back and could clearly feel that everyone's attitude toward him was different from yesterday. Yesterday, when he was moving, people kept asking him for food, and some even tried to rummage through his backpack, but he scared them off with a knife. But today, following Zhang Sen, not a single person dared to speak to him. The impressive man behind him is his boss. Thinking about it, he inexplicably felt a bit proud. When he reached the 16th floor, Zhang Sen noticed that the doors of 1603 next to his home and 1601 where Lu Hao lived had both been pried open. Damn! My door has been smashed open, Lu Hao exclaimed, then glanced at Zhang Sen's door. Fortunately, boss, your door wasn't pried open. He paused after speaking, then covered his nose. Oh my, what's that smell? It's so stinky. You should go check if your supplies are still there. Lu Hao heard this, as if waking from a dream, and hurriedly rushed into his house. Zhang Sen used a flashlight to check his door lock and noticed signs of tampering, but it hadn't been pried open. The person probably vented their anger by smearing something disgusting on his door, seemingly excrement. Shit! Zhang Sen's mood suddenly turned very bad. He took 2 bottles of water out of his backpack and was about to wash away those disgusting things when a sound suddenly came from behind him. Zhang Sen immediately turned around, one hand behind his back pulling out a pistol. The figures of two women emerged from the fire exit.
Is it Mr. Zhang?
Zhang Xin shone the flashlight on the newcomer's face. It was the lesbian couple who lived with Li Ting.
Zhang Xin raised an eyebrow. Two beautiful women showing up at once improved his mood considerably.
But he didn't let his emotions get the better of him. Suppressing the corners of his mouth from curling up, he asked, "What's the matter?" The short-haired woman standing in front introduced herself. "Mr. Zhang, hello, my name is Tu Sai, and this is my friend, Yang Ike." Zhang Xin looked at the two beautiful women in front of him. One was valiant and spirited, the other gentle and charming. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and pretended to be cold as he said, "Let's get to the point. What's your purpose in seeking me out?" Tu Sai was a bit nervous and cleared her throat. "Mr. Zhang, we noticed you have a speedboat and hope to form a team with you to go out and search for supplies together." If this were before the apocalypse, Zhang Xin would have agreed without hesitation.
But now, I'm off.
No matter how fragrant the lilies are, they can't compare to the importance of one's life. He's suffered too much at the hands of women and doesn't want to go through it again.
Sorry, I don't need a team.
"Mr. Zhang," Tu Sai said anxiously, "please let me finish speaking.
Considering you look quite striking, I'll listen to what you have to say."
"Mr. Zhang, we are not trying to use a woman's identity to morally coerce you. We are here to make a deal with you. I used to be a national martial arts champion, and my specialty is swordsmanship. Whenever you need me, I will never back down." Tu Sai finished speaking, then turned to Yang Yike, who was standing behind her, and said, "Kiki, show my sword to Mr. Zhang." Yang Yike timidly stepped forward and handed the sword to Zhang Sen. "If Mr. Zhang needs to confirm my skills, I can perform a set of sword techniques for you on the spot." Zhang Sen understood that Tu Sai meant to ensure he wouldn't misunderstand her as being aggressive, although he was quite eager for Tu Sai to perform a dance for him, but he was well aware of Tu Sai's abilities. After all, in his previous life, Tu Sai had single-handedly established a base entirely composed of women. He didn't need to see her swordsmanship to confirm her strength.
Moreover, asking her to perform with the sword and then rejecting her would be too degrading.
He couldn't bring himself to do such a thing.
"No need, I trust you, but I really don't need a team."
"Sorry, you should find someone else." Tu Sai still wasn't willing to give up. The supplies she and Yang Yike had were already running low, enough to last only until tomorrow. Last time, Wang Hu brought people over and took all their supplies. Fortunately, she and Yang Yike went out to search for supplies at that time, narrowly escaping disaster. Otherwise, even though she had some martial arts skills, dealing with so many lustful men while protecting the defenseless Yang Yike would have left her severely injured, if not dead. Previously, she and Yang Yike had actually joined the supply search team of Building 8, introduced by one of her friends, but that team was full of men, and every one of them constantly harassed her and Yang Yike. Today, the owner of that kayak even directly suggested that she and Yang Yike sleep with him, or else he would never take them out to search for supplies again. In a fit of anger, she beat him up, and the two parted on bad terms. She had no choice. Without supplies, she and Yang Yike would soon starve to death. She was well aware of how many men in this building were coveting them. As long as she falls, Yang Yike won't be able to protect herself at all. She can only turn to Zhang Sen. Although Zhang Sen has the notorious reputation of being a murderous demon, in her view, no matter how many people Zhang Sen has killed, they were all people who provoked him. Zhang Sen has never actively sought trouble with others. Just for this reason, she feels that Zhang Sen is at least a gentleman. "Mr. Zhang, we really have no other options. The supplies we had stored were taken by Wang Hu, and by the time we found out, it was already too late. Our supplies won't last beyond tomorrow, which is why I brought Yang Yike to ask for your help today. If you go out to search for supplies, and could take us along, I, Tu Sei, will not hesitate to help you whenever you need assistance in the future. Additionally, I promise you that no matter how much we find, we will hand over half to you as payment for using your speedboat." Zhang Sen's gaze alternated between Tu Sai and Yang Yike's radiant faces.
"Any kind of help is okay? Then can you let me smell the fragrance of lilies?"
However, despite his thoughts, Zhang Sen was not the kind of person who liked to force others. He stared at Tu Sai with a blank expression. The intention to refuse was evident. Tu Sai had no choice but to give up. "If that's the case, then I apologize for disturbing you, Mr. Zhang. Let's go, Kiki." The two turned and left, but Yang Yike couldn't help glancing at Zhang Sen. Her eyes were full of grievance, but there wasn't a trace of resentment. Zhang Sen sighed inwardly. He truly was a virtuous gentleman who remained unmoved by temptation. Even when the lilies grew within reach, he wouldn't pick them. At this moment, Lu Hao stormed out with an angry face. "Damn it, which bastard stole all my supplies?" Tu Sai stopped in his tracks, turned around, and said, "It was Zhao Hongwei."
"What?" Lu Hao became even angrier. "Who is Zhao Hongwei? I'll go find him right now."
Zhang Sen looked at Tu Sai, somewhat surprised that she would tell them, even though he had clearly rejected them. Tu Sai thought Zhang Sen didn't believe her and explained, "It's true. I came up to look for you once before and happened to see Zhao Hongwei bringing people to pry open your door. Sorry, there were several of them, and they were all armed. I wasn't confident I could take them all down, so I didn't act." After speaking, she led Yang Yike out through the fire exit. Zhang Sen thought for a moment. Tu Sai's move was indeed succeed beyond his expectations. In the apocalypse, everyone prefers fewer troubles over more, and they won't bother with matters unrelated to themselves. Yet she actually revealed the truth, even after he had explicitly rejected her request for cooperation. This proves that her values are still relatively upright. Zhang Xin turned to look at the excrement on the door lock, feeling a surge of anger in his heart.
This kind of thing is likely to happen again in the future.
Besides, Tu Sai and Yang Yike are truly irresistible. If the two of them could appear in front of him from time to time, who knows, maybe one day he could really catch the scent of lilies. What if, right? He called out to Tu Sai, who stopped in his tracks and turned to look at him.
Was Zhao Hongwei the mastermind? Zhang Xin asked. Tu Sai thought for a moment. It should be him.
I saw him walking at the front, and he was the one giving orders.
Go bring Zhao Hongwei up here.
Lu Hao, go with Tu Sai and retrieve your supplies. Tu Sai was momentarily stunned. Mr. Zhang, you mean? Zhang Sen's lips curved slightly. If you accomplish this, we can discuss other matters.
Tu Sai was overjoyed. I'll go right away. Kiki, wait for me here. Mr. Zhang, I'll be right up.
Tu Sai took his sword and led Lu Hao away, leaving only Zhang Sen and Yang Yike in the corridor.
The atmosphere became a bit awkward for a moment. Yang Yike was a little scared.
After the apocalypse, all the men she encountered had malicious intentions toward her.
She couldn't guarantee whether Zhang Sen would be like those people.
Zhang Sen noticed her nervousness and was somewhat surprised that Tu Sai had actually left her here.
How much trust did he have in him?
He took the initiative to walk to the elevator area, leaned against the window, and lit a cigarette.
You don't need to be afraid. I won't do anything to you, unless you agree. Yang Yike was afraid he might get angry and hurriedly explained. I didn't mean that.
Zhang Sen smiled without exposing her and instead changed the subject. You and Tu Sai, you're not just friends, are you?
Yang Yike nodded. We are in a romantic relationship.
Zhang Sen curled his lips. Pretty good, love above all.
Thank you.
Yang Yike felt a bit more at ease and her impression of Zhang Sen improved slightly. Seeing that Yang Yike was still afraid of him, Zhang Sen said nothing more, turned around, and looked out the window with his back to her. Yang Yike let out a sigh of relief and squatted down by the wall. After a dozen minutes, Zhang Sen lit his second cigarette and finally heard some commotion coming from the staircase. Lu Hao followed behind, carrying his supplies, cursing under his breath. You son of a b! You actually ate 4 packs of my instant noodles and a self-heating hot pot. If my boss didn't want to see you, I would have killed you already. Zhao Hongwei kept begging for mercy. Big brother, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. My family was too hungry. Once I find some supplies, I'll pay you back double, no, triple. The fire door was pushed open. Tu Sai dragged Zhao Hongwei over. Mr. Zhang, I've brought the man. Zhao Hongwei had several wounds on his body, clearly sword injuries. It seemed he had resisted. Zhang Sen nodded, stepped forward, and delivered a fierce kick to Zhao Hongwei's chest. Zhao Hongwei screamed miserably as he fell to the ground. Zhang Sen, with a cigarette in his mouth and a cold glare in his eyes, said, You've got some damn nerve. I'm sorry, brother son, I'm sorry. I was out of my mind. I won't dare to do it again. Zhang Sen grabbed his clothes, lifted him up, and dragged him to the door. Lick it clean for me. If you don't clean it properly, you can forget about keeping your life. I'll lick. Zhao Hongwei was already scared out of his wits. He knew that if Zhang Sen wanted to kill someone, it definitely wouldn't be a joke. At this moment, he was filled with immense regret. Why did he do such a disgusting thing? Surrounded by that nauseating smell, his stomach churned violently. He had just eaten too much. After finally managing to eat so much, if he threw it up, wouldn't it all be for nothing? But if he didn't lick it, he might lose his life. Forcing himself, he felt like he was about to vomit. Zhang Sen threatened, If you fucking dare throw up here, I'll wash my family's doorstep with your blood. Hurry up and lick it. All right. Zhao Hongwei, upon hearing this, dared not delay. Resolving himself, he could only comply. Apart from Zhang Sen, the others nearby all felt a wave of nausea. Everyone looked at Zhang Sen's calm expression and admired him even more. How could they know that in his previous life Zhang Sen had seen too many such things? Many people, just to fill their stomachs, would eat even feces without hesitation. After licking, Zhao Hongwei knelt in front of Zhang Sen, kowtowing repeatedly, Brother Sen, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. But this was of no use. Daring to do such a disgusting thing to Zhang Sen, even without Tu Sai pointing him out, he would still find the culprit and kill him. But now, he wasn't planning to do it himself. Tu Sai, kill him. Tu Sai froze for a second, then looked up to see Zhang Sen staring straight at her. She knew this was Zhang Sen's test for her. She did not hesitate in the slightest, stepping forward to deliver a fatal slash to the throat. A straight wound appeared on Zhao Hongwei's neck. He clutched his throat, but it was futile as a large amount of blood flowed through his fingers. Zhao Hongwei's face turned bright red from holding his breath, yet he couldn't make a sound no matter how hard he tried. The trachea was severed. Zhang Sen was surprised by Tu Sai's decisiveness and raised an eyebrow, asking, Have you killed someone before? Tu Sai nodded. When I was searching for supplies before, 2 men tried to rob me, and I killed them. Zhang Sen nodded approvingly and then instructed Lu how to throw the body downstairs. Taking advantage of this time, he went into 1602 for a look. It was already empty inside, and he had no idea where the original occupant occupants had gone. He remembered that before the apocalypse, a young couple had been living in this apartment, but now the place was completely deserted. Jiang Sin speculated that perhaps they had fled to another place, but it was more likely that they couldn't withstand the mental torment of the apocalypse and had ended their lives by jumping from the 16th floor. Because on the balcony, he saw a chair. In the apocalypse, taking the initiative to end one's life is a very common thing.
Dying spares one from suffering. It's also a pretty good choice. 1602 was vacant, just right for these two beauties to stay. He looked at Tusai. Do you know who the other participants in today's matter are? I'm the kind of person who always seeks revenge. Go ask them for a finger. Tell them that if they don't give it, I'll come and take it myself. After it's over, you and your girlfriend can move to 1602.
When Jiang Sin mentioned your girlfriend, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift slightly, especially when he saw Yang Yike looking visibly shy. The corners of his lips curled even higher. Tusai was somewhat surprised that Jiang Sin could discern their relationship. Although she was a bit worried that he might have ulterior motives like those other sleazy men, she didn't say much. After all, they were the ones asking for his help now.
Alright, I'll go right away.
Tusai didn't think Jiang Sin was cruel. On the contrary, she admired his decisive and ruthless nature. She had come to understand over these days that the order of this society had already completely collapsed. In the future, only people like Jiang Sin would be able to survive. She would have to be like this too. A dozen minutes later, Tusai came up with 6 pinky fingers. Seeing that Jiang Sin's door was closed, she didn't dare to knock. She placed the severed finger in 1602 and went downstairs to pack her luggage. When they went upstairs again, Jiang Sin had just finished showering. He was wearing loungewear, his hair half dry, and squatting in front of the iron door outside, doing something unknown.
She quickly threw her luggage into the room. Mr. Zhang, do you need any help? No need. Go find Lu Hao. He will tell you my rules.
Tusai nodded and turned to knock on the door of 1603. Lu Hao opened the door holding a self-heating meal, saw Tusai, understood her purpose, invited her into the room, and repeated the words Jiang Sin had said to him last night. After listening, Tusai's worries about Jiang Sin eased a bit. People who prefer to act alone are always better than those who like to gather and fantasize about women. Seeing Tusai occasionally staring at the self-heating rice in his bowl, Lu Hao knew she was craving it. Tusai and Yang Yike had been eating compressed biscuits all day and hadn't dared to eat their fill, because she wasn't sure earlier if she could persuade Jiang Sin, and if not, they would have to rely on the remaining compressed biscuits to hold out for a while. She really wanted a bite of something warm now, but she also knew that she and Lu Hao were not related, so it wouldn't be appropriate to ask for food. Instead, Lu Hao quickly thought and asked, did you and your girlfriend not have enough to eat? Tusai didn't want to take advantage. It's fine, we still have some food. Lu Hao also had his own little plan in mind. When he saw Tusai dealing with Zhao Hongwei just now, he realized that this girl had some real skills, more practical than what he had learned in the army. Although he knew a bit of martial arts, it wasn't much. Nowadays, everyone carries weapons, so if Tusai could teach him a few moves, it would probably be quite useful for him. At least in the future, he won't always be holding Jiang Sin back. Although Jiang Sin is more skilled than Tusai, he feels embarrassed to ask Jiang Sin to teach him. Moreover, he knows that even if he asks, Jiang Sin wouldn't agree. I can give you some food, but it can't be for free. Tusai's heart leapt with joy. Do you need me to help you with something? Teach me how to kill. Kill? That's right. Although I know some martial arts, when facing a crowd, I can only swing my blade wildly. I hope you can teach me some techniques to improve my skills. This request was very simple for Tusai, and she also needed to spar with others to keep improving. Got it. So she didn't hesitate at all and agreed immediately. As payment, Lu Hao gave her a self-heating rice meal and a pack of instant noodles. When she left Lu Hao's house, Jiang Sin had already finished what he was doing. He stood up, looking at Tusai and Lu Hao through the security door. All done? All done, boss. Don't worry, I explained everything clearly. Mr. Zhang, rest assured, Kiki and I will abide by your rules. Jiang Sin nodded and pointed to the iron door in front of him. I've electrified this door. It can kill. Make sure you don't touch it. The two were stunned for a moment, and both couldn't help but marvel in their hearts. This person is really impressive. By the way, we're heading out to gather supplies at 8 tomorrow morning, Jiang Sin said. Don't be late. Also, Tusai, you don't need to go out. We'll take Yang Yike instead. What? Tusai was shocked. Mr. Zhang, Kiki doesn't know how to do anything. What if something happens? Jiang Sin's face turned cold. Since you're seeking my help, don't question any of my decisions. If it happens again, our partnership will end here. Tusai was afraid of angering Jiang Sin and truly being left behind, so she didn't dare say anything further, though her mind was still pondering Jiang Sin's intentions. Jiang Sin naturally understood what she was thinking. Such a stunning beauty standing pitifully in front of him, if he were too harsh, he would feel guilty about it. He softened his tone and continued, with the situation outside, how long can you protect your girlfriend? Besides, the reason I'm willing to take you in is because I have a task that requires you. I don't want to see something as disgusting as what happened today at my doorstep again. Your task is to guard the house, kill whoever comes. He took 2 bottles of pepper spray out of his pocket and tossed
tossed them to Tu Sai. One for you and one for Yang Yike. Make sure she carries it with her tomorrow. As for the supplies found each day, divide them into 5 parts. I'll take 1/5. The rest, you and Lu Hao split. After speaking, he turned and went inside. Tu Sai looked at the 2 bottles of pepper spray and fell into deep thought. Lu Hao whispered, "Don't worry, my boss is really capable. Your girlfriend will be fine." At night, Tu Sai held Yang Yike in his arms as the two lay on the bed. Tu Sai will move into 1602 and has told Yang Yike all the details of the cooperation with Zhang Sen. Yang Yike learned that he would be going out alone with Zhang Sen and Lu Hao to search for supplies, and he felt very scared. Tu Sai had no choice but to comfort him for a long time and repeatedly assured him that Zhang Sen and Lu Hao were not the kind of beasts who would act on impulse. Only then did Yang Yike feel somewhat at ease. Afterward, Tu Sai specifically reminded Yang Yike that if there was anything he didn't understand or was unsure about, he could ask Lu Hao more questions. In her interaction with Lu Hao tonight, she felt that Lu Hao was a bit more personable than Zhang Sen. He seemed simple and straightforward, without much scheming. As for Zhang Sen, Tu Sai's advice to Yang Yike was to do whatever he said, as long as it didn't involve harming herself. Don't inquire or question any of his decisions or actions. I see. Yang Yike nodded with a flushed face. Tu Sai looked at Yang Yike like this, and his heart stirred. They hadn't been intimate for a long time. Previously, when they were staying at 902, there was still someone else at home. Then, in the past couple of days, they were in no mood because their supplies had been stolen. The current situation is like a thunderbolt igniting a fire. The next day, the water level had indeed receded quite a bit. Now the water surface was already near the rooftop of the 4th floor. At 8 in the morning, when Zhang Sen left the house, 3 people were already waiting at the door. Seeing Yang Yike's red-rimmed eyes, Zhang Sen raised an eyebrow. Don't wanna go? Yang Yike hurriedly said, No. Tu Sai hugged Yang Yike. It's okay, they're not bad people. I'll wait for you at home. She paused, then smiled, and said, Find more supplies. I'm counting on you to take care of me. Yang Yike couldn't help but laugh, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. Don't worry, I'll take care of you. Tu Sai smiled and kissed Yang Yike on the lips. Alright, I'll wait for you. Zhang Sen and Lu Hao stared blankly at this passionate scene, feeling as if their blood was rushing straight to their heads. At this moment, Zhang Sen felt that his decision to bring along this young couple was truly brilliant. Life should be lived facing the light and smelling the fragrance of flowers. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Lu Hao and instantly burst into laughter, seeing 2 streams of bright red blood flowing from his nostrils. What a hopeless guy. Lu Hao saw Zhang Sen's expression and smiled at her, winking and making faces. Ah, Haoji, why are you having a nosebleed? Yang Yike was startled. Lu Hao froze for a moment and hurriedly wiped his nosebleed. Sorry about that. I've been eating too much instant noodle hot pot lately, got a bit overheated. Let's go quickly. After saying that, he fled in a panic, not knowing which way to go. After Zhang Sen saw Yang Yike leave, he also set off. Tu Sai stopped Zhang Sen and bowed deeply. Mr. Zhang, I'm counting on you. Zhang Sen understood her meaning but didn't make any promises. He left behind the words take good care of the house and waved as he departed. Today, the place Zhang Sen was heading to was even farther than yesterday. The speedboat traveled for a full hour before reaching the destination. Along the way, no one said a word. Lu Hao's mind was still filled with the scene from before leaving. Yang Yike was timid and didn't dare to speak. Since the apocalypse, she hadn't been separated from Tu Sai. This time, she went out to search for supplies with 2 men she had only known for a day. Even though Tu Sai had repeatedly assured her that these 2 had better character than their previous companions, she still couldn't help but worry. When they arrived at the first mall, the water level was unsuitable, making it awkward both above and below. Zhang Sen went diving alone, leaving only her and Lu Hao on the speedboat. Only then did she muster the courage to speak. Brother Hao, everyone else went upstairs to look for supplies. How did Mr. Zhang go underwater? Lu Hao smiled. I don't know, and I didn't ask. Whatever the boss does, he must have his reasons. Don't worry, there will definitely be time to look for supplies today. Yang Yike remembered Tu Sai's advice and, fearing being misunderstood by Lu Hao, hurriedly explained, I'm not trying to pry into Mr. Shang's private matters, nor do I have any objections to his arrangements. I'm just curious. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked too much. Lu Hao felt utterly helpless in his heart. This young girl was probably too well protected by her family. So timid. He thought of his younger sister back home, who was somewhat similar to Yang Yike. He wondered if she was still alive. He sighed lightly and comforted. You don't need to be afraid of us, and there's nothing to fear about the boss either. Although he's formidable, he won't kill without reason. Since he's willing to take you in, it means he has already accepted you. Just wait for a while and focus on finding supplies. Yang Yike let out a long breath. I understand now. Thank you, Brother Hao. Lu Hao nodded. At that moment, the rope was tugged 3 times, and Lu Hao quickly pulled Zhang Sen up. After resting for a while, Zhang Sen went back into the water. After several repetitions, he finished collecting the gold from this mall, climbed onto the speedboat, and set off for the next mall. The water level at the second mall was suitable. Zhang Sen lay on the speedboat to rest while Lu Hao took Yang Yike to search for supplies. Yang Yike and Lu Hao each carried
carried a large bag on their backs, and Lu Hao was also holding a luggage bag in his hand. Now, more and more people are searching for supplies, but the supplies are becoming scarcer. The two searched for over an hour and only managed to fill one bag. Of the remaining two bags, one remained unopened, and the other was only 1/3 full. Seeing that there was only half an hour left until the agreed upon time, Lu Hao became a little anxious, but fortunately, at this moment, he discovered a storage room and an accessory shop. Inside, there were plenty of snacks stored, including spicy chips, meat sauce, canned food, various imported instant noodles, and chocolates. It was probably secretly stashed by the staff who used to work here, intending to enjoy them during work breaks. Lu Hao and Yang Yike's eyes lit up. The quantity of these supplies was enough to fill the remaining space in their bags. The two quickly stuffed everything into the bag. As they were down to the last small portion, a loud shout rang in their ears. These supplies were found by us first. Lu Hao's heart skipped a beat. He picked up the machete from the ground and said to Yang Yike, "You keep packing, I'll deal with them." Yang Yike trembled in fear, but her hands didn't stop moving. She had been hungry too many times and deeply understood the importance of food. The area of this jewelry store was not large. The other party consisted of 4 men. Apart from the one in the middle holding a machete, the other 3 were wielding steel pipes. With the counter and the 2 people on Lu Hao's side, the space felt extremely cramped. Lu Hao looked at the 4 men opposite him, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Leave the women and our supplies, and we can spare your life," the leader on the other side said, raising the machete in his hand. Lu Hao sneered, "Your supplies? Don't you know the rule of first come, first served? I found these supplies first. I just went out to call my brothers, and who knew you'd snatch them ahead of me? Cut the crap. Once something's in my hands, it's mine. If you want it, trade your life for it. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Brothers, let's go." The 4 of them charged forward together, but Lu Hao showed no fear, raising his knife to meet them. His only principle after getting into a fight now was, run if you can, if you can't, fight to the death. Obviously, these people had no intention of giving Lu Hao a chance to escape. They had already locked the door. Lu Hao kicked over a man holding a steel pipe, slashed off another man's hand with a knife, and then struck another in the chest with a blade. During the process, he also took a hit on his back. The leader of the group fought recklessly, swinging his knife wildly, but Lu Hao narrowly dodged every attack. Both of them had sustained some injuries. By now, the 2 remaining underlings were already a bit scared. They just wanted to grab some supplies, not risk their lives. But the leader's words reignited their hope. "Brothers, kill him. They have 3 big bags of supplies and a woman. We'll all enjoy ourselves later." The 3 men attacked again. At this moment, no one noticed that Yang Yike, who had been hiding behind the counter after collecting the supplies, stood up. She rushed out and sprayed the pepper spray in her hand wildly at the 3 men. Everyone immediately burst into tears and snot, covering their eyes and wailing, while sneezing non-stop. Lu Hao was stunned. Although his eyes were also uncomfortable, there was no danger at all now. "Kiki, well done." Yang Yike stood trembling on the side. Lu Hao stood up again, taking down 1 person with each strike, quickly dealing with 2 of them. Just as Lu Hao was about to kill the last person, he suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Yang Yike. "Have you ever killed anyone?" "No, no." "Come here, kill him." Lu Hao picked up the machete from the opposing leader and handed it to Yang Yike. Yang Yike was shocked. "Me?" Lu Hao sneezed a few more times. "Hurry up, finish him off and let's go. It's too suffocating here." Yang Yike took the knife with trembling hands, walked up to the man, who was still sneezing incessantly, his face covered in tears and snot. "No, brother Hao, I don't dare." Lu Hao stood aside. "Think about it, I was about to die just now. What would they do to you? These are your enemies. If you let him go, next time you run into them, it might be you and your girlfriend who suffer." Yang Yike struggled for a moment. "Kill him." Lu Hao shouted. "It's the damn end of the world, and you still think you're a pampered lady. If you don't kill him now, just wait to die. Kill him." Yang Yike screamed as she raised the knife and slashed at the man. One slash after another, the man had long since stopped breathing, collapsing to the ground like a pile of mush. Lu Hao stepped forward, took the knife from her hand, handed her a backpack, and gently comforted her. "Let's go. You did well." Yang Yike blankly took the bag, slung it over her back, and followed Lu Hao out. The 2 quickly met up with Zhang Senator. When Zhang Sen saw them covered in blood, he knew they must have run into some trouble. He didn't let the 2 board the speedboat and asked, "Are you okay?" Lu Hao shook his head. "Just a few minor injuries, nothing serious. Let's eat first. We'll head to the next place after the meal." Zhang Sen climbed ashore, pulled the speedboat up, and found a corner. Lu Hao opened a bag, took out a piece of bread, and said, "Take whatever you want to eat." Yang Yike, absent-minded, also took a piece of bread and started nibbling on it after unwrapping it. Zhang Sen looked at Yang Yike without saying a word. She wasn't his woman, so he didn't have the energy to care about someone else's mental health, no matter how beautiful she was. If you can't even get through this hurdle, you might as well die early to avoid dragging others down. He glanced at the 2 deep, bone-revealing wounds on Lu Hao's arm and sighed lightly. This kid isn't bad. It would be a pity if he died. He reached into his bag, took out gauze and disinfectant alcohol from the space, and then grabbed a pack of anti-inflammatory medicine, placing them in front front of Lu Hao. Take care of the wound first. Lu Hao glanced at the medicine, knowing how rare these things were now, and felt a surge of gratitude.
Thank you, boss. Jiang Xin said nothing.
Lu Hao put down the bread and took off his clothes. He first rinsed the wound with alcohol, then began to bandage himself. After fiddling with it for a long time without success, he grew increasingly irritable. At this moment, Yang Yike had already calmed down. She put down the bread in her hand and took the bandage from Lu Hao.
Brother Hao, let me help you.
Lu Hao was stunned for a moment, then nodded.
Yang Yike remained silent and began wrapping the bandage for him.
Lu Hao looked at her pale face, couldn't help but sigh. I have a younger sister, probably about your age. I don't know if she's alive or dead now. If she's still alive, I hope she could be as strong as you just were.
This world is no longer the same.
I've suffered losses from being indecisive a few times before, almost lost my life several times. Fortunately, the boss saved me.
Only by being a bit ruthless can one survive. This is also what the boss taught me.
Yang Yike looked at Lu Hao with a serious expression and said, Brother Hao, I know you're doing this for my sake.
Thank you. I will grow up quickly and won't be as weak as I used to be.
After finishing the meal, Jiang Xin followed the plan, continued to sweep through several malls and a few scattered shops, and then went home. When they got home, they first went to 1602 and divided the supplies they found today. Jiang Xin, as agreed, only took 1/5. Back home, he took a shower, ate, and played with Satan for a while. Satan had grown a bit over the past few days and was almost a meter tall. He used the gold he found today to upgrade the space once more. The white mist had thinned a bit, but the change was minimal and barely noticeable without close observation. It seems the space's appetite has grown. However, some changes in the space can still be noticed. The area next to the spring in the space has expanded slightly, and more wildflowers are blooming. The water level has been receding continuously, and when it recedes to the second floor, extreme cold will arrive. In the following days, Jiang Xin still took Lu Hao and Yang Yike out to search for supplies and gold. After returning in the evening, Lu Hao systematically studied knife techniques with Tu Sai every day. Although Tu Sai's specialty is swordsmanship, his knife techniques are also quite good. Lu Hao's skills have progressed rapidly, and now 3 or 4 ordinary people can't do anything to him. At first, Lu Hao wanted to give Tu Sai a reward, but after Tu Sai learned about Lu Hao's feelings for Yang Yike, she refused to accept any further payment. After all, sparring also helps improve her own skills. Yang Yike has changed a lot now, actively seeking to improve herself. She works out and practices martial arts with Lu Hao and Tu Sai every day.
The water level is getting lower and lower, and Jiang Xin is almost about to empty out all the gold shops in Nanyang City.
But the changes in the space were never significant. After the last area on the map was cleared, the space's upgrade still did not meet his expectations. Apart from being slightly larger and having a few more wildflowers, there was nothing else. Jiang Xin felt a bit helpless. This space was practically a veritable gold-devouring beast. The water level is about to drop to the 3rd floor, and extreme cold is imminent. The gold that could be obtained from Nanyang has basically been secured. He had coveted the gold in those bank vaults, but he simply didn't have the ability, so he never dared to hope for it. He lay on the sofa, feeling extremely depressed. Taking out a bottle of red wine from the space, he drank while petting the leopard. In the middle of the night, he was suddenly woken up by Satan pawing at him. He opened his eyes and saw Satan trembling as it looked at him, its breath turning into white mist. He felt a piercing chill. The extreme cold actually came early. Is it the butterfly effect causing trouble again?
Jiang Xin couldn't figure it out. Could he alone really be so important to this universe?
It's just a rebirth. How can it change so many things? Jiang Xin took out the thermometer and saw it was minus 21 degrees.
Damn, I almost froze to death.
In his previous life, on the first night of the extreme cold, countless people never woke up from their sleep. So close, if it weren't for Satan, he might have escaped the extreme cold of his previous life, but perhaps not this one. Jiang Xin, still shaken, added more firewood to the fireplaces in the living room and bedroom. He then took out an electric heater from the storage space and placed it in the bedroom. Soon, the temperature in the house gradually rose, and the chill on his body was somewhat dispelled.
At that moment, a loud banging on the door sounded. Jiang Xin frowned. It had only been a few quiet days, and now someone was causing trouble again? He walked to the door, turned on the surveillance, and saw Lu Hao and the other 2 outside. All 3 of them were wrapped in blankets, shivering from the cold. Lu Hao was wrapped in the ultra-thick quilt he had helped buy earlier, but the quilts of Tu Sai and the other person were noticeably thinner. What's the matter? He asked. Boss, are you okay?
Mr. Zhang, the temperature suddenly dropped sharply. Are you alright? Jiang Xin was stunned for a moment. They had come to check on him.
I'm fine, all of you go back.
Keep warm, wear all your thick clothes, and dismantle any furniture at home that can be taken apart to make a fire for warmth.
Alright, we understand. Boss, you take care too.
The 3 of them went home separately, and Jiang Xin also returned to his bedroom. The temperature in the bedroom had already risen to over 20 degrees, making it very comfortable, though a bit dry. He poured a basin of water from his space and placed it by the bedside, then called Satan into the room, preparing to sleep. However, the image of Tu Sai and the other person wrapped in a thin quilt
suddenly appeared in his mind. Although, based on the development of events in the previous life, these two would definitely make it through the extreme cold and reach the base, he still couldn't bear the thought of the two young girls having to huddle together for warmth. What's more, after spending time together during this period, these two girls had always been considerate and decent. They had helped him out to some extent. Not to mention, just for the fact that they were willing to come and warn him today, he owed them this favor. Anyway, he still has plenty of thick quilts in his space. It's just a small effort. What if this little couple ends up being touched? As Zhang Xin kept thinking, he ended up touching himself first. He quickly got up, wrapped himself like a bear, and took out a thick quilt from his space, which he had collected from the warehouse. With this, plus their own thin quilt and a brazier, it shouldn't be so hard to endure. He carried the quilt and knocked on the door of 1602. Unfortunately, the door didn't open for a long time, and Zhang Xin started to regret it a little. This is no easy task. This is risking one's life to bring warmth. It took over a minute before the door was opened. Tu Sai looked at the shivering Zhang Xin at the door and asked, "Mr. Zhang, what brings you here?" Zhang Xin raised the quilt in his hand. "It seems like you don't have a thick quilt, so I brought one over for you. It's new." Tu Sai was overjoyed. This was exactly what they needed. "Thank you so much, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Xin smiled, shivering all over from the cold. Tu Sai hurriedly said, "Mr. Zhang, you should go back quickly, it's cold outside." "All right." Zhang Xin nodded and turned to leave. The moment Tu Sai closed the door, Zhang Xin immediately stopped shivering. He curled his lips, doesn't even think to let someone in to warm up. The next day, when Zhang Xin got up, he measured the temperature again. It was already minus 40 degrees Celsius outside. Tomorrow it will probably reach minus 60 degrees. He took out a heater from his space, lit the charcoal fire, and placed steaming hot meat buns and wontons on top. This type of heater is a household essential in the northeastern cities of Daxia. Winters there are extremely cold, and food cools down as soon as it's served. With this heater warming from below, not only can the room stay a bit warmer, but the food can also remain hot. After breakfast, he glanced downstairs and saw that the water accumulation below had completely frozen. Satan still remembered his previous promise that once it froze outside, he would take him out to play. So after breakfast, he kept looking outside, waiting for him to fulfill his promise. Zhang Xin had no choice but to give up his plan of staying cozy in the warm house and take Satan out. Worried that Satan might not adapt to such a cold environment all at once, he took a high-end down jacket out of his space and put it on Satan. For the sleeves that were too wide, he tied them with a rope and then wrapped its feet with several pieces of cotton cloth. After everything was ready, he looked at Satan. Great, now it completely looks like a dumb dog. After wrapping Satan in its gear, he took out a thermal suit from his space and put it on, followed by a cold-proof jacket, mountaineering boots, and gloves. As soon as the door opened, he saw Lu Hao and the other two standing at his doorstep. Zhang Xin was taken aback. "What's the matter?" "Boss, we were just about to ask you if you'd like to join us in searching for supplies and firewood. There isn't much furniture in our place, so it won't last long." "Yeah, Mr. Zhang, are you going?" Zhang Xin thought about it. After all, he was going out to walk the dog today, and it didn't matter where he walked. Being around more people is also safer. Besides, if he kept avoiding going out to gather firewood, it would seem quite odd. "All right, let's go together then," Zhang Xin said. "But now that no one needs my speedboat anymore, you can all keep the supplies you gathered yourselves. No need to share them equally." Zhang Xin had plenty of supplies, and the three people in front of him also left a good impression. He had no intention of taking advantage. All right, Lu Hao thought his boss was truly generous, a real man. "Then let's go." Zhang Xin nodded. "Satan, let's go." Lu Hao knew that Zhang Xin had a dog, but Tu Sai and the other person didn't know. They were momentarily stunned after hearing his words. It wasn't until they saw Satan, dressed in a black down jacket, walk out of the house that they were completely shocked. "Mr. Zhang, this is..." Yang Yike stared with wide, round eyes. Zhang Xin smiled. "My dog. This dog is way too big." Even Lu Hao, who had vaguely seen Satan before, was startled. How did it feel like in just half a month this dog had grown twice as big? But the three of them adhered to the principle of not asking too many questions and said nothing. 4 people and a leopard descended the stairs layer by layer. The number of people in the stairwell had decreased significantly, with only those from below the 4th floor remaining. Almost every household had someone who froze to death last night. The surviving family members didn't dare to cry, as tears would freeze on their faces and cause frostbite. Zhang Xin could feel that along the way, everyone who saw him had a look of resentment and malice in their eyes. It was as if they were saying, "We've all ended up like this, so why are you still so glamorous, and even keeping a damn dog?" Zhang Xin didn't spare them even a glance, only gripping the straight blade in his hand tightly. Always ready, whoever dares to cause trouble will face the blade. Several people climbed out of a window on the 3rd floor. Outside, the light suddenly became bright. Only then did everyone clearly see Satan's attire, completely stunned. Goodness, this dog is dressed better than all of them. They can only wrap themselves in all the thick clothes they have, turning themselves into dumplings. This dog is actually wearing a Canada Goose jacket. Truly, humans are no match for dogs. But they were just sighing. After all, they knew deep down that without without Zhang Sen, they might have already died. After all, the warm clothes they were wearing were found a few days ago when searching for supplies. Zhang Sen casually mentioned that it seemed to be getting colder and suggested finding some warm, thick clothes. Of course, even though they didn't understand, they still followed his advice. Looking back now, fortunately, they had that reminder, otherwise, they wouldn't even have clothes to wear out today. The thick clothes from before were all discarded during the move. After all, who could have known that in the scorching summer, they would need something like down jackets? It was too cold outside, so they didn't plan to go far. They stayed nearby, mainly to gather some firewood. As for supplies, they weren't particularly lacking for the time being. After all, these past few days, they had been hauling back large bags every day, which was enough to last them for a while. Several people walked toward the outside of the residential area, almost attracting the attention of everyone along the way. In this cruel apocalypse, everyone was disheveled and grimy, yet these four people were glowing with vitality, accompanied by an absurdly large dog. But no one dared to approach them, as Zhang Sen's notorious reputation had already spread throughout the entire residential area due to the interactions between the buildings over this period. Mr. Zhang, thank you for bringing us thick blankets last night. Yang Yak deliberately waited for Zhang Sen and walked alongside him. Zhang Sen smiled. It's just a small effort, no need to be polite. Yang Yak curved her brows and eyes slightly. On the way afterward, she secretly glanced at Zhang Sen a few times, making Zhang Sen feel overjoyed. Do you have something you want to say to me? Zhang Sen turned his head to look at her. Yang Yak was a bit nervous. She took a deep breath and then mustered up the courage to say, Mr. Zhang, are you collecting gold? Is this prying into his affairs? Zhang Sen's expression instantly darkened. Yang Yak became even more frightened and stammered as she explained, Mr. Zhang, please don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to pry into your privacy. I just feel that you've helped Seze and me so much, and I want to do something for you. Zhang Sen found her words somewhat intriguing and signaled with his eyes for her to continue. Yang Yak felt encouraged and a bit more at ease. Mr. Zhang, a couple of days ago, the water level wasn't as deep, and I noticed that every time you dived, you went to the gold shop. So I thought, maybe you've been collecting gold all along. Although I don't know, nor am I curious, about what you need the gold for, I just want to ask, do you still need gold? If you do, maybe I can help you. Zhang Sen was shocked and quickly asked, you can get gold? How much can you get? Yang Yak thought for a moment, I don't know the exact amount because the gold isn't in my possession. Then whose possession is it in? It's in the bank's vault. This girl must be here to repay kindness with enmity. He felt that his earlier ecstasy was simply a waste of life. Thank you, but do you think it's possible that everyone knows there's gold in the vault but can't take it out? Yang Yak now only hated his own clumsy tongue, feeling utterly anxious. Zhang Sun. Tusai also looked speechless and leaned over. Alright, Mr. Zhang, let me explain for Kiki. Kiki's uncle is the president of Daxia Bank, and the vault key is in his possession. Previously, we were worried you'd think we were prying into your privacy, and we also thought this natural disaster might pass soon. If you touched the vault, it might bring trouble to you. She pointed to the sky, but looking at things now, the authorities haven't taken any action at all. We've completely come to believe that this is truly the apocalypse, and who knows, we might die any day. Everything is frozen everywhere now, and you can't go after gold anymore. You've helped us so much. If you still want the gold, just say the word, and Coco and I will get the key for you so you can take the gold yourself. The more Zhang Sen listened, the wider his eyes opened, and he revealed the biggest smile anyone had seen from him since they met. Coco, little sister, so this is what you meant. I misunderstood you. I apologize. No need, Mr. Zhang. It's my fault for not expressing myself clearly. Hey, why are you still calling him Mr. Zhang? From now on, you're my half-sister from another mother, just call me Brother Senior. Yang Yak was stunned. Go on, call him, Luo urged. Once you call him Brother Son, he'll protect you from now on. Bro, Brother Son. Yang Yak became even more frightened. Good girl. Zhang Sen beamed brightly. Then I'll leave this matter to you, Kiki. Don't worry, if you really help Brother Sen get the key, Brother Sen will definitely reward you generously. Being able to help Zhang Sen made Yang Yak very happy as well. She smiled and nodded vigorously. Brother Son, I'll do my best. The four of them had already reached the entrance of the neighborhood by this time. Tu Sai and Lu Hao discussed going over there to find firewood. Zhang Sen was still pulling Yang Yak aside to ask about the vault. Where does your uncle live? When do you plan to go find him? Yang Yak thought for a moment. I can go anytime. How about tomorrow? Saz and I will get up early. My uncle's house is quite far, and we can't drive now. Going there and back will take at least a whole day. Zhang Sen pondered for a moment. How about this? I'll see if I can find a means of transportation. If I can, I'll go with you tomorrow. It's too dangerous for the two of you to travel such a long distance. Yang Yak asked Tu Sai for her opinion. Tu Sai now trusted Zhang Sen's character and also felt that this arrangement was safer. Soon, he would have an entire vault of gold. Zhang Sen was in high spirits and became more enthusiastic about helping them search for supplies. The decision to bring blankets to this young couple last night was truly brilliant. Looking at the three people in front of him, he suddenly felt that, in this post-apocalyptic world, having a small team didn't seem
seem like such a bad thing. If one day he and Satan were stuck in the deep mountains with no one to talk to, life would be way too boring. He had no interest in establishing his own base, it was too exhausting. Nor did he have the energy to compete with others for territory. Scheming and plotting, it was just too tiring. He just wants to lie on his supplies and comfortably live out this lifetime. However, he wouldn't mind having a few trustworthy friends he can talk to and live with. After all, having a small team not only ensures greater safety but also adds some fun to life. But for now, this is just a thought. If he encounters such people in the future, it would be his luck. If not, he won't force it. As for the three people in front of him, he still needs to observe them further. When it comes to matters of life and death, he dares not act recklessly. After walking for about 10 minutes, they arrived at a furniture store. Previously, everyone had been focused on searching for supplies, with few showing interest in furniture, so this place was relatively well preserved. Although there were some people who came here with the same purpose as them, they were ultimately a minority. After all, the sudden extreme cold claimed the lives of some people. They walked for half a day and only saw a few groups of people. Everyone took one shop each, minding their own business, and they got along peacefully. Jiang Xin found a specialized wooden furniture store filled entirely with solid wood tables, chairs, stools, and similar furniture. Lu Hao and Yang Yike, one of them holding a machete. The task of chopping the furniture into pieces convenient for transport fell to Lu Hao and Tu Sai. Soon, the two were sweating profusely and sat to the side catching their breath. Jiang Xin couldn't bear to watch their lack of stamina and didn't want to waste too much time. He reached into his backpack, pulled out a moderately sized axe, and said, "Looks like I have to step in." "The three, you had an axe. Why didn't you take it out earlier?" "Howsy, go find some unpainted furniture and I'll chop it." "Got it." Lu Hao quickly went to find furniture. Tu Sai and Yang Yike were not idle either. They both went over to look for furniture. Before long, a pile of chopped firewood was stacked at Jiang Sen's feet, with another pile of unchopped furniture placed nearby. Anything that could be split with a machete had already been taken care of by Tu Sai and Lu Hao. Yang Yike found a wooden board and neatly stacked the firewood. Everyone had work to do, no one was idle. Jiang Sen took a bundle of rope out of his bag. As soon as the firewood was tied up, Lu Hao was ready to pull the cart himself. Jiang Sen pushed him aside and shouted, "Satan!" Satan, who was playing happily nearby, dashed over like a bolt of lightning. "I've been taking care of you for so long, it's time for you to contribute. Pull these logs back home." Satan's eyes sparkled with wisdom, and he nodded. The three were shocked. This dog is way too smart. Jiang Sen tied a knot suitable for Satan at the front end of the rope, then fastened the rope to Satan. Hundreds of pounds of wood, Satan easily dragged it away. Jiang Sen nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, the meat wasn't wasted. The other three were all shocked. This dog is just too fierce. Tu Sai looked at Satan's back thoughtfully. She had carefully observed Satan before, and no matter how she looked, he didn't seem like a dog. As for what he actually was, she couldn't quite make out, since the down jacket completely covered his face. Satan was out to have fun anyway. With his current strength, pulling hundreds of pounds was simply overkill. If Jiang Sen hadn't stopped him from running too fast, he could have made sure no one could see his tail. When they arrived at the royal garden, Satan stopped at the entrance of Building 9. The survivors in the neighborhood saw the firewood and were dying to have it. But as soon as they saw the straight knife in Jiang Sen's hand, they didn't dare to approach. There was too much firewood for them to carry in one trip, so they could only carry it bundle by bundle on their backs. Jiang Sen naturally wouldn't carry it upstairs. Someone had to stay downstairs to watch the firewood, or else it could all be taken away. No one was more suited for this job than him. Jiang Sen untied the ropes around Satan's neck and front legs, letting it roam freely in the neighborhood. Given Satan's current strength, he wasn't worried that anyone would dare to mess with it. If any unexpected situation really occurs, he can arrive in time. Satan excitedly ran around everywhere. Not long after, 6 burly men holding machetes came in from outside the neighborhood, shouting obscenities. "Where's the dog? Where's the dog? Damn, I've never seen such a fat dog. I haven't had meat in ages. As long as we find that dog, I can finally have some tonight." Jiang Sen looked at them and narrowed his eyes. Quite bold, daring to set their sights on his Satan. Just at this moment, Satan sensed the approaching danger and quickly ran back to Jiang Sen's side. "Over there, the dog is over there." Satan glared angrily at the group, crouching with a low growl in its throat, ready to attack. It was hungry and wanted to rush forward to tear these people apart. It's a pity the master won't let it eat people, so let's tear them apart first. It looked at Jiang Sen, urging its master to give the order quickly. Jiang Sen patted its head, signaling it to stay calm. There were too many people on the other side. Since it was Satan's first time killing, caution was naturally necessary. Getting injured is fine, but it can't be too serious. It's still too young. "Kid, is this dog yours?" 6 strong men walked up, thinking they were giving Jiang Sen an overwhelming sense of pressure. Jiang Sen didn't speak, he just looked at them coldly. "If you want to live, hand over the dog, then take off your clothes and offer them to us." Jiang Sen chuckled. Why is there always this kind of idiot, demanding things from him so self-righteously, as if he would actually give them anything? He thrust the straight blade in his hand into
into the ice surface. What if I don't hand them over? If you don't pay, let the knives in our hands collect it from you. Brothers, take down this kid and this dog together. 6 people charged forward. Jang Sin reached behind his waist inside his clothes, and when his hand came back out, it held 2 kukri knives. He charged straight ahead, throwing with force. The 2 knives flew out like lightning, piercing the chests of the 2 people at the front. They instantly fell to the ground, lying side by side. The other 4 were startled. Damn, it's little Lee's flying dagger. They wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. At this moment, Jang Sin had already charged forward, moving as fast as the wind. He pulled out the machetes from the chests of the 2 people on the ground and struck again. One stab pierced through a man's neck, and the other directly severed another man's head. The severed head rolled twice at his feet. Upon seeing it, Satan stepped forward and smashed the head flat with a paw, then looked at Jang Sin smugly, seeking praise. Master, am I awesome or what? What the heck? But Jang Sin didn't even look at him. At this moment, the 6 imposing strong men were reduced to just 2. The 2 were so frightened that they fell to the ground, begging for mercy incessantly. Big brother, spare us. Big brother, I know I was wrong. Please, I beg you to spare me. Spare you? Jang Sin chuckled softly. Sure, as long as you can run fast enough. A glimmer of hope flashed in the 2's hearts. They immediately got up and ran forward with all their strength. Jang Sin turned around, walked to the firewood, and slid the henchman's knife back into the waistband of his clothes, though in reality, he tossed it into the space. Satan, go play, but remember, no eating people. Satan growled softly and charged forward like lightning. Jang Sin sat on the pile of firewood, watching Satan's performance with great interest. As expected, a beast is still a beast. No matter how long it has been confined indoors, as soon as it smells blood, it unleashes a terrifying ferocity. Jang Sin quietly watched the 2 people screaming in agony under Satan's sharp teeth. Satan, being playful, didn't like killing people outright but preferred to torment them slowly. It would bite off half of one person's shoulder at one moment, and then bite off another person's arm the next. But it was very obedient to Jang Sin's words and didn't eat people. Whatever it bit off, it would quickly spit out. Jang Sin grew increasingly satisfied. Where else could he find such an obedient and powerful pet? He was now more and more curious about what Satan would look like after evolving. Meanwhile, the 2 people who had become toys in Satan's mouth were filled with despair. What the hell is this? This isn't a dog, it's practically a demon. That man just now, he is the Demon King. Since they are going to die anyway, it would be better to kill them with one strike. It's far better than becoming a toy in this dog's mouth, enduring the pain of being torn apart bit by bit. Fortunately, 3 minutes later, the 2 of them were finally freed. They stopped breathing. Satan was stunned. Not fun. They died so quickly. It was a bit angry and slapped each of their faces with a paw. The 2 people's faces immediately collapsed on one side. Satan was satisfied this time, quickly running back to Jang Sin's side and rubbing its head against his palm. After all, it was its first time killing someone, and Jang Sin gave it face by patting its head. Well done, I'll give you meat when we get back. Satan let out a soft whoa. It remembered its master had said that it couldn't let people outside hear its howl just yet. It had to wait until it grew a bit bigger, until it was strong enough not to fear harm from humans. Then it could swagger out the door, howl whenever it wanted, and go wherever it pleased. Jang Sin turned around and saw Lu Hao and the other 2 standing by the window near the building's entrance. Lu Hao was fine, after all, he had seen Jang Sin kill before. But the other 2 were completely shocked, their eyes full of astonishment and admiration as they looked at Jang Sin. Jang Sin returned to the pile of firewood and said nonchalantly, hurry up and get to work, finish quickly so we can go back early. It's freezing. The 3 snapped out of their daze and quickly stepped forward to move the firewood. The 3 of them finished moving this load, leaving not much behind. Jang Sin then carried some upstairs with Satan, since he needed them himself anyway. Back home, he threw some firewood into the fireplace, helped Satan take off his clothes, and took out a few pounds of raw beef from his space, tossing it into Satan's food bowl. Too lazy to cook, he took out 3 dishes and a soup from his space and made do with a casual meal. After eating and drinking his fill, he began to plan how to retrieve the vault key tomorrow. Originally, he wanted to casually take out an off-road vehicle from the space, but considering that the official system had not completely collapsed yet, he might encounter troops searching for supplies, and if spotted, it would most likely be requisitioned. However, if he rode a snowmobile, Yang Yike would have to sit behind him. Although he hadn't fully trusted Yang Yike yet, fortunately, there was Satan. If Yang Yike wanted to do anything, it would only take Satan one bite to handle it. The next day, he woke up at 7 a.m. After breakfast, he habitually wanted to put the down jacket on Satan. Unexpectedly, as soon as he brought the jacket over, Satan swatted it far away with a paw. Jang Sin was stunned. Don't want to wear it? Satan ran to the down jacket, grabbed it in his mouth, and tried to tear it apart. Jang Sin quickly stopped him. Damn, you ungrateful brat, why are you tearing up a perfectly good jacket? Satan spat out the down jacket angrily, looked at Jang Sin, his face full of disdain. The temperature outside is so low, aren't you afraid of the cold? Satan turned his head away haughtily. Jang Sin thought for a moment, not wearing it would be fine too. Even if someone figured out Satan's identity, it wouldn't matter. Perhaps it could even intimidate some oblivious people.
Thus, Satan got his wish, and one man and one leopard walked out the door.
Jang Sin knocked on the door of 1602.
Tusai and Yang Yike were having breakfast, with a small pot on the fire bubbling away, cooking a pot of canned meat porridge. Jang Sin, accustomed to his own gourmet delicacies, unconsciously frowned how awful this must taste.
Brother Sen, are you going to get the vault key now? Yang Yike asked.
Jang Sin nodded. I'll go get the car first.
You come downstairs in half an hour.
Tusai,
seeing that Jang Sin hadn't called her, hurriedly asked, Brother Sen, what about me?
Stay home or go out to look for supplies. It's up to you. After speaking, Jang Sin turned and left, not bothering to see what else Tusai wanted to ask. Joking aside, the rules were set from the very beginning.
No questioning any decisions he makes.
If it weren't for needing Yang Yike to help retrieve the vault key today, he would have turned around and left. Half an hour later, Yang Yike, Tusai, and Lu Hao climbed out of the third-floor window. The three of them saw Jang Sin riding on a snowmobile, their eyes wide with amazement.
Lu Hao, damn, boss, you're incredible. You even have this thing.
A friend's, Jang Sin casually explained, tossing a helmet to Yang Yike.
You sit behind Satan.
Yang Yike didn't say much, just turned to glance at Tusai.
Tusai nodded. Be careful.
Yang Yike got into the car, turned her head to give Tusai a bright smile, then turned back around, unintentionally meeting Satan's pair of yellow eyes, sending an inexplicable chill down her spine. She quickly realized that this was not a dog, it was a leopard. Yang Yike subconsciously swallowed and started to feel nervous. Jang Sin clearly understood her thoughts and turned to comfort her. Don't be afraid, it doesn't bite.
Yang Yike nodded.
Jang Sin looked at Lu Hao and Tusai, thought for a moment, and said, good days won't last long.
Things might get chaotic later. It's best to add another door to the 16th floor.
When you're looking for supplies, you can also check if there's anything suitable. After speaking, Jang Sin put on his helmet and the roar of an engine erupted. The snowmobile sped away at high speed. People in the neighborhood who heard the sound almost all turned to look, their eyes filled with envy and resentment.
Why does he get to live so well, and even have a rare thing like a snowmobile?
Tusai and Lu Hao were filled with Jang Sin's reminder before he left. They noticed the cold stares from everyone, feeling goosebumps all over, and quickly walked out.
Yang Yike's uncle lived in the Villa district in the western part of Nanyang City.
The area here is relatively elevated, with little standing water, and the ice only reached the gate. It seemed to have no impact on daily life. After Jang Sin's snowmobile drove in, the survivors in the community opened their doors one after another, their eyes full of hope, clearly showing that these wealthy people still had much better living conditions in this apocalyptic world compared to ordinary citizens. Hearing the commotion, people opened their doors one after another, asking about the situation outside, and some even wanted to buy supplies. Jang Sin ignored them all, not even slowing down, heading straight to Yang Yike's uncle's house. Why? Some people realized Jang Sin wouldn't pay attention to them, so they rushed into the middle of the road, trying to force Jang Sin to stop. Buddy, stop for a moment, let's talk. Jang Sin didn't indulge them at all, and even sped up to ram into them. These people fled in panic, cursing as they scattered. Soon, Jang Sin arrived at the doorstep of Yang Yike's uncle's house. The two men and a leopard got out of the car.
Jang Sin took off his helmet. You go knock on the door. Yang Yike obediently complied.
Jang Sin looked at Satan. I'm going to take care of something.
Stay here and guard the car.
If anyone comes looking for trouble, tear them apart directly, no need to hold back. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of a door opening and a hoarse male voice could be heard.
Coco? Yang Yike wept with joy. Uncle,
this is great, you're okay.
Yang Zheng quickly pulled Yang Yike inside. Why are you here? Is your mom doing well?
Yang Yike's mother was abroad, and they had long lost contact. She had red-rimmed eyes and shook her head.
Uncle, I don't know either.
Communication is completely cut off, and I can't reach my mom at all.
Yang Zheng sighed. Zhang Sin walked over, and Yang Yike quickly got to the point. Uncle, this is my friend. We came to find you because we have something important to discuss.
Yang Zheng glanced at Zhang San's energy and spirit and immediately knew he was no ordinary person.
Come in and talk, it's too cold outside.
The three of them entered the house. Zhang Sin took a look at the interior and realized that this family was not doing well either. The expensive rosewood furniture had been dismantled, and there were traces of a fight in the house. Yang Zheng led the two into the smallest room in the house, where a bonfire was still burning.
Yang Zheng's wife and son were both sleeping on the bed, their faces pale and emaciated from hunger. Yang Zheng's son was even still asleep, his face unnaturally flushed.
Zhang Sin noticed that Yang Yike seemed to have a good relationship with her uncle, so he decided to give them some time to catch up. He sat comfortably by the fire and began warming himself.
Uncle, what's wrong with my cousin? Yang Yike asked. Yang Zheng's eyes instantly reddened as he recounted the whole story.
It turned out that just 2 days ago, after the extreme cold arrived, the security guards in this villa district realized the abnormality of this natural disaster and fell into complete despair. All their past integrity and professional ethics were consumed by the instinct to survive. Coupled with their resentment towards the wealthy, they began to loot, kill, and burn. In the Yang Zhang household, which consists of only 3 family members, they naturally became one one of the top targets. Yang Zheng's son is only 18 years old this year, having just finished the college entrance exam. He is naturally full of passion and prone to anger. Seeing someone break into their home to seize the food they rely on for survival, he immediately grabbed a knife to fight back but was slashed twice. Fortunately, these people were unaware of the situation outside and still had some fear when it came to killing. In the end, they just took most of the food from their home and left. Yang Yike looked at her cousin lying in bed with a persistent high fever, feeling extremely distressed, but she had no solution. She knew Zhang Sen's temperament. He didn't like others interfering in his affairs and wouldn't help people without a reason. She could only hope that Zhang Sen, for the sake of the vault key, would give her uncle's family some benefits. She turned around and looked at Yang Zhang. "Uncle, the reason we came this time is actually to ask you for the bank vault key." Yang Zhang was startled. "What do you need the vault key for? If I give it to you, we won't have anything left for the rest of our lives." Yang Yike didn't know how to persuade Yang Zhang, so she could only look at Zhang Sen for help. Zhang Sen raised his head and glanced at Yang Zhang's son. "There probably isn't much food left in the Yang bank manager's house, is there? Do you think, if this continues, you and your family will still have a future?" Yang Zhang was stunned for a moment. Zhang Sen continued, "If I'm not mistaken, your son should already have a fever, right? There's no anti-inflammatory or fever-reducing medicine at home. In this kind of terrible weather, he probably won't hold out for long." Yang Zhang's face darkened. "Young man, are you threatening me?" After speaking, he glared at Yang Yike. "Kiki, how do you know him? He asked you for the vault key, didn't he?" Yang Yike nodded. "Uncle, the outside world is already in chaos. It's the apocalypse now. Keeping the vault key with you is useless. You might as well give it to Brother Senior. You all don't have food now, right? I'll ask Brother Sen to give you some food. Let's consider it an exchange." At this point, Yang Yike paused and turned to look at Zhang Sen. "Brother Sen, is this okay? If my uncle gives you the key, can you give them some food?" Zhang Sen looked at Yang Yike and smiled. This little girl does have some cleverness. She knows how to ask for some benefits for her uncle. He nodded. "Alright, if Manager Yang can really help me with this, it's only right that I pay some compensation." Yang Zhang still refused. "No, Kiki, stop talking about it. Take your friend and leave my house immediately. You are trying to rob a bank. This is punishable by death. If I give it to you, it won't just harm you, it will harm me as well." Zhang Sen stood up. "Manager Yang, how about this? If you're afraid of taking responsibility, then if someone investigates later, you can say I stole it or I robbed it. In short, you can put all the blame on me." Yang Zhang still refused to agree, and Zhang Sen's patience was nearly exhausted. At that moment, Zhang Sen heard Satan's furious roar. He hurriedly rushed out, only to see 7 or 8 strong men holding iron rods blocking the entrance to Yang Zhang's house, with 3 bloodied men lying on the ground. Satan's black fur was already stained red with blood. It arched its back, growling low in its throat, ready to attack. Yang Zhang whispered, "This is bad. They're from the security team." Zhang Sen walked over to Satan and checked its injuries. "Are you hurt?" Satan instantly relaxed, shook its head, and nuzzled Zhang Sen's hand. The leading security guard saw this and questioned, "Is this leopard yours?" Zhang Sen shot him a cold glance. "If you don't want to die, get lost. The leopard you raised killed my brother, and you still have the nerve to tell me to get lost. Exactly, how dare you bring such a wild beast into our neighborhood? Hand it over immediately." "That's right, our brother can't just die in vain. You have to compensate us for our loss." Zhang Sen laughed angrily. "Satan never bites anyone unprovoked. If you hadn't caused trouble, how would it have bitten your brother?" "You're talking nonsense. An animal, and it can still control itself?" "We are the security guards of this villa area. Someone reported that a leopard had entered, so we came to check it out. We thought if it really was a leopard, we'd have to drive it out quickly to prevent anyone from getting hurt. But unexpectedly, this beast suddenly went crazy and killed our brother. Hurry up and hand over this beast and compensate us for our losses." "Yes, hand it over. Hand it over." Zhang Sen smiled. "Alright, whoever wants it, come and get it yourself. Satan, go play." Satan let out a roar, darted forward like lightning, and bit through someone's neck in one swift motion. Everyone recoiled in fear. The leading security guard swallowed hard and shouted, "What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. If each of us hits it once, we can kill this beast. Let's go together. Kill it, and we'll have meat to eat." "That's right. I've never tasted leopard meat before. Once this beast is dead, that snowmobile will be ours." Upon hearing this, the group steeled their resolve and charged forward together. Even with Satan's swift movements, it couldn't escape the siege of so many people. It took several blows but also left deep bloody wounds on 2 of them. Zhang Sen had the intention of training Satan, and during battles, suffering a bit of loss could actually be beneficial. However, Satan was currently far too small. Compared to humans, he might be like a 1 or 2-year-old baby, unable to gain much advantage when facing so many people. To prevent Satan from getting seriously injured, Zhang Sen reached into his bag and retrieved a hand crossbow and a bolt from the space inside. He quickly aimed at a security guard about to swing an iron rod at Satan's head and shot an arrow straight into his heart. Quickly knocking an arrow, another shot was fired, and another person fell to the ground. After a few consecutive of arrows, several more corpses lay on the ground. Now, only 4 people were still alive. These 4, seeing the ground littered with corpses and the crossbow bolts embedded in them, then looking at the hand crossbow in Zhang Sen's hand, understood everything. This guy is absolutely insane. All together, there are so many of them, at most, they would just commit some robbery. I didn't expect this kid not only to unleash a leopard to commit crimes but also to kill people like it's nothing. The 4 of them quickly took off running. Zhang Sen pulled a dagger from his lower back, stepped forward, patted Satan's head, and asked, "Do you want revenge?" Satan wagged his tail and nodded vigorously. "Go ahead, if there's danger, come back to me." Satan turned around and ran, like a bolt of lightning. Soon, painful wails echoed from not far away. Yang Yak and Yang Zhang stared blankly outside the courtyard, watching Zhang Sen calmly finish off the still living people to ensure they were completely dead, then pull the arrows out of the corpses. Although Yang Yak had seen Zhang Sen kill before, it was the first time she had witnessed such brutal behavior from Satan. Yang Zhang asked nervously, "Kiki, who exactly is this friend of yours?" "Brother Sin is my neighbor." "Did he kill a lot of people?" Yang Yak thought for a moment, nodded, and then explained, "But Brother Sin has never harmed ordinary people." "Uncle, the outside world is already in chaos, there are no legal constraints anymore. Things are still okay here, with only these security guards causing trouble. In the city, the people who are still alive won't survive if they continue to abide by the law like before." Yang Zhang was stunned for a moment. "You've killed someone too?" Yang Yak nodded. Yang Zhang sighed and murmured, "Could it really be the end of the world?" At this moment, Satan finally ran back, with even more bloodstains on him, but that leopard face was full of pride. Zhang Sen put all the crossbow bolts into the bag, stepped into the house, and walked up to Yang Zhang. "Manager Yang, how about it? I guess this counts as avenging your son, right?" Yang Zhang was still somewhat conflicted, not daring to agree with Zhang's senator after all. As the bank manager, he was all too aware of how serious the consequences of handing over the vault key could be. Zhang Sen lit a cigarette and handed one to Yang Zhang. Yang Zhang, being a seasoned smoker, had already run out of cigarettes at home. Without thinking much, he directly took it. Zhang Sen lit it for him, then took a puff himself and said indifferently, "Director Yang, as you just saw, I'm not a very patient person, and my temper isn't great either. I'm willing to talk to you nicely because of Kiki. The vault key, I'm determined to get it today. If you give me the vault key now, I can still give you some food and some life-saving medicine for your son as compensation. At least you can hold on for a while. But if I can't get the key, Manager Yang, think it over yourself." After Zhang Sen finished speaking, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Yang Zhang, his eyes full of threat. Yang Zhang broke out in a cold sweat. A few minutes later, the vault key was already in Zhang Sen's pocket. Zhang Sen kept his word. He returned outside, took out the supplies he had found with Lu Hao and the others some time ago from the space, stuffed them into a bag, and also grabbed some medicine for treating external injuries. He returned to the villa and dumped everything on the ground. Yang Zhang looked at the messy supplies on the ground, his heart filled with excitement. "Let's go," Zhang Sen said to Yang Yak. Yang Yak nodded, then hugged Yang Zhang. "Uncle, after this farewell, who knows when we'll meet again. You must take good care of yourself." Yang Zhang patted Yang Yak's head. "You take care too." Zhang Sen didn't disturb the uncle and nephew, as this might be their final farewell. After a long while, the two let go of each other. Zhang Sen turned to leave but was stopped by Yang Zhang. "Young man, I'll leave Kiki in your hands." Zhang Sen glanced at Yang Yak, unwilling to make such a meaningless promise. "In this world, no one can be relied on, you can only rely on yourself. This villa area of yours is probably going to descend into chaos soon. You'd better go out later and gather anything useful from the security guards, especially weapons. Those iron rods they use could be quite handy for self-defense." Yang Zhang realized the seriousness of the situation and nodded firmly. "Thank you for the reminder, young man." Zhang Sen waved his hand and walked out of the villa. When Yang Zhang followed him out, Yang Yak was just about to get into the car. He thought for a moment, walked to the car, and said, "Little brother, there's one more thing." Zhang Sen was a bit impatient, and his brows furrowed. Yang Zhang felt inexplicably guilty. "This key of mine can't open the vault door." "What?" Zhang Sen's murderous intent surged. "Why can't it open? Is it fake?" Yang Zhang sensed the intense killing intent emanating from him, his legs turning weak with fear as he stammered to explain, No, the key I gave you is real. It's just that the vault requires 2 keys, one held by the bank and the other by the deputy manager. Only when both keys are used together can the door be opened." Zhang Sen cursed inwardly, thinking how damn troublesome this was. Fortunately, Yang Zhang told him, otherwise, he might have made the trip in vain. After obtaining the deputy bank manager's home address, Zhang Sen rushed over without delay. The deputy bank manager's home wasn't as troublesome, as none of his family members had survived this disaster. The house reeked of the stench of rotting corpses. Yang Yak started vomiting uncontrollably as soon as she entered. Zhang Sen asked her to open the window and went to look for the key himself, eventually finding it on the floor next to the safe in the study. The safe had already been violently broken open, and its contents were long gone. Fortunately, an inconspicuous key had gone unnoticed, allowing him to pick it up. Otherwise, this vault would truly easily have been out of his reach. After getting the key, Jiang Sin couldn't wait even for a second and immediately rushed to the bank. When he arrived at the bank, Jiang Sin found that no one had visited this bank yet, and the lock on the door was still intact. Jiang Sin took out a large pair of pliers and cut the big lock on the door. Then he said to Yang Yike, "You stay at the door with Satan. Satan will protect you. Robbing a bank is something I can handle alone. This way, if the apocalypse ends one day and there's a reckoning, you won't get implicated." Jiang Sin looked at Yang Yike's face full of emotion, feeling extremely proud in his heart. "Once the matter is settled, I'll treat you to a big feast tonight." Yang Yike nodded vigorously, finally able to eat something good. Jiang Sin went in and searched for a while, spending more than 10 minutes before finding the vault door. Worried that an unexpected situation might arise, he took a gun out of the space and tucked it behind his waist. After opening the complex and heavy vault door, Jiang Sin illuminated the inside of the vault with a flashlight, and his pupils trembled instantly. Jiang Sin had never seen so much money and gold in his entire life. In front of him were piles of pink bills and gold. He couldn't tell exactly how much money and gold were there. After confirming that all the surveillance systems were completely out of order, he swept everything in the vault into his space. Not even a single bill was left behind. Although this stuff would be useless in the future, it could still be used to light cigars and show off. Ding, gold detected. Would you like to use it for an upgrade? Not upgrading, not upgrading. I need to go back and carefully monitor this upgrade. Jiang Sin turned and left the vault. Worried that someone might discover the empty vault in the future and trace any clues, he locked the vault door again, threw the key into the space, and even stuffed a steel rod into the keyhole. Only then did he leave with peace of mind. To avoid arousing Yang Yike's suspicion, he even pretended to pack a bunch of gold bars into a bag and carried them out. All set? Yang Yike beamed at him as soon as she saw him. Jiang Sin, in high spirits, couldn't help but pinch her fair cheek. All set. Let's go home. Damn. The two of them, along with the leopard, began their journey back. On the way, several groups tried to make a move on Jiang Sin, but they couldn't catch up at all. Those who dared to block them, Jiang Sin wouldn't tolerate it and twisted the throttle to the max. These people wanted to snatch things but were even more afraid of dying. Before the motorcycle even got close, they scrambled awkwardly to the side. Yang Yike also found it amusing, sitting in the back and giggling. Halfway through the ride, they passed a small hill. Jiang Sin suddenly braked sharply. "What's wrong, Sin?" Yang Yike asked. Jiang Sin pointed into the distance. "Look, what's that?" Yang Yike took a closer look and exclaimed with joy, "Chicken." Jiang Sin patted Satan's head. "Satan, it's your turn. Be careful, don't kill it." Satan let out a cry and dashed forward like lightning. "Let's go take a look too, see if there's anything else." Jiang Sin drove the snowmobile in the direction Satan had left. After getting off the vehicle, Jiang Sin sent Yang Yike away. Satan went to catch some chickens. "Go look around nearby and see if you can find a big bag. Don't go too far, and call me if there's any danger." "Got it." Yang Yike immediately carried out the order. Taking advantage of her walking away, Jiang Sin ensured no one was around, then stored the snowmobile in his space. Following the direction Satan had entered the mountain, he walked a few steps and soon saw a wild rabbit darting past. He happened to need to test how long a living creature could stay in the space, so he caught the wild rabbit and threw it into the space. To prevent the wild rabbit from causing trouble near the spring, he moved his thoughts slightly and confined the rabbit to an area of about 1 square meter. Afterward, he went searching again, and before long, he spotted Satan's figure. It was carrying 2 wild chickens in its mouth. Rushing over and dropping them in front of Jiang Senator, it raised its head and softly called to him, as if asking for a reward. Jiang Sin rubbed its head. "Well done, I'll reward you when we get back tonight." Satan proudly wagged its tail. "Go catch more, the more the better. If there are other living creatures, bring them over too." Satan sped away. "Brother Sun." Yang Yike's voice came from the foot of the mountain. "Over here." "All right." A moment later, Yang Yike came over carrying 2 dirty burlap sacks, and his eyes lit up when he saw the wild pheasant on the ground. "Got it so quickly?" Jiang Sin smiled. "Caught by Satan, there should be more." Jiang Sin looked at Yang Yike's smiling face and thought of the pile of gold bars in the space, feeling great. "I promised to treat you to a feast tonight, so let's have hot pot." "Really?" Yang Yike's eyes curved with her smile. Before long, Satan came back with 2 wild chickens, but one of them was already dead and completely motionless. Jiang Sin didn't say anything. Satan put down the pheasant and ran off again. Jiang Sin laughed. "Looks like we're going to have a big harvest today." "Yeah, Satan is amazing." Jiang Sin found a rock and sat down. "You should come over and take a break too." Yang Yike sat down next to Jiang Sin. The two sat for a while. Jiang Sin, feeling bored, asked, "How long have you and Tu Sai been together?" "More than 3 years." Jiang Sin nodded and casually asked, "Are you two completely uninterested in men, or do you just purely like each other?" Yang Yike heard this and alarm bells rang in her heart. She quickly said, "Not interested in men." Jiang Sin sensed her nervousness and felt amused. "Relax, I was just casually asking, no other meaning." "Of course, if one day you do become interested in men, we can talk about other meanings then." Yang Yike smiled. "That's great." At this moment, Satan returned, threw 2 wild rabbits on the ground, and ran off again. "Ah,
there's also a rabbit. Of course. After Yang Yike finished speaking, Zhang Xin didn't respond. She secretly glanced at Zhang Xin several times. Zhang Xin noticed her hesitation and smiled, saying, just say whatever you want to say. Yang Yike cautiously said, Brother Sun, I don't mean anything by this question, I'm just purely curious. It's okay, go ahead and ask. Satan, is it really a leopard? Zhang Xin nodded, yes, a jaguar. Why would you keep such a pet? I didn't plan to keep it. I happened to pick it up on the day of the typhoon. At the time, I thought it was just a starving cat, so I fed it a little. But then this guy clung to me and insisted on following me no matter what. Yang Yi laughed, her eyes full of admiration. You're so lucky to have such an amazing pet. The two chatted casually, watching as Satan piled up a small mountain of prey in front of them, even taking a break for lunch midway. By a little past 3 in the afternoon, Satan was finally tired. They then headed back home. Satan's prey filled 2 large bags. Zhang Xin carried the bag with the majority, while Yang Yike's bag was smaller. At the foot of the mountain, Zhang Xin put down the bag and walked to the side, pretending to retrieve a snowmobile from there. Half an hour later, they returned to the vicinity of the Imperial Garden. The two got out of the car. Zhang Xin left Satan with Yang Yike and then found a secluded spot to store the snowmobile in his space. Afterward, Zhang Xin tied both bags of prey onto Satan, and the two walked back to the Imperial Garden. Along the way, they were once again met with envious and resentful gazes from the crowd. But Zhang Xin was already used to it. Anyway, for now, no one dared to approach him to cause trouble. However, Yang Yike still felt a bit uneasy, keeping her head down and walking quickly. After these days of training with Lu Hao and Tu Sai, her physical strength had improved somewhat. As they were about to enter the building, Yang Yike grew increasingly nervous. Sinji, what if someone finds out that the stuff we brought back includes chicken? Will they try to take it from us? Don't worry, they wouldn't dare. Tu Sai and Lu Hao have returned. Their main task today was to look for doors, so they only brought back a small amount of supplies. When Zhang Sen and Yang Yike came upstairs, Tu Sai was at Lu Hao's house, studying together how to install the doors in the hallway. You're back? Tu Sai and the other person saw Zhang Sen and Yang Yike return and immediately came forward to take the bag off Yang Yike's shoulder. What did you find? Such a big bag. Yang Yike beamed, wild chickens and rabbits caught by Satan. Brother Sun said he's treating us to hot pot tonight. Really? Lu Hao and Tu Sai spoke in unison. Brother Sen, can we still have hot pot now? Boss, you're the best. Lu Hao squatted down as he spoke and opened Yang Yike's small bag. Inside, he found 6 chickens and 3 wild rabbits, which made him overjoyed. I haven't eaten meat for a long time. I'm about to drool. Zhang Xin, alright, then let's eat to our heart's content tonight. Yang Yike also squatted down and took out a rabbit and a chicken. Sinji, is it okay for us to eat this much tonight? Eat as much as you want. No need, these are enough. Yang Yike shyly placed the rabbit and chicken aside and retied the bag. Brother Sen, let me help you deliver these to your doorstep. Lu Hao hurriedly said, No, you've been working all day. I'll help the boss deliver them. Zhang Xin was stunned. Why deliver them to my place? Yang Yike explained, because these were all caught by Satan. One meal is enough for us. If we want to eat tomorrow, we can go hunting in the mountains together again. Only then did Zhang Xin react, and he glanced at Yang Yike. Not greedy for bargains, work hard for what you want. Zhang Xin became increasingly satisfied with her character. He thought about it and decided that putting some in his space to raise them might be a good idea. This way, they might even keep reproducing. He kicked the bag by his feet. In that case, I'll take this bag back with me. This smaller bag can stay with Housie. It's cold now, so these things won't spoil. I'll leave the cooking to you guys for the next few days. Kill a couple of chickens and make some chicken soup. If there's anything left, you can figure out what to do with it. I'll go back and pack up a bit, then come over. With that, Zhang Xin didn't wait for a response and directly carried his things back to 1601. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment, and when they came to their senses, they were all deeply moved. They couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Xin is such a good person. After a moment, Yang Yike asked, does anyone here know how to kill a chicken? I'll do it. I've killed chickens back in my hometown before, Lu Hao said. Let's do it together. I can learn, Tu Sai said. Not wanting to be left behind, Yang Yike added, I can learn too. The 3 people here were joyfully distributing tasks, busying themselves enthusiastically for the grand dinner in the evening. On the other side, Zhang Xin returned home, fed Satan 2 chickens, then tossed the gold bars from his bag into the space, and subsequently immersed his consciousness into it. Gold detected. Use it for space upgrade? Upgrade. Upgrading. As the words fell, heaps of gold transformed into a strong golden light, rushing toward the white mist. The entire space was suddenly enveloped in a dazzling golden glow. It's coming. It's coming. Zhang Xin was extremely excited, his hands even trembling. It took a full 5 minutes for the golden light to gradually fade, and the white mist completely disappeared. The space extended outward by a large area. Zhang Xin clearly saw the mountain range behind the spring and the boundless grassland at the foot of the mountains. Beside the spring, there was also a large expanse of black soil. He clearly felt that the space was divided into 2 regions. One side was still, while the other had gentle breezes and greenery everywhere. Space upgrade successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete space. This space can store living creatures. The black soil can be used for planting. The planting speed is 10 times faster than normal, and the survival rate is 100%. Jiang Xin focused his consciousness on the mountain range and discovered various types of fruit trees.
Damn, this space is incredible. Jiang Xin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He casually picked an apple, didn't bother washing it, and took a big bite directly. It was fragrant and delicious. It was the best apple he had ever eaten. Jiang Xin couldn't help but laugh out loud while eating. This laughter lasted for more than 10 minutes before it stopped. Since the apocalypse began, this was the best day he had felt. After a moment, his heart finally calmed down. Hurry up and get ready for tonight's hot pot feast. He brought back the frozen solid potatoes and sweet potatoes, which he had specially taken out of storage this morning, from outside the window. He also took out some slightly wilted vegetables from storage, along with a few boxes of beef rolls and lamb rolls, 2 large bags of various hot pot meatballs, hot pot base, and dipping sauces. This hot pot meal was something he had planned since last night. As long as he successfully obtained the gold, he would treat young Ike to it. Now that everything was settled, he was in a great mood and naturally wouldn't be stingy. After preparing everything, he went to 1601. Everyone was stunned by the things he brought. Jiang Xin had already thought of an excuse. These were stocked up earlier. If we don't eat them soon, they'll go bad. The vegetables were grown by me in petri dishes. They didn't turn out well, so just make do with them. The 3 of them were almost moved to tears. They had thought tonight's hot pot would only have chicken and rabbit meat, at most with some instant noodles and luncheon meat. Who would have thought there would be all this? Especially the vegetables. These days, who can even get fresh vegetables? Boss, you're my god. Lu Hao threw down the half-plucked chicken in his hands and rushed over to hug Jiang Xin. Jiang Xin quickly stepped back. Get away, you stink too much. Lu Hao wasn't annoyed. Alright, I'll leave right away and get back to dealing with the chickens. Lu Hao was fairly quick, and with Tu Sai and Yang Yak helping, the 3 of them finished handling all the chickens and rabbits in less than 2 hours. The chicken soup had already been simmering for half an hour, and the house was filled with the rich aroma of chicken soup. Calling it simmering was a bit of a stretch. They had simply found a big pot to boil it in. The conditions are limited, and there's nothing that can be done about it. Jiang Xin squatted on the ground, examining the door Lu Hao had retrieved. The size was fairly suitable, and with a little adjustment, it could be used. Jiang Xin handed over the cooking duties to Tu Sai and Yang Yak, while he took Lu Hao to install the iron door. Lu Hao was already a very capable assistant. In this apocalyptic world, Jiang Xin gradually took out a power strip, a chainsaw, a drill, and even a new lock from his home, without showing any surprise at all. In his view, a godlike boss was naturally supposed to be this impressive. The 2 grown men took just over an hour to install the door. Afterward, the 2 connected the door to electricity, marking the completion of the task. Boss, is our building about to get chaotic? Hard to say. Making more preparations is never wrong. Lu Hao thought for a moment, but isn't everyone afraid of you? If things get chaotic, they wouldn't dare provoke you, right? Jiang Xin chuckled lightly. They're not afraid of me. They're afraid of death. Once they can't survive anymore, they won't care about much. Enduring means death. Coming to trouble me means they might die. If it were you, which would you choose? Jiang Sun. Besides, this floor doesn't house just me. Lu Hao felt a chill down his spine. Damn, doesn't that mean we're in danger too? Jiang Xin was in an exceptionally good mood today, so he didn't mind saying a bit more. Those who are still alive are merely struggling to hold on, clinging to hope for the future. They always believe the authorities won't abandon them. When they finally realize the authorities are completely incapable of managing them, they'll have no other choice but to fight for survival. Once they take the first step, there will be nothing they won't dare to do. At that point, the first to bear the brunt will be us on the 16th floor. Moreover, the people we need to guard against won't just be those inside the building. Lu Hao was shocked. Will people from outside also come to cause trouble for us? Jiang Xin didn't give a definitive answer. It's just a possibility. Now that there are no moral or legal constraints, there will always be someone who wants to dominate. Our community is so big, the likelihood of being targeted is quite high. It seems I still need to grow stronger quickly, Lu Hao muttered to himself, head lowered. Moments later, he raised his head, his gaze resolute. To hell with it. If anyone dares to cause trouble for us, I'll take them down one by one. Worst case, we'll fight them to the end. Snow had started falling outside at some point, the snowflakes not very large, resembling coarse sand. In the past, children would have already come out to play in the snow. But now, with nighttime temperatures dropping to over 70 degrees below zero, no one dared to go outside anymore. No one lives in the hallway of Building 9 anymore. The extreme cold over the past few days has claimed another group of people, and now less than half of the survivors remain in this building. All the houses with no one living in them have been broken into. Those who previously refused to share their homes with others have now compromised. The building is becoming increasingly chaotic. Prolonged depression and despair have gradually brought out the darker side of human nature. Fights and brawls are happening more and more frequently. The survivors gathered together. Not only could the room be warmer, but they could also look out for each other in case of trouble. Outside
Outside the window, it was pitch black, and the lights of thousands of homes were long gone. Only the faint glimmers of firelight indicated that this world was not a lifeless pool. People huddled around the fire to keep warm, to sleep, and to reminisce about the comfort of the past in their dreams. Those who can't sleep are either tormented by hunger or by despair. At this moment in 1601, the room was warm, and the firelight illuminated the faces of 4 people. The spicy aroma of hot pot was pungent, with beef, lamb, and various kinds of meatballs rolling in the boiling pot. On the side, the chicken soup was also steaming. Come, let's toast to my boss. Thanks to the boss for being so generous in such a difficult environment, allowing us to enjoy such delicious hot pot. Lu Hao raised the Mao Tai wine in front of him, his eyes full of gratitude as he looked at Zhang Sen. Tu Sai and Yang Yike were not fond of alcohol, so Zhang Sen handed them a few bottles of cola. The two also raised their colas in front of them and said in unison, "Cheers to Brother Sen." Zhang Sen was straightforward, no need for all the formalities. Everyone's happy today, just eat and drink well. Zhang Sen had asked about Lu Hao's drinking capacity and knew he usually handled about a pound. To avoid getting drunk and causing trouble, and because the weather was too cold, fearing he might forget to add firewood in the middle of the night, they agreed to drink only a little. After putting down his wine glass, Zhang Sen picked up a piece of beef with his chopsticks. "Hurry up and eat, don't let it overcook." Only then did the 3 of them start eating. These days, it's been either instant noodles or self-heating rice every day, and they haven't had self-heating hot pot for a long time. Now, finally eating steaming hot pot, the 3 of them felt 1,000 emotions as they swallowed the delicious beef rolls. The more sensitive Yang Yike's eyes immediately turned red. Zhang Sen saw it but pretended not to notice. There was nothing he could do about it. He thought that in his past life, after starving for a long time and going out to find supplies, he had a bite of roasted chicken and his eyes turned red. Tu Sai held Yang Yike and comforted him for a while. After Yang Yike calmed down, he smiled at everyone and said, "Sorry, it's been a long time since I've eaten something so delicious. I got a bit emotional." Lu Hao sighed and said nothing. Tu Sai hesitated for a moment, then raised his glass of cola to toast Jung's senior brotherson. "Thank you for taking in me and Kiki. If it weren't for you, we might have been dead by now." Zhang Sen raised his glass. "You're too kind. I'm not taking you in, we're just cooperating, that's all. Besides, don't underestimate yourself. You and Coco, even though you're both women, your abilities go far beyond that. Even without me, you two could live well in this post-apocalyptic world." Hearing this, Tu Sai's eyes reddened. She nodded and took a big gulp of cola. "Brotherson, no matter what happens in the future, as long as you ask, Coco and I will definitely not hesitate to help." Yes, Brotherson, we will definitely listen to you carefully in the future." Yang Yike's eyes were still a bit red, filled with admiration. "Boss, me too. You are the god of the 3 of us." Lu Hao joined in the fun. Satan, who had been lazily curled up to the side, stood up in dissatisfaction upon hearing this, nudging Zhang Sen and looking at him eagerly. "And there's me, silly Satan." Zhang Sen smiled and rubbed Satan's head. The other 3 also burst into laughter. Yang Yike hurriedly said, "And our Lord Satan, now we are 4 people and 1 leopard." Satan nodded approvingly at Yang Yike, acknowledging his tact. This action brought a burst of laughter and joy inside the room. Amidst the flickering firelight, Zhang Sen looked at the 3 people and 1 leopard in front of him, their faces tinged red by the flames, and for the first time felt that the apocalypse wasn't so lonely after all. If these 3 people could always remain loyal to him, perhaps, in the future, he could take them along and consider them his own. Amid the lively chatter, the hot pot meal lasted over 3 hours before it finally ended. Before leaving, Zhang Sen took out 2 walkie-talkies and gave one to Lu Hao and one to Tu Sai's family. "It's cold outside now. If anything comes up, don't bother knocking on the door back and forth. Just use this." The 3 were already used to Zhang Sen pulling out these inexplicable items at any time and place. Without asking, they simply figured out how to use them and tucked them into their pockets. Afterward, everyone agreed to have a bowl of chicken noodle soup together early tomorrow morning before heading to the mountains to hunt. Zhang Sen returned to 1602 and remembered that after upgrading the space today, he hadn't taken Satan inside for a stroll. The wild chickens and rabbits hunted today also hadn't been placed into the space. "Satan, come here. I'll take you to a place." Satan thought Zhang Sen was going to take it out to play and dashed over excitedly. Before it reached Zhang Sen, the scene before its eyes changed from the dim living room to a vast, endless grassland. Satan was instantly dumbfounded, circling in place several times and looking at its master with a puzzled expression. Zhang Sen found its silly behavior amusing. "Go have fun, but no biting and no playing in the water." Satan obeyed the order and ran into the mountains. Zhang Sen glanced at the wild rabbit he had put in earlier, which was now sleeping comfortably, showing no signs of its previous injury. It seemed Satan had been careful earlier, likely causing only a minor wound. With a slight movement of his mind, a small container was moved from the stationary area. Zhang Sen used his mind to split the container into 2, using them separately to hold pheasants and hares. The box for the pheasants was made taller to prevent them from flying out. Afterward, he placed some spring water and their respective favorite foods in each of the containers. He wanted to experiment to see what differences there were between raising animals animals in the space and outside. Originally, he also wanted to scatter some seeds in the black soil to observe the growth rate of vegetables, but he was too lazy to do it. After all, there was plenty of time. Satan, come back. Satan had no idea where he had run off to, and it took him over a minute to return. Going out to sleep. Satan immediately hit the brakes upon hearing this and shook his head vigorously. You don't want to go out? Satan nodded, looking at Jiang Sin eagerly. It's comfortable here. I don't want to go out. Jiang Sin thought for a moment. No, come back to play tomorrow. If you're not home, what if someone breaks in at night? Satan lowered its head as if it were deep in thought. That's true. If it's not around, and no one is there to protect its master, what if the master gets bullied? With that thought, Satan didn't hesitate any longer and followed Jiang Sin out. The next day, Jiang Sin was woken up by the walkie-talkie. Boss, are you awake? The official rescue team is here. When Jiang Sin went downstairs, almost everyone in the neighborhood who could move had gathered. He didn't bring Satan along. After all, at times like this, having the authorities see a jaguar by his side might cause some unnecessary trouble. Lu Hao and the other two went downstairs before him, but they were late as well and could only stand on the outskirts. The three of them didn't plan to squeeze in, especially since the authorities hadn't entered the neighborhood yet. They could only hear the sound of the loudspeaker. Attention, attention, we are the official rescue team. All residents of Yuan, please come downstairs immediately upon hearing this notice. Lu Hao had been keeping an eye on Jiang Sin's figure. As soon as he saw him, he called out, Boss, this guy. Jiang Sin had just walked over when he saw Yang Yike with a big smile on her face. Sunji, morning. Tu Sai also nodded at him. Morning, Sunji. Looking at Yang Yike's smiling face, Jiang Sin felt in a good mood. Morning. Still not interested in men today? Yang Yike was momentarily stunned. Seeing Jiang Sin smile, she realized he was joking and shook her head with a smile. What about you? Jiang Sin looked at Tu Sai. Are you also not interested in men today? After last night's hot pot gathering, Tu Sai had grown bolder. He directly punched Jiang Sin in the chest. No way. Bro. Hiss, what a pity. Then I'll ask again tomorrow. Tu Sai and Yang Yike, the young couple, laughed so hard they were trembling with joy. Lu Hao stared at his boss's flirtatious demeanor, his eyes wide open. Boss, were you just flirting? Flirting? Didn't you hear that the two of them have absolutely no interest in men? I think I'm flirting with the younger guy. Life is so tough, you have to find some fun somehow. The three of them. At that moment, a modified army green truck slowly approached. The truck didn't enter the community, its front faced outward, parked at the entrance. The officials sent this time were all from the military. An officer held a loudspeaker and shouted, everyone, maintain order, don't push, don't panic. The people in the community became excited, and all kinds of voices could be heard. Some broke down crying, some wept with joy, and some were furious. You finally arrived. That's great, the authorities haven't abandoned us. Comrade, please give us some food quickly. We've been starving for several days. What are you officials even doing? Taking our taxpayers' money but not caring about us. It's been so long since the natural disaster, and you're only showing up now. My mom starved to death. My home has been completely destroyed by the natural disaster. Will the authorities compensate us? Jiang Sin almost burst out laughing. Even at a time like this, he still acts like a big shot. In his previous life, Jiang Sin had long forgotten when the officials came, because it was completely meaningless. These people were only here to count the number of survivors. No food, no rescue, and certainly no compensation. If there was any benefit brought to this group of survivors, it was delivering a heavy blow to those who firmly believed the disaster would soon end. At this moment, everyone would clearly realize that the authorities were no longer the same as before. Now, even if someone committed murder, they wouldn't care. Seeing the crowd grow larger and the questions become increasingly absurd. There were even people asking the government to quickly arrange hotels for them to stay in. The rescue team members seemed accustomed to such attitudes. They didn't waste their energy and simply waited for these people to vent their negative emotions before picking up a loudspeaker and coldly saying, "Are you done making a fuss?" After the commotion, line up by building. Everyone thought supplies were about to be distributed and quickly stood in line as instructed. Moments later, the entrance of the community was divided into over a dozen groups. The first person in front of each building, count the number of people and report to me. Soon, the officer received a dozen numbers. After recording them, he raised the loudspeaker. In the face of natural disasters, please believe that the authorities have not abandoned you. The government is working tirelessly day and night to build shelters for everyone. Before the shelters are completed, please embody the spirit of perseverance and hard work of our great Xia and survive bravely. Once the shelters are completed, we will return to escort everyone to the shelters. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone exploded in anger. What do you mean? Aren't you here for the rescue? No supplies? Are you officials trying to drive us to death? We don't care. You must distribute some supplies to us today. You have an obligation to protect us. Yes, don't even think about leaving without handing over the supplies. Lu Hao's expression was extremely grim. What do you mean? They're just here to count heads? Jiang Sin smiled but said nothing. Theoretically speaking, the authorities had indeed
indeed done their best. It's just that everything is now frozen, and most of the supplies are trapped beneath the ice, making it difficult even for the authorities to retrieve them. The military can only use the oldest and most labor-intensive methods to break through the ice to find supplies. Even though half of the city's population is already gone, they still can't sustain the remaining people. If they don't want to starve to death, the survivors can only rely on themselves. Some people just don't think that way. In their perception, such natural disasters shouldn't be something they have to fight against. These official personnel they support should be the ones supporting them. Seeing the survivors' emotions growing increasingly agitated, they all surrounded the truck. Distribute the supplies. Distribute the supplies. The rescue team remained completely calm. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and everyone fell silent. Only then did everyone realize that all the dozen soldiers in the truck bed had stood up, their dark gun barrels aimed at the survivors. The leading officer held a loudspeaker and said sternly, "Everyone, step back." In the crowd, someone shouted, "Surround them. They wouldn't dare shoot at civilians." Someone else caught on, "Yes, that's right. There are so many of us, they wouldn't dare open fire. Surround them. This vehicle is so big, there must be supplies." The crowd surrounded them again. "We want supplies. We want supplies." Two gunshots rang out in succession, and two people at the front of the crowd fell to the ground instantly. A scream rang out. Only then did everyone realize that this group of officers really dared to shoot. Even though they had the numbers, they didn't dare to confront them head-on anymore and squatted down with their heads in their hands. "Stay alive. If you want supplies, go find them yourself." The officer's cold and emotionless voice echoed through the neighborhood. He turned his head and ordered his subordinate, "Let's go to the next neighborhood." The subordinate walked toward the vehicle. At that moment, an elderly voice rose from the crowd. "Comrade officer, please help me seek justice." An elderly woman with white hair stood up with her hands raised, her face full of resentment. In an instant, all the gun barrels were aimed at her. The elderly woman's body trembled in fear, but she continued, "Comrade officer, I want to report that someone in our building is killing innocent people indiscriminately. Not only did they kill my husband, but they also stole the supplies from my home." As soon as the words were spoken, many people stood up. Yes, we have them in our building too. It's the Fierce Tiger Gang. They're all part of the criminal underworld. Since you don't have supplies, you should at least help us deal with these criminals, right? Otherwise, even if we find supplies, they'll just be taken away by them. They're in our building too. Not only did they kill my son, but they also raped my wife. Please, help us take these criminals away, or we really won't be able to survive. The old woman didn't expect so many people to step forward to report, fearing the officer might overlook her. She looked around and finally spotted that calm and composed face in the crowd. "Officer, the person who killed my husband is named Zhang Senator. He killed many people in our building and even raised a very large dog that bit many people to death. You must arrest them." She pointed at Zhang Sen, full of hatred, and said, "Officer, he is Zhang Sr." Bang! Bang! Zhang Sen paused for a moment upon hearing his name, and when he saw that face, so aged he almost didn't recognize it, he couldn't help but laugh. "Lu Shua, that old witch, is still alive. And she's reporting him? Does she think that'll work?" He remembered clearly the fate of those who reported the Fierce Tiger Gang in their past lives. Those people were all beaten to death by the Fierce Tiger Gang and thrown at the building's entrance. Tu Sai, after hearing Lu Shui's accusations, felt both worried for Zhang Sen and furious. "You old hag, all you do is stir up trouble. It was clearly your husband who wanted to kill my Sinji, and my Sinji fought back in self-defense. How dare you blame my Sinji?" Yang Yike also stepped forward. "Exactly, officer, this old woman is not a good person. She's the worst. When the typhoon first hit, we could have gone out to buy supplies, but she persuaded us not to. Later, she even tricked many households in our building out of their supplies. Her supplies were clearly taken by the people she deceived, and now she's blaming my Sinji." Zhang Sen looked at the two young women defending him, and a warm feeling rose in his heart. "You're lying, just trying to bully me, an old woman. You two little sluts, I bet you don't even know how many times Zhang Sen has slept with you. You're the one talking nonsense. Watch me tear your filthy mouth apart." Tu Sai, furious, immediately wanted to rush up and hit him, but was held back by Zhang Sen. "Don't rush." Zhang Sen turned his head, meeting Lu Shua's eyes filled with extreme hatred, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Fool, are you still expecting the officials to handle these matters?" "Boss, I'll cover for you. You go hide first," Lu Hao said anxiously. "No need," Zhang Sen said calmly. But Lu Hao hadn't finished speaking when the sound of an engine roared, and the military green truck began to drive away. The people who had just reported the incident were all panicking. How could they just leave? Are they really going to ignore such serious crimes like murder and rape? After these people leave, won't they be retaliated against and killed? Lu Shua chased after them. "Laughable. Officer, aren't you going to do anything about the murderers? If you leave like this, aren't you sentencing us to death? Don't you serve the people? Now is the time we need you. You can't just do nothing. I'm going to report you. I'm going to report all of you." Although Lu Shua was shouting hoarsely from behind, the truck showed no intention of stopping. Those officers didn't even glance at her. Lu Shua
Manhwa knew that this time, she was finished. She knew she couldn't outmatch Zhang Xin and had been trembling with fear, hiding at home for so many days, just to avoid Zhang Xin seeking revenge. She had finally waited for someone more powerful than Zhang Xin, but this group of scoundrels actually refused to help her seek justice. Didn't she report him in vain then? Offended Zhang Xin once again. UFING dare to report me? Didn't expect it, did you? So what if I forced myself on your wife? See? No one cares now. I was kind enough to spare your life, but I didn't expect you'd still think about reporting me. Well then, you can kiss your little life goodbye. Lu Xiaoa turned around and saw the scene of the person who had just reported with her being surrounded and beaten. Although those people were holding their heads and begging for mercy on the ground, no one showed any leniency. She glanced at Zhang Xin timidly, only to see Zhang Xin cast a cold and sinister look at her before turning and leaving. Back on the 16th floor, the faces of the three people, except Zhang Xin, looked somewhat grim. They were very excited when they learned that the rescue team was coming, thinking that the days of suffering were finally about to end. But now they realized that the rescue team's visit was merely to confirm how many of them were still alive and to give them some hope. As for that so-called shelter, they had no idea what its current state was or how much longer it would take to be completed. The feeling of shattered hope was truly unbearable. Zhang Xin couldn't be bothered to comfort them and simply asked, "I'm going hunting today. Are you coming?" The three of them saw Zhang Xin's calm and composed demeanor, and for some reason, their hearts suddenly settled. It felt as though with Zhang Xin around, there was nothing to be afraid of. After all, no matter what, they were still better off than those downstairs who were still being beaten, or those who didn't know where their next meal would come from. At least they still have hot pot to eat. Although they don't know when the next hot pot meal will be. But even so, their frustration was completely swept away. The three of them spoke in unison. "I'm going to cook chicken noodle soup. Brotherson, come over in half an hour to eat." Zhang Xin nodded and went back to his own house. More than half an hour later, the four of them finished the steaming chicken noodle soup and set off for the mountain they visited yesterday. The mountain was at least an hour's walk from Yuyuan, but without any means of transportation, they had no other choice. Four people and a leopard walked and chatted, feeling like they arrived in no time. Entering the mountain, Lu Hao asked, "Boss, are we splitting up or staying together?" Zhang Xin thought for a moment. These three didn't have any hunting tools, and even tied together, they probably wouldn't match Satan. But he couldn't let them idle around, lest they develop a habit of getting something for nothing. "Then let's train their sharpness a bit. Daily training always needs to show some results. Let's split up. You alone in one team, Tusa and Coco in another, and I'll take Satan in the third team. Each team gets 1/3 of the prey." The three of them were not very agreeable to this arrangement. "Brotherson, we definitely can't compete with Satan in hunting. I guess Satan will have the biggest haul today. Let's stick to the rule that whoever catches the prey keeps it." "That's right, brother Senator, this way it's fair, and we'll all be more motivated." "Exactly, boss. If each team gets a third, we'll probably slack off because of Satan. It's better to stick to whoever catches the prey keeps it." Seeing that everyone shared this opinion, Zhang Xin didn't insist. "Alright, let's split up. Don't go too far, and if you encounter any danger, just shout." After saying that, Zhang Xin took the lead and walked deeper into the mountain. "Silly egg, the hunting task is yours. Remember, they all need to be alive." Satan let out a howl and bolted deeper into the mountain. Zhang Xin's main purpose today wasn't actually hunting. With so much food in his space, it wasn't necessary at all. Go! The reason he came all the way here today was that yesterday, while looking for a place to park his snowmobile, he discovered a quarry nearby. Inside, there were many stones of various sizes. He wanted to collect some large stones into his space to use in future battles. Okay. Following his memory, Zhang Xin walked toward the quarry. Along the way, whenever he saw relatively large stones, he casually stored them in his space. He walked for over 10 minutes and entered the quarry. Inside, there were still a few cargo trucks and tractors parked, looking completely ruined by the previous acid rain. But Zhang Xin didn't let them go either. He directly stored them in the space. After all, since the space upgrade was completed, its area had expanded several times, and it was still quite empty inside. The quarry wasn't large, and Zhang Xin took only a little over 10 minutes to collect all the stones. With today's task completed, he was ready to go back and find Satan. The chicken noodle soup Tusai cooked in the morning was a bit too salty, leaving Zhang Xin feeling uncomfortably thirsty. On top of that, the massive piles of stones he had just collected had drained some of his mental energy. It was just like before the apocalypse, when many people wouldn't leave home unless their phone battery was fully charged. He is now in the habit of keeping his mental energy full when going out. As he walked, he took out some spring water from his space and gulped down a large glass in one go. On his way back, he passed by a small river. The water level of the small river had risen, and the ice surface had already reached the foot of the mountain. Zhang Xin had just crossed the frozen river and was about to enter the mountain when he suddenly heard a rustling sound. Zhang Xin turned around to look but didn't notice anything unusual. Could it be the sound of the wind? Zhang Xin did not notice the impending danger, thinking he was just being overly cautious. He shook his head and continued hurrying back. Swish, swish. This time, the sound was even even louder. Jangsun suddenly turned around, ready at any moment to take out a hot weapon from the space or throw a giant rock. But what he saw were several willow branches flying toward him. Jangsun didn't have time to think about why mutated plants would appear here now. 2 kukri knives instantly appeared in his hands. Swish, swish. With a few swift cuts, the willow branches were severed and scattered all over the ground. Jangsun finally had the mind to take a look at this willow tree. He hadn't noticed before, but now he realized that this willow tree was indeed different from the others, thicker and sturdier. Amid a cluster of trees that seemed to have lost all vitality, its green was unnervingly vibrant. Why would mutated plants appear at this time? As soon as he finished speaking, Jangsun felt something crawling onto him. Jangsun panicked and hurriedly tried to run. Unexpectedly, that thing moved extremely fast and quickly wrapped around him. Jangsun couldn't move, his back drenched in cold sweat. He shouted loudly, "Satan!" Satan was chasing a wild rabbit, having a great time. Hearing Jangsun's cry, it immediately sensed danger and started running frantically. Fortunately, the distance was not far, and Satan, empowered by the spatial spring water, ran with all its might. Within a few breaths, it reached Jangsun. Seeing Jangsun wrapped in vines, with a thick willow branch charging straight at him, Satan let out a howl, jumped up, directly bit the vine, and pinned it under its paw. Jangsun finally breathed a sigh of relief, only to see several vines suddenly emerge from beneath the willow tree, skimming the ground and rushing towards Satan. "Satan, watch out!" Satan sensed the danger approaching and quickly leaped up, but it still couldn't outpace the vine. The vine wrapped around Satan's front paw and yanked it downward. Jangsun moved his thoughts slightly, and a massive boulder appeared out of thin air, pinning down the vine reaching for Satan. But soon, countless vines also appeared from the other side of the boulder, still entangling Satan. Now, neither the man nor the leopard could escape. Seeing the willow branches and vines coming at him from above and below, Jangsun quickly calmed down, and suddenly an AK appeared in his hand. "Since the rock can't stop you, I'll just blow up your lair directly." He struggled to turn his wrist, aiming the gun at the base of the willow tree. Damn! If he wanted to save himself, this was the only way now. Even if it attracted Lu Hao and the others, there was no other choice. Preserving his life was the most important thing. At this moment, the willow branches and vines were already closing in on him. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, he realized that the willow branches and vines didn't seem to intend to harm him. Their tips were stuck to an icy water stain on Jangsun's chest, as if they were sucking on it. Jangsun was stunned for a moment before he remembered that the ice seemed to have formed from a drop of spatial spring water he had accidentally spilled earlier. He recalled the magical properties of the spatial spring water and asked, "Do you want to drink this water?" Ichiryu Ichito listened to this, left Jangsun, straightened up like a snake, and even nodded. An alienated plant that has gained intelligence after all. Jangsun tried to negotiate with them. "How about this? You let me go, and I'll give you water to drink." After all, given his current situation, even with an AK, he might not be able to get out unscathed. "If we could get some water, we could escape. That would be the best." A vine and a willow seemed to be consulting with each other. They glanced at one another and then nodded. The vines instantly withdrew from Jangsun and Satan. Jangsun let out a long breath, stretched his limbs, and said, "Satan, come here." Satan hunched over, growling as he approached Jangsun. Jangsun kept his word, taking out a basin from his space and filling it with spring water from the space. "Drink." A vine and a willow branch immediately extended into the basin, and in the blink of an eye, the water in the basin was gone. They stood up in front of Jangsun again, as if staring at him. The wisteria and willow nodded. Jangsun gave them another pot. Soon, this pot was empty too. They drank 5 whole basins before the vine and the willow were satisfied, let Jangsun go, and returned to the tree. Jangsun glanced at the willow tree. It seemed greener, and its branches and leaves appeared to have increased. As for the vine, he couldn't notice any changes, as he hadn't paid much attention to it before. "Then I'll leave now?" Jangsun asked tentatively. The willow tree extended a branch and nodded. Jangsun laughed and patted Satan's head. "Silly boy, this willow tree seems smarter than you." Satan snorted lightly and turned away in displeasure. Jangsun followed, but after taking just 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and turned back to glance at the willow tree. "It seems that in the previous life, I did hear about some mutated plants, although most of them did not have the intent to kill. However, mutated plants with the intent to kill are very formidable, and ordinary ability users are simply no match for them. Later on, quite a few ability users ended up dying at their hands. Moreover, just by looking at what the vines and the willow tree did to him earlier, it's clear that they are highly aggressive. This willow tree and vine mutated so early and are so smart, they definitely won't be underestimated in the future. If he could take these 2 underlings, wouldn't he be absolutely unstoppable? The more he thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed. He excitedly ran to the willow tree. "You two, come out and let's have a chat." A willow and a vine extended a representative branch again. "Do you like drinking my water?" The willow and the vine nodded. "My water is really delicious, isn't it? You haven't had it before, have you?" Ichiryu and Ichito continued nodding. "Want more to drink? Do you want to drink it every day?" Ichiryu and Ichito nodded frantically. "I'm telling you, I have plenty of this water, and there's nothing special about this mountain. Do you want to follow me? As long as I don't die, I'll make sure you can drink to your heart's content every day. Ichirio and Ichifuji exchanged a glance and quickly made a decision. The vine detached from the willow tree, its slender form piling chaotically on the ground like a snake, raising its head high. Jang-sun looked at its coiled body and asked with a headache, "Can't you change your shape? Make yourself smaller, like wrapping around my wrist, or even turning into a small stick? It's really hard for me to carry you like this." The vine quickly understood Jang-sun's meaning. A strand of vine flew toward Jang-sun's wrist, coiling around it like an ordinary chicken blood vine bracelet. "Is this your true form?" Jang-sun touched the vine on his wrist. The vine bracelet straightened up, stood on Jang-sun's wrist, and nodded. Jang-sun was very satisfied. "Not bad. From now on, your true form will stay with me. I'll store your other bodies for now, and when we get back, I'll plant them and let them wrap around a tree." After speaking, Jang-sun collected all the vines on the ground into his space. Now only the willow tree was left. Jang-sun looked at the willow tree and asked, "What about you? Do you have a true form?" A thick willow branch shot directly toward Jang-sun, wrapping around his waist. "Hey, buddy, do you want to take a look at what I look like right now? And with this thickness, even if I stuff it under my clothes, any girl I meet in the future might think I've got something weird wrapped around my waist. Can't you just shrink a bit more, like this vine, and wrap around my wrist?" The willow branch thought for a moment, moved slightly from Jang-sun's waist, shrank a bit more, climbed onto his wrist, and wrapped around the vine. The vine and willow twisted together into a braided shape. Jang-sun touched his new bracelet, feeling very satisfied. He looked at the willow tree. "What about this tree of yours? Should I take it with me?" The willow tree extended a branch and wrapped it around Jang-sun. Jang-sun knew the willow tree meant no harm because its grip was very gentle. Jang-sun thought for a moment, "You're quite a big tree. It's not convenient for me to take you now. I'll come back tomorrow, dig you up completely, and plant you on the mountain in my space." Seeing the branch release him, Jang-sun turned and left. Just after taking a few steps, he heard the sound of ice cracking behind him. Jang-sun turned around abruptly, only to see the willow tree had uprooted itself. The massive willow tree, using countless thick roots as legs, quickly walked up to Jang-sun. Jang-sun was completely stunned. "Damn!" Seeing the willow tree so eager to follow him, Jang-sun couldn't be bothered to waste words. With a wave of his hand, he directly brought it and Satan into the space. As soon as he entered, Jang-sun noticed that the vine was soaking its roots in the spring water. The dozen or so legs of the willow tree also seemed ready to fight, rushing urgently toward the spring. Jang-sun quickly restrained them and moved them to the foot of the mountain, about 10 meters away from the spring. With a slight movement of his mind, a deep pit appeared beneath the base of the willow tree. Before the willow tree could react, its roots were buried in the soil. "That vine, wrap yourself around it." The vine obediently complied, and the willow and the vine continued to coexist harmoniously. Jang-sun, worried that they might extend their soil-covered roots into the spring water while he was away, Jang-sun deliberately dug a small pit next to the willow tree and filled it with spring water. The willow and the vine quickly soaked their roots in the water. "Is this much enough for you two to drink in a day?" After receiving an affirmative response, Jang-sun promised, "From now on, I'll give you this much to drink every day. You're not allowed to harm other springs and creatures." Jang-sun knew that all mutated plants belonged to the wood element and were most afraid of fire. So he used his mind to summon a ball of gasoline, ignited it, and let the fireball circle around the willow tree in midair. "Outside, I might not be able to deal with you, but here is my territory. If you don't obey, you'll die. Got it?" The willow vine trembled with fear, nodding repeatedly. Having achieved his goal, Jang-sun prepared to leave with Satan. Unexpectedly, he suddenly noticed that two display screens had appeared on the transparent walls on both sides of the space, one above and one below. On the display screen above, it says, "Jang-sun, what element ability? Ability level, tier 1. On the display screen below, it says, "Strangling vine, what element ability? Ability level, tier 1. Willow tree, what element ability? Ability level, tier 1. Jang-sun was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. "Damn, I have a superpower. A wood-based superpower. That's sudden? Could it be, as long as I bring mutated creatures into the space, I can copy their superpowers?" Jang-sun was once again shocked by this mind-blowingly amazing space. It was as if he could see himself capturing various superpowered individuals into the space, and then gaining all types of abilities on his own. Jang-sun couldn't wait to experiment with his wood-based ability. After humans awaken wood-based abilities, they can generally control their bodies to transform into plant-like forms. Although ugly, sometimes in battle, it can be quite powerful. After all, with just a stretch of his hand, countless wooden strips extend out, directly piercing the opponent, which is pretty cool. However, his superpower seems to be relatively weak. He tried for a long time, but no part of his body turned into plants. On the contrary, the circle of grass under his feet grew a bit sturdier. So my superpower can only control plant growth? Jang-sun tried several more times and found that this was indeed the case. If that's the case, can I control plants to help me fight? Reality quickly gave him a harsh slap in the face. Forget about fighting.
He couldn't even control the growth of slightly larger plants. Zhang Xin was extremely disappointed. Damn, the weakest wood-based ability I saw in my previous life could at least turn a hand into a sapling that stretched out several meters. How come mine can only make grass grow faster? So basically, I'm just a pile of fertilizer, huh? Zhang Xin gritted his teeth in anger, taking Satan out of the space and back to its pile of prey. He sent Satan to gather some firewood, then took out some charcoal from the space and started a fire. Satan had previously hunted 7 wild chickens, 3 wild rabbits, and even 2 field mice. Although Zhang Xin had eaten field mice in his previous life, he didn't like the taste, so he waved his hand and directly released them. Not wanting to bring back too many, he kept 2 wild chickens and 2 wild rabbits. The rest were all placed in the space to be raised. Satan couldn't stay idle and went hunting again. After the fire rose, Zhang Sen's mood calmed down. Heaven had already given him a second chance at life and granted him such an incredible space. A not so impressive ability was still better than having no abilities at all in his previous life. Besides, he's only at the first level now. As he gradually levels up in the future, this wood-based ability might still bring him surprises, right? Moreover, even if his wood-based ability continues to be underwhelming, it doesn't matter. He still had a vine and a willow in his hands. Just based on the moves they had just performed in the domineering name Strangling Vine, if properly nurtured, they could become 2 very strong underlings in the future. Thinking of this, he woke up the vine and willow on his wrist. Upon learning that neither of them had ever killed before, Zhang Xin immediately decided to let them practice first. The practice target was the wild chicken Satan had hunted. Zhang Xin raised his hand. Go! A vine and a willow instantly flew toward the 2 wild pheasants. As the strangling vine flew over, countless sharp thorns suddenly appeared on the tendrils, wrapping around the pheasants tightly. The thorns pierced into the pheasants' bodies, and they didn't even have time to make a sound before they completely stopped breathing. Zhang Xin widened his eyes in surprise, imagining what would happen if this move were used on a person. Very cruel, but cool. Looking again at the split willow branch on the other side, one part of the branch was wrapping around the pheasant, while the other part was relentlessly whipping its head, the speed so fast it left after images. Moments later, after countless strikes, the pheasant finally stopped breathing. If this were used on humans, the feeling would probably be like being beaten to death by countless blows. It's simply killing someone and crushing their spirit. All that can be said is, it's possible, but unnecessary. After this experiment, Zhang Xin reached a conclusion. When it comes to killing, the strangling vine is more formidable. It can kill instantly. As for the willow tree, it doesn't feel like a very serious plant, and its methods are relatively gentle, more suited for humiliating people. In the future, whenever encountering a powerful superhuman, the willow tree shouldn't be sent out. After all, as long as they have time to react, it's easy for them to break free from its control and counterattack. Based on their respective characteristics, Zhang Xin gave them 2 fitting and resounding names. The strangling vine is called Thorn Vine. The willow tree is called Forced Fight. Zhang Xin is full of confidence in the future of Thorn Vine and Baido. At the same time, he feels immense satisfaction with his wise decision. These 2 little underlings mutated so early, it's like winning at the starting line. Moreover, he has the cheat-like spatial spring water. When Blue Star is teeming with exotic beasts and superhumans, his Thorn Vine and Baido will definitely not fall behind. Thinking about the mutated plants that have already appeared, Zhang Xin asked, have you 2 seen any mutated animals in this mountain? Thorn Vine and Baido shook their heads together. Zhang Xin felt a bit disappointed, still hoping that if there were any exotic beasts, he could see if he could trick them into the space and copy their abilities or something. It seems that it's indeed too early now. Either exotic beasts haven't appeared yet, or their numbers are extremely rare. He wasn't sure when mutated plants appeared in the previous life. He only knew that beasts appeared before ability users. If he could acquire a few more abilities before ability users emerged, his future days would be much more stable. He decided to change locations during this period, and while the beasts were still at the first tier, collect more and copy abilities. Then on this mountain, besides the 2 of you, are there any mutated plants? Zhang Sen asked again. Baido did not respond, but Thornvine nodded. It seemed that Baido had always been stuck in one place, while Thornvine often crawled around, so its experience was broader than Baido's. Take me to find it. Although what they found was also a wood-based ability and couldn't be copied again, since they were here, it would be a waste not to take advantage of it. What if he could find something new and interesting? Anyway, most of the mutant plants now are just first tier, and he still has Thornvine, a natural killing weapon, so there's no need to worry. During the search for mutant plants, Zhang Xin didn't let them idle and hunted along the way. Then he discovered that these 2 little things were even more effective for hunting than Satan. After all, Satan is intelligent and playful. Sometimes, when encountering prey, even if it could be defeated in one move, he enjoys tormenting it first. But these 2 little things don't have such thoughts. Wherever Zhang Xin points, they whoosh over, flying up and down, entangling the prey and quickly dragging it back to Zhang Xin's feet. This hunt was incredibly easy for Zhang Xin. The number of wild pheasants and rabbits in the space quickly doubled. Soon, Zhang Xin arrived at the place Thornvine had mentioned. He originally thought it would be a tree or
or a flower, but unexpectedly Thornvine pointed to the ground.
Jiang Sin didn't know much about plants. He glanced at a thing on the ground that looked like a weed but couldn't recognize what it was. Thornvine, can you get it out? Jiang Sin asked.
Thornvine nodded, quickly leaving Jiang San's wrist and plunging its body straight into the ground. In no time, the plant on the ground was uprooted entirely. Transformed into a vine resembling a fruit platter, it reverted to the appearance of a single vine. It even shook its body to rid itself of dirt before returning to Jiang San's wrist.
Jiang Sin squatted down and took a look. It seems to be ginseng. With a slight mental movement, he entered the space. Sure enough, some new words appeared on the display screen. Ginseng, wood element ability. Ability level, tier 1.
Thinking that nothing had been planted in the black soil yet, Jiang Sin directly planted the ginseng in the black soil, watered it with some space spring water, and then left. This ginseng is only at tier 1 now, so eating it would probably be no different from drinking a few more cups of spring water.
It's not very useful and might as well be nurtured.
If it keeps advancing, eating it later might prove to be very useful.
Thornvine, are there any other mutated plants on this mountain? Thornvine shook its head.
Jiang Sin wasn't disappointed, as today's unexpected surprises were already more than enough. Back at the place where they had been warming themselves by the fire, Lu Hao and Tu Sai, the young couple, had already returned. The three of them sat around the fire. Tu Sai and Yang Yike each held a wild rabbit, roasting it, while Lu Hao had another one in his hand, which was being skinned. Jiang Sin glanced at the trio's catch. There weren't many, only a few in total. It couldn't even compare to what Satan had managed to catch in such a short time of free play. However, they were already very satisfied. After all, this was their first hunt, and it was good enough that they didn't return empty-handed. After eating the roasted rabbit, the 4 people and 1 leopard headed back home. When they returned to the 16th floor, they saw 2 corpses lying next to the newly installed door. Jiang Sin smiled, not expecting someone to fall for it the day after the door was installed. He glanced at the bodies and found that they were already charred beyond recognition. It seems the electricity worked well. The 2 of them must have died peacefully. He truly is merciful. Take care of the bodies. Jiang Sin stepped over the 2 corpses, turned off the current on the door, then opened it and walked in with Satan. The remaining 3 were filled with sorrow, knowing that these 2 were surely just the beginning. As long as these people remained relentless, they would probably soon figure out a way to break through this door. The 3 joined forces and threw the 2 corpses directly out of the hallway window without a moment's hesitation.
Lu Xiui's home.
Lu Xiui knelt on the ground, her deeply wrinkled face covered in tears. A man wearing a woolen hat kicked her hard, and she lay on the ground gasping in pain. You old hag, you didn't even tell us his house had electricity. We lost 2 brothers because of you, one of them a locksmith. Are you trying to get us killed? Fortunately, my eldest was quick-witted and agile today, running fast, otherwise, he would have been electrocuted.
Lu Xiu sobbed and pleaded, young man, I'm innocent.
Ever since that little beast Jiang Sin killed my husband, I've been hiding from him every day.
How would I know his house's door was electrified?
The man in the woolen hat glanced at Brother Bin, who was sitting on the sofa with a grim expression.
Brother Bin, that guy has already returned. How about we deal with him tomorrow?
A younger member on the side chimed in. That's right, Brother Bin.
I went around asking, and this guy is really something else. After
the apocalypse, several groups tried to mess with him, but none succeeded. I heard the Black Tiger Gang's boss even fell at his hands.
The younger member leaning against the door sneered. What the hell is the Black Tiger Gang? Never even heard of them. That guy just has a crossbow, that's all. With so many of us, can't we just block it with a wooden board? What's there to be afraid of?
Brother Bin was short, with a face full of flesh, wearing a mink coat, looking like a mountain bandit. When he wasn't smiling, his face was downright menacing. He crossed his legs, rubbed his chin, and after thinking for a moment, finally said, but those 2 women are at home right now. You all saw them, right? They're really something. I heard they're even a pair. Damn it, that little brat Jiang Sin gets to enjoy this kind of privilege, so why can't I, the boss of Jinqiu homeland? I can subdue thousands of people. Why the hell should I be afraid of one little brat? Besides, with so many of us coming in such a grand manner, if we leave empty-handed, wouldn't the people in Jinqiu laugh at us? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of everyone in the room turned grim.
Isn't it just an electrified door? We just avoid touching it, and that's it. Let's do it.
Yes, just do it. That guy has so many supplies, his door is even powered. He must have a generator at home, and he also has a snowmobile. He doesn't deserve to enjoy these things at all. Only Brother Bin is worthy. Brother Bin heard this and was very pleased, giving the underling an approving look.
Grab your gear, let's go.
There was still some hot pot left from yesterday, so Lu Hao and the other 2 gathered again tonight for dinner. Jiang Sin didn't feel like joining them, so they simply tossed in a wild chicken and added a few packs of instant noodles, planning to make do with a meal and clean out the hot pot. Bin Gu and his group came up carrying Lu Xiu and immediately caught the spicy aroma of hot pot, making everyone swallow their saliva.
Damn it, they're actually eating hot pot. Break the door.
Brother Bin waved his hand. 2 underlings started smashing the door with wooden stakes.
To prevent being ambushed, they even brought a wooden door with them. The 3 people cooking hot pot turned pale upon hearing the loud noise. At the same time, damn it, someone's banging on the door, quickly notify the boss. Lu Hao was the first to rush out with a knife. Tu Sai hurriedly picked up the walkie-talkie, explained the situation to Zhang Xin, and then, along with Yang Yike, grabbed their respective weapons and headed to the hallway. Lu Hao roared, "What are you doing? Looking for death? You damn bastard, you're already at death's door, and you still dare to act tough? I'll smash this damn door open and kill you first. Hey, beauties, why not open the door obediently now and follow our brother Bin? How about living the good life with us?" "That's right, our brother Bin is a boss with over 1,000 men under him. He won't treat you badly." The man holding the door panel grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Tu Sai reacted swiftly, raising his sword and stabbing him in the waist. "Ah, scum, how dare you lay a hand on me?" The man cried out in pain, and the door plank fell to the ground. Brother Bin, worried that Zhang Xin might take the opportunity to strike, hurriedly shouted, "Quick, someone else, lift the door plank." At this moment, Zhang Sen's door opened. Lu Hao and the other two immediately looked over. They saw Zhang Sen walking over with his hands behind his back, dragging a water pipe. From the corner, Lu Shua immediately shouted, "Zhang Sen. Zhang Sen is out. Hurry up and smash the door with all your strength. Break it open and kill him, then everything will be yours." Brother Bin saw his hands clasped behind his back. "Hold the door steady, this guy has a crossbow." The people smashing the door put in even more effort. The entire door was shaking, and given a little more time, it might really be broken open. Zhang Sen let out a cold laugh. "A crossbow? Who said he was dragging his feet? Today, I'll show you something new." The electricity on the door had already been cut off by him. He brought his hand out from behind his back, revealing something no one had expected, a high-pressure water gun. Zhang Sen didn't say a single unnecessary word and started spraying water directly. At first, it was a strong jet of water, hitting the person banging on the door in front, then the legs of the person holding the door. "Ah, stop spraying, it's freezing, damn it!" The wailing echoed throughout the 16th floor. Zhang Sen adjusted the nozzle, switching from straight shot to scatter shot, spraying everyone equally. A few quick runners escaped through the fire exit. Among them were Brother Bin and Lu Shua, the two closest to the fire exit. The remaining people couldn't escape even if they wanted to. In the -70-degree air, soaked to the skin, they were a step too late and were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. In just a moment, the elevator was filled with 7 ice sculptures, either sitting or lying down. The faces of those still alive were pale, and the skin that hadn't frozen had turned purple. Their eyes were filled with terror as they looked at Zhang Sen, as if they were staring at a demon. Lu Hao and the other two looked at Zhang Sen with faces full of admiration. "Kill everyone still alive, and dispose of the bodies afterward." Zhang Sen put the high-pressure water gun back in the house, brought Satan out, and pushed open the fire door. Lu Hao hurriedly asked, "Boss, where are you going?" "Eliminate the root." "I'll go with you, they still have several people." "Yes, we'll go too. These people are doomed anyway," Tu Sai also said. "No need, I can do it myself." Zhang Sen closed the fire door and went downstairs with Satan. Brother Bin and Lu Xiuyi hurriedly ran in. "Close the door, close the door." As soon as Bin Gu entered the room, he rushed to the still-burning fire pit and frantically began removing his frozen clothes. In no time, he was left wearing only thermal underwear. After the others closed the door, they followed suit, taking off their frozen clothes and gathering around the fire pit. 2 of them even stripped completely naked. There was nothing they could do, even their underwear was soaked, and their whole bodies were covered in ice. Everyone was shivering uncontrollably, their lips pale, each of them wishing they could sit right in the fire. Lu Shua also stripped down to just her thermal underwear and tried to squeeze into the group of men, but she was pushed away. Get lost, you old hag. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have almost lost our lives." Lu Shua had grievances she couldn't express, so she had no choice but to rush into the house, wrap herself in a quilt, and return to the outskirts to warm herself a little. "Bring that old woman's quilt over here for me." "No, please. I'll freeze to death." Lu Shua clutched the quilt and pleaded bitterly, but no one showed her any pity. Soon, the quilt was placed over Brother Bin. At that moment, with a loud bang, the door was kicked open. Everyone was startled. The first thing Zhang Sen saw upon entering the room was a group of nearly naked men and an old lady wearing bright red thermal underwear. This scene was bizarre to the extreme. It was quite an eyesore. Zhang Sen turned around and closed the door. "Satan, guard the door. Not a single one is allowed to leave." Lu Shua was the first to react, sprinting into the bedroom and locking the door. "Kill this bastard," Brother Bin shouted loudly. "Brothers, let's go together." Several underlings had lost their weapons on the 16th floor and could only grab whatever was at hand now. There was even a naked man who raised a torch. Everyone rushed toward Zhang Sen together. Zhang Sen sneered coldly, raised his hand, and said, "Thorn mine, force fight, leave no one alive." As soon as the words fell, the thorn vines and force fights all flew out. 1 vine turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, and finally, the room was filled with 8 strangling vines and 8 willow branches. "Holy crap, what is this? Ah, so painful. Snake, damn, he's not human, a ghost." Zhang Sen clicked his tongue lightly. "I forgot to seal their mouths. Baido,
stop flailing, seal their mouths. The whip immediately stopped swinging and obediently wrapped around everyone's mouths. The people in the room fell one by one, their bodies riddled with bloody holes, their faces full of terror, and their deaths extremely horrifying. Only Brother Bin, wrapped in a quilt, still had a breath left. The quilt on him was too thick, and the thorn vine had just barely pierced through. Thorn vine, hold on. The thorn vine stopped contracting, sparing Brother Bin's life. I'll ask, you answer. Don't make any sound that might annoy me, understand? Zhang Xin walked up to him, placed his hand behind his back, took out a straight blade from the space, and held it against his neck. Brother Bin was so scared that he was crying and sniffling uncontrollably, nodding hurriedly. Bidu, let go of his mouth. Bidu slid onto him. Zhang Xin asked, where are you from? Next door, the splendid homeland. Are you the boss? Why yes. 1 or 2,000 brothers under your command? No, big brother, it's all bragging. 1 or 2,000 are residents of Jinshou community. I brought all my men here today. Big brother, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. It was that old lady who incited me. Please, let me go. So noisy. Thorn vine, kill him. Brother Bin's pupils trembled, and just as he opened his mouth, he was entangled again by the thorn vine. While Zhang Xin was asking questions, thorn vine had already quietly wrapped around Brother Bin's neck. Now it suddenly tightened, and the vine thorns pierced deeply into his flesh and blood. Some even punctured major arteries. Brother Bin let out a painful whimper and then passed away. There's still one last one. Lu Shua curled up in a blanket, huddling her body, trembling in fear inside the cabinet. Although she couldn't see what had just happened outside, she heard the commotion, especially the wailing of those few people at the beginning. She knew that Zhang Xin had achieved another great victory. At this moment, her heart was filled with regret. She had eaten even her husband's flesh just to survive until now, so why had she been so foolish as to report Zhang Xin and conspire with the people from Jinshou community to take revenge? And now, here she was, failing to exact her revenge and falling into Zhang Xin's hands again. She listened to the footsteps outside, sometimes near and sometimes far, as if hearing the death knell tolling for her. Recalling Zhang Xin's ruthless demeanor earlier, she knew that her chances of survival today were slim. Outside the door, after confirming there were no other survivors in the apartment, Zhang Xin stepped to the doorway of the room where Lu Shua was hiding. The door was already locked, and he directly lifted his foot and kicked it. With a loud bang, the wooden door shattered. Lu Shua's body had already gone stiff, and the sudden loud noise startled her, causing her to fall out of the cabinet. She burst into tears, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed, begging for mercy. Don't kill me, Zhang Xin, please spare me. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please, for the sake of my age, forgive me. I won't dare to do it again. Zhang Xin sneered. What? When you reported me and got others to come after me, you didn't expect this outcome? Just now upstairs, weren't you shouting so fiercely? Weren't you eager to kill me? So why is it that now I want to kill you? You're begging for mercy. Zhang Xin sometimes really found these people quite amusing. Clearly, they were the ones causing trouble every time, so how could they still have the nerve to beg him to let them go in the end? As if just moving their lips could make him forget how they had previously wished to tear him apart. Where on earth did these people get their shamelessness from? Lu Shui cried her heart out, tears and snot streaming down her face. When she saw Zhang Xin walking toward her with a knife, she knew he was determined to kill her. In an instant, she didn't know where the courage came from, but she actually stood up, holding a kitchen knife in her hand, and charged at Zhang Xin. But after all, she was old, and her attack was insignificant in Zhang Xin's eyes. He kicked her so hard that she slammed into the wall, grimacing in pain. Zhang Xin suddenly felt that things were getting interesting. You old hag, you really do have some skills. No wonder you've managed to survive alone until now, and your home hasn't been taken away. Lu Shua stopped pretending, her face full of ferocity. You ill-mannered little beast, from the very beginning, you've been targeting this old woman everywhere. Isn't it just because you want to kill me? Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Anyway, I've had enough of these miserable days where I barely scrape by, living like neither a human nor a ghost. Zhang Xin burst into laughter at her unreasonable arguments. Me targeting you? Are you out of your mind? Was it me who forced you to take others in? Was it me who made you trick others out of their supplies? Was it me who made your old man come to kill me? Lu Shua roared. I'm old enough to be your grandmother, and I'm also the deputy director of the neighborhood committee. Why don't you listen to me? You clearly have such great skills and plenty of supplies at home. What's wrong with sharing a little? Besides, you have a boat and a motorcycle. If you were willing to help us find supplies, would so many of us have died? It's all your fault. Not following orders, being selfish, you're the one who caused so many of us to suffer. Am I fucking indebted to you? Zhang Xin was completely speechless this time, utterly baffled by the old lady's twisted logic. Even at this point, still clinging to being the deputy director of the neighborhood committee, he let out a helpless sigh. Forget it, I was planning to give you a quick end out of respect for your age, but now I'll let you play with something fun instead. Lu Shua was startled upon hearing this and asked tremblingly, what are you going to do? Zhang Xin said no more, raised his hand, Baido, sealed her mouth. As soon as the words fell, Lu Shua saw a small wooden stick fly out from Zhang Xin's wrist. Ah, there's a
demon.
Before she could finish speaking, her mouth was sealed shut, leaving her unable to say another word, only to whimper in terror. Thornvine, go play, but don't let her die too quickly. Lu Shua saw a small wooden stick flying toward her, wrapping around her in circles. Soon, she felt that this small wooden stick actually had thorns, which began to slowly pierce into her flesh. She stared wide-eyed, only to see Zhang Xin across from her light a cigarette and leisurely start smoking, a cruel smile lingering at the corner of his mouth.
This man actually has such a terrifying thing. He's a monster, a devil. Time passed second by second, and Lu Xiui could clearly feel countless sharp thorns piercing deeper and deeper into her skin.
Yet she couldn't even make a sound, and this feeling was simply unbearable, worse than death. She grew colder and colder, as if the blood in her body was about to drain completely, yet she was tied up so tightly that even suicide was impossible. After finishing a cigarette, Zhang Xin stubbed it out.
Alright, Thornvine, that's enough.
As soon as the words fell, Thornvine tightened forcefully, and Lu Shua seemed to hear the sound of her own bones breaking.
The next second, Thornvine swiftly withdrew.
Lu Shua collapsed limply to the ground, dying with her eyes wide open. By now, there was no one alive in this house except Zhang Xin.
Zhang Xin glanced at the bloody hole in Lu Shua's neck inside. All you cared about was showing off.
If someone sees these corpses like this, they'll be scared out of their minds. If the strange beast had already appeared, this wouldn't be anything surprising.
But for now, it's best not to let anyone see.
If the authorities find out, it might cause trouble for him. So, he had Sitang and Bidu throw all the bodies downstairs together. Then he went down, poured gasoline over the bodies, and set them all on fire. Back on the 16th floor, Lu Hao and the other two were still waiting at the door.
The three also saw the towering flames outside.
Although they didn't understand why Zhang Xin was being so kind as to help those people with cremation, they, as always, didn't ask much. After seeing that Zhang Xin was unharmed, they silently marveled at how impressive he was and then went back to continue eating the nearly dried out hot pot. Zhang Xin returned home and continued experimenting with the thorny vines and the forced duels. When those people were banging on the door earlier, he had been at home studying their abilities. It was at that moment he learned that thorn vine and forced duel could split into up to 8 branches at once. When Lu Shua's group ran down, there happened to be 8 of them. Zhang Xin then had the idea of testing the lethality of thorn vine and forced duel. Of course, even if they had left someone downstairs, he wasn't afraid. With the speed of killing with thorny vines, as long as those people don't have guns, no matter how many there are, they can't do anything to him. The next day, Zhang Xin got up early and entered the space.
He wanted to check if there were any changes in the mutated ginseng he planted in the black soil yesterday.
Seeing the ginseng, he was startled. The green leaves on the ginseng had grown almost twice as large. He then went to check the main bodies of the thorn vine and the bidu plant, discovering that the thorn vine had also thickened significantly. Previously, it was only about as thick as his thumb, but now it was as thick as a child's arm. As for the trunk of the bidu plant, it had also become much sturdier, with denser willow branches, though its height hadn't changed much. Looking again at the new pit he dug yesterday, the spring water inside was already gone.
Is the space spring water really this amazing? It can grow so fast overnight? Could it have advanced?
With this suspicion, he turned his head to glance at the big screen.
Damn! Zhang Xin, what element ability? Ability level, tier 1. Strangling vine, what element ability? Ability level, tier 2. Willow tree, what element ability? Ability level, tier 2. Ginseng, what element ability? Ability level, tier 2. Whose damn space is this anyway? Everyone advanced, and damn it, they left me out alone.
Zhang Xin was furious, but the only response to his anger was a few cries from wild chickens. After a moment, he calmed down and recalled how yesterday, when encountering thorn vines in forced fights, they showed a fondness for the spring water in the space, realizing a problem. Why did they all advance so quickly? Is it the power of space? Zhang Xin turned his head to look at the slightly smarter thorn vine.
Thorn vine, why did all of you suddenly advance?
Thorn vine shook the roots it had placed in the pit.
Is it because of the spring water? Thorn vine nodded. Zhang Xin got even angrier. Damn it, both Fool and I have been drinking the spring water for so long, so why haven't we developed any special abilities? This useless fool.
Zhang Xin plopped down on the ground, lit a cigarette, and smoked in silence. A few minutes later, he tossed the cigarette butt away and, as if resigning himself to fate, added spring water to the pit. As soon as the spring water went in, he saw the roots of the thorn vine and the bitta swaying inside, looking as if they were thoroughly enjoying themselves. A flash of inspiration struck Zhang Xian's mind, and he suddenly felt his head itch, as if he were about to grow some brains. He quickly filled the water, watered the ginseng, tossed some food to the wild chickens and rabbits, and then hurriedly brought Satan inside. During the previous zero-cost shopping spree, he had collected some bath barrels. He took out 2 and filled them with spring water.
Satan, go take a bath. Satan immediately jumped in.
At the same time, Zhang Xin also stripped himself completely and got into the bath barrel. As soon as he sat down, he felt an unprecedented sense of comfort, as if all the muscles in his body had relaxed and a tingling sensation spread through his bones. He let out a satisfied sigh, closed his eyes, and prepared to enjoy the moment. Suddenly, he felt a sharp sharp pain on his skin, followed by the sensation of fire burning his flesh. Damn it all! Woo! Jiang Sin and Satan let out a scream at the same time. Both the man and the leopard wanted to leave the bath barrel immediately, but before they could make a move, Jiang Sin fainted. He didn't know how much time had passed before he slowly opened his eyes. He was dazed for a few seconds as his consciousness gradually became clear. The scene before him became clear, and Jiang Sin realized his vision had improved. He had been slightly nearsighted before, not too severe, probably around 100 degrees or so. To see things farther away, he needed to squint, otherwise, they would appear a bit blurry. But now, he could even see the veins on the leaves of trees more than 10 meters away. Not only has his vision improved, but his hearing has as well. The sound of the breeze brushing through the leaves was now incredibly clear in his ears. Jiang Sin suddenly realized something and turned his head to look. Sure enough, his large screen had changed. He stared at the big screen, completely dumbfounded. On the big screen, his name was enlarged, displayed in a single row. Below it read, Spatial Ability, Level 1. Wood Element Ability, Tier 2. Physical Element Ability, Tier 1. Damn! Not only did I advance, but I also awakened 2 new abilities. Then, he suddenly started laughing hysterically, as if he'd gone mad. I've got superpowers, and it's even triple elemental powers. No wonder Jiang Sin was so excited. In his previous life, he had heard that the most impressive individuals only possessed dual powers. Moreover, among these dual elemental power users, most could only effectively use one of their abilities. As for the second type of ability they possess, even the highest level has only reached Tier 2. Although Jiang Sin's current abilities only go up to Tier 2 at most, at this point in time, it's impossible to find animals with awakened abilities, let alone humans. Since he awakened so early, his chances of advancing again in the future are likely much faster than others, especially considering he has the spatial spring as a major cheat. By the time others awaken their abilities, he might already have advanced to an unknown tier. It can be said that with his current abilities, as long as no one uses hot weapons or employs human wave tactics, no one in this world can do anything to him. Looking at those few simple lines of text on the big screen, Jiang Sin felt an overwhelming sense of joy. After calming down, he finally thought of Satan. He turned his head to take a look, only to see Satan still soaking in the bath barrel, still unconscious. Jiang Sin panicked instantly. After raising it for so long, he had already developed feelings for it. Previously, he had little confidence in awakening his own abilities and was hoping Satan would awaken some ability, live a bit longer, and be there for his final moments. Now seeing Satan like this, he suddenly felt that even if Satan didn't have any abilities, just being alive was good enough. He quickly got out of the bath barrel, not even bothering to put on clothes, and rushed over stark naked. He tested Satan's breath. It was steady, but its body temperature was much higher than usual. In his previous life, he had personally witnessed a comrade awaken, and his body was also burning hot. It seemed that Satan was not only safe but was also about to awaken supernatural abilities. Jiang Sin finally felt relieved. He picked up the watch on the ground, looked at the time, and was completely stunned. Damn, I slept for 2 days and 1 night. Jiang Sin was worried that his prolonged absence might make Lu Hao and the others concerned about him, and he was also afraid that someone might take advantage of his absence to breach the 16th floor, so he hurriedly left the space. As soon as he returned to reality, he heard a series of banging sounds coming from the door outside. Jiang Sin's heart sank. Could it be that the 3 of them failed to hold their ground? Frowning, he walked to the door, turned on the camera, and saw Lu Hao and the other 2 standing at the entrance. The 3 people were full of anxiety on their faces. In such cold weather, Lu Hao, who was holding a wooden stake, was sweating all over. It seemed they had been smashing for a long time. After spending this period together, he believed that Lu Hao and the others wouldn't betray him for no reason, so he directly opened the door. The 3 of them were stunned for a second when they saw Jiang Sin, then immediately overjoyed. Boss, you finally opened the door. Are you okay? Brother Sen, what's wrong with you? Why haven't you been responding? Yeah, we talked to you through the intercom but you didn't reply, and you wouldn't open the door when we knocked. We thought something had happened to you and were scared to death. Your door is so sturdy, we've been pounding on it for so long and only managed to chip the paint. If you hadn't opened it, we wouldn't have known what to do. Jiang Sin looked at the genuine concern on the faces of the 3 people and felt a warmth in his heart. Sorry, I caught a bit of a cold and dozed off in a daze. Dozed off? Lu Hao was momentarily stunned. Sinji, you slept for 2 days and 1 night. This doesn't seem like just a little cold. Are you still feeling unwell in any way? After Yang Yike finished speaking, she thought for a moment, then immediately turned around and went back to her house. When she came out, she was holding 2 packs of medicine. Brother Sen, these are cold medicine and fever reducers. Take some quickly. Yes, boss, I know a place where we can exchange medicine. What other medicine do you need? I'll go exchange it for you tomorrow. Brother Sen, have you eaten tonight? How about I make you something to eat? In his hands were 2 incomplete packs of medicine, and in his ears were the caring words of 3 people. Jiang Sin was deeply moved. After so long in the apocalypse, they knew the value of medicine and supplies, yet they still gave them to him without hesitation. He understood understood that part of the reason was because he had helped them a lot too, but even more so, it was because they genuinely cared about him. After experiencing such family ties, this kind of friendship seemed especially precious. He smiled, put the medicine back, and said, "You should keep the medicine for yourselves. Medicine will only become more precious in the future. I've already recovered quite a bit after sleeping for so long, so there's no need to waste it." Yang Yike was still worried and insisted on giving him the medicine. Zhang Xin was still concerned about Satan, so he didn't refuse further. After reassuring the three of them, he closed the door and returned to the space. Satan was still asleep. Zhang Xin didn't wake him up forcibly but instead took out some food and sat down to eat beside him. He hadn't eaten for such a long time, and with his abilities awakening, he now felt so hungry he could devour an entire cow. After finishing 5 dishes, 1 soup, and 4 boxes of rice, he finally felt somewhat full. After the meal, he sat on the grass, inhaling the fragrance of flowers and grass, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. Suddenly, Zhang Xin heard the sound of water, followed by Satan's cry. Zhang Xin hurriedly stood up, only to see Satan nimbly jump out of the bathtub. "Silly Dan!" Hearing the sound, Satan turned his head to look at Zhang Xin, froze for a moment, and then quickly charged toward him. Zhang Xin didn't sense any malice from Satan. He opened his arms, intending to catch it, but ended up being knocked over onto his back. "I was too excited just now and didn't notice Satan's size. Now, being pressed down by Satan's entire body, I realize its size has grown a bit." Satan might still remember the suffering it endured in the spatial spring, so it seems to be seeking comfort, rubbing against Zhang Xin for a long time without getting up. But with Satan being so big now and constantly pressing on Zhang Xin, he's feeling uncomfortable. After Satan made a fuss for a while, Zhang Xin pushed it aside. What happened? Now that he was strong, and Satan wasn't guarding against him, he flung it several meters away with one move. When it hit the ground, it was dazed for 2 seconds. Zhang Xin ignored it and looked up at the display screen. Sure enough, new content had been added to the display screen. Jaguar, physical type superpower. Superpower level, tier 1. Dummy, come here, Zhang Xin said with a big smile. Satan still remembered the grudge of being thrown off and walked over with a hint of displeasure. Zhang Xin held it and pointed at the display screen. "Look, you've awakened a superpower." Satan gave him a smug look, appearing even smarter than before. Zhang Xin ruffled its head and sincerely praised, "Well done." Afterward, Zhang Xin tested his and Satan's abilities. He discovered that both his and Satan's speed and strength had significantly improved. He could bend a steel pipe as thick as an arm with his bare hands. With a single punch, he could create a massive dent in the body of a shipping container. Satan's strength and speed were even more terrifying. Its sharp teeth could even bite through a steel pipe. With one swipe, even the container's body could be torn apart by it. As for Zhang Xin's spatial ability, there has been some progress. At least now he can throw out an airball. The force is roughly enough to knock a flower askew when thrown, and then it bounces back. His second tier wood ability can make that flower bloom a little bigger. In conclusion, it's all pretty useless. But Zhang Xin is not discouraged. He is confident he can master this. The vines released by the second tier thorn vine have also become thicker, with sharper spikes and double the quantity. Now, it can release up to 16 vines at once, and the range is farther than before. The advancement direction of the forced fight and thorn vine is similar, thicker, farther, and also 16 vines in quantity. As for that ginseng, apart from being a bit larger, there was no other difference compared to before. Still dumbfounded. After adding water to the 3 mutated plants and giving the wild chickens and rabbits some food and water, Zhang Xin took Satan out of the space. Knowing that Satan must be starving by now, he gave it twice as much food as before. Who would have thought that Satan was still not full? Zhang Xin had no choice but to give it food 2 more times. In the end, it ate 3 wild pheasants, 5 pounds of raw beef, and 5 pounds of raw pork before it was finally satisfied. "You ungrateful brat, your father can barely afford to feed you." Zhang Xin angrily kicked it. Satan was full, and even after being kicked, he wasn't angry, letting out a comfortable hum. "Come here, let me measure your height." Satan walked over and obediently let Zhang Xin handle him. A moment later, Zhang Xin put away the tape measure, looking at Satan's noticeably larger physique with some concern. The last time Satan's height was measured, it was just over 80 centimeters, but now it's almost 1.1 meters, and its body length is nearly 1.8 meters. It's still at the age of a baby leopard, yet it's grown to the size of an adult leopard. The entire leopard seems to have inflated like a balloon, growing a whole size bigger. It's only been a few days since it last appeared in front of Lu Hao and the others, and it's grown this much. Does that even make sense? Forget it, I won't think about it. As long as he doesn't say anything, even if they see it and find it strange, they probably won't ask much. Thinking this, Zhang Xin returned to the bedroom to sleep peacefully. The next morning, after getting up, Zhang Xin began a simple workout. He now clearly feels that his physical fitness is much better than before. After practicing for a while, he began training his spatial abilities again. He condensed the air into a blade and swung it in the air, but the effect was not very good. After practicing for half a day, the spatial blade couldn't even last 3 seconds. After a while, Yang Yike's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Brother Sen, are you up?" "I'm up. Are you feeling better?"
here? We're planning to make some porridge. Do you want to join us? Much better.
Sure, you guys make the porridge, and I'll bring some buns over so we can eat together. Jang Sin put down the walkie-talkie, took out 2 bags of frozen buns from the storage space, and delivered them to 1601 for Lu Hao to steam. Lu Hao was overjoyed when he saw the buns. Even frozen buns were a treat. It had been so long since they had eaten big meat buns. After taking a quick shower, Jang Sin, worried that his appetite might scare them, ate a little at home first before heading to 1601. The 3 people showed some concern for his health. Seeing his appearance, which indeed didn't resemble that of a sick person, they finally felt relieved. It had been a long time since they had eaten steamed buns. The 4 of them enjoyed rice porridge with large meat buns, eating enthusiastically in a lively atmosphere. After eating, Jang Sin asked Lu Hao, "Haozi, where is that place you mentioned yesterday for exchanging supplies?" In his previous life, Jang Sin had heard about that place. It was a resource trading center spontaneously formed by survivors. However, in his previous life he had never been there because there were always people double-crossing each other, and it was very likely that if he went, he wouldn't come back. To be on the safe side, he didn't dare to go. In this life, he had none of these concerns. After all, it was already good enough that he wasn't robbing others. Now, it was only the early stage of the apocalypse, and the prices for exchanging supplies weren't as outrageous as they would be later. So, he wanted to see if he could find a bargain. By the way, get some medicine for Yang Yike and return it to her. It's been so long since the apocalypse, these 3 probably don't have much medicine left. After breakfast, Jang Sin put Satan into the space and went out with the 3 of them. The 4 of them walked for an hour before arriving at the resource exchange center. This used to be a trading center, previously selling clothes. When the extreme cold arrived, the bottom 2 floors were completely frozen, and the clothes on the upper floors were all cleared out. Now, inside are rows of small stalls, each displaying the surplus items of the stall owners. And almost 80% of the people are looking to trade for food. So much so that the currency unit here is also food. For example, 1 fever-reducing pill costs 3 kilograms of rice. After Jang Sin entered, he looked around and first checked the situation at various stalls, forming an initial understanding of the current prices in his mind. Just as he was walking toward a medicine stall, he suddenly saw a familiar face. Previous life. In the 3rd year of the apocalypse, the concept of shelters no longer existed in the entire Great Xia. All places in unfallen cities that took in survivors were called bases. Some were official, while others were private. Although Jang Sin had no special abilities, he managed to secure a ticket to an official base through his fearless and relentless efforts. It's a pity that at that time, he was blind in both eyes and heart, solely focused on protecting Zhang Jianjun's family and Chen Tiantian. However, his abilities were not sufficient to make the authorities willing to support a few idle people for his sake. As a result, he had no choice but to take the 4 of them to a medium-sized private base. At that base, the first task he received was to find a 13-year-old girl named Mia. At first, he only thought this little girl was a relative of the base leader's family. Later, he found out that all the bases in Jiqing were looking for her, because she possessed a rare supernatural ability, the ability to predict the future. In his previous life, Jang Sin was the first to find her, but his strength was simply too weak. The team he was part of consisted entirely of ordinary people. They protected her for 2 days but ultimately failed to bring her back to the base, as she was taken away by an official base. Jang Sin never expected to encounter her again in this life. If he hadn't seen her here today, he might not have even remembered this little girl. After all, they had only spent 2 days together in their previous life. Seeing her all alone, with a timid look in her eyes, Jang Sin thought of her background in their previous life and frowned slightly. Could it be that she was already an orphan at this time? Although his time with Mia in their previous life was brief, he could still sense that she was a well-behaved and sensible little girl. Although his life has been full of hardships, he possesses an extremely strong survival instinct. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived alone in this cannibalistic apocalypse until now. Lu Hao noticed Jang Sin standing at the door, staring without coming in, and felt a bit puzzled. "Senji, what's wrong?" Jang Sin shook his head, sent the 3 off to exchange supplies, and then walked toward Maya. Malt's face was smudged, and she was wearing a dirty blue down jacket, walking cautiously through the market. Jang Sin didn't dare to approach. After all, she was just a 10-year-old girl now, and if he went up to talk to her rashly, he might be seen as a creepy uncle. Meanwhile, Jang Sin was still thinking about how to gain Malt's trust so that he could have a chance to replicate her superpower. Up ahead, Malt had already stopped at a stall. The stall owner was a middle-aged man, accompanied by a little boy who looked about 7 or 8 years old. The stall owner was trading supplies with a young man. None of the stalls here displayed their goods openly. After all, everyone knew how chaotic the world had become. If they directly displayed their supplies, not only might they fail to exchange for what they wanted, but they might also lose the supplies they already had. So all the stalls here were simply manned by their owners, with a piece of cloth laid out in front and a sign erected. The sign lists the supplies they have and the supplies they want to exchange. The sign at this stall reads, 2 pounds of dog food for 1 pound of rice. The price is fairly reasonable. Although dog
Dog food is not human food. It is more filling than rice and also more nutritious.
For those who have plenty of dog food, exchanging it for rice is quite normal.
Jiang Xin watched Maya standing in front of the stall, not daring to approach, wanting to see what she intended to do. Then he saw the stall owner notice Maya, his eyes lighting up as he smiled and asked, "Little girl, where are your parents?" Maya didn't speak, clearly a bit nervous. The stall owner looked Maya up and down, his smile gradually turning lewd. "Little girl, are you here to exchange dog food?" Malt mustered up the courage to take a small step forward. "Uncle, I don't have rice, but will this do?" She took her hand out of her pocket and opened her palm. Inside was a diamond ring, with a diamond as large as a pigeon egg. The vendor's eyes lit up when he saw the diamond ring, but he quickly pretended to look a bit troubled as he glanced at Malt. "Little girl, these days people can't even have a full meal, so something like this isn't of much use. Besides, I can't tell if this thing of yours is real or fake." Malt hurriedly explained, "It's real. My dad bought it at an auction and gave it to my mom." "Well, can you let me take a look? Since you're so young, if this diamond is real, I'll make an exception and trade you some dog food for it." Malt thought for a moment and finally handed the ring to the stall owner. The stall owner carefully examined it. Although he couldn't discern the quality of the diamond, he noticed a few English letters engraved on the inner circle of the ring, resembling someone's initials, which made him believe Malt's words a bit more. "Take it back to appease the tigress at home. As for this little girl in front of him, if she behaves obediently, just give her some dog food or something. After all, this little girl showing up here alone, holding such an expensive item belonging to an adult, probably means there's no one left at home. Little girl, although this ring isn't very useful, since you seem to be about the same age as my son, I'll trade you some dog food for it. How much do you want?" Malt thought for a moment and tentatively asked, "5 pounds, is that okay?" "Alright, but I only have 1 pound here. If you want 5 pounds, you'll have to come with me to get the rest." "Then, uncle, could you give me the 1 pound of dog food you have first?" The stall owner was momentarily stunned, then let out a light chuckle. "I didn't expect it. You're quite cautious for a young girl. Alright, I'll give it to you." As he spoke, he took a small bag of dog food out of the black bag behind him and handed it to Mia. Mia opened it and took a look, finally feeling relieved. As long as she had it, even if this person changed his mind, she still had a pound of dog food. Thinking this, she followed the stall owner and his son as they left. As a man, Jiang Xin naturally guessed what the stall owner intended from the expression on his face, so he followed, but not too closely, to avoid alerting them. The stall owner led the two children out of the market, turning left and right, and entered a narrow alley. His home is nearby, but there's no one at his house now. His wife went out with someone else to look for supplies. Malt followed for half a day and started to feel a bit scared. "Uncle, how much farther is it?" "Not far, we're almost there." The vendor turned around with a big smile and looked at her. "Son, give this sister some dog food to eat. She must be hungry." The little boy obediently took a handful of dog food from his pocket and handed it to Mia. "Here." Mia, feeling uneasy, glanced at the deserted surroundings, took the dog food and stuffed it into her pocket. "Uncle, forget it. I'm too tired and don't want to go get it. I just want 1 pound of dog food." "How can that be? We agreed on 5 pounds. As an adult, I can't deceive you, a child." "It's okay, I just want 1 pound. Uncle, I'll head back now. Thank you." After saying that, Malt stepped back 2 steps. The smile on the vendor's face disappeared. He stepped forward. "That's not up to you." Malt's eyes were filled with terror. She quickly pulled her hand out of her pocket and threw it at the vendor's face. Then, taking advantage of the moment when the vendor covered his face and screamed, she turned around and ran. It was only then that Jiang Xin saw clearly that what the little girl had thrown was a handful of small stones. "Quite clever. It's just that you're still too young. Even with this little bit of cleverness, it doesn't amount to much in the face of absolute power." The vendor quickly recovered. He let go of his hand and found frozen bloodstains on the glove, feeling extremely furious. "You little brat, how dare you hit me? Let's see if I don't kill you today." Cursing, he had already run out and caught Malt. Malt kept struggling and screaming, "Let go of me, you bad person, let go of me. Aren't you quite tough, you little wench? If you don't behave, you'll suffer later." Jiang Xin seemed to somewhat understand why this girl had such a strong aversion to men when he found her in his previous life. Hearing Maya's cries, Jiang Xin felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. He walked out. "Buddy, you're so old. Bullying a young girl like this isn't right, is it?" "None of your damn business. I'm warning you, get lost, or else I won't be polite to you. What if I insist on meddling in this today?" Jiang Xin wasn't afraid of his threats at all and kept walking forward. The stall owner was already annoyed, and seeing Jiang Xin treat his words as if they were nothing, he became even more furious. But he didn't want his son to witness him killing someone, and he was also worried that if a fight broke out, his son might get hurt. "Son, go home and wait for Dad. Dad will be back soon. Hurry up and leave. You're dead." The chubby kid showed no sign of panic, as if he was very confident in his father's fighting ability. He threw out a harsh remark and turned to run. The vendor put down the malt, worried that the girl might escape in the chaos if a fight broke out. He grabbed her by the collar and slapped her hard. The frail little girl couldn't withstand the slap, fainted instantly, and her head hit
the ground heavily. A strong murderous intent erupted in Zhang Sen's eyes at that moment. The stall owner pulled out a kitchen knife from his lower back, glaring angrily at Zhang Sen. Zhang Sen, who had yet to experience the feeling of killing with his tier 1 physical strength, quickly charged forward. The stall owner watched in shock as the person who had been 7 or 8 meters away just a moment ago appeared right in front of him in the blink of an eye. So fast. The contempt in his eyes instantly turned into terror, and he reflexively raised the knife to strike. But Zhang Sen easily grabbed his wrist, his strength so great it seemed as if he would crush it. Zhang Sen applied a bit more force, and the kitchen knife slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. The vendor let out a scream and then hurriedly begged for mercy. "Big brother, no, it's all a misunderstanding, I was wrong, please have mercy." Zhang Sen's eyes were filled with rage. Misunderstanding? Misunderstanding what? Misunderstanding that you're a scumbag? Don't kill me, I beg you. My son is still young, he can't grow up without a father. What does it matter to me if you have a son? He's not my blood. Zhang Sen forcefully pressed the vendor's body downward while driving his knee into the man's stomach. The vendor instantly broke out in a cold sweat from the pain, collapsing to the ground and curling up while clutching his stomach. He felt as if all his internal organs had shifted out of place. How can someone be so strong? However, his nightmare had only just begun. Zhang Sen lifted his leg and forcefully kicked him in the abdomen. He flew back several meters before stopping, feeling as if he had been hit by a speeding car, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, barely breathing. But Zhang Sen's anger had not yet subsided. He continued forward, walked up to the vendor, and forcefully stomped on his chest. In the narrow, cramped, and silent alley, the sound of bones breaking was so clear to Zhang Sen's evolved hearing. The man beneath his foot stared wide-eyed, his eyeballs bulging, completely lifeless. If Zhang Sen weren't worried about Malt's condition, he wouldn't have let this scum die so quickly. He took the diamond ring out of the pocket on the vendor's chest and quickly walked to Mia's side to check her condition. Lucky for him, there was a scar on her forehead caused by a knock after she fainted. The injury wasn't serious, the bleeding was minimal, and the wound and blood had already frozen. Although she was still unconscious, her breathing was normal. For someone like Zhang Sen, who had no medical knowledge, the situation seemed relatively stable. He was worried that the cold weather might cause the little girl to develop symptoms of hypothermia. He picked up the little girl and walked quickly back. It was too far from home, so taking her back wasn't realistic. He had to return to the market first. There were more people there, and since it was indoors, the temperature would be a bit higher. Back at the market, Zhang Sen found a less crowded corner, used his backpack as cover, and took out some bandages and iodine from his space to disinfect and bandage Mia's wounds. Although his technique was rough, he did everything that needed to be done. He looked at the little girl's pale face and, to be on the safe side, gave her some warm spring water from the space. He now had great confidence in the miraculous effects of the space spring water. As long as there were no serious injuries, it should be fine. Sure enough, after a short while, the little girl's complexion became rosy. Malt woke up in Zhang Sen's arms. Perhaps the memories before losing consciousness were too terrifying, as her first reaction upon waking was still to scream. It's okay, Zhang Sen patiently coaxed. Malt listened to the unfamiliar voice and looked at the clean, handsome face in front of her, quickly coming to her senses. Not that hateful villain anymore. She seems to have been saved. Her head hurt, she reached out to touch it, but felt a piece of gauze. Don't touch it, you're injured. I bandaged it for you. Thinking of the terrifying memory just now, she couldn't help but want to cry. Before the tears fell, she heard a reminder. If you cry now, your tears will freeze your face. Sure enough, Mia didn't dare to cry anymore. Her tears welled up in her eyes, on the verge of falling but not quite. Zhang Sen looked at the pitiful appearance of the little girl, and an inexplicable sense of regret arose in his heart. Had I known earlier, I would have acted sooner. Not only did the young girl suffer such a big fright for no reason, but she also got hurt. However, he did this to be on the safe side. This young girl seems to have quite a cautious personality. Without gaining some trust, she probably wouldn't agree to go with him. It's not that he couldn't use forceful measures, but it would just be troublesome. And what would Lu Hao and the others think of him? It's estimated that she would think he's just a beast. Well, that's fine too. Since he's gone this far, this little girl's guard against him should lower a bit, right? Moreover, it's just as well that she sees clearly how much more terrifying this apocalypse is than she imagined. As a little girl, there's no way she can go off with strangers. Thinking this way, Zhang Sen felt much better. He put her down and asked, "Is there anything else that feels uncomfortable? My face hurts, and my head feels dizzy. Anything else?" Mia shook her head. "It's probably a mild concussion. Rest for a few days and it should be fine. It shouldn't be a big problem." Malt suddenly remembered something, touched her pocket, and saw that the dog food was still inside, letting out a sigh of relief. "Was it you who saved me? Who else?" Malt glanced at Zhang Sen, her fears still lingering. She bowed. "Thank you, brother. I'm going home now. Goodbye, brother." After saying that, Nia wanted to slip away but was stopped by Zhang Sen. Nia trembled with fear. Zhang Sen comforted her. "All right, little girl, I won't harm you. Otherwise, wouldn't saving you have been for nothing, right?" After saying that, Zhang Jiang Sin took out a diamond ring from his pocket and handed it to Mia. This is yours, isn't it? Take it, and don't take it out so easily to trade with others in the future. The moment people see a little girl like you with something like this, they'll immediately know you're doing it behind your family's back. Mia felt frustrated in her heart. She had been so careful, yet in the eyes of adults, it was still full of flaws. However, she felt even more guilty at the moment for misunderstanding Jiang Sin.
Thank you, brother. Don't run around anymore. Stay with me for now. When my friend arrives, we'll take you back together. You're just a young girl. I'm afraid as soon as you leave here, you'll be targeted by bad people again.
Molt considered for a moment and felt that this person really didn't seem like a bad guy, so she nodded. Jiang Sin breathed a sigh of relief. Fooling the little girl, the first step was a success. He led Molt outside, and she obediently followed behind him without saying a word. When they reached the entrance, they saw Lu Hao and the other two waiting there, with their bags not packed with much. Yang Yak saw Molt following behind Jiang Sin and asked, Senji, why is this little girl following you? I saved her when I saw her in trouble. Now I need to take her back. Are you coming with me or going to look for supplies first? The three of them were surprised upon hearing this, their gazes shifting back and forth between Jiang Sin and Molt.
Isn't Senji the one who hates these troublesome matters the most? Unexpectedly, you even had a moment of kindness to save a child?
Seeing the three of them in a daze, Jiang Sin said helplessly, what are you staring at?
I'm asking you a question.
The three snapped out of it as if waking from a dream and said in unison, let's go together.
What's going on?
Jiang Sin nodded, turned around, and asked, little girl, where do you live?
Molt softly reported an address. Everyone was stunned after hearing the address. That was one of the most expensive villa districts in Nanyang.
Even Jiang Sin hadn't expected that this little girl was actually a young heiress. In their previous life, although they had met, Molt hardly spoke. Apart from mentioning that she was an orphan, she never brought up her family. However, seeing Molt in such a desolate state now, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Damn apocalypse, the pampered young lady has actually been tormented to this extent.
The villa area is not far from the market, about a half-hour walk.
But now, with a child in tow, the pace has slowed down considerably. Jiang Sin didn't know how to interact with a little girl, so he took out a piece of bread and a box of milk from his bag, gave them to her, and then handed the task over to Yang Ike. However, Molt still trusted Jiang Sin more and followed him closely along the way.
As soon as they entered the villa area, Molt said, Big brother and sister, I'm home. Thank you for bringing me back. You can go back now.
No rush, Jiang Sin said. We'll walk you to your door and leave after we see you go inside.
No need, brother. It's not safe here. You should hurry back.
I'll go first. After saying that, Mia turned around and ran. The ability to predict the future, such a precious power, was truly invaluable to someone like Jiang Sin, who cherished his life. He had done so much, and he hadn't even waited for the little girl to awaken her power so he could copy it. How could I give up? I'll go take a look. You don't need to rush, just come over slowly. Jiang Sin saw Maya running off and quickly followed her. The three of them stood in place, looking at each other in confusion, completely unable to understand how this guy had suddenly changed his attitude. But there was no choice, they still had to listen to Jiang Sin's words, so they quickly followed him. As soon as Jiang Sin turned the corner, he saw Maya entering the courtyard of the largest and most luxuriously decorated villa in the residential area. At that moment, the villa's door opened, and a plump middle-aged woman appeared, cursing angrily, you wretched girl.
I told you to go out and get some food. Why did it take you so long? Are you itching for a beating again? Do you believe I'll stew your dog tonight?
Maya quickly ran inside. I'm sorry, I got injured, so I was delayed for a while.
It won't happen again.
Molt! Jiang Sin ran to the courtyard gate.
Molt was shocked. Brother, leave quickly, it's dangerous here.
The woman glared at Jiang Sin. Where did this brat come from? Get lost. Jiang Sin walked into the yard. You're not Maya's family.
The woman showed no fear, letting out a cold laugh. So what if I'm not? I advise you not to seek death. Maya, come here.
Maya was held back by the woman and shouted anxiously, brother, leave quickly. Jiang Sin naturally wouldn't leave and continued walking toward the main gate. The woman screamed, someone come.
Someone's causing trouble.
As soon as she finished speaking, more than a dozen people rushed out holding machetes and steel rods. At this moment, Lu Hao and the other two also ran over. Yo, there are two beautiful ladies here.
Perfect, stay and keep me company for some fun.
Jiang Sin smiled. Howsy, are you scared?
With you here, boss, what do I have to be afraid of?
Very good. Tusai, Kiki, Maya, I'll leave them to you too. Howsy, remember, leave no one behind. As the words fell, Jiang Sin drew two machetes from his lower back and charged directly at the bulliest man opposite him. That man swung his blade down, but the movement seemed to slow down in Jiang Sin's eyes. Jiang Sin slashed off the man's hand with one strike, then plunged another blade into his heart. As he withdrew the blade, the other knife was thrust into the back of another person nearby. On the other side, Lu Hao's combat ability has greatly improved through training in actual battles during this period. Although he is not as formidable as Jiang Sin, he managed to kill someone in the blink of an eye. The screams in the courtyard rose and fell one after another. Tusai and Yang Yike had already rushed to the woman at this moment. The woman saw them killing killing people as easily as slicing melons and cutting vegetables, realizing she was in big trouble, and her face turned pale with fear. Seeing Tusai charging over with a sword, and even the seemingly delicate young Yak holding a machete in her hand, she became even more terrified. She knew she definitely couldn't beat them, so she picked up a machete that someone had dropped by her feet and pointed it at the two of them. Don't come any closer, or I'll kill her. After speaking, she placed the machete against Mia's neck, scaring Mia into a terrified scream. Tusai, quick-eyed and swift-handed, decisively struck while the machete was still a short distance from Mia's neck, thrusting his sword into her shoulder. The woman screamed in pain, and the machete in her hand fell to the ground. Tusai withdrew the sword and stabbed her heart with another strike. The woman died instantly. Malt was so frightened her legs went weak, almost falling, but fortunately, Tusai caught her. Tusai handed Malt over to Yang Yike. Watch her, I'll go help Brother Sin and the others. After speaking, she raised her sword and charged into the crowd. At this moment, only 4 enemies remained in the courtyard under Zhang Sen and Lu Hao's slaughter. If Zhang Sen hadn't been worried about them noticing something unusual and suppressed his abilities, the battle would have ended long ago. 2 minutes later, the battle was completely over. A blood-red patch spread across the ice, with fresh blood continuously flowing from the corpse, quickly freezing into ice. Zhang Sen walked up to Mia, squatted down, and asked, "Are you okay?" Mia clung to Zhang Sen's neck, crying in fear. Malt's emotions had already calmed down. From her words, the 4 learned about the experiences she had gone through during this time. It turned out that this villa was her home, and her father was a wealthy businessman ranked high on the Daxia rich list. When the apocalypse arrived, their family of 3, along with several servants, were trapped here. His parents were kind-hearted and did not drive the servants away. Although the household supplies were limited, they were enough to sustain everyone. Who would have thought that not long after, when the rain subsided, a group of uninvited guests arrived at their home. Inside the villa, it was the husband of one of the maids. The man, who had been working on construction sites for years, brought over a dozen fellow villagers. They killed his parents and squandered all the household supplies. Originally, they also wanted to kill Mia, but one of them stopped them. He believed that Mia, being a young girl, could easily evoke sympathy from others and thus gather more supplies. At first, Mia wandered around the villa district. The people here knew about Mia's family conditions and held on to the hope of receiving help from my family after the apocalypse ended, so they gave her some food. Later, the food in the households of this villa area also ran out. They then forced Mia to go out and beg for food. Sometimes she could get some, sometimes she couldn't. If she couldn't, she would be severely beaten. The 4 people remained silent for a long time after understanding the whole story. Yang Yak listened with tears streaming down her face and hugged Mia to comfort her. It's okay, it's okay. Even though Zhang Sen considered himself to be cold-hearted by now, he still felt a pang of compassion for this little girl who was only 10 years old. Brother, Mia looked at Zhang Sen with pleading eyes. Can you help me bury my parents? Zhang Sen nodded. Where are your parents? Maya led the 4 to the basement, opened the door, and inside lay the corpses of 2 people. Fortunately, the current low temperature had kept the bodies from decaying much. The 4 carried the bodies to the hill in the yard, broke through the not-so-thick layer of ice on top, dug a pit, and buried the bodies. Malt's eyes were filled with tears the whole time, but she did not cry. Yang Yike held her hand tightly, feeling heartbroken. Zhang Sen asked Malt to place the final handful of soil over her parents. After doing so, Malt knelt and bowed 3 times to her parents. She then stood up and gave a deep bow to the 4 people. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Zhang Sen patted her head and took her back into the house. He wasn't good at comforting people, so he took out a piece of chocolate from his backpack and handed it to her. Maya knew that everyone was short on supplies right now. Although she was salivating, she shook her head. Zhang Sen had no choice but to stuff it into her hand. Brother and sister, please sit for a moment, I'll be right back. After saying this, Mia left, then ran outside and took something from each of the corpses one by one. She then ran upstairs and busied herself for a while. When she returned, she was holding several boxes in her arms. She handed out one box to each person, saying, "These are thank you gifts for all of you. Please don't misunderstand, these are not things I took off corpses. They are part of my parents' collection, which they never managed to find." The 4 of them opened the boxes and were stunned. Inside Zhang Sen and Lu Hao's boxes were luxury watches, while Tusai and Yang Yike's contained diamond necklaces. They were clearly worth a fortune. Big brother and sister, I know these things aren't of much use now, but this is all I can offer. Thank you for saving me. Everyone felt uneasy and refused to accept the gift, but Mia insisted on giving it to them. Zhang Sen saw this and accepted the gift. Mia, do you have any other family? Malt shook his head. What plans do you have after that? Zhang Sen was silent for a moment, then chuckled lightly and said, "This gift must be worth several million. It's too valuable. How about this? Why don't you follow me from now on, and this watch can count as your protection fee for me." As soon as these words were spoken, the other 3 were stunned. To be honest, they all considered taking in Mia at some point. After all, she was just a little girl and didn't eat much. But in this apocalyptic world, taking care of a little girl who couldn't protect herself was indeed troublesome, and they didn't dare take on that responsibility. Besides, Besides, they knew Zhang Sen's personality well. He hated trouble the most. They even worried that if anyone dared to bring it up, they might be kicked out of the 16th floor by Zhang Sen. I don't know either, because this person was too rational. But no one expected that in the end, it was this most rational person who made the suggestion. Indeed, in such an environment, among them, the only one capable of protecting a little girl was Zhang Senator. There was no one else. Malt heard Zhang Sen's words, and her eyes lit up. She was so excited that her body trembled. Are you moving to my house? No, your house is too big and feels cold. Ours may be small, but it's warmer and more suitable for living. Malt couldn't believe Zhang Sen was willing to take her to his home. Really? Are you willing? Malt really wanted to agree, but her situation was truly unique. She remained silent for a moment before summoning the courage to ask, Brother, I have a little kitten. Can I bring it along? Kitten? Brother, don't worry. Ice cream is very well behaved. It won't bite or scratch anyone, and it doesn't eat much. I don't eat much either. Zhang Sen smiled. This little girl was truly so considerate. At first, she didn't want to trouble him and insisted on giving something in return for his help. Now, she's even worried about being disliked for eating too much. Go bring your cat over and let me take a look. Soon, Zhang Sen saw Ice Cream, a skinny ragdoll cat. It was probably a long time since it had eaten enough. Compared to Maya's future abilities, adding such a small cat was naturally not an issue for Zhang Sen, so he directly told her to pack her luggage. Declining the help of Yang Yike and Tu Sai, Mia quickly went upstairs to pack. Although Zhang Sen told Mia to bring only 2 sets of clothes and nothing else, Mia still carried a backpack and pulled a suitcase. Zhang Sen didn't say anything and left with the group. Because of Mia, their plan to search for supplies today fell through, but no one had any objections and went straight home. Zhang Sen originally wanted to entrust Mia to Yang Yike and Tu Sai, but Mia only wanted to stay with him. After all, she was just a 10-year-old girl. Zhang Sen also wanted her to awaken her abilities as soon as possible, so he brought her back to his own home. Zhang Sen never turned off the electric heater at home when he went out, so as soon as they entered, Mia felt the long-lost warmth. Zhang Sen threw some more firewood into the fireplace and lit it. The temperature in the room slowly rose. Although the environment here couldn't compare to her previous home, it now made her feel that this house was heaven. Zhang Sen took out some snacks that children like to eat from the space and gave them to Mia. Mia's eyes widened when she saw the snacks in front of her. This brother is just too nice. Zhang Sen's house has a layout of 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. One bedroom is his, one is turned into a gym, and the last one is a study. While Mia was eating and resting in the living room, Zhang Sen moved everything out of the study into the storage space and took out a bed, quilt, and a 4-piece bedding set he had stored earlier. Worried that the young girl might fall asleep in the middle of the night and be unable to add firewood, he directly took out 2 electric heaters and an electric blanket from the storage space. Finally, he took out the cat bed, cat climbing frame, and 2 bags of cat food, piling them in the corner of the room. As for tidying up, it was all left to Mia herself. The fact that he was willing to take her in now was already considerate enough. He definitely wouldn't act as her guardian. After preparing all the supplies, Zhang Sen had Mia take a bath and change into clean clothes. When they came out, Mia and Ice Cream finally met Satan. Satan had been in Zhang Sen's space all day, and now, suddenly seeing such a big creature, he immediately screamed loudly in fear. Ice Cream's fur stood on end, and he quickly found a corner to hide in, trembling with fear. Zhang Sen stood beside Satan, waiting for Mia to finish calling before introducing her. This is my pet, an American leopard, but you don't need to be afraid. It's fierce outside, but at home, it's just like your ice cream. Just think of it as a bigger ice cream. With Zhang Sen's explanation and seeing Satan seemingly as gentle as a cat, she felt reassured. The fear in Mia's heart indeed diminished quite a bit. She didn't want to disappoint Zhang Sen either, so she mustered up the courage to interact with Satan for a while. Satan was quite cooperative and played with her rather happily. Seeing that Mia was no longer as nervous as before, Zhang Sen asked her to go and tidy up the room first, and set a rule with her: she must never enter his bedroom. Especially when the bedroom is locked, it means he doesn't want to be disturbed. This rule applies to him as well. Without Malt's permission, he won't enter her room. If her room is locked, he won't disturb her either. In this way, he could freely enter and exit the space from his own room. This was also one of the reasons he so readily agreed to let Mia move in. After setting the rules, Zhang Sen gave Lu Hao a few packs of frozen dumplings, asking him to cook them for everyone to eat together in the evening. After all, today's delay in the group's plan to gather supplies was caused by him, so he had to make amends. After arranging everything, Zhang Sen excused himself, saying he was tired and went back to his room to sleep. In reality, he returned to his room to enter the space and train his abilities. The main focus of his training was spatial abilities. He was eager to acquire the skill of the space blade as soon as possible. Killing without a trace, it's just too cool. Maybe his current spatial ability level is too low. After practicing all afternoon, he completely exhausted his mental energy, and the progress was minimal. The duration of the spatial blade's effect hadn't even increased by a second, and the blade clearly felt unbearably dull. However, Zhang Sen was not discouraged. He still had time. When he left the space face, it was already dark. As soon as Zhang Xin stepped out, he saw Maya squatting on the ground, cleaning the floor. The house had been tidied up spotlessly. Zhang Xin looked at the little girl in front of him, bustling around and as thin as a bean sprout, and found it amusing. Did he just bring back a little maid? It was only after a few minutes of busying herself that Maya noticed Zhang Sen's presence. Brother, you're quite capable. Molt burst into a cheerful laugh. The previous timidity and weakness on her were completely washed away by the radiant smile on her face. She looked just like an ordinary 10-year-old girl. Brother, leave these things to me from now on. Except for cooking, I can handle all the other household chores. Zhang Xin nodded and didn't ask her how a young lady like her managed to become so skilled at housework. It was obvious that she must have learned it during the tough times she had been through recently. He decided not to touch the little girl's sore spot. At this moment, the walkie-talkie buzzed. It was Lu Hao calling them over to eat dumplings. Zhang Xin quickly took Maya over. Being able to eat dumplings, along with having a cute and sensible little girl join their team, made everyone very happy. The meal of dumplings was lively and cheerful. Zhang Xin brought a lot of dumplings, and he ate more than 40 by himself. Although he wasn't full yet, he didn't need any more, as he could still cook something for himself later in the evening. The important thing right now is to gradually get them accustomed to his extraordinary appetite. Maya, on the other hand, kept her head down the whole time and ate slowly. Yang Yike and Tu Sai ate while taking care of her, quickly noticing that her mood was off. However, the two didn't say much. After all, this child was so young, having witnessed her parents being murdered and endured so much suffering. It was already fortunate that she didn't have more severe psychological issues. Mia, on the other hand, was quite strong. She quickly adjusted her emotions and finished the dumplings in her bowl. Zhang Xin noticed she had only eaten a few and realized she was worried that eating too much might upset him. So, he served her another bowl. Eat more. From now on, eat whatever you want. Since I brought you back, I don't mind the food. Besides, it's not like you're eating for free. How can you work if you're not full? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter. Brother Sin is still Brother Sin, not showing any mercy at all. You guys don't understand. My boss is doing this for Maya's own good. She needs to develop the right values and can't get something for nothing. That's right. No matter what, we should rely on ourselves as much as possible. Occasionally, we can lean on Brother Senior. Screw you, Zhang Xin said with a laugh. After a moment, Zhang Xin asked Lu Hao and the others, do you three still practice sparring together every day? That's right, never lazy. Exactly, my Kiki has improved a lot now. Ordinary men are no match for her at all. Yang Yike smiled awkwardly. Zhang Xin nodded, then starting tomorrow, bring Mia along when you spar. Molt was stunned upon hearing this and stared blankly at Zhang Xin. Sparring? What do you mean? Boss, the three of us together can't beat you. Why don't you teach Molt yourself? My skills are too good. Teaching her would be a waste. Let her grow alongside you. Don't worry, I won't teach for free. When the time comes, let Mia reward you. Yang Yike, worried about receiving exorbitantly priced jewelry again, quickly said, No, Mia, we'll learn together, no gifts. Mia still hadn't figured out what these people were talking about and was dazedly taken home by Zhang Sen. Mia, do you know how to grow vegetables? Molt was stunned for a moment. How did it turn into talking about farming again? I learned it at school. Very good. Zhang Sen returned to the room and took out several vegetable planting boxes from the space, including both hydroponic and soil-based ones. The three of them, the soil and seeds of several common vegetables are also ready. The water is spring water from the space, the soil is black soil from the space, and the seeds were stocked up earlier. You're too young and not strong enough to do other work right now, so just stay home and grow some vegetables. Everyone can't go without eating vegetables for too long. Their bodies won't hold up. This is a great opportunity to showcase her value, and Mia was extremely excited. Okay, brother, I will definitely grow the vegetables. In fact, there were plenty of vegetables in Zhang Sen's space, but none of them had a legitimate source. After so long in the apocalypse, it would be completely unreasonable for him to bring out such fresh and vibrant vegetables. But if he were to plant it himself, he wouldn't bother to expend the effort. It's perfect to hand it over to this little girl. She'll have something to do and won't always be overthinking unhappy things. It can also ensure that everyone gets to eat fresh vegetables. Although Mia comes from a distinguished background, she's not the least bit delicate. Upon receiving the task, she began studying earnestly. Zhang Xin took a look at her room, which was neatly organized, and he finally felt completely at ease. At least this little girl wouldn't make him worry too much. At night, Zhang Xin didn't enter the space but instead engaged in regular physical training in the gym. By the time he came out, it was already past 10. Neil was still researching how to grow vegetables in the planting box. Molt, it's time to sleep. You can study it tomorrow. Molt obediently put down the manual, ran to the bathroom, took out a foot basin, and filled it with hot water. Brother, soak your feet. Zhang Xin looked at Molt squatting by the foot basin, staring at him with those sparkling eyes, and couldn't help but laugh. Are you going to wash my feet? Yes, I don't know much. I can only do this to repay you, brother. Zhang Xin thought to himself, this girl's special ability doesn't seem to be awakening anytime soon. Since he has to to take care of her for so long. Enjoying this isn't a problem. So he sat on the sofa with peace of mind. Maya helped him take off his shoes and socks, and with her small hands, she carefully washed Zhang Sen's big feet until they were completely clean. Zhang Sen leaned against the sofa backrest, letting out a long sigh. Comfortable. Okay. After waking up early, Zhang Sen soaked himself in the gym, continuing to train his superpower. When he came out, Neil was already awake. Today, he is going out with Lu Hao and the other two to search for supplies. After having breakfast, they set off together. Zhang Sen didn't bring malt and even left Satan with her. As time went by, the supplies outside became scarcer and scarcer. Even if supplies were found, they were often hard to hold onto, and corpses were everywhere. But with the combat strength of Zhang Sen's small team, they didn't take most forces seriously at all. Over the course of the day, they encountered several groups trying to seize supplies, all of whom were wiped out by them. On the way back, Lu Hao sighed. Resources are getting harder and harder to find these days. Yeah, back then, each of us could find 2 big bags in a day. Now, if we can find even half a bag in a day, that's already pretty good. Brother Sen, when will these tough days finally end? Zhang Sen smiled. Don't think about it. It'll only get harder from now on. I don't know how the official shelter is coming along. Zhang Sen didn't answer this question to avoid discouraging them. According to his memories from his previous life, the first shelter would take at least another 3 months to be completed. However, the authorities will soon take rescue actions. Sure enough, half a month later, they received news that the authorities had started distributing relief grain. Every 3 days, the authorities would distribute relief grain at the entrance of the city library, and each person could line up to collect it with their ID card. Although Zhang Sen didn't need it, he couldn't appear too wealthy, so he took Mia along to collect the supplies. This was Mia's first time going out in half a month, so she was very excited. The smile on their face never faded along the way. The city library is not far from the Imperial Garden, only about an hour's walking distance. To finish early, they deliberately set out at dawn, but to their surprise, the place was already packed with people when they arrived. 10 queues, all lined up like long dragons. Every few meters, there is a soldier standing guard, holding a gun in their hands. The grain storage area is even surrounded by a circle of armed soldiers, each with a stern expression, as if fearing any trouble. Ordinary people would feel intimidated just by glancing at them. Boss, do you think the guns these soldiers are holding really have bullets in them? Why don't you give it a try? Lu Hao chuckled. Better not. I value my life. As soon as he finished speaking, a commotion erupted at the front of the line. Who are you? What gives you the right to cut in line? Get to the back and wait your turn. I wasn't cutting in line. I was here earlier. Just went out to take a piss. You're talking bullshit. I've been standing here for so long and never saw you. Watch your damn mouth. I've been standing here today. What are you gonna do about it? It was already freezing cold, and life wasn't going well, so everyone's mood wasn't great. In this commotion, neither of the two would back down, and they quickly started fighting. At that moment, a soldier walked over. What's all this fuss about? Sir, he started at first. Officer, he cut in line. Nonsense, I was here all along. You're the one talking nonsense. Ask the people around here, who saw you here before? Cutting in line is one thing, but denying it, how shameless can you be? The soldier's face darkened as he glanced at the person accused of cutting in line. Did you cut in line or not? Didn't cut in. The soldier asked the people nearby, was he standing here before? No, he cut in line, the onlookers said one after another. The soldier yanked him out. Go to the back of the line. If you cause trouble again, you'll be blacklisted, and don't even think about getting supplies in the future. That person immediately became angry. Why? My family and I have been starving for so long, and now we're about to freeze to death. Can't I just take the supplies back earlier? You officials, every single one of you is well-fed and plump. You have no idea about the suffering of the people. You're only distributing supplies now. My wife has already starved to death. Do you think you're worthy of US taxpayers? The soldier's face grew even darker. I'll say it one last time, go to the back and line up, or else don't blame me for being rude. Rude? What do you mean by rude? Come on, aren't you just relying on that lousy gun? Come on, kill me then. During the war, we didn't see you risking your lives, but bullying us ordinary folks, you're all quite capable. The soldier looked at the man's vile expression, gritting his teeth in anger. Yet the man continued to provoke incessantly. I'm standing right here today. We've suffered for so long, and now you show up. Why should I still? Bang! A loud noise interrupted the man's rant. The entire square fell silent for a moment. The man collapsed to the ground, his blood staining the icy surface, which quickly froze over. This is the consequence of causing trouble. The soldier dropped harsh words and went back to his post. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Zhang Sen turned his head to glance at Lu Hao. So, are there bullets in the gun? Damn, this world has gone crazy. Just a few arguments, and he actually fired a shot. Isn't he afraid of being punished? Zhang Sen lowered his voice, ensuring only the few of them could hear. There won't be any punishment. The order has completely fallen apart now. The authorities definitely won't stick to the old rules. I reckon that now, as long as someone causes trouble, all law enforcement personnel can shoot them dead on the spot. So, be extra careful when you
you encounter officials in the future. But we've killed so many people. That's fine. We were just defending ourselves, and we didn't kill anyone in front of them. Lu Hao finally felt relieved. More than 2 hours later, it was finally Zhang Xin and his group's turn. Many people were already freezing and could barely stand it, but Zhang Xin and his group were doing relatively well. Each of them had brought a thermos with hot water. Whenever they couldn't bear the cold, they would take a sip, which made it more manageable. What's more, the cups held by Zhang Xin and Mia were filled with spatial spring water, which would warm the entire body after drinking. Soon, the group received their supplies. Each person got 1 pound of rice, a small pack of compressed biscuits, and a sweet potato. Lu Hao muttered, "This little bit of food has to last 3 days. This probably isn't even enough for Mia, is it?" Zhang Xin didn't respond. "Let's go back and find something else to eat." As they were speaking, everyone heard the sound of an argument coming from the neighboring group. "This is way too little. It's not even enough for me, and I still have a child and an elderly person at home." "Then let your child and the elderly person come to collect it themselves. We distribute supplies based on the number of people and their identification. My mother is over 80 and my child is only 1 year old. In this situation, if you want them to go out, are you trying to kill them? Cut the crap. Either take the supplies and leave, or leave the supplies behind." The man still wanted to argue a few words but was directly pointed at with a gun by the soldier and immediately slunk away. Lu Hao patted his chest as he walked. "Damn, good thing I only muttered a complaint quietly." As soon as a few people left the team, a military officer walked over. "You guys, don't leave yet." The group was led into the library hall by the officer, only to realize that there were far more armed soldiers inside than it appeared from the outside. Lu Hao and the others felt uneasy, their hearts racing. After all, their hands had been stained with blood, and seeing this situation inevitably made their legs feel weak. They all suspected that this time they might be executed on the spot. Although Zhang Xin was also puzzled as to why they were singled out, he remained relatively calm. He hadn't had any conflicts with the authorities, so these people wouldn't just shoot him outright, would they? "Colonel Deng, the people have been brought over." Deng Shiqi had been engrossed in reading documents and only looked up when she heard a subordinate's report. Zhang Xin saw the delicate yet resolute face and froze completely. Was it her? In his previous life, after entering the shelter, Zhang Xin had initially followed Deng Shiqi to earn supplies. Although she is a woman, her abilities are outstanding, and she comes from a good family, making her stand out among the male officers. Later, Deng Shiqi awakened wood-based powers and was transferred to a team of ability users, which greatly reduced their interactions. The few times they met afterward were when he was being ostracized by a group of ability users, and she stepped forward to rescue him. It can be said that in the entire shelter, Deng Shiqi is one of the few good people in Zhang Sen's heart. At least, she had never discriminated against or oppressed any weak person. More importantly, during a later operation, Deng Shiqi and he were trapped together, and both thought they were surely going to die this time. So, she subtly expressed her long-hidden affection for him. The ironic part was that Zhang Sen, in order to stay loyal to his feelings for Chen Tian, pretended not to understand. After being rescued, the two tacitly agreed not to mention the matter. Thinking about it now, Zhang Sen just feels like he suffered a huge loss. Damn it, gave up a full Manchuan banquet for a bowl of rice that had gone bad for 3 days and nights. Zhang Sen, right? Deng Shiqi looked Zhang Sen up and down, a trace of surprise in her eyes. Then, seeing the people accompanying him, the surprise turned into relief. To be able to maintain such good energy and spirit in this kind of environment, it seems they are all capable individuals. Are you interested in joining the army? Deng Shiqi asked seriously. As you can see, the situation is difficult now. This is a critical moment for the survival of our nation, and the country needs outstanding people to join us in overcoming these challenges together. Zhang Sen made up his mind early in the morning that he would never enter any shelter or base in his lifetime. Thank you for your appreciation, leader, but I'm not very capable. He placed his hand on Mia's shoulder. Besides, I have a younger sister with me, so I won't drag the organization down. If you're willing, your sister can also directly enter the shelter. There are many children her age in the shelter as well. I'd better not. Sorry for letting down the leader's appreciation. A trace of disappointment flashed in Deng Shiqi's eyes, but she quickly turned to look at the three of Lu Hao. What about you three? Are you interested in joining? Lu Hao didn't have much thought. He had already made up his mind. Wherever his boss went, he would go too. Sorry, boss, I won't be going either. Tu Sai and Yang Yak exchanged a glance, a hint of hesitation in their eyes. It's me. For the two of them, as women, surviving in the apocalypse was even harder. If they could join an official organization, life would definitely be more stable. At least there would be no need to fight and kill every day like now. But at the moment, Zhang Sen firmly rejected the olive branch extended by the authorities, causing them to hesitate as well. After all, in their view, the 16th floor had long become a collective. If they were to leave, it would be betrayal. Zhang Sen helped them so much, both openly and secretly, that they were unwilling to betray him. Zhang Sen noticed their inner hesitation, turned around, and said seriously, "It's okay, make the decision you want to make, don't worry about anything else." Yang Yak thought for a moment. Says, I
I still want to follow brother senior. Tusai nodded helplessly. Alright then, we won't go either. The officer nearby saw that they all refused and his expression turned quite unpleasant. However, since Deng Shichi said nothing, he didn't dare to overstep his bounds. Deng Shichi, being upright, naturally wouldn't force them to stay, but she still wanted to make another attempt. The calmness and rationality in Zhang Sen's eyes made her admire him greatly, and she could tell he was the backbone of the group. Mr. Zhang, may I speak with you privately? Zhang Sen agreed. So, Deng Shichi led him to a small room on the side. Mr. Zhang, may I ask what your thoughts are on this natural disaster? Natural disasters, what opinions can a common person like me have? Just try to survive, live one more day if you can. Deng Shichi smiled faintly. You have quite a good mindset. Zhang Sen also laughed. The situation is already like this. Without a good mindset, you simply can't survive. A moment later, Deng Shichi put away her smile. Mr. Zhang, there are some things that really shouldn't be told to people outside the official system. I know you have some skills, otherwise you wouldn't be able to survive in this post-apocalyptic world with a little girl and still manage to live relatively well. But I can assure you, the days ahead will only get harder and resources will become increasingly difficult to obtain. So, whether it's for yourself or for your sister, I believe that joining the official organization is the best choice. As for the benefits, you don't need to worry. I never let my subordinates suffer any losses. Deng Shichi's words, if spoken to someone else, might have already won them over. After all, in this world, surviving is truly difficult, and everyone wants to cling to a powerful figure. But for Zhang Sen, he himself is the most powerful figure. So in the end, he still declined Deng Shichi's invitation. Although Deng Shichi felt regretful, she was not angry. She gave Zhang Sen the address of the shelter, telling him that he could come to her if he changed his mind. Zhang Sen did not insist on making a definitive statement, as that would have been too ungrateful. He did not want to hurt Deng Shichi's feelings too much. After a friendly farewell, he left the library with Lu Hao and the others. Watching Zhang Sen's tall figure leave, Deng Shichi sighed. The officer Xiao Fang beside her was quite displeased. Colonel Deng, that kid is really ungrateful. You personally invited him, and he still refused. We recruited so many people today, and who among them wasn't overjoyed and full of gratitude? Deng Shichi gave him a cold glance. Whether he wants to join or not is his freedom. Xiao Fang, your attitude is problematic. Xiao Fang awkwardly closed his mouth. Deng Shichi withdrew her gaze, her heart full of regret. She could sense that, despite recruiting so many people today, probably none of them had skills surpassing Zhang Sen, not even the retired soldiers. But since he insisted on leaving, there was nothing she could do. Colonel Deng, actually, I don't quite understand. Why does the higher leadership want us to recruit so many people? Resources are already scarce, and it's already tight just supporting us. If we bring in more, can we even sustain them? Deng Shichi remained silent for a while before murmuring, because there are still many tough battles ahead to fight. After coming out of the library, Zhang Sen saw many people standing by the roadside. Individuals or groups are all gathered. Everyone is staring ravenously at everyone coming out of the library. Zhang Sen knows they are selecting targets. Those who are alone or groups that appear weak will be targeted by them. Zhang Sen has always adhered to the principle of, if people don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. It's better to avoid trouble whenever possible. If he can intimidate these people into not causing them trouble, that would naturally be the best outcome. If not, then it will depend on whose fists are stronger. Everyone, take out your weapons and be ready to fight at any moment. After saying this, he drew a straight blade from his back. Lu Hao and the other two also took out their weapons one after another, and even Maya pulled a dagger out from her clothes. That was prepared for her by Zhang Sen, taken from Xiao Mao's office back then. It was already sharpened and ready to kill at any time. Sure enough, as soon as the weapon appeared, the group's aura expanded dramatically. The people who had been lurking on the side, ready to make a move, were all stunned. The journey went smoothly without any obstacles, and only when the library was out of sight did everyone put away their weapons. Although they had meal with them, they still chose to look for some supplies along the way. After all, with Zhang Sen around, no matter what problems arose, he could protect her. As soon as they entered a supermarket, they saw two groups of people fighting over a bag of supplies. Zhang Sen couldn't be bothered to get involved and led the group around them. A few people scoured the entire supermarket and finally found only 2 packs of biscuits, which Molt discovered under the shelf. Molt knew they were all on the same side, so he immediately opened the biscuits to share with everyone. Although the packaging was intact, most of the biscuits inside had already been crushed due to various struggles and squeezes. After finishing the crumbs from the 2 packs of biscuits, the group continued on their way. No one spoke much along the way. The cold weather was part of the reason, but more importantly, they realized that using their previous methods, they could hardly find any supplies. On top of that, the invitation to join the military today left everyone with their own thoughts. Lu Hao was thinking that the military only issued such a small amount of supplies for 3 days per person, which showed just how scarce the resources were. Molt wondered why her brother didn't join the army. Was it because of her? Yang Yike wasn't thinking about anything, but Tusai still wanted to live a stable life, especially after seeing the looks looks in the eyes of those squatting outside the library, she became even more worried. She was afraid that one day, she and Yang Yike would also fall to such a state, relying on robbery to survive. Moreover, these people might still fear the weapons in their hands for now, but as life gets harder day by day, no one can guarantee that they won't become desperate and recklessly charge forward. Can their strength allow them to repeatedly escape unscathed from such violent confrontations? Meanwhile, Zhang Sen's mind was filled with Deng Shiqi's cryptic and half-revealed words. He suspected whether the authorities might know something. Since he was reborn, could there be others like him who were also reborn? Or perhaps, have other superpowered individuals or mutant beasts already appeared? So the authorities are aware of the developments after the apocalypse. The mysteries keep piling up, and the more he thinks, the harder it is to make sense of it all. In the end, Zhang Sen became irritated. To hell with it, if he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't think about it anymore. Maybe he'd forget it by tomorrow. Anyway, with so many backup plans in place, the chances of him kicking the bucket all of a sudden were pretty slim. The most urgent task now was to help Mia awaken her heaven-defying superpower as soon as possible. During this period, Zhang Sen indirectly probed whether Mia showed any signs of awakening supernatural abilities, but the result was negative. To help her awaken sooner, he had been giving Mia space spring water to drink during this time. He even considered, if all else failed, whether he should take the risk and let Mia soak in the space spring water. But he still remembered the pain from that experience. He, a grown man, had barely endured it, let alone Mia with her small frame. He was really worried about scaring the little girl away. Moreover, there wasn't a good explanation for the effects of the spring water in the space. Given the current situation, it's still better not to let Mia know. Back home, the first thing Malt did was check on the vegetables she planted. This time, she had planted baby bok choy, cherry radishes, and chives. Before heading out this morning, Malt had checked the planting box. The 3 types of vegetables had already sprouted but weren't mature yet. But now, they were noticeably bigger than they were in the morning, and it felt like they would be ready to eat soon. Brother, the vegetables I planted are almost ready. Zhang Sen was very supportive and went over to take a look. Not bad. Mia was overjoyed. This was a demonstration of her abilities. She had finally proven her value. But what she didn't know was that the 100% survival rate of these vegetables was partly due to the spring water and black soil in the space, and partly because Zhang Sen had been using his wood-based superpower to accelerate their growth. Lately, Zhang Sen had been using these vegetables to train his wood-based superpower every night after Mia fell asleep, and it was quite effective. Each use can make the vegetables grow a bit bigger. He feels that as long as he can raise the level of his wood-based ability, he might be able to complete the entire process from planting to harvesting in a very short time. It's just that he doesn't know how the taste will be. It's just these chicks, I don't know when they'll hatch. Malt frowned as she looked at the egg incubator nearby. When Zhang Sen was stockpiling supplies earlier, he specifically stored a batch of fertilized eggs, thinking that once they found a long-term place to settle, he could hatch them. By then, the chickens and eggs he had would become an inexhaustible resource. Zhang Sen never lacked eggs and rarely thought about eating them, so he completely forgot about it. Later, when he saw Malt carefully tending to her vegetables every day, he remembered the matter of the eggs. Just take it out and let the little girl help with the work. When it comes to hatching eggs, Zhang Sen couldn't cheat and could only let her mess around. Fortunately, he had stored enough fertilized eggs, so failing a few times didn't matter. It takes about 21 days for the eggs to hatch successfully. Don't rush, just wait a bit longer. Malt nodded and went to find other work to do. Zhang Sen sat on the sofa, ready to rest for a while. Satan swaggered over, jumped onto the sofa, and nestled beside him. As for ice cream, it still hadn't overcome its fear of Satan and rarely left the room. However, Zhang Sen also noticed that during this period, under his generous feeding and the effects of the spatial spring water, ice cream not only regained its normal physique but even showed signs of continuing to grow. Now that ice cream has regained its beauty, even someone like Zhang Sen, who doesn't particularly like cats, sometimes enjoys holding it and giving it a few pets. So Zhang Sen decided to feed it for a while longer and give it a spring water bath. Perhaps it might awaken some special abilities. Even if its abilities can't be replicated, having an extra exotic beast around is still beneficial. Malt had been busy for half the day, but there really wasn't much left to keep her occupied. The house was now spotless everywhere, a stark contrast to when Zhang Sen lived alone. So, having a little maid was still somewhat useful. Zhang Sen wasn't a heartless master either. Since the work was done, it was only natural to give some rewards. He returned to the room, took out a box of imported chocolates from his space, and rewarded Mia. Mia no longer had her previous timid demeanor and had adapted to Zhang Sen's dislike of trouble. Whatever he arranged, she would follow through completely without question. This was something she had learned from observing Lu Hao and the other two. But today, she wanted to take the initiative to probe Zhang Sen's thoughts. Brother, is it because of me that you didn't agree to that sister today? Zhang Sen was somewhat surprised that Maya would suddenly ask this. But after spending this time together, he could also guess what this little girl was thinking. It's not because of you, I just don't want to go. Isn't our life good as it is now? There's no need to make a fuss. After speaking, he paused for a
a moment, or do you want to join the army? Molt shook her head and smiled obediently. I just want to follow my brother. Wherever my brother goes, I go. Zhang Xin also started laughing. At this moment, it felt as if he had returned to the days when he first discovered how clingy Satan was to him. At first, he only thought about raising this girl until he could copy her abilities and then sending her to the official base. Now, it seemed like keeping her by his side wasn't so bad after all. Lu Hao wasn't sure if the three of them would keep following him, but at least today, he clearly noticed that Tu Sai and Yang Yike had already wavered. As for this girl, for now, it seems she hasn't even considered leaving him. That's not a bad thing, at least he wouldn't have to live the life of a lonely old man. Moreover, having such an obedient little girl by his side would make his days much more comfortable. Thinking of this, the smile on his face grew even deeper. Alright, if you want to follow me, then just keep following. Molt grew even happier. She ran back to her room, brought out a box, and placed it in front of Zhang Sen. Brother, these are all for you. Zhang Sen opened the box and took a glance, immediately stunned. Inside, it's full of jewelry and luxury watches. The sheer quantity and immense value were enough to astonish Zhang Sen, a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Did you bring all of these from home? These are all for you, brother. Although these things are of little use now, Zhang Sen was still moved by the sincerity of this girl. No wonder you didn't listen to me back then and brought a suitcase over. It must have been filled with these things, right? Nia nodded. These things of yours, you've brought them over for so long. Why are you suddenly giving them to me now? Because before, I was afraid that you wouldn't want me soon, so I kept them. Now I know you'll always take care of me, so I want to give them all to you. Zhang Sen smiled helplessly. This little girl might have some tricks up her sleeve, but not many. Aren't you afraid that I'll take your things and still not want you? Not afraid, brother is a good person. Alright. Zhang Sen was silent for a moment, then said, Mia, these things may not be of much use to ordinary people now, but if you find those who are wealthy and powerful, they can still be exchanged for something. But these are things left to you by your parents. They wouldn't be of much use to me, so I'll keep them for you for now. Someday, if you decide to leave or if it's no longer suitable for you to follow me, I'll return everything to you. Mia felt a bit disappointed in her heart. She hoped she could always stay with her brother and never have to take these things back again. But it seemed like her brother was always thinking about leaving her behind. Suppressing the sadness in her heart, she lowered her head and asked, Brother, do you want to leave here? Leave here? Go to another place. Zhang Sen had a feeling that this girl's words carried a deeper meaning, so he asked, You don't want to live here? I do. I was just asking, will you always live here, brother? No, this place is no longer suitable for living. Before long, we'll need to find a new place to stay. Then where would you like to live, brother? Maybe I'll go to Jicheng. When Mia heard the word Jicheng, she immediately looked up, her eyes full of excitement. Brother, you want to go to Jicheng too? That's great. Oh, you want to go to Jicheng too? Mia nodded vigorously. Yes, my dad told me before that I should go live in Jicheng in the future. Why? Do you have relatives in Jicheng? No, I don't have any family anymore. My dad has a house over there, so I can stay. Only then did Zhang Sen remember that the person he had taken in was a wealthy heiress. He truly had lucked out. Rich people surely have more than just this one house across the country, but whether this house is still there is another matter. However, he didn't explain this issue to Mia. After all, he hadn't seen the house yet and didn't know if it was suitable for living. If it was suitable, even if there were people inside, he could most likely drive them out. How Gu, why do you think Sun Gu doesn't want to join the military? Tu Sai thought all the way but couldn't figure out why Zhang Sen refused to join the army. After lunch, she went to find Lu Hao. I noticed that the officer today seemed to particularly appreciate Sun Ji. As long as he joined, he would definitely have a good life. But why did he give up without even thinking about it? Lu Hao thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't know, maybe the boss has his own plans. Besides, the army might not be as good as they say. With the boss's skills, he can live well anywhere, so there's no need to go to a new place. Tu Sai was silent for a moment and sighed. But now supplies are getting harder and harder to find. The ones Kiki and I stocked up on before will probably only last for a little over half a month at most. If this continues, I'm afraid our days will only get tougher and tougher. At this moment, Lu Hao finally understood what Tu Sai meant, and he started to laugh. Since that's the case, you can choose to join the military. Anyway, that colonel seemed to take a liking to you today. With your skills, following a female leader there wouldn't be a bad choice. Tu Sai thought Lu Hao was angry after hearing this. Hao Ji, don't be mad. I was just pointing out our current predicament, not saying we have to join the military. Lu Hao waved his hand. What you said is true. Why would I be angry? You and Coco, two girls, if you can live a stable life, that would be a good thing. If you decide to join the army, I believe the boss will be like me, respecting your choice and wishing you well. Tu Sai was moved. We haven't decided yet. Coco doesn't want to leave you all, and I also want the few of us to stay together. But Brother Sin seems very determined. Do you think he will change his decision? Most likely not. The boss is very resolute in his actions and decisions. Since he rejected that colonel, he probably already has a plan in mind. Then, what about you? The boss isn't going, so why should I? My my life was saved by the boss. Without the boss, I would have died countless times already. That's why I swore long ago wherever the boss is, that's where I'll be. Even if the apocalypse ends, I'll still follow the boss. Tusai fell completely silent. When she got home, Yang Yike had just finished washing the dishes. Tusai nodded. Yang Yike noticed she was feeling down and walked over to hug her. What's wrong, baby? Why so unhappy? Tusai sighed and asked, do you really not want to join the army? Yang Yike thought for a moment. I don't know how to put it. Although I've never been a soldier, I've heard that the army is tough and the management is very strict. I don't know if I can handle it. And most importantly, Sun won't go for sure. If Sin doesn't go, Hao won't go either. I don't want to leave them. Tusai gave a bitter smile. But this kind of life, fighting and killing every day, haven't you had enough? Tusai thought it over for 2 days and ultimately decided to pursue the stable life she had always dreamed of. Although Yang Yike still wanted to follow Zhang Sin, what Tusai said made sense. Her abilities were the weakest, and this life of fighting and killing was not suitable for her. Zhang Sin's reaction upon learning about this was just as Lu Hao had expected. He wasn't the least bit angry. He even brought out some food and had Lu Hao make a hot pot, treating it as a farewell feast for the two of them. Zhang Sin actually felt a bit reluctant in his heart. After all, they had spent so much time together. The character of these two girls was quite good, and most importantly, they were beautiful. Although he couldn't smell the fragrance of flowers, seeing them around every day did brighten his mood a bit. You're back? But since they had made their choice, he naturally wouldn't try to persuade them otherwise. After all, some things can only be truly understood by experiencing them personally, which leads to growth. Their hearts have already been moved. Even if they are kept this time, when they encounter better options in the future, they will still choose to leave. It's better to let them venture out on their own. In her previous life, they neither trained with him for so long nor ended up under Deng Shichi's command, yet they still managed to survive. In the end, they even went on to establish their own base, so they must have had some skills. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before at least one of them awakened supernatural abilities. This was something Zhang Sen had heard about in his previous life. Although it's unclear what kind of supernatural abilities they have or how strong their abilities are, it seems that just for self-preservation, there shouldn't be any issues for the next few years. Otherwise, their base wouldn't have been established. During the gathering, apart from Zhang Sen, everyone's mood was somewhat downcast, especially Yang Yike. Her eyes were red throughout, and she barely ate anything. The farewell banquet ended in a stifling atmosphere. Afterward, Zhang Sen went back. Lu Hao took out a bag containing some food, including compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and a bottle of chili sauce he had been saving and reluctant to eat. After all, we are friends. You're leaving tomorrow, so consider these as a farewell gift from me. Yang Yike heard this and tears instantly fell as she stepped forward to hug Lu Hao. Brother Hao, why are you crying, little sister? It's not like we won't see each other again. Who knows, maybe when you guys make it big in the future, the boss and I will have to rely on you to look after us. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Sin walked in. Whoa, as soon as I leave, you two are hugging? What, I can't take advantage of this, huh? Yang Yike broke into a smile through her tears and stepped forward to hug Zhang Sen as well. Thank you, brother Sen. Zhang Sen gently patted her back. Still not interested in men today? Yang Yike let go of Zhang Sen and lightly punched him. You've asked so many times already. Why haven't you given up? It's fun, Zhang Sen said with a mischievous grin. Alright, you're leaving tomorrow. The food officials distributed daily, so I won't be sending you off. Zhang Sen handed over 2 treasured swords, both top-quality blades he had previously taken from Xiao Mao's office. I originally thought of giving it to you two after you became interested in men, but I didn't expect that day would never come. Since you're leaving tomorrow, why not give it to you now? Tusai's sword has been used for so long that it's chipped. Although you've always used a machete, all your moves are based on swordsmanship. With your girlfriend around, you're indeed more suited to using a sword. Take it. Zhang Sin handed the sword to the two, and they were both touched and pleasantly surprised. Tusai drew the sword, her eyes instantly widened. She had practiced swordsmanship since childhood and naturally recognized the excellence of Zhang Sen's 2 swords. Brother Sen, where did you get such amazing swords? These are the best swords I've ever seen in my life. Zhang Sen smiled faintly. Just lucky, found them. Alright, you're leaving early tomorrow, so I won't see you off. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, Tusai and Yang Yike left. The two of them left behind most of the remaining supplies, divided them into 2 portions, and placed them in front of Zhang Sen and Lu Hao's doors. Then, with a sense of reluctant farewell, they quietly departed. After finishing his morning workout, Zhang Sen was called over by Lu Hao for breakfast. A while ago, he had made a batch of steamed buns. Every morning, he would steam a few, cook a pot of porridge, and pair it with some fermented bean curd. Just like that, a meal is easily settled. Zhang Sen and Lu Hao almost simultaneously opened the door. When they saw the supplies left behind by Tusai and Yang Yike, they both paused for a moment, and then inexplicably felt a bit melancholic. Lu Hao gave a wry smile. It's just the 2 of us big guys left again. If you say that, it'll really hurt Maya's feelings. Yes, we now have one more Mia. As soon as the words were spoken, Lu Hao saw Mia coming out from behind Zhang Sen,
gentleman, holding a bunch of small bok choy. Brother Lu Hao, look at the vegetables I grew. Lu Hao's eyes lit up green at the sight of the fresh vegetables. Vegetables? Am I seeing things? Are there still vegetables these days? After that, Nia briefly introduced the origin of the vegetables. Lu Hao was completely shocked. His boss was just too incredible. They even had seeds and cultivation boxes. He quickly stir-fried the baby bok choy, and the moment he tasted it, he almost burst into tears. Boss, this is the best vegetable I've ever eaten in my life. Nonsense, these vegetables were grown with spring water from the space. How could they not taste good? Moreover, eating these vegetables also has the effect of strengthening the body. Jiang Xin originally grew vegetables to strengthen their bodies unconsciously, but before that time came, Tu Sai and Yang Yike had already left. Since they decided to leave, Jiang Xin naturally wouldn't expose the fact that he still had vegetables in his hands. It wasn't that he didn't trust their character, but the place they were going to was simply too complicated. Eating more or less a meal of vegetables wasn't a big deal, but he decided not to leave any hidden risks for himself. City Library. Jiang Xin and Lu Hao are still determined not to join the army. Deng Shichi looked at Tu Sai and Yang Yike in front of her, filled with regret. Yes, Colonel Deng, they have their own plans. Yang Yike felt a bit flustered. The military personnel wouldn't just want Jiang Xin and Lu Hao, and not them, right? Deng Shichi nodded. Alright, I understand. You guys go register first. After distributing the food, we'll return to the military together. She noticed Yang Yike's concern and reassured her, don't worry, since I invited you to join the military, it means I recognize you. I believe that as long as you perform well, you'll definitely be able to establish yourselves in the army. Tu Sai and Yang Yike finally breathed a sigh of relief and followed an officer to register. As soon as they left, the roar of an engine came from outside the door. In the open space in front of the library, a military SUV sped over and came to a sudden stop with a sharp brake. Deng Shichi turned her head to look out the window, and upon seeing that vehicle, her brows furrowed tightly. Jiang Xin smiled but said nothing. Three burly men got out of the car one after another. Finally, Gao Zhang stepped out of the car, leading a plump Tibetan Mastiff. The people in line at the square, upon seeing the spirited Gao Zhang and the Tibetan Mastiff, were filled with envy and longing in their eyes. They were all almost starving to death, yet this kid actually kept such a big dog. If they made dog meat soup, it would probably last a long time. The Tibetan Mastiff sensed the malice from the crowd and barked at them furiously. Many children were so frightened that they burst into loud cries. Gao Zhang was annoyed. Why are you crying? So noisy. If any little brat cries again, I'll let the dog bite them to death. Some adults quickly held their children in their arms and covered their mouths. But there are always some righteous people who like to stand up for justice when they see unfairness. An elderly gentleman, who had served as a soldier for several years in his youth and had even been to the battlefield, stepped forward. You young man, how can you be so unreasonable? With so many people around, bringing this fierce dog here and scaring the children is quite normal, yet you still curse at others? Gao Zhang's father is the head of the Nanyang city shelter, holding the rank of Major General. In Nanyang, he has never feared anyone. Before the apocalypse, he still had to abide by the law. But now, without the constraints of the law, he is the crown prince of this city. This old geezer actually dares to provoke him, simply courting death. You, go and grab this old geezer. A bodyguard quickly stepped forward and grabbed the old gentleman's clothes. The old gentleman struggled forcefully. What are you doing? You dare to cause trouble on military territory. A bunch of ignorant brats. When I was on the battlefield, none of you were even born yet. The old man, after all, was advanced in age. No matter how hard he struggled, he was quickly dragged in front of Gao Zhang. At that moment, an angry shout rang out. Deng Shichi arrived with a few soldiers. Gao Zhang, what are you doing? Gao Zhang immediately smiled when he saw Deng Shichi. Colonel Deng, you came at the perfect time. I was just about to look for you. Deng Shichi's eyes were filled with anger. Let go of this elderly gentleman. That won't do. This old fool dared to defy me in public, so naturally, I have to teach him a lesson. After saying that, he kicked the Tibetan Mastiff at his feet. Earl, go ahead and eat. Before the apocalypse, Earl had always eaten raw meat. After the apocalypse, with less raw meat available, he started eating human flesh. Hearing this, Earl immediately pounced, pinning the old man down and biting fiercely into his shoulder. The old man screamed in pain. Deng Shichi was completely enraged and drew her gun, pointing it at Gao Zhang. The three bodyguards beside Gao Zhang instantly drew their guns and confronted her. In an instant, all the soldiers raised their guns. Even though Gao Zhang's status is high, they are still soldiers under Deng Shichi's command, so naturally, they support her. Moreover, Gao Zhang has always liked to bully others by relying on his power, and many present have suffered at his hands. Coupled with witnessing firsthand what he did to an old soldier, these soldiers now wish they could kill him directly. Gao Zhang, I can't control you, but I can control your dogs. If you keep acting recklessly, I won't be polite to your dogs. Gao Zhang remained completely calm, but he didn't want to fall out with Deng Shichi either, especially since he hadn't slept with this woman yet. Besides, judging by the old man's condition, he wouldn't live much longer anyway. Might as well give Deng Shichi some face. Count, come back.
back. Stop. The Count reluctantly returned to Gao Zhang's side. The old gentleman on the ground was stained red with blood and was already on the verge of death. Deng Shiqi was filled with anger, wishing she could shoot Gao Zhang on the spot, but she couldn't do that. If she dared to act, all her subordinates would be implicated because of her. Deng Shiqi looked at the subordinate beside her. Go help the old man up. The subordinate immediately complied. Gao Zhang saw Deng Shiqi still pointing a gun at him and felt a bit annoyed. Colonel Deng, I came all this way to see you, and you're pointing a gun at me. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Deng Shiqi suppressed her anger. Put down your guns. Gao Zhang looked smug. That's more like it. Honestly, Colonel Deng, a beautiful woman like you playing with guns doesn't quite fit, does it? Can't compare to young Master Gao's noble status, doing nothing every day, just wasting already scarce resources, driving around everywhere just to walk the dog. Well, there's no helping it. Who told me to have a good father? Deng Shiqi was almost disgusted to the point of throwing up by this person's shamelessness. She took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to hit someone. Young Master Gao, if there's nothing important, please leave first. I'm very busy here and have no time to entertain you. Isn't it just about handing out food to a group of refugees? There are so many people down there, let them handle it, won't you? How about Colonel Deng takes a ride with me? My car has air conditioning, it's very warm, and I can show you lots of fun things. No, I still need to help your father with his work. After speaking, Deng Shiqi glanced at the old gentleman and found that he had already passed away. She instructed her subordinates to bury the old gentleman properly, then left without looking back. Gao Zhang watched her back and stroked his chin. Spicy enough, one day I'll sleep with you. Satan hadn't gone out for a long time. Zhang Xin usually either kept it at home or let it roam freely in the space. But after a long time, apart from a dozen wild chickens and rabbits that it wasn't allowed to touch, there were no other creatures in the space, and it got bored. So Zhang Xin prepared to take it out for a walk today and find a new hill, to see if any new mutant plants or strange beasts have appeared during this time. He wasn't very comfortable leaving Miao alone at home. There aren't many supplies to be found outside now, so instead of letting Lu Hao go out and spend half the day searching for a little food, it's better to have him stay home to guard the house and teach Miao how to fight. After settling the two, Zhang Xin took Satan out. Satan had grown a bit during this time, now larger than an average adult jaguar. If they were to ride a snowmobile, Zhang Xin would likely be crushed. So Zhang Xin placed it in the space and planned to release it after entering the mountains. Went out to find a secluded spot and took a snowmobile out of the space. One good thing about Tu Sai and the other leaving is that there are fewer people now. Even if he goes out with Lu Hao in the future, he can ride the snowmobile. Today, Zhang Xin is heading to that mountain peak, which is more than 10 kilometers away from the Imperial Garden. Given the current road conditions, it will take only about 10 to 20 minutes to get there. Leaving the Imperial Garden, Zhang Xin twisted the throttle and accelerated wildly. It's been quite a few days walking everywhere, and suddenly being able to drive again feels absolutely amazing. Young master, that woman Deng Shiqi is really ungrateful. How about we teach her a lesson one of these days? In the military SUV, the bodyguard sitting in the passenger seat chuckled. They also wanted to sleep with Deng Shiqi, but her status was something they were still somewhat wary of. However, if Gao Zhang, the son of the army's top leader, takes action, the nature of the matter will be entirely different. Even if the truth comes to light in the future, the top leader will suppress the issue. Although Gao Zhang is a playboy, he treats the three of them fairly well, often passing on women he's grown tired of. While they can also rely on their own abilities to have fun outside, it ultimately can't compare to Gao Zhang's resources. Under Gao Zhang's generosity, they had even played with a few of the most popular actresses from before the apocalypse. That feeling was indescribably thrilling. A woman like Deng Shiqi, whose looks were no less stunning than those of the actresses, was especially tempting because of her usual aloof demeanor. They couldn't wait for Gao Zhang to have his way with her, and once he got bored, to toss her to them. However, if that's the case, it's best for Gao Zhang to take special measures, finish playing with the person, and then directly kill them. Only in this way can it be done without anyone knowing, so that her father, the second in command of the military district, won't find out. Let's wait and see. I've conquered so many women, I refuse to believe I can't conquer her. Although Gao Zhang is arrogant and domineering, he also knows that Deng Shiqi is not an ordinary woman. Something serious is about to happen. His father won't let him off easily. Whoa, a snowmobile! The driver bodyguard suddenly exclaimed, and everyone looked over. This guy is hardcore, he even has something like this. Gao Zhang looked at Zhang Xin riding the snowmobile ahead, his eyes filled with excitement. Quick, speed up and block him. Zhang Xin was enjoying the thrill of speeding when he suddenly heard the roar of an engine. Thanks to his now enhanced vision, he immediately recognized it as a military vehicle, and the people in the car were looking at him with eyes full of malice. Zhang Xin wasn't afraid. At worst, he could wait for them to approach and then directly throw a giant boulder from his space to crush them. However, although this place was open, there were still quite a few residential areas nearby, and it was highly likely that someone was hiding in the shadows watching. Given his current strength, it was better not to expose his heaven-defying abilities just yet. Lure them away and then deal with it. There happens to be a small path
ahead. Zhang Xin turned into it, slightly increasing his speed. As he expected, the SUV followed. Nowadays, the road is like a giant sheet of ice. Snowmobiles are not afraid of slipping, but their speed is not particularly fast either. The SUV also didn't dare to drive too fast, so both sides maintained roughly the same distance. The person in the passenger seat of the SUV couldn't hold back, rolled down the window, pulled out a gun, and prepared to shoot. Gao Zhang was deeply concerned about his snowmobile, fearing that the shot might hit it, and hurriedly stopped them. Don't hit him, just force him to stop. A bullet shot into the ice near Zhang Sen. Stop the car, or the next shot will hit your man. Zhang Sen glanced at the surroundings, all dense shrubbery. It was time. He stopped the car, got out, and stood to the side, waiting for the SUV. The SUV also came to a stop. A bodyguard got out from both the front passenger seat and the back seat, each holding a gun. This car has caught my young master's eye. If you don't want to die, get lost. Zhang Sen couldn't be bothered to waste words. He placed his hands behind his back, and an AK-47 appeared in his hands. Gao Zhang lit a cigarette, watching the solitary Zhang Sen in front of him with great interest. The count beside him also growled lowly, staring. Gao Zhang patted his head. Hungry? The count called out. True, I haven't had meat today. That old man's meat probably doesn't taste good either. Go ahead. Gao Zhang opened the car door, and the count immediately darted out, running toward Zhang Sen while barking ferociously. The bodyguard walking in front saw Zhang Sen standing still and motionless. He initially wanted to raise his gun, but upon hearing the Earl's voice, he laughed. Looks like this kid belongs to the Earl now. They stopped in their tracks, mocking Zhang Sen as they waited for him to scream and beg for mercy. When Zhang Sen saw this large Tibetan Mastiff, he immediately knew he had run into an old acquaintance. In his previous life, he had encountered Gao Zhang a few times in the shelter, and each time he was severely humiliated. There was even one time he almost died in the jaws of this Tibetan Mastiff. This Tibetan Mastiff later awakened an ability as well, and it was a fire-based ability. But unfortunately, this time, it won't live to see that moment. Bang! The only regret is that Satan couldn't come along this time. Otherwise, let Satan have some fun. But it's fine now, just take it down and give it to Satan as lunch. Seeing the count getting closer and closer, Zhang Sen curled his lips and pulled out the AK-47 from behind him. Everyone on Gao Zhang's side turned pale, and two bodyguards immediately raised their guns, aimed, and quickly pulled the trigger. But their hand speed and reactions were nothing compared to Zhang Sen and Esper. Rat-a-tat-tat. Although Zhang Sen's marksmanship wasn't very accurate, it didn't matter. He was holding an AK-47. If one shot wasn't enough, he'd send a few more. In the blink of an eye, the two originally imposing bodyguards were instantly riddled with bullets, dead beyond saving. One bodyguard even fired a shot into the air due to inertia. Damn. Let's go, hurry. Gao Zhang was terrified out of his wits. The bodyguard also realized he had encountered a tough opponent today and hurriedly reversed the car. Zhang Sen fired a few shots at the SUV unhurriedly, discovering that the entire vehicle was bulletproof. No wonder it's Gao Zhang always acting so arrogant, but truly afraid of death at critical moments. The Earl, who had originally collapsed on the ground due to severe injuries, struggled to get up upon hearing the sound of the car. The owner was about to leave, and it grew anxious. Dragging its severely injured body, it followed, but the SUV showed no intention of stopping. Instead, it sped up. The Earl finally collapsed from exhaustion, looking hurt as the SUV quickly disappeared into the distance. The distance was too great, and Zhang Sen couldn't use space to throw a stone. He could only watch helplessly as Gao Zhang departed. But it doesn't matter, there's still plenty of time. Killing a small minion like this is as easy as turning over a hand. Zhang Sen walked over and picked up the two guns dropped by the bodyguards, casually collecting another hidden gun, bullets, and a military knife from their bodies, and threw them into the space. Afterward, he walked over to the count, preparing to throw it into the space as well, to serve as Satan's lunch. Who would have thought that as soon as he approached, he suddenly heard the sound of a bullet head falling onto the ice surface. The count's body moved slightly. Damn! Zhang Sen was stunned. Was this an early awakening of a superpower? In his previous life, he had once seen a comrade who had been shot. At the time, everyone thought he was dead and had started digging a pit to bury him. Unexpectedly, he woke up and even forced the bullet out of his body. He put away the AK-47, raised his left hand, Thornvine, duel, prepare for battle. He walked up to the count, stopping 10 meters away. At this distance, even if it wanted to deal with him, it wouldn't succeed. He quietly observed the count's movements. Sure enough, several more bullets were forced out of it afterward. The count quickly stood up again, his body growing larger by his size. The color of his two dark red eyeballs brightened slightly, and the shape of a flame flickered briefly. It seems he has awakened his fire-based ability ahead of time. Today's luck isn't bad, I can copy another ability. The count looked at Zhang Sen and shook off his thick fur, as if to say, didn't expect me to survive, did you? Sure enough, it seems his intelligence has improved quite a bit. He's even showing off now, just like Satan. The count barked at Zhang Sen a few times, then leaped up and opened his gaping jaws at him. Zhang Sen smiled faintly. Forced duel. The scene the Earl had imagined, where biting down down would make this biped scream in pain did not occur. For some reason, a willow branch suddenly flew out of the biped's hand, and it moved incredibly fast, wrapping around it like a spring. Unable to move, he fell heavily to the ground. The Count's entire dog was stunned, its dog eyes full of clear stupidity. Damn, what's going on? What kind of trick is this? The Count grew angrier the more he thought about it, opened his mouth, and let out a series of impotent howls, with flames igniting beneath all four of his paws. Biddu, what's going on? How did the dog's mouth get loose? Biddu quickly stretched out its body and wrapped around the Count's mouth as well. The Count, what the hell kind of monster is this? Zhang Xin threw the Earl, who was tied up like a spring, into the space and trapped him with an air wall. Afterward, he rode the snowmobile and continued heading into the mountains. Once inside the mountains, Zhang Xin stored the snowmobile in the space and followed in himself. He glanced at the ability display screen, and there was no change at all. Not only did his abilities not increase, but even the Count's abilities didn't appear. Recalling the changes on the ability display screen before, Zhang Xin analyzed for a moment and came up with a guess. Could it be because this dog was brought in by him forcibly, doesn't recognize him as its master, so the space doesn't recognize it either? No big deal, if he doesn't submit, beat him until he does. He walked up to the Count, submit to me, or die. The Count's mouth was bound, preventing him from making any sound, but his eyes were filled with fury as he looked at Zhang Xin. Refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Zhang Xin turned his head to look at Satan. Satan, put the stupid dog in its place. Satan walked over with a proud stride. To let Satan have some real fun, Zhang Xin found a hilltop, built air walls on all four sides, and teleported the Count inside. The Count was dumbfounded again. How did it suddenly get here? Zhang Xin patted Satan's head. This is the little underling I found for you. Just beat it into submission, but don't kill it. Perform well. If you can't even defeat it, you might as well not live. Baidu, come back. As soon as the words fell, the willow branches on the Count's body quickly shrank and returned to Zhang Sen's wrist. As soon as the restraint was lifted, the Tibetan Mastiff started barking. Zhang Sen sent Satan into the air wall. The Count was still barking, annoying Satan greatly, so it charged straight at him. No wonder they say Tibetan Mastiffs are divine dogs. Even when facing a jungle beast like Satan, they show no fear and charge straight in. But Satan, being a feline, is extremely agile. Before the Earl could rush forward, Satan leapt and knocked the Earl flat on his back. The Earl opened his mouth and fought back fiercely, trying to shake Satan off, but his neck was firmly bitten. The Tibetan Mastiff is an extremely tough breed of dog, yet even so, it refuses to give up. Moreover, now that it has supernatural abilities, its combat power has skyrocketed when facing life and death situations. Soon, it began to fight back using its flame-covered limbs. Satan had never seen such a scene before and was startled. He immediately let go of it and jumped far back. It couldn't understand why this dog still had fire on its body. But soon, it calmed down. Just a bit of fire, not a big deal. When the Count charged again, it used its physical abilities, nurtured by the spatial spring water for so long, to confront him head-on. The Count, a dog who had just awakened its abilities, was completely inferior in front of it. Relying on agile movements, it not only dodged the flames from the Count's limbs but also left marks on the Count's body again and again with its sharp claws. Soon, the Count was covered in wounds, bleeding profusely. In contrast, Satan, apart from a patch of fur on its leg being singed by the Count's fiery claws, didn't even have a scratch. Satan looked at the Count lying on the ground, barely alive, and let out a triumphant howl. A complete victory! Zhang Xin brought it out and tossed a piece of beef in front of it as a reward. Roar! Satan, being a dog, grabbed the beef and ran to the Count, eating it with great relish. Zhang Xin was speechless. He reduced the area covered by the air wall and walked over to squat in front of the Count. How about now? Are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? Although the Count was weak, his gaze remained furious. Shit, stubborn one. He brought a food bowl inside and poured a basin of spatial spring water into it. The Earl sniffed it, lifted his head forcefully, and stared at the bowl of water, his eyes full of confusion. What the hell? What kind of water is this? Why does it smell so sweet? The Count couldn't resist. He struggled to lower his head into the basin of water, took a lick, and immediately raised his head, his eyes filled with shock as he looked at Zhang Sen. This water is divine, isn't it? It's insanely good. Drink it, it'll help with your injuries. The Count froze for a moment. It seemed like his wounds really didn't hurt as much anymore. Zhang Sen threw another wild chicken inside. Only those who acknowledge me as their master can eat good food. Since you're being stubborn, just make do and eat a chicken for now. Your previous master ran away at the first sign of danger, completely ignoring your life or death. I don't even know what you're being so stubborn about. Hearing this, the Earl lifted his head from the water basin, recalling the moment he was abandoned by his master, his eyes filled with hurt. Yes, it seems its owner has already abandoned it. Zhang Xin continued, isn't it great to follow me? Every day there's plenty of fish and meat, and you even get to drink such amazing spatial spring water. I know you've mutated and can completely understand what I'm saying now. I'll give you some time to think it over. I'm not someone who likes to force others. If you really refuse to acknowledge me as your master, then in a few days,
you can fight Satan again. If you win, I'll let you go back to find your owner. If you lose, just let Satan devour you directly. The Earl's dog body trembled. Isn't this a blatant threat? After Zhang Xin finished his harsh words, he couldn't be bothered to pay it any more attention. Although he unexpectedly acquired a fire element mutant beast, whether it could be of use to him was still uncertain, so Zhang Xin decided not to dwell on it for now. He took Satan out hunting. With the efforts of Satan, Thornvine, and forced fight, although he couldn't find any exotic beasts or mutated plants, he still managed to catch a bunch of wild chickens and rabbits. As he was about to leave, Zhang Xin spotted a wild boar, probably close to 200 pounds. This was quite a big one. Satan looked extremely envious and called out to Zhang Xin, "Go ahead." Following the command, Satan darted out like lightning, and soon Zhang Xin heard the wild boar's miserable cries. When Zhang Xin arrived, the wild boar was already on its last breath. Although Satan was reluctant, it knew its master would surely bring back the spoils, so it immediately returned to Zhang Xin's side. Zhang Xin waved his hand and collected Satan and the wild boar into the space. Afterward, he directly separated the various parts of the wild boar within the space. The delicious meat was all stored away, ready to be taken back to Lu Hao for cooking and eating. All the others were placed in front of the count. Not only should it be out of its sight and reach, but Satan should also eat it right in front of it. By the time they got home, it was already getting dark. Zhang Xin put away the space motorcycle and released Satan. One person and one leopard went upstairs. Now, the number of people in the building had decreased again, leaving less than 30% remaining. Back home, Zhang Xin took out the reserved portion of pork from the space and gave it all to Lu Hao, roughly around 20 pounds. Seeing the pork, Lu Hao grinned from ear to ear. "Boss, you're amazing, you even managed to get pork. This is wild boar meat, caught by Satan. Many parts were bitten and ruined by it, leaving only these intact ones. See how you want to prepare them. I'll stew some braised pork tonight. Didn't Malt also grow some chives? I'll make some big dumplings with pork and chive filling." Deng Shichi, after distributing the supplies, led a group of new recruits to familiarize themselves with the current state of the shelter. Yan Yike and Tu Sai also followed along with the team. Tu Sai looked at the orderly scene before him and, for the first time in the apocalypse, felt a sense of security. His heart was filled with hope for the future life. The shelter as a whole was transformed from the original military camp, with the military buildings still being used by the army. The nearby open space was entirely fenced off, and houses for the survivors were under construction. The first floor was about to be topped off. The construction workers were all hired from outside, with a dozen soldiers responsible for supervision. Yang Yike looked at the refugee camp under construction, puzzled. Didn't we hear a long time ago that the shelter was already being built? Why is the first floor still not finished? Her voice wasn't loud, and Tu Sai, walking beside her, was preoccupied and naturally didn't catch what she said. "Satan, come back." A soldier nearby, however, heard it clearly. Seeing that she was beautiful, the soldier was willing to say a few more words, not slow at all. "It may look like not even one floor is finished, but there's more underground." "Basement?" "Yes, the basement is built especially sturdy. Orders from above are to spare no effort in preparing for a prolonged battle against natural disasters, to protect the lives and property of the people." Yang Yike nodded in confusion. At that moment, Gao Feng walked out of the meeting room surrounded by a group of people. Gao Feng was the highest-ranking leader of the entire Nanyang military district, holding the rank of general. Yang Yike immediately stood at attention and saluted. Gao Feng nodded at her. "Xiao Yang," showing the newcomer around. "Yes, Gao." "Dad." Yang Yike was interrupted by a sudden exclamation before she could finish her sentence. Immediately, everyone saw Gao Zhang running over with his bodyguards, his face full of anger. "Dad, someone wants to kill me." Gao Zhang was Gao Feng's youngest son, spoiled beyond measure since childhood. But Gao Feng also knew that with so many people around, this wasn't the place to talk, so he scolded with a cold face. "What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Wan, quickly take this boy away." Gao Zhang had never suffered such a big loss. Not only did he fail to seize the snowmobile, but he also lost 2 bodyguards. Most importantly, the earl he had spent a fortune on was also dead. At this moment, all his rationality was consumed by anger, and he said recklessly, "Dad, I'm not talking nonsense, it's true. Haven't you noticed I only have 1 bodyguard left? Even the earl was killed by him. That guy was riding a snowmobile and had a gun. He was so arrogant." Yang Yike and Tu Sai exchanged glances upon hearing snowmobile, their eyes filled with doubt. After all this time in the apocalypse, they had only ever seen Zhang Xin ride a snowmobile. Could it be him? He has a gun? Never seen that before. On the other side, Gao Feng reflexively scanned his son up and down upon hearing that the man still had a gun. Only after confirming that his son was unharmed did he breathe a sigh of relief. However, civilians possessing firearms is no small matter. The Great Xia has always enforced strict gun control. If there are guns, could there also be other large-scale weapons of destruction? Now that social order has completely collapsed, if someone takes advantage of the chaos to establish a faction armed with hot weapons, it would make the situation even worse. Thinking of this, his expression became even colder. "Did you see clearly? Does the other party party really have a gun? Of course, and it's not just an ordinary pistol, it's an AK-47. As soon as the words fell, everyone's expressions changed drastically. How is it? I wasn't lying to you, was I? Isn't this water amazing? So many injuries, and they're almost all healed. Johnson squatted by the air wall trapping the Earl, looking at its appearance clearly almost fully recovered, yet still acting as if it were on the verge of death. He knew this dog still refused to submit to him. No matter, there's plenty of time. Actually, the Count's wound healed so quickly not entirely because of the spring water. The recovery speed of exotic beasts is naturally faster than that of ordinary animals, and the spring water only played a supporting role. But this dog isn't smart, so it's easy to fool. It's best to fool it into thinking of him as a god. In order to break down the Earl's inner defenses, Jungsun deliberately let Satan eat the wild boar it hunted and drink the spring water from the space right in front of him. After Satan had eaten almost enough, he began sparring with Satan again. Since awakening his physical type superpower, he had been sparring with Satan for an hour every day. The main reason was that he believed fighting was a skill perfected through practice. At this stage, neither he nor Satan could find any suitable opponents, so they had no choice but to engage in man versus leopard brawls. This really put Satan in a tough spot. Originally, during their first sparring session, Satan was eager to teach its master a lesson. After all, whether it was in terms of size, speed, or strength, it could easily overpower its master. But unexpectedly, the master lived up to the title and gave it a harsh lesson right from the start. Although the owner currently isn't as strong as it, but the owner is clever. Every time it strikes with a paw, the owner always manages to dodge left and right to avoid it. At first, it could still overpower the owner, but after half an hour, it couldn't anymore. The owner's reaction speed became faster and faster, and later the situation reversed. It began to be overwhelmed by its owner. And this was just the beginning. With each passing day, the owner's advantage kept growing. By now, it had started to doubt its own existence as a leopard. It was no longer just a simple pet but had become its owner's punching bag. Sure enough, in less than half an hour today, it had already been knocked down twice by its master. Jungsun was dissatisfied with Satan's performance and made it continue fighting. Satan had no choice but to get up and charge forward again. Thus, after being knocked down again and again, it became furious. It pounced forward, opening its wide mouth to reveal sharp teeth. Damn it! Even if I can't win, I have to take a bite. However, the next second it was sent flying, lying on the ground with stars spinning in its eyes. Useless thing, if you keep getting weaker, just wait for me to slaughter you and eat your meat. Satan trembled in fear. After intimidating Satan, Jungsun turned his gaze to the Count. Dog, you fight me. The Count was so scared his legs went weak. Is this guy okay? Even Brother Leopard couldn't beat him, let alone this defeated subordinate. Before the apocalypse, Jungsun had downloaded a lot of information. Before entering the space, he looked up the personality traits of Tibetan Mastiffs. He found that Tibetan Mastiffs have an extremely extreme personality, being highly loyal but also possessing independent capabilities, and they don't overly rely on their owners. The most important thing is that they won't easily trust strangers. The funny thing is, Jungsun even came across a claim that Tibetan Mastiffs are extremely proud, and if they realize they've fallen out of favor with their owner, they might bite their tongue to commit suicide. On this point, Jungsun remains skeptical. After all, this dog clearly knows it has been abandoned by its owner, yet it hasn't bitten its tongue to commit suicide. However, it is also possible that after the mutation, its intelligence increased and it understood that suicide was meaningless. Overall, the Tibetan Mastiff's personality brought great trouble to Zhang Xin in his attempts to tame it, so he had to take an alternative approach. On one hand, he tempted the dog with benefits, making it understand that only by following him could it eat meat and drink holy water. On the other hand, he showed off his strength. Doesn't everyone say that animals have a tendency to admire strength? Although I don't know if this dog has such a tendency, let's treat a dead horse as if it were alive. What if it works? Again! If successful, I'll gain another helper and replicate another superpower. It doesn't matter if it fails, just kill it. Seeing that the Count had no reaction to his provocation, he had no choice but to unleash a big move. Win, and I'll let you go back to your master.